Upon awakening, he found himself mysteriously transported back to 1980s Hong Kong. With an avant-garde vision, he always manages to decipher the codes of hidden wealth ahead of others. While others toiled for their daily livelihood, he had already set his sights on the imminent surge of fortune. Every investment and strategic maneuver only served to expand his domain. Real estate, trade investments industry. Each opportunity of the era was securely seized by him. From a nondescript nobody, he transformed into a business magnate that would shake Hong Kong. In this golden age brimming with both opportunities and challenges, he was destined to build a legendary business empire. In 1980, at Sai Kung on Hong Kong Island, a forsaken fishing port set the stage. The moon hung high in the sky, illuminating the undulating sands, a dilapidated Guandi temple, and several indistinct silhouettes before it. Agonizing pain pierced the silence. Dizzy and gasping, Lu Zonghao lay on the cold ground, his throat, like an old creaking bellows, greedily inhaling air, tainted with the scent of blood. When he opened his eyes, the first sight was a corpse, and beside it a young man panting and clutching a knife. A sharp sound punctuated the scene. Before Lu Zonghao could react, the young man slashed at his leg, his eyes blazing as he shouted, "Damn you. After all I've done for you, you dare betray me. Tonight in front of Guan Air, I will finish you, traitor, and cleanse our syndicate." The searing pain rekindled Lu Zonghao's spirit as memories surged violently in his mind. He had transcended time. In his former life, Lu Zonghao was a businessman operating a gold mine in an African nation. When marauders raided his operation, he fought back fiercely, only to fall pierced by a bullet into a pool of blood. Unthinkably, his soul had transmigrated into the body of a royal police officer on Hong Kong Island in 1980. From the 1970s onward, as Hong Kong's economy soared, this namesake, who had clandestinely migrated with his family, settled locally, and through sheer diligence earned admission to the police academy. Due to his big circle background, Lu Zonghao was chosen at the police academy to become an OG, a famed member of the organized crime and Triad investigation unit, and infiltrated the Xinian syndicate as an informant on an undercover mission. He belonged to the Yao Ma Ti clique, serving as an underling of Du Guobin, the enforcer under the notorious Yao Ma Ti kingpin Bai Fenxiang. That night, Bai Fenxiang executed a major deal by smuggling 30 kilograms of narcotics from Taiwan, mobilizing all his trusted men to escort the operation. 5 minutes earlier, while on lookout and about to relay crucial intelligence to his superiors, he was detected by his comrade Deizai. Forced into lethal action, he killed him, only to be caught red-handed by Du Guobin, who beat him into unconsciousness. At that very moment, Du Guobin was about to administer his brand of street justice. As his knife began to fall again, Lu Zonghao cried out, "Brother Bin, I am no traitor to our syndicate. Deizai is the real Undercover. I saw him covertly communicating outside. My act was meant to stop him," followed by a furious bastard. "You dare lie to me." Du Guobin cried as he slashed again at Lu Zonghao, exclaiming, "Don't you know Deizai is my own kin? In our world of lowlifes, even one's own father is untrustworthy. Just because Deizai is related to you, does that guarantee protection?" Scenting the metallic tang of blood in the air, Lu Zonghao's mind raced as he declared his phone used for outside contact is crushed beneath him. "If you doubt me, check for yourself. I swear before Guan Lei I am telling the truth." Hearing this, Du Guobin hesitated for a fleeting moment. In Du Guobin's mind, Lu Zonghao had always been a timid soul, so prone to silencing at the mere sight of blood that had he not been wrongly accused, he would never have acted thus. At that moment, Du Guobin, half convinced, knelt to inspect Deizai's corpse, only to discover it was empty. Before Du Guobin could turn to question, the knife-wounded Lu Zonghao suddenly surged upwards, swinging his handheld phone in a wide arc to smash it against Du Guobin's head. He had no choice but to act, knowing that with Du Guobin's nature, he would never let him leave alive. Boom. With a dull thud, Du Guobin staggered to the ground and, amid shouts, thrust his knife forward, exclaiming, "Attacking your own boss in front of Guan Air. Poochie." In a desperate surge, Lu Zonghao grasped the blade, spitting blood-laden saliva onto Du Guobin's face before forcefully pinning him down and unleashing blow after blow with his phone. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Zonghao mechanically swung his arms, each muffled thud echoing along the seashore. It was not until Du Guobin's collapsed head sank into the sand and Lu Zonghao's arms grew painfully weak that he finally halted, gasping for breath. Splashed. The surging waves crashed against the rocks, scattering the moonlight, as if mirroring the terror in Lu Zonghao's eyes. Never had he imagined that his first act upon awakening would be murder. Gazing at the first-generation mobile phone clutched in his hand, he was utterly convinced that he had truly transcended time. This type of phone entered the Hong Kong market in 1978, with the very first one purchased by action star Hong Jinbao, whose unique stardom in the film industry combined with that event earned it the nickname Daguda. In a daze, he noticed a flashlight flickering in the distance. It seemed that Bai Fenxiang had successfully received his shipment and dispatched his men to call for a retreat. Seeing the distant glimmer, Lu Zonghao began to run, but midway his movement halted abruptly. He could not flee. After all, this was 1980s Hong Kong. On this land, still a British colony at the time, corruption and vice had taken root so deeply as to be nearly impossible to eradicate. In this realm of intertwined light and shadow, every sector was infiltrated by syndicate members. From billionaires to film stars, without Triad protection, progress was nearly impossible. In Liu Zhonghao's memory, due to the corruption and inaction of the colonial government, most industries on Hong Kong Island were dominated by triads. Even an ordinary person seeking a job had to join a syndicate to have a chance. According to incomplete statistics by the early 1980s, over 500,000 Hong Kong Island residents bore triad affiliations, averaging one member for every 10 people. Larger syndicates numbered tens of thousands, and violent crimes occurred daily in such an environment where public security was abysmal. Whether heroes or underworld thugs, they blended chaotically in the metropolis, filthy, unruly, and seemingly endless in their bloodshed. Sin was like a bottomless abyss ready to open its gaping maw to devour everyone, leaving no escape. Though Liu Zhonghao was an undercover cop, he did not officially carry a badge. The sole individual who knew his true identity in Hong Kong was Senior Inspector Huang Bingren of the OG unit. From the moment he went undercover, Liu Zhonghao's records were obliterated, leaving no chance for his identity to be restored until his mission was complete. This meant that if he ever fled, the police would be utterly incapable of protecting him. In Hong Kong, once his name appeared on a triad hit list, he would find no peace. With this thought, Liu Zhonghao frantically searched Du Guobin's body, discovered a message on his phone, adjusted his own phone's time to half an hour earlier, redialed the number, then snatched up a stone and began to batter Du Guobin's corpse, all the while shouting, "Help! Help! Somebody save me!" He roared as the distant crowd rushed over, witnessing a gruesome sight, a blood-soaked Liu Zhonghao atop Du Guobin's body, pulverizing his skull with stones. Splattered brain matter was everywhere, with deep crimson blood staining the sand beneath them and even the threshold of the Guandi Temple. Inside the Guandi Temple, the statue of the martial saint, with majestic phoenix-like eyes, stood silently. Suddenly, a triad member charged forward and kicked Liu Zhonghao down, while others swarmed him, shouting, "Bastard! You fucking killed Brother Ben!" Liu Zhonghao, pinned to the ground with sand filling his mouth, roared, "Du Guobin is an undercover cop. I saw him on the phone reporting our location. I was eliminating a threat to the syndicate. Calling Brother Ben an insider is as believable as your mom being a transvestite." The triad leader, dismissing Liu Zhonghao's lies, delivered a vicious kick to his head, declaring, "Our shipment was intercepted by the Marine Police tonight. It must be his doing. Bind him and bring him back to face Brother Chong's punishment." Hearing this, Liu Zhonghao's mind exploded. How could the deal falter when his intelligence hadn't even been transmitted? Worse still, if he failed to clear his name, this entire shipment, set up as a scapegoat, would be inextricably pinned on him. In West Kowloon, the districts of Yau Ma Ti and Mong Kok are known among the police as the banking district, for this locale is both prosperous and chaotic, offering ample opportunities for corrupt gains. As one of Gongdao's four foremost detectives, Han Sun amassed a vast fortune by steadfastly guarding this area during the 1960s and 1970s, by propelling him to meteoric success. Miao Street in Yau Ma Ti is famed for its night market selling affordable goods. Every evening, roadside stalls begin their business, earning it the nickname of Gongdao's People's Nightclub. At 9:30 in the evening, Miao Street teems with throngs of pedestrians, while a myriad of neon signs on both sides flash brilliantly, dazzling all who behold them. Even amid such a congested and bustling street, a void exists in front of the Shang lecture door at the corner, where a few tattooed gangsters stand in silent vigil. Not only do the passers-by deliberately avoid them, but even the uniformed patrol officers dare not approach for fear of inciting trouble. This chess room serves as Sinian's outpost in Yau Ma Ti and is also the stronghold of Bai Fanchang. The Shang lecture is not open to the public. It is reserved exclusively for the amusement of Bai Fanchang's underlings. At that moment, guards were posted outside, and the rolling shutters had been drawn down. After being brought in from Sai Kung, Liu Zhonghao, his wounds left unbandaged, was bound and taken to the warehouse in the rear yard of Shang lecture. The key members of the Yau Ma Ti outpost flanked Liu Zhonghao, who knelt at the center under their piercing stares. In the modest warehouse, a table at the forefront hosted a gilded statue of Guangong. On both side walls hung an array of torturous instruments, not for use against outsiders, but to enforce the clan's own draconian discipline upon its members. Gongdao's underworld syndicates are collectively known as the Triads, historically linked to the renowned Tiandi Hui, a revolutionary anti-Qing priming organization also seen as a reformation of the Hongmen, with most old-school factions bearing connections to Hongmen. Given their long history, Gongdao's syndicates have become increasingly formal and strictly regimented, with every outpost featuring such a chamber of punishment. The symptoms of excessive blood loss rendered Liu Zhonghao's vision dark, and the desiccated stains of old blood on the floor sent shivers down his spine. He knew that his survival in this life depended solely on passing the trial ahead. In his recollection, Gongdao's economy had taken off by then, firmly positioning itself as the foremost among the four Asian tigers. Prosperous commerce, nightclubs, and casinos had become the battlegrounds for the gang's lucrative interests. Dozens of syndicates, including Hessian Hinalhahidu Heshinii Heshintang 13K, and Sinian, exerted a firm grip over the city's underworld. Over a decade later, the gangland film series Young and Dangerous would take the nation by storm with the formidable Hong Xing in the films modeled after the Sinian syndicate to which Lu Zonghao belonged. Though the film's Hong Xing gang was portrayed with lofty brotherhood and heroic grandeur, the real-life syndicates offered no such romantic heroism, only a ledger of blood debts and the law of the jungle. While Lu Zonghao waited nervously, the sound of a door opening echoed behind him, followed by a chorus of underlings bowing in unison. Boss. Bai Finchang responded with a nasal hum as he advanced forward, his steps measured and deliberate. In his early 30s and slightly rotund, he had started out merely as a pickpocket on Miao Street and as a member of Sinian. Yet with his bold and combative nature, he quickly rose to prominence, securing his role as the enforcer in Yao Ma Ti. Gongdao's underworld was blood-soaked yet unforgivingly generous in its ruthlessness. On this land, overnight titans emerged without fail. Standing before the Guangdong statue, Bai Finchang lit 3 incense sticks with utmost reverence, then seated himself and cast a disdainful glance at the blood-stained Lu Zonghao as he asked, "Which year did you join the syndicate?" A memory flashed through Lu Zonghao's mind. "Last June. I was merely a minor extortionist collecting protection fees on Shanghai Street. When the 13K gang attacked Binggu, I took a blow for him, and from that moment, he took me under his wing." Bai Finchang lit a Marlboro cigarette, the smoke obscuring his face as he queried, "When you joined the syndicate, did you pledge to Guan Er Yi or recite the 36 oaths of Hongmen?" Aware of Bai Finchang's capricious temper, Lu Zonghao steadied his breathing and replied, "I have pledged to Guan Leoi, and I have recited the 36 oaths. Recite the 6th oath for me." Brothers of the Hong family, one must not act as a spy for personal gain. If apprehending a kinsman with old grudges, you must inform all the brothers, discern right from wrong without holding a grudge. In the case of a mistaken arrest, immediate release is mandatory. Any violation shall incur the punishment of 5 thunderstrikes. The 8th oath. If any brother fabricates betrayal plots against the patriarch or commits assassination, he shall perish under a myriad of blades. The 23rd oath. One must not fabricate rumors or alter words to sow discord among brothers. Any violator shall be put to death by a myriad of blades. Your memory serves you well. With a cold sneer, Bai Finchang glared at Lu Zonghao before his expression shifted abruptly. "Since you have performed the Guangdong rites and recited the oaths, why did you kill your boss Bin in front of the Guandi temple?" "Changgu. I did kill Binggu, but there was a reason." Lu Zonghao raised his head and vehemently retorted, "After arriving at the Saikung beach tonight, we were assigned to stand guard on the west side. I had stepped out for a quick break when I heard Binggu on the phone at the Guandi temple revealing our location and announcing that reinforcements were to swiftly close in. The news struck me with terror, leaving me at a loss for what to do. I only wished to reach you with the report, but was intercepted by a dagger-wielding thug. At that moment, as the thug surged forward to cover my mouth, I was overcome with fear and my mind went blank. Before I knew it, a brawl erupted, and when I regained composure, the assailant lay dead. Immediately thereafter, Binggu burst forth. Without uttering a word, he attacked me with a knife. For the sake of survival, I was forced into combat until a Dong and his men rushed in. Changgu, everything I said is the truth. Truth. You have yet to hear the tale of a Bin and me, haven't you? We were born in the public housing estates of Xianshan, commonly known as the slums, and grew up as neighbors, brawling together from the tender age of 12. I owe my survival to the countless times Bin saved my life. Yet you damnedly claim that my sworn brother is nothing but a cop." Bai Finchang looked at Lu Zonghao mockingly and said, "Let me guess today's tale. You were an informant for the police, but after passing on the tip, Bin discovered it, forcing you to turn on him in self-defense. Not only did you cause me a loss of 80,000 in goods, but you also planned to dump this disgrace on him, right?" Indeed, Lu Zonghao had no inkling of the connection between Bai Finchang and Du Guobin. As he listened, a sense of impending doom took hold, and with no choice but to stand his ground, he declared, "Changgu, I do not know what your relationship with Binggu is like, but every word I uttered today is the unvarnished truth, witnessed by my own eyes. Could it be that simply because you are close he could not have betrayed you? I am utterly loyal to the syndicate. This can be attested by the heavens themselves. Otherwise, why would I have slain the very Binggu who once nurtured my prospects?" Bang! Suddenly, Bai Finchang erupted in fury, delivering a powerful kick to Lu Zonghao's face that sent him sprawling before roaring hysterically, "Jiao Na Xing. Talk of loyalty. I'll damn your mother. You little rat. Not only did you kill my brother, but you also dare to frame him. What are you waiting for? Enforce the clan's retribution immediately." With a sharp command from Bai Finchang, his henchmen surged forward from both sides, their leather shoes raining down upon Lu Zonghao like a violent storm. Agony flooded through him, forcing Lu Zonghao to let out a piercing cry. Dong, the man who had escorted Lu Zonghao back, bowed reverently before the Guangdong statue, then retrieved a boning knife from the wall beside it. "Boss, per our Triads code, anyone who slanders a brother shall receive 3 cuts and 6 punctures." And for those who defy their superiors, the punishment is excision of lungs and heart. This scoundrel murdered his own boss, an unforgivable act of rebellion. He deserves no mercy. His death is justly earned. Bai Finxiang listened to Lu Zhonghao's cries, his eyes narrowing slightly. No, killing this treacherous wretch outright would be too merciful. Hook him up to and for drip. Hearing these words, Lu Zhonghao, who was still being beaten, jolted upright in terror, thrashing violently, Brother Chong. I killed Du Guobin to protect the Triad. Before Lord Guan himself, you cannot confuse loyalty with treachery or blur truth with falsehood. At the time of the incident, Brother Bin rushed out upon hearing my fight with Dao Zi. He likely hadn't yet deleted his call log. You may check his phone. A fist slammed into Lu Zhonghao's abdomen. Searing pain silenced him instantly, and thick tape was slapped over his mouth. Next, his shirt was torn off, and he was hoisted upside down from the ceiling beam. Blood surged to his head, causing his temples' veins to bulge grotesquely. His back tattoo, a coiling dragon emerging from hidden depths, now appeared terrifyingly vivid. What rank are you to dare tattoo a dragon on your body, just like Boss Chong? A dong stepped forward, slapped Lu Zhonghao hard across the face, then inserted an 4-needle directly into a pulsing vein on his forehead, securing it with tape. He snipped the tube and dropped the open end into a basin of steaming water to prevent clotting from obstructing the flow. Crimson blood trickled steadily down the tube, blooming like a dark flower in the basin. MMPH. 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 Suspended head down, Lu Zhonghao's vision dimmed, a guttural muffled sound rose from his throat. He had never imagined that Bai Finxiang, the despicable wretch, would deny him even the chance to speak, let alone verify the truth and pronounce his death sentence without trial. Worse still, the method chosen was among the cruelest imaginable. In the tribunal chamber, Bai Finxiang's strategist Ai Zhai Fa sniffed the acrid scent of blood and approached quietly. Boss Chong, I've just examined the phone Ah Dong brought back. It holds 2 call records. One number is now disconnected, the other traces to a public payphone at the Dai Pai Dong beneath Brother Bin's apartment. Bai Finxiang flicked his cigarette, but aside. What do you mean by this? I checked the timestamps on the call log. They don't align with Ah Dong's claim about when he apprehended the mainland boy. This strongly suggests the phone truly belonged to Brother Bin. His pager contains a text message from his girlfriend, and the time she sent it matches precisely with the call. They must have spoken before any conflict arose. Recently, several of our drug shipments have been sabotaged by the Narcotics Bureau. I doubt this is mere coincidence. Given the mainland boy's low standing, he couldn't possibly access shipment intelligence, so Brother Bin may indeed be compromised. Silence. Someone might overhear. Bai Finxiang lowered his voice sharply. To me, whether Brother Bin is a police informant matters little, but everyone knows we grew up together in the same market lanes. If he's confirmed as a snitch, where does that leave my honor? How then can I continue leading? How will the elders trust me? Ajay Fa suddenly understood, so the mainland boy's status as an informant is irrelevant. Bai Finxiang glared murderously at the inverted Lu Zhonghao. This youth's origins are murky, and he's contributed nothing to the branch. Since his identity remains unconfirmed, we'll eliminate everyone connected to this affair, once and for all. If he's truly innocent, I'll burn him ample paper money in the afterlife to atone. For now, suppress news of Brother Bin's death. If anyone asks, say I've dispatched him on business to Macau. Though the mainland boy holds low rank, Triad law demands formal conviction before execution. To kill him so obscurely within the tribunal will surely invite criticism. Let facts aside, was he blameless? Who told this unlucky fool to follow Brother Bin? Bai Finxiang furrowed his brow. You'll handle the aftermath. Once he's dead, pin any convenient charge on him. Announce publicly that he confessed. I must make every henchman understand. One does not trifle with Bai Finxiang. As they spoke, a henchman entered the tribunal. Boss, the prince is here waiting for you in your office. The prince? Why would he arrive at this hour? Upon hearing his superior had come, Bai Finxiang sprang up and hurried out, footsteps quickening. Lu Zhonghao hung upside down in the tribunal, watching Bai Finxiang vanish, and despair thick and suffocating welled up inside him. In this chaotic era, the underworld's tide rolled inexorably onward. Men like him, the lowest rung of henchmen, were but nameless grains of sand. His life or death meant nothing to the powerful, no more than roadside dung or a stray weed. A passing breeze, unnoticed, unmourned. The XINE and Triad originated from the Triad society, enforcing a rigid hierarchy. At its apex stood Xiang Yan, the hereditary dragon head, beneath whom served the 5 tigers and 10 heroes, elite enforcers. The prince was the tiger of Sham Shui Pa, overseeing all operations in Yao Tsimong. Yao Mati was merely one district within Yao Tsimong. Men like Bai Finxiang, the local branch leader, held only regional authority subordinate to the prince, not true bosses in their own right. The prince, 27 years old, possessed bold brows and sharp eyes, yet his gaze remained chillingly cold, forbidding direct contact. The ferocious Bai Finxiang, so fearsome in the tribunal, became docile as a kitten upon seeing the prince. Entering his office with a wide, deferential smile, Prince brother, your bar opened only yesterday. You should be entertaining guests there. Why grace my humble temple today? Fa, hurry and brew a pot of English black tea, the prince brother's favorite. I've come on business. Please sit. The prince gestured for Bai Finxiang to sit, then lit a Cohiba cigar. I'm pressed for time. Let's speak plainly. I need you to eliminate someone. Triad members, even at Bai Finxiang's level, carried mountains of blood debt. Without hesitation he agreed. Who is the target? The prince did not answer directly. Have you heard of the actress Yushali? Bai Finxiang grinned lewdly. Of course. She's the sensational new star. Rumor says her father was once a general. Last year she starred in a risque film titled Appetite and Desire. Her fame exploded after she bared all. That woman's figure is extraordinary. I've watched her tape multiple times, each time stirred beyond control. The prince exhaled a slow plume of smoke. Filmmaking has recently emerged as a lucrative industry. We intend to stake our claim. The Dragonhead has engaged a director to produce a sensual film as a trial, and Yushali is cast as the lead. Yet lately she's grown intimately entangled with Chief Inspector Oliver of the West Kowloon Regional Police Headquarters. Oliver. I know the name. 3 years ago, while stationed at the Criminal Investigation Department, he drunkenly visited a district station and raped a high school girl who'd come to file a report. She later jumped from a building. The scandal erupted nationwide, but the British authorities, determined to shield their own, suppressed it with ruthless efficiency. Internally, Oliver received only a demotion. They call us Triad vermin, but those foreign devils are far darker than we ever could. Precisely that man. When our men approached Yushali to discuss cooperation, Oliver ordered district officers to arrest them. Worse, he stormed into Master Xiang's office and smashed a teacup, commanding us to stay far away from her. The prince paused. Master Xiang is furious and demands retribution. As the authoritative voice of Yao Tsimong, this task falls to me. And after careful thought, I believe you are the most suitable choice. Though spoken calmly, Bai Finxiang understood perfectly the so-called cooperation with Yushali was nothing but coercion. Since the explosive success of The Bund and The Mad Monk earlier this year, the film industry had begun its ascent, and stars like Chow Yun-fat and Andy Lau had all at some point been coerced onto sets at gunpoint by Triad enforcers. Under ordinary circumstances, Bai Finxiang would have accepted his boss's order without question. But now, sweat beaded on his brow. Hong Kong was British territory. The foreign devils ruled here unchallenged. To cross them was to court annihilation. Noting Bai Finxiang's silence, the prince said coolly, in 3 months branch leaders will be re-elected. You know our Triad's principal leadership belongs to the most capable. Ah Chong, I have great faith in you and wish to see you retain your post. But unrest has flared across your territory and rumors have reached the elders above. Unless you deliver tangible results, I'll find it difficult to support you. Realizing the prince's meaning, Bai Finxiang stiffened his resolve and pledged, rest assured boss, I'll devote myself entirely to this task. At that moment, Ajay Fa entered with the tea tray. Prince brother, your favorite English tea. The prince rose gracefully, waving a dismissive hand. No need. I'm pressed for time. Carry on, there's no need to see me out. Noticing Bai Finxiang's pallor, Ajay Fa ventured cautiously, Boss Chong, did the prince bring bad news? Be silent. Bai Finxiang stood motionless for a moment. Then his gaze sharpened with sudden resolve. Go check if the mainland boy is still alive. If he is, bring him here, immediately. Dizziness, nausea, numb limbs. Lu Zongha's consciousness swam. The symptoms of severe blood loss left him hazy. As he swayed, he saw a basin of warm water, stained crimson. A furious tide of hatred and resentment surged within him. This manner of dying was more agonizing than a bullet. The ebbing of his blood brought a deep, bone-chilling cold. He no longer possessed the strength to cry out or struggle. At that moment, Ai Zaifa strode into the interrogation room and gave a henchman a look. The man stepped forward and reached out to test Lu Zongha's breath. Boss Fa, this rotten bastard is still alive. Still alive after all that torment. He must have an iron constitution. Ai Zaifa sneered. Set him down and take him to the office. Hearing Ai Zaifa's words, Lu Zongha's heart jolted. Bai Finxiang had clearly decided to kill him. Who knew whether being brought downstairs meant continued torture? Though panic churned inside him, the exhausted Lu Zongha had no strength left to resist. He could only allow himself to be dragged like a dying dog and dumped in the office. All of you get out. Bai Finxiang flicked his fingers and sent the henchman away, then signaled Ai Zaifa to peel the tape from Lu Zongha's face. A harsh ugh escaped him as the tape ripped out the hairs on his face. He snorted and, like a fish out of water, opened his mouth wide to draw breath. Bai Finxiang watched Lu Zongha gasping for life and lounged on the sofa with one leg crossed over the other. Do you know which 2 kinds of people I despise most in this life? He asked. One is the cops, the other is traitors. And you double-faced rat, you happen to be both. Lu Zongha tried to speak, but his throat felt as if he had swallowed a coal. He coughed for a long while, swallowing saliva before forcing out, Brother Chong, am not a traitor. Am innocent. Innocent. Bai Finxiang burst into loud laughter. You're so naive. How did you ever think to become a gangster? Tell me this, among those who live by the street, who is innocent? Summoning every ounce of strength, Lu Zongha roared. I never betrayed the society. Dugu Bin was the police mole. Killing him was righteous. Bai Finxiang lit a cigarette and spoke with casual calmness. Whether you are truly a turncoat cannot be settled by words. But I can give you a chance to prove yourself. Would you be willing to do it? Lu Zonghao, cornered and desperate, seized at the lifeline without hesitation. Brother Chong, I am willing. As long as you let me live, I'll do anything. Don't speak so absolutely. First, hear your task. Bai Finxiang stubbed out his cigarette. I want you to take out the police superintendent Ao Li Fu of the Shi Jiulong Zongqiu police station. If you kill one policeman to prove your loyalty, he'll believe you're not a mole. He'll spare your life and give you protection over the Xin Tiandi Jia fruit wholesale market. If you fail, I will not make idle threats. This is a private vendetta between Ao Li Fu and me. It involves no one else. Whether you succeed or fail, I will never betray this matter to anyone. Lu Zonghao did not wait for Bai Finxiang to finish outlining his intentions. He hastily took the rest upon himself. One of the four great detectives Lu Lu had once said on this slice of Gongdao, the people not to offend are not the police nor the gangsters, but the British. As long as you do not cross those foreigners, life can be lived comfortably. An assassination of a British police superintendent. Even the celebrated hitmen of the large societies would likely shrink from attempting it across the entire Gangdao. Yet Lu Zonghao accepted without hesitation. First, given his present situation, there was no retreat. Since death seemed inevitable either way, he might as well gamble for a sliver of life. Second, he had transmigrated here and was not a native of Gangdao. He lacked the instinctive lifelong dread that natives felt toward those domineering invaders. In his former life, he had been a businessman who opened gold mines in war-torn Africa. He was no saint and saw the reality of the situation more clearly than most. You agreed without even thinking. Bai Finxiang narrowed his eyes slightly. With that kind of nerve, I am more suspicious now of your motive for killing Dugu Bin. At that moment, Lu Zonghao wanted nothing more than to tear Bai Finxiang limb from limb, but he could only feign servility. Brother Chong, do you think I have any other choice if I wish to live? I have given you a chance to live. Whether you can seize it depends on you alone. With those words, Bai Finxiang rose from the sofa, stepped over Lu Zonghao's body, and headed for the door. Tell a dong to take him to see a doctor. Heal him quickly, and then get to work. To the north of Cheetah Jichang lay a chaotic, disorderly slum, an ugly blot on a rapidly developing city like a skin disease refusing to be cured. This place was the notorious tri-jurisdictional zone Jiulong Chengzhai, commonly called Jiaqing. After Bai Finxiang spared his life, Lu Zonghao was brought here. This enclave was lawless because when the Qing government lost the First Opium War and ceded Gangdao to the British, it declared that this parcel of land within Gangdao still belonged to China. By the Republican era, the mainland government did not want to provoke the British, so it avoided policing the area. Gradually, it became a lawless den. The hand of the law was kept firmly at bay by the walls of the walled city. On this mere 6-acre patch of land, more than 40,000 people crammed together. The irony was that this teeming slum of tens of thousands had only 8 water taps and 1 power cable secretly connected from outside. Water and electricity were tightly controlled by the gangs. To survive here, one had to pay extortion to the factions that ruled the place. A few years earlier, the Hong Kong police had once sent thousands to purge the underworld here, only to meet fierce backlash. The operation utterly failed, and the walled city became a wild, unbridled force, an open haven for criminals north of the Jiulong Peninsula. Since then, there had been an unspoken rule within the police: if fugitives fled into the walled city, they would not risk their lives to drag them out. Jiaqing represented the darkest depths of Gongdao, and yet it was also a crude cradle for social mobility. The most notorious success story was the unlicensed dental clinics run by mainland stowaways. Of course, those clinics did far more than pull teeth. In the era when societies flourished and gangsters were constantly injured, the low fees and the absence of police made Jiaqing the first choice for wounded ruffians seeking treatment. Inside one such illicit clinic with no anesthetic available, Lu Zonghao clenched a towel between his teeth as a doctor stitched his wounds. Compared to the pain of the sutures, his mind was occupied by another matter that determined his very future. Assassinating a British police superintendent was a cataclysmic deed that affected countless destinies. Although he had been forced to agree to Bai Finxiang's terms, the task ahead was far from simple. Outside, a dong and others stood guard, an explicit warning that any attempt to run would be met with lethal force. Like a trapped beast, Lu Zonghao understood that to live he must kill Ao Li Fu. Yet even if he succeeded by a fluke, how could he be sure Bai Finxiang would not silence him afterward to eliminate future risk? Kowloon walled city was divided into eastern and western districts. The western district housed ordinary residents, while the eastern district served as the stronghold of triad organizations. As Kowloon walled city existed in a legal gray zone, unregulated by Hong Kong authorities, Chinese mainland jurisdiction, or British colonial administration, criminal elements from Southeast Asia and local Hong Kong began flooding in from the 1950s onward. Through relentless power struggles, 2 dominant factions ultimately seized control of the walled city: the Ma Bang and the Xinyan. Notably, the Ma Bang, also known as 13K, served as the real-life prototype for the Dongxing Triad featured in the Young and Dangerous film series, revealing much about the relationship between these two organizations. For 10 consecutive days, Lu Zonghao had been confined to a room in an underground clinic. Indeed, it was confinement, not treatment. The clinic itself was a front business operated by the Xinyan, and this windowless chamber was specifically designed as an interrogation cell. Though Lu Zonghao suffered no further physical abuse, receiving timely wound care and regular meals, he knew clearly that Bai Finxiang now regarded him not as a man, but as a beast. A caged predator bred and kept solely to be unleashed upon command, ready to tear its prey apart at a moment's notice. Early one morning, Dong entered Lu Zonghao's room and tossed a box of rice rolls onto the table, then barked imperiously. The boss called again, this morning pressing for action. He's growing impatient. Lu Zonghao stretched his legs and shook his head. My mobility remains limited. I need at least 5 more days. Let me warn you, Dong snapped, delay won't solve anything. Don't even think about playing tricks. After delivering his threat, Dong declared with finality, I'll report to the boss and grant you exactly 5 more days. Fail to act by then, and you'll bear the consequences yourself. Lu Zonghao remained silent, picked up the rice rolls, and began eating. Where do you intend for me to carry out the hit? Dong kept his distance, eyes watchful. Brothers from our branch have been tailing Oliver these past few days. As for the location, it rests entirely with the boss's decision. Lu Zonghao, aware that Dong's men stood guard outside the door, merely lowered his gaze to his breakfast. I need a firearm. Dong rejected the request without hesitation. Impossible. A gun draws too much attention, too easily traces back to the organization. Firearms were indeed rampant across Hong Kong at the time, but aside from the Daquan gang whose members operated without legal status and lived perpetually on the run, local triads rarely resorted to guns in violent confrontations. This restraint stemmed not from cowardice, but from a critical legal loophole. Under British colonial rule, Hong Kong followed the common law system. Possession of an unlicensed firearm carried a minimum 7-year sentence. Discharging a weapon elevated the charge to second-degree murder at minimum, and depending on judicial interpretation, could even escalate to first-degree murder given the inherent intent implied by choosing a firearm. Conviction meant swift transformation into a lifer. By contrast, using a knife allowed defense counsel to argue spontaneity. Even if someone died, skilled legal maneuvering could reduce the charge to aggravated assault with far lighter sentencing. Exceptional lawyers might even secure acquittal. Hence, Hong Kong triad enforcers routinely wielded everyday tools, cleavers and melon knives, precisely to mitigate legal repercussions or facilitate bail after arrest. When precision killing was required, triads hired professional gunmen, but almost always recruited them from Taiwan, Macau, or mainland China, mirroring how Italian mafia bosses dispatched unknown assassins from Italy to commit murders in America before vanishing without a trace. According to triad customs, such hired killers were preferably orphans, ensuring silence would cost nothing should elimination become necessary. In Bai Finxiang's eyes, Lu Zonghao was precisely such a disposable pawn. So strong brother forbids firearms, intending to frame this as an accident. Upon hearing Dong's refusal to supply a gun, Lu Zonghao paused mid-bite. Without a firearm, acting alone, I cannot guarantee success against Oliver. You must provide me with 2 accomplices. I'll relay your request to strong brother, but whether he consents is beyond my control. With that icy remark, Dong turned and slammed the heavy iron door shut. The room plunged into gloom. Lu Zonghao, having lost all appetite, tossed half the rice rolls into the trash bin, lay back on the bed, and fixed his gaze, deep, unwavering, upon the bare fluorescent light overhead. He had considered reaching out to Huang Bingren of the Organized Crime and Triad Bureau for assistance. Yet in his memory, Huang Bingren was profoundly self-serving, caring less for Lu Zonghao's survival than for the intelligence he could deliver to advance his own career. Contacting Huang Bingren at such risk of exposure would likely worsen his predicament without yielding meaningful aid. The reason was simple: Huang Bingren dared not cross Oliver, and dared not cross the Xinyan either. Should he become entangled, the man might well betray Lu Zonghao outright, leaking his identity to the Xinyan to eliminate him covertly, thereby extricating himself cleanly and simply cultivating a new informant afterward. In that era of Hong Kong, the line between law enforcement and criminal underworld was indistinct. After long reflection, Lu Zonghao concluded there was only one person he could truly trust: himself. There was no turning back. The idle chatter of triad members beyond the door reminded him unceasingly that Oliver's death was now inevitable. To most Hong Kong residents, the British were ruling elites. To Lu Zonghao, they were mere invaders, killable and killed without remorse. In his former life as a businessman, Lu Zonghao had been ruthless and unflinching, believing no life held greater value than his own. With that thought, he rose from the bed and began rehabilitation exercises, push-ups performed despite his injuries. Years earlier, while operating gold mines in Africa, he had forged his strength through real combat and had since maintained rigorous martial training, retaining solid fundamentals. How to survive after assassinating Oliver remained utterly unclear to him, but at the very least he needed to ensure the mission succeeded rather than dying by Oliver's hand. 4 days passed in the blink of an eye. That evening, Dong re-entered Lu Zhonghao's room and sneered upon seeing him performing push-ups with his legs braced on the bed. "You seem to be recovering well. Won't delay tomorrow's operation, I hope." Lu Zhonghao countered, "Have my associates been arranged?" Dong turned toward the door. "Follow me." Lu Zhonghao took a deep breath, and for the first time in half a month stepped out of the room. At that moment, the game of fate had begun. Destiny was sealed. Upon crossing the river advances, undaunted, unstoppable. Traversing narrow shadow-draped alleys of the walled city, Dong led Lu Zhonghao into a vehicle and gestured toward a handsome young man in his early 20s. "This is Xing. He'll assist you in the operation." Xing extended his hand with a cheerful grin. "Hello, brother Hao. I'm Chen Yaoxing. Please take care of me." "Chen Yaoxing." Lu Zhonghao paused, faintly surprised. "I don't recall ever seeing you at the branch." Chen Yaoxing laughed. "I'm not a regular branch member. I worked as a valet at a bar on Baoling Street until last month when I joined the organization." Chen Yaoxing, the valet. Lu Zhonghao studied the youth's youthful face, and suddenly a memory surfaced. Instinctively he asked, "Do you like girls who stutter?" Chen Yaoxing blinked, baffled. Lu Zhonghao broke into quiet laughter, leaving both Chen Yaoxing and Dong utterly bewildered. Only he knew the truth. This unassuming young man would one day rise to legendary status as the Tiger of Wanchai. His exploits would later inspire a best-selling manga, and then a cinematic adaptation under a widely recognized alias, Chan Ho Nam. Lu Zhonghao exchanged glances with Chen Yaoxing, and seeing no one else in the car asked Dong, "I need 2 people. Why is there only one here?" "Look more, ask less," Dong replied coldly, then started the car, merging into the flow of traffic. For a brief moment, Lu Zhonghao considered attacking Dong or jumping out of the car. But it was only a fleeting thought, and he soon abandoned it. Not only because he noticed a large van following them from behind, but also because if he ran now, the White Powder Gang would undoubtedly see him as a traitor trying to assassinate the boss. At that time, there would be no place for him to stand on this vast Hong Kong island. The vehicle sped back to Yao Ma Ti, stopping in front of a night market. "Come with me," Dong said, opening the car door and striding into the depths of the night market with Lu Zhonghao and Chen Yaoxing following. To be honest, Chen Yaoxing was not as handsome as Zheng Yijian. He was merely pleasant to look at. Glancing at the young man who was 2 or 3 years younger than himself, Lu Zhonghao asked, "How were you selected? Was it a life and death draw?" In the gangs of Hong Kong Island, whenever faced with high-risk situations, the big bosses draw lots to select the underlings who will take the fall. Faced with such forced assignments, the underlings have no right to refuse, as when they joined the gang, they not only worshipped Guan Yu, but also accepted a kind of shackles. However, Chen Yaoxing's response exceeded Lu Zhonghao's expectations. "I wasn't drawn, I volunteered to participate." Lu Zhonghao frowned. "Don't you know what we're about to do?" "I'm just a parking boy responsible for parking cars at the nightclub entrance. I handle dozens of luxury cars daily, yet not a single one belongs to me. I can't even afford a rim with my annual salary." Chen Yaoxing's cheeks flushed from the flames of a nearby food stall. In this world, the bold ride dragons and tigers while the timid are doomed. "Without fighting for a higher position, I will never have a chance to stand out. I didn't join the gang just to be a loser." Though Lu Zhonghao had been on Hong Kong Island for quite a while, it was the first time he had truly come into contact with gangsters. He thought to himself, no wonder Chen Yaoxing would later become famous on Hong Kong Island. His way of thinking was indeed quite different from that of a normal person. Before Lu Zhonghao could ask another question, Dong suddenly stopped and pointed ahead with his chin. "There, the other person is him." Lu Zhonghao followed Dong's finger and saw a young man over 6 feet tall, muscular, and brawny, instantly feeling a sense of relief. Just imagining taking such a big guy along for the task filled him with a sense of security. However, Chen Yaoxing frowned. "Isn't that Desha Ju? Why are we working with him?" Seeing Chen Yaoxing's strange expression, Lu Zhonghao felt uneasy. "Is there something wrong with this guy?" Before Chen Yaoxing could respond, the towering Hong Guoju stood in front of a stall, glaring menacingly at the thin stall owner, who was at least 30 centimeters shorter than him. He said in a deep voice, "Pay your protection fee." The stall owner fiddled with the cart noodles in his hands, not looking up as he replied, "Get lost, no way." "All right," Hong Guoju said, sulking as he turned to the next stall. "Protection fee." Lu Zhonghao watched this harmonious collection scene and was stunned for 3 seconds before he remembered to ask, "Is that it?" Hong Guoju was originally a red stick in Mong Kok, but he was knocked silly in last year's gang fight. The bosses above, remembering his past contributions, assigned him to manage this night market. Chen Yaoxing scoffed. "You saw it too. He's now a lunatic, often exploding in violence, while sometimes acting like a fool, drifting in and out of consciousness. No underling dares to work with him. A once proud red stick now lives like a beggar. It's truly tragic." Lu Zhonghao couldn't help but be speechless, yet it made sense. Who else but someone as desperate as him or a madman like Chen Yaoxing would want to do this job? A normal person would never choose this path. At this moment, Dong had already walked up to Hong Guoju and called out, "Desha Ju, come here." Hong Guoju turned abruptly at the shout, glaring at Dong. "Don't call me Desha Ju. All right, can I call you a Jew instead?" Adong, aware of Hong Guoju's mental issues, didn't push the matter. The gang has a task for you. Come talk to me in the car. Gang. Hong Guoju chuckled. The gang can still remember a marginal figure like me. It must be a mission to send me to my death, right? Lu Zonghao whispered to Chen Yaoxing. He doesn't seem that foolish. Chen Yaoxing pointed to his head. It's intermittent. That's the hardest to deal with. Adong, seeing Hong Guoju returning to normal, said seriously, the task is assigned by the prince. Will you accept it? After a moment's hesitation, Hong Guoju followed along. The next day at 9 in the evening, Nathan Road in Kowloon connects the two major commercial districts of Mongkok and Tsim Sha Tsui, making it one of the most famous and bustling streets on Hong Kong Island. At this moment, the street was at its most lively, with people bustling and cars flowing, layered neon signs overhead obscuring the sky. Inside a van by the roadside, Lu Zonghao, Chen Yaoxing, and Hong Guoju sat together with serious expressions. Adong, who was driving, pointed with his chin to a shop across the street. Do you see that Haidu sauna? Oliver has a spinal condition and comes here every 3 days for treatment. If all goes well, he will be here tonight for a massage. He usually has police escorts when going elsewhere, but here, he only brings one driver who won't go upstairs. This is your best opportunity to strike. Lu Zonghao looked at the patrolling officers on both sides of the street and remarked, there are too many green uniforms here. If we make any mistakes, it will be hard to escape. That's not something I need to worry about. Adong stared coldly at Lu Zonghao. After the mission, if you encounter a chase, drive to the construction site on Soy Sauce Street. As long as you can reach there, my people will create chaos to cover for you, and some will be there to assist you in switching vehicles. Once you get in their car, you will be safe. Before Lu Zonghao could respond, Adong drew a handgun. Gentlemen, the path you choose is your own. The mission you accept is yours. I will be watching from the shadows. If anyone backs out today, don't expect any brotherly compassion from me. Hong Guoju scoffed at Adong's threat. You lack the guts to kill a foreign police officer, yet you have the audacity to threaten us. Do you think you're impressive? Brother Chong said that life is like a game of chess. Some are destined to be the pawns while others are meant to be the rooks. This is your fate, but not mine. Adong waved the handgun before the three of them, then pushed open the car door and merged into the crowd on the street. Silence. The inside of the car was eerily quiet. Hong Guoju was captivated by the flashing neon lights, lost in thought. However, Chen Yaoxing gazed at the two roaring sports cars that passed by, his eyes filled with longing. After this job one day, I too will drive my own sports car along Nathan Road. Lu Zonghao wrapped a strip of gauze around the handle of a beef knife for grip. Those who mix in this world have no tomorrow. Who can predict what will happen in the future? Chen Yaoxing smiled frivolously. It's just about killing a foreigner, or what's there to worry about? If I lack this kind of courage, how can I become a boss in the future? Lu Zonghao suddenly felt a twinge of envy towards Chen Yaoxing's naivety, glancing outside the car to see a Mercedes W116 parked in front of Haidu Sauna, and suddenly perked up. Here it comes. The sudden appearance of the Mercedes-Benz tightened the atmosphere inside the car. Only Hong Guoju remained transfixed, staring blankly at the scrolling LED sign. Oliver was under 40, weighed over 100 kilograms, and carried a heavy, bloated frame. True to Adong's intelligence report, Oliver stepped out of the car and was promptly ushered into Shidwa Sauna by a doorman, while the driver remained waiting at the entrance. A patrolling uniformed officer noticed the Mercedes parked illegally, approached, exchanged a few words, and then after a brief moment snapped a crisp salute to the driver before turning and walking away. From a distance, Lu Zonghao watched the scene unfold and spoke grimly. The intel is confirmed. Oliver entered alone. Let's divide responsibilities now. Ju and I will go in and act. Xing, you stay outside for extraction. Chen Yaoxing, hearing he would not enter, sounded oddly disappointed. Brother, how Ju's mind isn't sharp. Let me go in with you instead. Escape after success is just as critical as the strike itself. If we're cornered here, everything we've planned will be for nothing. Lu Zonghao fixed Chen Yaoxing with a serious gaze. You are indispensable to this plan. Precisely because Ju is unreliable, I need you outside to hold the line. Hong Guoju watched them both with an odd expression. Hey, you're discussing me like I'm not even here. Lu Zonghao laughed heartily and handed Hong Guoju a tube of adhesive. Lucky your mind's clear right now. Otherwise, I doubt I could even pin down that pale-skinned pig alone. At those words, Hong Guoju's eyes flickered with something complex, then fell silent as he began carefully applying the glue to his face. This disguise scheme had been Lu Zonghao's own idea. Assassinating a British police superintendent would send shockwaves across all of Hong Kong, and if their faces were recognized, their lives would effectively be over. He'd considered wearing a hood, but it would draw too much attention, likely alerting others long before they got near Oliver. After careful deliberation, impersonation remained the only viable path. Lu Zonghao spread a thin layer of adhesive across his face, then pressed strands of hair onto his cheeks. Within minutes, a thick, bristling beard transformed his appearance entirely. Adding a pair of glasses completed the metamorphosis, unrecognizable from before. Once preparations were complete, Lu Zonghao and Hong Guoju stepped out of the car and walked side by side towards Shidwa Sauna. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Welcome to Shidwa. The doorman greeted them warmly, and guided them into the lobby, then up the staircase to the second floor. At the entrance to the second floor sauna area stretched a corridor, its wall-mounted signs pointing respectively to the bathing zone and the lounge. Lu Zonghao glanced briefly at the signs and strode straight toward the lounge. A staff member stepped forward, blocking their path. "Sir, the changing rooms are to the left." Lu Zonghao withdrew a 500 HKD note from his pocket and slipped it into the attendant's breast pocket. "I'm meeting a friend." Instantly, the attendant's demeanor softened. "Please come in. I'll prepare coffee for you both." Sheedwa's second-floor lounge featured rows of sofa-style massage chairs. It was not peak hour, so most remained unoccupied. Lu Zonghao knew Oliver, given his rank, would never receive a massage in the common lounge, so he headed purposefully down the corridor leading to private rooms. Sheedwa was a legitimate sauna establishment, no illicit services offered. Each private room bore a circular peephole on its door, not aligned with the massage table, but positioned to reveal only the garments hung on the wall. As Lu Zonghao moved room to room, he murmured low to Hong Guoju, "Oliver seems physically fit. Once we burst and you subdue him, I'll handle the blade." Hong Guoju followed steadily behind him. Suddenly, Lu Zonghao froze. Through the peephole on the left, Oliver's suit hung unmistakably on the wall. Huh. Lu Zonghao took several deep breaths to steady himself, then kicked the door open. Now. With Lu Zonghao's shout, Hong Guoju exploded into motion, driving a brutal kick into his lower back. In that instant, Lu Zonghao felt as though struck by a speeding car, catapulted through the half-open door and crashing headlong into the room. Before Lu Zonghao could react further, Hong Guoju lunged like a crouching tiger, raining furious wild punches upon him. "You bastard!" Lu Zonghao raised his arms to shield against the hammering fists, frustration boiling within him. Why now? Why of all moments did this lunatic choose to lose control? Fights were common in saunas. The masseur inside, sensing danger, fled the room instantly. The commotion startled Oliver, who was mid-massage. He propped himself up and barked furiously in fluent Cantonese, "Where the hell did you two punks come from? Get out and brawl elsewhere." Thump, thump, thump. Hong Guoju ignored everything around him. His sole focus was Lu Zonghao. His massive fists hammered down with mechanical rhythm like pile drivers. "Hey, didn't you hear me?" Used to commanding authority, Oliver strode forward and delivered a hard kick to Hong Guoju's thigh. "I'm Superintendent Oliver of West Kowloon Police Station. Do you want to rot in prison?" Thump. The kick struck Hong Guoju's shoulder, staggering him momentarily, before he charged Oliver with bloodshot eyes. "Dio Na Sing." Oliver sidestepped the punch, seized Hong Guoju's arm, and countered with astonishing agility, driving his knee hard into Hong Guoju's abdomen. Then came a rapid flurry of blows. Oliver forced Hong Guoju backward step by step. Hong Guoju absorbed several heavy strikes, seized an opening, and shoved Oliver away, snatching up the glass ashtray from the table. Oliver reacted faster, already retreating several paces as he drew a Browning high-power pistol, standard issue for the Flying Tigers, from his jacket pocket, aiming squarely at Hong Guoju. "Fuck your mother. You dare raise your hand against me? Don't you know I was a Flying Tigers instructor before transferring to Kowloon and served with Britain's SAS? Hands on your head, face the wall, and squat." Whoosh. As Oliver shouted, Lu Zonghao erupted from the side, his beef knife flashing downward in a lethal arc. Shink. Blood sprayed across the white wall. Oliver's right index and middle fingers severed cleanly. The pistol clattered to the floor and slid beneath the massage bed. Seeing the weapon disarmed, Lu Zonghao struck again, this time slashing toward Oliver's throat. Shink. Oliver caught the glint of silver, instinctively seized the blade with his bleeding hand, then clamped his fingers around Lu Zonghao's throat and slammed him backward into the wall. The crushing pressure stole Lu Zonghao's breath, leaving him momentarily powerless. He had never imagined this seemingly soft-spoken official was a trained Special Forces operative. Oliver pinned Lu Zonghao and drove a vicious knee into his ribs. "Brat, you're dead." HSSSS. Lu Zonghao gasped. A searing pain told him his ribs were broken. He writhed desperately, trying to counterattack, but the gulf in weight and strength rendered resistance futile. Just as Lu Zonghao believed death inevitable, Hong Guoju lunged forward, swinging the ashtray in a full brutal arc toward Oliver's skull. Thud. Oliver's eyes rolled back in his head. "You son of a bitch." Seizing the opening, Lu Zonghao slashed wildly at Oliver's throat. Shink. Oliver flinched instinctively at the flash of steel, his cheek split open, skin peeling back to expose tongue and teeth. Arg. Pain tore from his throat in a raw animal cry. Survival instinct ignited. He launched himself forward like a cannonball, shoving Hong Guoju aside, snatched a fruit knife from the wardrobe, and slashed toward his neck. At that critical moment, Lu Zonghao threw himself forward, taking the fatal blow across his back to shield Hong Guoju. Oliver seized the chance and bolted for the door. Splattered with blood, Lu Zonghao shot after him, eyes blazing crimson. "Grab him. Don't let him escape." Alifu staggered out of the private room with his cheeks split open by a blade wielded by Lu Zonghao, his face a grotesque ruin that sent the masseuses and patrons into a chorus of screams. He no longer cared about anything else. clad only in a pair of shorts, his jiggling flesh trembling as he sprinted for the exit. Get out of my way. Lu Zonghao, seeing Aolifu flee, was filled with panic and fury. Eyes hard as knives, he burst from the room and chased after him, following the trail of blood on the floor. Aolifu, running ahead, heard Lu Zonghao's roar and, like a frightened rabbit, snatched up a vacuum flask by the door and hurled it back. Then he clamped his hand to his groin and propelled his legs like spinning wheels. A 200-kilogram man, somehow running with the speed and swagger of Bolt. With a dull thud, the flask struck at Lu Zonghao's feet. Scalding water splashed up over his legs. The searing pain twisted his face. Though he forced himself to continue the chase, his pace noticeably slackened. Seizing the fleeting chance, Aolifu stumbled downstairs and threw himself onto his Mercedes, yanking at the handle with frantic hands. The driver, who had been ogling a long-legged beauty across the street, was startled and swore loudly, "Damn it, who's so blind?" He recognized the figure by his build, then froze at the sight of the bloodied, mangled face. MMR. Aolifu. Aolifu could not form words, his face was too mangled. He pounded at the window with his fists until the driver finally snapped to attention and unlocked the door. With a clang, Aolifu yanked open the door, about to clamber inside. At that moment, Lu Zonghao had already burst out of the sauna, brought his cleaver down across Aolifu's arm, and while the man howled from the pain, kicked him away from the car's threshold. The driver cursed at the sight of his boss being chased, and leapt from the vehicle and drew a pistol from the small of his back. The engine roared. Before the driver could raise his gun, Chun Jiaoxing's car shot forward and smashed into him, sending him flying 6 or 7 meters. The blade made a wet, slicing sound. Taking advantage of Aolifu's fall, Lu Zonghao rained chaotic cuts toward his neck. Aolifu raised his arm to shield his vital areas. The reversed blade exposed raw flesh and yellow-white layers of subcutaneous fat, blood flowing freely. Aolifu, sensing his life slipping away, let out a bestial roar. He headbutt through a cut, grabbed Lu Zonghao's leg and toppled him, then surged to press his weight down over him. At that instant, Hong Guoju finally closed the distance from behind, plunging over Aolifu and pinning him to the ground while shouting, "Finish him." Hong Guoju's reminder was unnecessary. Lu Zonghao knew this was a rare opening. Without even rising, he pushed off the ground, threw himself across Aolifu, forced back the scalp with one hand, and with the other gripped the cleaver and drove it toward the throat with brutal force. The puddle at the curb mirrored the neon blaze and the motion of Lu Zonghao's knife. The blade sank home. Aolifu spat a mouthful of blood into the puddle, his pupils dilated, and the spark of life faded from his eyes. Their brawl had drawn a swarm of onlookers. Chun Jiaoxing slammed his horn and barked, "Get in. Move." The distant blast of a police whistle cut through the chaos. Uniformed officers patrolling Mi Dun Dao came rushing over, shouting to disperse the crowd and placing hands on their holsters. To buy a sliver of time, Lu Zonghao scooped up the pistol the driver had dropped and fired it straight into the air. The gunshot echoed along Mi Dun Dao as the bullet struck a sign overhead and showered sparks. Taking advantage of the officers seeking cover, Lu Zonghao and Hong Guoju vaulted into the van. Lu hauled at Chun Jiaoxing's seat and shouted, "Go." "Hold on." Chun Jiaoxing snarled. He threw the van into gear, blew the tires for a heartbeat, then shot forward like an arrow into the stream of traffic. A uniformed officer taking cover nearby grabbed his radio and reported, "I am Patrol Officer 24854 of Yuma-D Precinct." He relayed urgently, "A violent brawl at Shiduo Sauna on Mi Dun Dao. An armed suspect has injured people and fled northbound in a vehicle bearing plate KU4512. He continued, requesting backup. "Repeat, the suspect driving plate KU4512 is heading north on Mi Dun Dao. Armed, number of suspects unknown." Inside the roaring van, Lu Zonghao leaned against the body and breathed in ragged gasps. The wounds on his torso, only just stitched, had burst open again. He looked like a man painted in fresh red. Hong Guoju shook his head, dazed. "Did I just have another episode?" Exhausted, Lu Zonghao had no energy to argue. He answered wearily, "As long as it's done." Chun Jiaoxing peered at the motorcycles with flashing lights blocking the street ahead and yelled to the others, "Sit tight. I have to ram through those cops, or we can't make it to Chiyu Street. We killed Aolifu. The cocaine boss will almost certainly want to silence us." Only then did Lu Zonghao realize their peril was far from over. He buckled his belt and shouted, "Can we shake those cops and circle to another route?" Chun Jiaoxing kept his foot down. Mi Dun Dao is jammed. Aside from the construction detour onto Chiyu Street, there's no other route. If we can't ditch the uniformed patrol before the plainclothes arrive, we're finished. A warning shot cracked from the officers behind cover, a single report that split the night air. A voice bellowed, "This is the Royal Island Police. Pull over and surrender immediately for inspection." Lu Zonghao, knowing the danger of being boxed, and set his jaw and spat, "Screw you." He steadied the pistol against the windshield and fired. Bullets rattled, sparks flew where rounds struck the parked motorcycles. Chun Jiaoxing seized the moment while the officers dodged and plowed through the line of motorcycles, fishtailing past cones and into the barricaded Chiyu Street. The van bucked over the rough road. Lu Zonghao gripped the revolver, 2 bullets left, his heart hammering. Apart from Adon's planned escape route, they had nowhere else to fall back to. Now he could only take one desperate gamble bet that fate had mercy that he would somehow survive the night. Chen Yaoxing sped his car onto Guyu Street, where road repairs were underway, and jolted forward along the uneven surface for roughly 200 meters, when suddenly 2 dump trucks appeared ahead. Lu Zonghao held his breath, gripping his firearm tightly, ready to leap from the vehicle and fight to the death. The 2 dump trucks did not attempt to intercept them. Instead, they passed by and dumped their full loads of rubble onto the road, completely sealing it off. Though Adon and his men had promised to block pursuing forces, Lu Zonghao remained vigilant. After all, even if Bai Finchang intended to silence them permanently, he would certainly not wish for the police to witness such a scene. We've reached the construction site. Chen Yaoxing's words snapped Lu Zonghao back to reality as the battered paint-scarred minibus swerved shakily into the roadside construction compound. Whooshed! The moment the minibus entered the yard, headlights flared from the darkness ahead. A young man leaned out of a nearby vehicle and shouted, "The mobile response unit is en route. This place is no longer safe. Get in the car now." As Chen Yaoxing slowed the vehicle, Lu Zonghao's gaze remained sharply fixed on the surrounding shadows, but he detected no sign of hidden figures. Could it be that Bai Finchang truly harbored a sliver of mercy and had no intention of harming them? Only after the vehicle came to a full stop, and still finding no trace of ambush, did Lu Zonghao finally relax. He poured a canister of gasoline into the minibus and set it ablaze before striding toward another waiting van. The driver inside glanced up as Lu Zonghao tugged at the front passenger door and jerked his chin toward the rear. The co-pilot door's broken. Go around back. Wincing from searing pain across his body, Lu Zonghao climbed in without hesitation. Seeing only a single row of seats behind, he took a seat and asked, "Where do we go next?" "I only drive. I won't answer questions." With those words, the driver turned the key and roared the engine to life. As the engine revved, a figure erupted from behind the rear seats, gloved hands seizing a bicycle brake cable and wrenching it viciously around Lu Zonghao's throat. Ugh! A wave of suffocating agony wrenched a guttural groan from him. He tried to raise his arms, but the crushing pressure robbed him of even the strength to resist. From the corner of his eye, he saw Hong Guoju and Chen Yaoxing suffering identical assaults. Within seconds, blood welled across Lu Zonghao's skin. The mounting intracranial pressure felt as though it might burst his eyes from their sockets. Struggling in vain, Lu Zonghao managed one final effort. His hand fumbled to his waist, pressed the gun barrel against the seat, and fired. Bang! The gunshot startled the youth behind him. He clutched his abdomen and shrieked in agony. The sudden report left the assassin stunned. According to their intelligence, Lu Zonghao's group carried no firearms whatsoever. Thud! Before catching his breath, Lu Zonghao drove a furious fist into the face of the man strangling Hong Guoju. "You motherfucker!" Spurred by blinding pain, Hong Guoju erupted into berserk fury, like a maddened bull, charging the rear seats alongside Chen Yaoxing and unleashing brutal, unrelenting blows upon their captors. Spotting the driver reaching for the door, Lu Zonghao braced himself against the seat and pressed the muzzle hard against the man's skull. "Don't move." Trembling, the driver pleaded, "Boss, this isn't personal. I'm just a driver, a low-level lackey. It has nothing to do with me. Please don't shoot." "What the hell do you take me for, a fool, eh?" Lu Zonghao tightened his grip. "Bai Finchang ordered you to kill us and cover it up. Am I right?" Terrified beyond reason, the driver stammered, "I've never met Bai Finchang. My orders came from Adon. He said that once you succeeded, police involvement was likely. So we were told to eliminate you quietly, without bloodshed, then remove the bodies." "Brother, I'm just a street thug. Please spare me." A flash of cold fury crossed Lu Zonghao's eyes. "If you carry grudges into the afterlife, don't drink the Mengpa soup at the Naya Bridge. I'll send Bai Finchang down to settle accounts with you." "Boss!" Bang! The gunshot echoed. The glass spattered crimson. Lu Zonghao turned from the driver's corpse. Behind him, the attackers lay motionless, while Hong Guoju, still enraged, gripped the youth's head and slammed it repeatedly into the floor. Chen Yaoxing stared at the crushed skull in Hong Guoju's hands and seized his arm tightly. "Aju, you've done enough. He's already dead." Huff, huff. Hong Guoju, now regaining composure, inhaled the thick coppery scent of blood and murmured, bewildered, "Tonight we killed a British police superintendent and several Triad brothers besides. There may no longer be any refuge for us in Hong Kong." Lu Zonghao dragged the driver's body into the front passenger seat, climbed into the driver's position, and tossed his empty handgun through the window into the burning minibus. "We acted for the Triad and earned our merit. Bai Finchang will never publicly admit to eliminating loyal operatives. Any strike must remain covert. If we escape, we still have a chance to survive. The real question now is, where do we run?" Chen Yaoxing paused briefly, then vaulted over the seat into the front. "Brother Hao, hand me the wheel." Lu Zonghao raised an eyebrow. "Do you know a safe haven? In Hong Kong, nothing carries greater gravity than assassinating a foreign official, and with Bai Finchang's immense influence across both legal and underworld spheres, no hiding place would remain undiscovered." Even as he spoke, Chen Yaoxing engaged the gear and steered the vehicle out of the construction site. But there is one man who may shield us. I know Mr. Su Long. You know the chief instructor? Hong Guoju blurted out. The name struck Lu Zonghao with equal force, resonating like thunder. Su Long, the elder statesman of the Sinian Triad, stood second only to its leader Xiang Yan. He had also served as the trusted right-hand man of Xiang Yan's father, the legendary Nine Dragons Emperor Xiang Qian, and thus belonged to Xiang Yan's uncle's generation. A dual-flower redstick master, Su Long was hailed across the underworld as the fiercest man alive and the father of Muay Thai. Among Sinian's famed 5 tigers and 10 heroes, many were Su Long's disciples, and even rival triad leaders counted themselves among his students. His most renowned protege was none other than the comedic legend Chao Sing Sing. Having founded a martial arts academy and accepted countless pupils, Su Long earned the enduring epithet chief instructor. Leaving the construction site, Chen Yaoxing guided the vehicle into a narrow alley, bypassing main roads. As he continued, months ago, Uncle Long visited the nightclub where I worked as a valet. He happened upon me fighting someone and declared me promising. He took me as his disciple. It was precisely this admiration that led me to join Sinian. Surprised? Then why start at the lowest rank? As a Si Gao Jai? Hong Guoju asked. Chen Yaoxing replied matter-of-factly. In the underworld, leadership built solely on connections commands no respect. Aju, don't distract Ah Xing while he drives. First we evade the police. Lu Zonghao, hearing Chen Yaoxing's account, felt the first glimmer of hope pierce the darkness. Their assassination of Oliver had been carried out in service to the Triad, and Baifin Chang's decision to silence them stemmed solely from fear that exposure would incinerate him. Yet if they could reach Su Long, their lives would be secured, not because he was bound by chivalric honor, but because at his stature reputation eclipsed all else. To execute loyal members who had delivered critical victories would ignite catastrophic repercussions, reverberating not only upon Su Long himself, but upon the entire Triad's standing and credibility. At this stage, Hong Kong Island was the most vibrant era for gangs, among which the most renowned powers were the Sini and Ma Bang and Xinghe, 3 gangs that once dominated Hong Kong Island. These 3 factions stood at the pinnacle of the Hong Kong underworld, akin to the Wei Shu and Wu of the Three Kingdoms period. In this tripartite stalemate, countless conflicts and vendettas unfolded. Hong Kong Island is divided into 3 primary areas consisting of the island itself, the Kowloon Peninsula, and the New Territories. To this day, these 3 gangs remain the strongest forces within these regions. Among them, Xinghe boasts the largest membership, with its main force based in the New Territories. The Ma Bang is chaotic within, with the leaders of its lower factions acting independently, lacking any unity, yet they occupy the island due to their deep-rooted heritage. It is against this backdrop that Sinian successfully occupied regions such as Tai Pa Kun Tong and Hung Ham, establishing its headquarters in Tsim Sha Tsui and gradually rising in Kowloon. Soy Sauce Street is only 3 kilometers away from Tsim Sha Tsui, and the speed-loving Chen Xiaoxing often participates in underground car races as a driver, becoming intimately familiar with various routes in the Kowloon area. Under his skilled driving, the van navigated a route that seemed nearly impossible for vehicles, arriving at a dark alley in Tsim Sha Tsui. "We're here, follow me." Chen Xiaoxing confirmed that no one was paying attention to their vehicle, opened the door, and led the 2 towards a slightly ajar small door in the distance. The hall inside this door was quite spacious, containing only a television and a circle of sofas filled with burly young men. Upon seeing the blood-soaked trio, someone immediately stood up, warily asking, "Stop. What are you doing here?" "Brother Ning, it's me, Ah Xing." Chen Xiaoxing stepped into the light, allowing the other party to recognize him. "I have an urgent matter to discuss with Uncle Long. Could you please relay my message?" Brother Ning recognized Chen Xiaoxing and looked outside. "Ah Xing, what happened to you? Are you being chased?" Chen Xiaoxing spoke ambiguously. "Brother Ning, please don't ask. I really have an urgent matter. I need your help. How about I treat you to drinks tomorrow, and we go to the Sarah nightclub for some fun?" Brother Ning resonated with Chen Xiaoxing's plight. Seeing his miserable state, he agreed. "Uncle Long is currently discussing matters with several uncles of the gang. I can notify him, but he might need to wait a bit to see you." Lu Zonghao heard Brother Ning's response, hesitated briefly, then suddenly sprang into action, rushing up the stairs at incredible speed. "Hey, what the hell do you think you're doing?" Brother Ning did not expect Lu Zonghao to make such a move. It was only when he charged towards the staircase that he reacted. "Stop him. Protect Uncle Long." In a desperate bid for survival, Lu Zonghao exerted all his strength, leaving a trail of blood on the stairs, racing up to the 2nd floor. Seeing the light coming from the door ahead, he rushed forward. He pushed open the door, revealing 5 people seated around an office desk, 3 of whom appeared to be in their 60s or 70s, while 2 others were younger. Among them, a robust man in his 40s who looked impressive was Su Long, the head of Sinian. Though these uncles of Sinian were older, they were all ruthless men who had tasted blood. Especially when Su Long saw a blood-soaked stranger appear, he instinctively drew a katana that was merely a decoration on the desk. Lu Zonghao had come here seeking survival, and was naturally wary of causing misunderstandings, so he stood at the door, without stepping further, "Esteemed uncles, I implore you to save me." As the story unfolds, there is an amusing anecdote that must be mentioned. Many people are unaware that the predecessors of these gangs in Hong Kong Island were almost all special agents of the Nationalist Army, and Sini is no exception. The founder of Sini in Xiangqian was a subordinate of the infamous military intelligence agent Dai Li. The establishment of Sini ANS Industrial and Commercial Association was merely a facade, essentially serving as a cover for the agent's work. However, as public sentiment turned towards the mainland, the role of Sini and became minimal, prompting spy organizations like Ma Bang and Shenghe to transform, gradually evolving into Jianghu groups. When Xiangqian was carving out his territory, his close associates, Chun Wu, Lin Jing, Lin Sheng, and Huang Yuan, were known as the first four tigers of Sinian. Later on, when Xiangqian's identity as a spy was exposed, he was expelled from Hong Kong and fled to the Treasure Island, where he selected a favored successor from among his 13 children born to his fourth wife, namely the current leader Xiang Yan. After the first four tigers supported Xiang Yan's rise, Chen Wu and Huang Yuan had little faith in this new leader, gradually fading from the underworld. The remaining Lin brothers, however, still hold significant influence within the gang, with Lin Jing even being referred to as the Grand Steward. Among those drinking tea with Su Long today is Chun Wu, one of the first four tigers. He squinted at Lu Zonghao standing before him and asked, "Calling us uncles, are you a brother of the gang?" Lu Zonghao declared loudly, "That's right. I'm a member from the Yao Ma Ti faction, and tonight I was tasked by the gang to take down British Police Inspector Oliver." Su Long's expression changed in shock at Lu Zonghao's exclamation, "Kid, shut your mouth." Lu Zonghao intended this very outcome. He rushed upstairs upon hearing that the uncles were having a meeting here. The matter of his assassination of Oliver should have been a closely guarded secret one that must not be spoken of, yet these uncles, having vested interests in the gang, were the last people who wanted trouble to befall it. And Lu Zonghao had already achieved merit for the gang. The more people who knew about this incident, the safer he would be. In other words, the moment he revealed his assassination of Oliver, he had already dragged these gang elders into the fray, using them as his shield. At that moment, Brother Ning also burst into the office, tackling Lu Zonghao to the ground. "Esteemed uncles, please forgive us. This idiot came with Ashing Yu. I didn't expect him to be so uncouth. Enough. You all can leave. I need to have a word with him." Su Long pondered for a moment, waving his hand. "Everyone who came with him stay behind." With the order from the head instructor, everyone hurriedly exited, leaving only Lu Zonghao, Hong Guoju, and Chen Xiaoxing in the room. One uncle recognized Hong Guoju, looking somewhat surprised. "Isn't this Ah Ju from Mong Kok? Have you recovered from your illness?" "Give my regards to your mother." Hong Guoju chuckled, drooling slightly, clearly having relapsed. At this moment, Chun Wu was more concerned about another matter, glaring fiercely at Lu Zonghao. "You just said you assassinated a British bloke, a police inspector. Which bastard ordered you to do that?" "Uncle Chen, please calm down. I know the details of this matter." Su Long answered for Lu Zonghao. "The order came from the leader and was handed over to the prince to handle. Since this kid came from Yao Ma Ti, he should be one of the prince's subordinates." Xiang Yan. Chen Wu's expression turned even more serious. "He's been increasingly reckless. In our gang, there are two red lines that absolutely must not be crossed. First, do not provoke the police, and second, do not harm reporters. Not only did he kill a police officer, but it was a British one. If you knew about this, why didn't you stop him?" "Uncle Chen, times have changed." Su Long stood up and refilled Chun Wu's cup. "The economy of Hong Kong Island is currently in a booming phase. Whoever can control the economy can have a say in the Jianghu. The leader has been seeking transformation, preparing to enter the film industry, but has faced repeated obstacles. That damned Oliver had just recently had a teacup thrown at him by an actress in his office. But we all know Oliver does not represent that actress. The forces behind him are either Ma Bang or Shenghe. As long as this person remains, we cannot develop." "Nonsense. Do you think that by taking out the British police inspector we will have room to develop?" Though Chun Wu was furious, being a seasoned individual, he suppressed his anger and ordered, "With the British bloke dead, it will inevitably trigger a major earthquake in Hong Kong. Immediately notify everyone to halt any illegal businesses to avoid being swept up by the police." "Uncle Chun, we can't stop business." Lu Zonghao suddenly interjected. "If we prepare in advance, won't it suggest to the police that Sinian is guilty and cannot distance itself from this incident?" As Lu Zonghao finished speaking, another younger middle-aged man suddenly slammed the table. "Do you even understand the rules of the Jianghu? Uncle Chun is speaking. Oh, when did it become your place as a lackey to voice your opinions?" "No, he makes a valid point." Chun Wu raised his hand to stop the middle-aged man. "Assassinating a British police officer is no small matter. Although Hong Kong Island is nominally governed by the rule of law, those British bastards have never granted us true human rights. If they suspect our society, it will be a catastrophe for the Xinyan." Su Long glanced at Lu Zonghao and said quietly, "Uncle Chen, actually the leader considered what would happen after Oliver's death before taking action, but this person must be eliminated, otherwise the society's progress will be hindered. This was a decision made after weighing the options." Bang! Chun Wu trembled with anger at these words. Nonsense. While Xinyan is indeed inherited by the Xiang family, it is not solely theirs. We have 100,000 disciples on Hong Kong Island, all relying on the society for their livelihoods. This matter pertains to the survival of the society, and not even an internal meeting was held. Do you really think the society is a one-man show of the Xiang family? Another elder advised, Old Chen, calm down. There's an old saying in China, a new emperor brings in new ministers. Now the society is under a Yan's leadership, and we old fellows are no longer of use. You speak so lightly, but don't forget that the foundation of Xinyan was built by us old-timers. A child selling his father's land feels no pain. This person sitting on the throne will never know what the ones who climbed to power experienced. Since my leader left Hong Kong Island telling me to safeguard Xinyan, I cannot let others recklessly gamble with the society, even if that person is his own son. Chun Wu stood up from his chair and in a commanding tone said to Su Long, prepare the car immediately. I need to meet Xiang Yan. Yes, I will have someone prepare it right away, but Uncle Chen, please calm down. The leader is young and impetuous, and it's inevitable that he will act somewhat aggressively. Su Long was comfortingly speaking to Chun Wu when he picked up the landline to ask his subordinate to prepare the car, but noticed that Lu Zonghao and the other two had not left, raising an eyebrow. You three are Prince's men. Why are you here, instead of returning to the hall after finishing the task? Chen Yaoxing recalled their encounter with the attack and couldn't help but feel angry. Uncle Long, it's all that White Finxiang's doing. Lu Zonghao interrupted Chen Yaoxing, speaking quickly. Uncle Long, we originally intended to return to the hall after finishing the task, but there was an unexpected incident on the way back, and the police have sealed off the route, leaving us no choice but to come here to hide. He said this not out of fear of offending White Finxiang, but because he knew that even if Chen Yaoxing revealed these matters, it wouldn't change anything regarding White Finxiang. According to the rules of the society, if one's subordinates make mistakes, only their own leader can handle it. The elders like Uncle Chen understand the Jianghu rules and will naturally not make exceptions for the lower ranks. On the island, the various factions under the society often engage in fierce conflicts. Although everyone is under the same tree, each faction is merely a small branch below. Even within the relatively united Xinyan and Shenghe, members have been known to harm each other and even resort to murder for the position of a faction leader. Though the gangsters claim to prioritize righteousness, their essence is still about making illicit gains. Loyalty is easy to speak of, but when it comes to truly holding it in one's heart, it's guaranteed to lead to a quick demise. This was also the reason Lu Zonghao stopped Chen Yaoxing from speaking. Although White Finxiang is of poor character, he was promoted by the prince. If this matter were to be handed over to the prince faced with the nameless lowlife who dared to report him and the one he personally recommended at the Yao Mati venue, it wouldn't be hard to guess which side the prince would protect. At this moment, Su Long was eager to calm Chen Wu down and had no mind to deal with them. He picked up the landline and dialed the internal number downstairs. Send Shaiyang up. Before long, a burly man walked into the office. Boss, you called for me. Prepare a car. I need to accompany Uncle Chen to meet Mr. Xiang. Su Long paused for a moment, pointing at Lu Zonghao and the others. Treat their wounds, then inform their leader to come quickly and take them away. Don't cause trouble here. Yes. Shaiyang agreed, gesturing for the three to follow. You three come with me downstairs. Lu Zonghao had just run upstairs and had already torn his wounds. It was now difficult for him to even take a step. Fortunately, Hong Guiju regained his senses and carried him down. Su Long owned a boxing gym, and since his disciples often bumped into each other, there were quite a few people who understood medical skills. A young man finished treating the wounds of the three and left them in the treatment room. I've already contacted your leader. He will come to pick you up shortly. Just wait here. Lu Zonghao, bandaged like a mummy, nodded in gratitude. Thank you. After the young man left, Chen Yaoxing complained to Lu Zonghao, Brother, why didn't you let me tell Uncle Long the real situation earlier? Today we were clearly trapped by White Finxiang, nearly falling into his trap. According to the society's rules, White Finxiang betraying his comrades should result in having his eyes gouged out and hands chopped off. Uncle Long is an elder of the society. With him seeking justice, what do we have to fear? Rules can restrain people, but they cannot restrain everyone. In the eyes of us lower ranks, the rules are golden laws, but to those above us, they are merely empty words. Do you still expect them to use the terms meant to restrain us to control themselves? Lu Zonghao lit a cigarette, attempting to suppress the intense pain of his wounds with nicotine. The assassination of Oliver is inherently a disgraceful matter. The society will definitely not allow this matter to escalate, as it's not even something they dare to speak about. How can it be brought to trial? Chen Yaoxing's chest heaved. We nearly got killed by that White Finxiang today, but don't you feel any emotions about this? Lu Zonghao calmly replied, What can my emotions do? The power of the society comes from the upper echelons. Killing White Finxiang would be easy, but who would promote someone who dares to kill even their own leader? Even when I eliminated the traitor Du Guobin for the society, White Finxiang held a grudge against me. Isn't that lesson deep enough? Chen Yaoxing clenched his fists. Are we really going to do nothing? Endurance is the best choice for now. Lu Zonghao exhaled a puff of smoke, and in his eyes veiled by the smoke a trace of imperceptible killing intent flashed. Sitting beside him, Hong Guoju, who rarely regained his clarity, looked at the blood-stained bandage on Lu Zonghao's back, feeling guilty. How if it weren't for me today, our mission wouldn't have encountered so many complications. I nearly got you killed, and you still shielded me from the knife. Thank you. Lu Zonghao said nothing more, just smiled. We are all in the same boat. There's no need to be polite. Bang! Just then the treatment room door was pushed open and White Finxiang entered with a dong and several other brothers. Lu Zonghao pretended to stand. Boss, you're here. With such serious injuries, don't be polite. White Finxiang quickly stepped forward and gently pressed Lu Zonghao's shoulder. Today the three of you have contributed greatly to the society. I will reward you accordingly. Lu Zonghao did not mention his near-murder incident, pretending to be sincere. Boss, you are too kind. We are part of the society. Contributing is what we should do. Seeing Lu Zonghao's performance, White Finxiang tacitly offered no explanation. Why did you come here? Lu Zonghao smiled and replied, the police were pursuing too closely and we had no way to escape, so we had to come to Uncle Long for shelter, unexpectedly encountering several uncles of the society. White Finxiang's eyes glimmered. Did you say anything? Lu Zonghao blinked. I dared not hide anything from the bosses, so I explained the details of the assassination of Oliver. The uncles praised your straightforwardness and bravery. White Finxiang stared at Lu Zonghao, pondering for a moment, then smiled and patted his arm. Rest assured, you have contributed to the society. I will fulfill my promise. Go back to recuperate, and once the storm passes you will be the leader of New Phil Street. Bai Finxiang received Lu Zonghao and others at the boxing gym and immediately led them away, arranging them in a news interview vehicle while he himself sat in a Ford sedan. As they progressed along the way, a large number of police had already appeared on both sides of the street, with personnel stationed at every intersection. That night the island was extraordinarily lively. Not only were the riot police, flying tiger team, and assault team all deployed, but even plainclothes officers were sent to the streets on duty, including lesser-known organizations such as the Child Abuse Investigation Team, as well as a large number of police academy students armed with truncheons and village patrols. That night, all police officers in Hong Kong canceled their vacations and stood ready, with the water police implementing a full waterway lockdown. This situation hadn't occurred in over a decade, except during the British government's suppression of the anti-British protests in 1964. Chen Yaoxing was indeed brave, but facing such a grand setup, it was unavoidable that he felt a pang of fear. I didn't expect that eliminating one Oliver would trigger such a huge earthquake. Even the rookie cops are on the streets. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Lu Zonghao blurted out. Based on his memories, there are only over 2,000 royal police in the island, yet they have to manage more than 5 million citizens, including over 5,000 Triad members. The pressure is immense. Tonight, with a British person dead, it's likely that Governor MacLehose has been alerted, and with pressure from the Hong Kong government, can the police headquarters not be on high alert? Chen Yaoxing looked at Lu Zonghao in surprise, suspiciously asking, brother, how do you know so much about the cops? Lu Zonghao realized he had misspoken and quickly changed the subject. When we're out here, we need to use our brains. The police are the nemesis of gangsters. Without understanding them, how can we navigate the underworld? Moreover, these matters are even reported in the newspapers, so they aren't a secret. Hong Guoju looked at the blocked traffic on the street and the vehicles being inspected at the intersections by the so-called Blue Hat riot police. What if they notice the injuries on all of us when they check our vehicle? Once exposed, should we fight back? In response to Hong Guoju's concerns, Lu Zonghao replied lightly, don't worry, Bai Finxiang is very clever, and this disguised vehicle is arranged quite skillfully. Our vehicle has the Zhongbao insignia sprayed on it. The police won't stop us. In this era, not only do gangs avoid the media, but the police also dread them. The Hong Kong, governed by the British government, claims to uphold freedom of speech, but it is merely a facade. In this place, the media can say anything, but they absolutely cannot write negative news about the British. The founder of the Zhongbao newspaper, Fu Zhaoshu, was born in Jiangxi and graduated from Shanghai Law School, having worked under the military and political leader Yin Xishan in Shaanxi. Before 1946, this individual went to the Treasure Island and founded the Baodao Daily in 1976, but 2 years ago, due to his criticism of the Baodao government, he angered the authorities, and his newspaper was forcibly acquired by the island's defense department. With no other choice, Fu Zhaoshu came to Hong Kong and established the Zhongbao in February of this year, and within just over 2 months, it became a highly influential media outlet. He was a patriotic figure, consistently criticizing fallacies such as self-determination for Hong Kong and independence for Hong Kong, advocating for the return of sovereignty to the motherland and the implementation of one country, two systems. It was precisely because Fu Zhaoshu was a political thorn that the Hong Kong government found him troublesome. Various departments avoided the Zhongbao whenever possible, fearing public backlash. Indeed, when the riot police at the intersection saw the Zhongbao vehicle approaching, they let them pass, without even checking their credentials. Lu Zonghao smoothly passed through the intersection, letting out a slight sigh of relief. The driver avoided the police's line of sight and parked next to a dark alley. "You guys go into the alley, someone will come on a motorcycle to take you away." Chen Yaoxing recalled his experiences at the construction site and grew vigilant. Without waiting for him to speak, Lu Zonghao opened the car door and whispered, "Our situation is already known to higher-ups. Bai Finxiang won't have any ulterior motives in this situation. Let's go." Chen Yaoxing stood beside Lu Zonghao at the car, smiling. It seems Uncle Long still holds some influence, otherwise that bastard Bai Finxiang would never be this kind-hearted. Lu Zonghao shrugged slightly. "Perhaps. But if this matter comes to light, we will definitely be pushed out as scapegoats. It's just that the power to determine our lives and deaths has been placed in the hands of those in higher positions." 2 hours later in Yuanlong New Territories at Tin Shui Y Village. Decades later, the now prosperous Tin Shui Y was still just a small village surrounded by fish ponds, and this land facing the mainland's deep city across the sea had already been acquired by Li Jiacheng's Chengkong Holdings with plans to develop it into a new town. As night fell, Tin Shui Y was shrouded in darkness with farmland and ponds reflecting a dull gleam. Bai Finxiang, who had been waiting here, picked up several people and brought them to a watchman's house in an orchard on the southern slope of Tin Shui Y. The Hong Kong police's reaction speed is even quicker than we expected. I received news on my way here that the higher-ups of the Hong Kong police have begun a 3-month citywide security operation. You all should stay here to recuperate and avoid the limelight for a while. I will arrange for someone to bring you supplies every week. Chen Yaoxing remained troubled about the matter of silencing witnesses. "Can I make a phone call to my family to let them know I'm safe?" Bai Finxiang said solemnly. "No, during this period you cannot contact anyone." Lu Zonghao interjected. "Boss, you should let him make one call. Given the current turmoil, if Xing doesn't return home for a few days, what if his family reports him missing? That would cause unnecessary trouble." Bai Finxiang handed over his mobile phone only to report that you're safe. Don't say anything you shouldn't. Chen Yaoxing took the phone and dialed the public phone downstairs at home, waiting for about 2 minutes before telling his mother he was safe. However, after just one sentence, the elderly woman hung up, complaining about the phone bill being too expensive. At this moment, Hong Guoju was being silly again, catching grasshoppers in the mountains. Chen Yaoxing handed the phone to Lu Zonghao. "Brother, how do you want to talk to your family?" "I'll pass." Lu Zonghao hesitated for a moment, but ultimately waved his hand to decline. He also had family here. His family had been living in a public housing estate in Xinhuan since they arrived in Hong Kong in the 1970s. His parents worked early and late in the fish market, while his brother Lu Zonglei toiled at the docks, working hard to earn money for his education. Originally a bright hope for the family, after becoming an undercover, Lu Zonghao dared not reveal the truth to avoid implicating his family. As a result, he became a complete gangster in his family's eyes. His father Lu Jiang even severed ties with him in anger, forbidding him from entering their home. This incident led him to break away from his family, becoming a wandering soul, straddling the line between black and white. On the windswept mountain road, Lu Zonghao watched Bai Finxiang's taillights disappear into the night, and then looked up at the moon obscured by dark clouds, his expression complex. With Oliver dead, the matter of him attacking his boss Du Guobin could be temporarily suppressed, saving his own life for the moment. At that moment, he felt like a leaf drifting on water with the slightest ripple threatening to capsize him. If he wanted to survive here, he must rid himself of the identity of a lowlife and take control of his own destiny. However, in this chaotic era, how easy is it to survive and rise to a higher position? Boom. The spring thunder began, and the lightning illuminated Lu Zongha's face, awakening the insects lurking in the grass, heralding the arrival of a storm. As the horses passed by the window, Lu Zonghao had already been residing in the orchard for a week. The people from the mountain had come 3 times in total, once to deliver supplies, and the other 2 times were visits from a doctor to change their bandages. The healing of wounds is a lengthy process, but fortunately Lu Zonghao was young and did not suffer from any infections. To prevent them from feeling too stifled, the visitors from the mountain would bring newspapers each time. Through the content of the newspapers, Lu Zonghao realized that the uproar caused by Oliver's death was far more intense than he had imagined. Britain is one of the countries that places the utmost importance on bloodlines and race. Under this unfounded sense of superiority, the conflicts between the Hong Kong residents and British officials were particularly pronounced, with significant disparities in treatment. Writing this is not for the sake of political correctness. This can be inferred from the Hong Kong films of the 70s to 90s, which were largely filled with prejudices against foreigners, as the true nature of that era was just like this. The death of Oliver triggered a massive anti-crime operation personally overseen by the highest-ranking officer of the police department, Han Yili. The position of police chief in Hong Kong is equivalent to that of the Minister of Public Security in mainland China, making him a top figure in the police force. It is worth mentioning that Han Yili is a genuine Briton. His original name was Robert Henry, and he only adopted a Chinese name for convenience at work. In Hong Kong, it is not uncommon for foreign officials to have Chinese names. In just a week, over 300 entertainment venues in Hong Kong were shut down, and more than 2,000 gang members were imprisoned, with 13 dying in the process of resisting arrest. Under such immense pressure, the entire Hong Kong was in a state of alarm, with all gangs maintaining a low profile to avoid drawing attention. In light of this situation, Bai Finxiang dared not let the three descend the mountain recklessly, so they ended up idling away their time in the mountains. Shen Yaoxing practiced his punches daily using homemade sandbags, while Hong Guizhu was sometimes clear-headed and sometimes muddled. Due to his injuries, Lu Zonghao could not engage in strenuous exercise, so he fashioned a simple fishing rod and spent all day fishing by a pond in the orchard. Before long, nearly a month had passed since they ascended the mountain, and Lu Zonghao's injuries had fully healed. One morning, he jogged around the hillside twice before once again sitting by the pond. Before long, Shen Yaoxing came over with familiarity. "How good you've been sitting here for dozens of days without catching a single fish. I told you before, there are no fish in this wild pond." Lu Zonghao lazily leaned against a rock watching the ripples on the water and smiled. "Just sitting here doesn't necessarily mean I have to catch fish. Enjoying the scenery is quite nice too. I really don't understand you. Clearly you're young, yet your thoughts are as deep as an old man's." Shen Yaoxing remarked, patting Lu Zonghao on the shoulder. "Bai Finxiang is here waiting for us at the lookout house." Lu Zonghao noticed the bobber sinking and suddenly pulled up a palm-sized carp, exclaiming, "What does he want? I didn't expect this cursed place to actually have fish." Shen Yaoxing looked at the carp in surprise and said, "It's been over a month since Oliver's incident. He hasn't been up the mountain during this time, and now he suddenly appears. Perhaps he brings good news." Lu Zonghao released the carp, saying, "Let's go take a look." Lu Zonghao returned to the lookout house and saw Bai Finxiang sitting at the door. He immediately put on a smile and approached, saying, "Boss, you're so busy every day. Why did you come here personally?" Bai Finxiang chuckled heartily and replied, "What are you talking about? You are my subordinate and have bled for the gang. Out of loyalty and reason, I should come to see you." Shen Yaoxing could not stand Bai Finxiang's pretentiousness and said, "It's been so long since the incident. Can we go down the mountain now?" "You won't be able to go down the mountain anytime soon." Bai Finxiang scoffed. "Recently, the police have been keeping a close watch on the gangs. Our Feng Lu and gambling dens in Yao Ma Ti have been raided numerous times, and a dong has also been taken in for questioning by the police. The situation at the hangout is quite dire." Upon hearing this, Lu Zonghao realized Bai Finxiang had a purpose for coming. Without waiting for him to speak, he proactively said, "Boss, I also rely on the hangout for my livelihood. If you need manpower, I can step in." "Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" Bai Finxiang feigned reluctance, yet his gaze was one of entitlement. "Your injury hasn't fully healed. How can I let you step in?" Lu Zonghao replied without hesitation, "Don't worry, boss. My injury has mostly healed. Since the gang needs help, I certainly cannot stand by idly." "Good, since you're so eager to make a contribution, I actually have something I need you to do." Oliver was a sergeant in the West Kowloon police station. After his death, the pressure on the West Kowloon police has been immense, which is why the investigations are particularly strict. However, this has dealt a significant blow to our gang, so I need you to do something to curb the police's momentum and alleviate the gang's crisis. As night fell, a van stopped under a residential building on Ashley Road in Tsimsha Tsui. Inside the vehicle were Lu Zonghao, Shen Yaoxing, and Hong Guizhu, all dressed in the olive green uniforms of patrol officers wearing police hats. Shen Yaoxing fidgeted with the baton in his hand and irritably asked Lu Zonghao, "Hao Gu, I really don't understand why you continue to work for Bai Finxiang. Haven't the lessons he taught us been deep enough? In my opinion, we should find an opportunity to take this bastard out. And then what? Carry the charge of assassinating the boss and get hunted down by the gang." Lu Zonghao smiled. "I also hate Bai Finxiang and want to kill him for revenge, but revenge isn't achieved this way. Our strength isn't sufficient to confront him head on. We can only endure temporarily. Remember this, saying a gentleman's revenge is a matter of 10 years. This was Lu Zonghao's true thought, though it wasn't his entire thought. His identity was that of an undercover police officer, but he wasn't here for a specific case. Rather, he aimed to provide various useful clues as a gang member effectively engaging in disguised reconnaissance. If Bai Finxiang were to die, there would naturally be changes in the hangout, and his situation might become even more difficult. Although he had gotten past Bai Finxiang, the police were still watching him, particularly Huang Bingren. Once Lu Zonghao became marginalized within the gang, Huang Bingren's selfish nature might lead him to deny Lu Zonghao's identity as a police officer to avoid exposing the undercover operation, potentially resulting in a gang hunt. This would leave him with no escape route. Contemplating these matters, Lu Zonghao fixed his gaze on the residential building across the street. This area is the most prosperous part of Kowloon, and even in 1980, the price per square foot reached 5,000 to 6,000 Hong Kong dollars. As for the surrounding office buildings, the land transfer prices were astonishingly inflated to 14,000 Hong Kong dollars per square meter. In his memory, the average monthly wage for ordinary workers in the mainland during this year should have been around 30 yuan. Just as he was lost in thought, a BMW E24 drove from afar and parked in a public space by the roadside. Shen Yaoxing, who cherished his car, immediately fixed his gaze on the vehicle across the street. BMW 635 CSI, license plate number AW6789, that's our target. Lu Zonghao lowered the brim of his hat and tightened his grip on the baton, saying, "Prepare to act." As Lu Zonghao and his companions stepped out of the vehicle, a BMW parked across the street also opened its doors. A well-dressed young man in his 20s emerged accompanied by a stunning young woman. Without a care for onlookers, they locked into a passionate kiss. Damn you, don't run. At that very moment, several street thugs burst from an alleyway beside the road and immediately grappled with the young man. Seeing the brawl erupt, Lu Zonghao blew sharply on his whistle. Hey, cease all action. Stand still for inspection. Cops are here. Run. Hearing the shrill whistle, the thugs scattered, instantly vanishing into the night. Lu Zonghao quickened his pace across the street. Spotting the young man still standing motionless, he raised his baton and pointed it squarely at him. The entire city is under a strict crackdown, yet you dare brawl openly on the street. Have you lost your mind? You're talking to me? The young man, stunned, glanced around, confirming no one else was nearby, before asking incredulously, "Shut up and hand over your ID." Chen Yaoxing barked impatiently. Reeking of alcohol, the young man refused to lose face in front of the beautiful woman beside him and slammed his palm onto the BMW's roof. Seriously. Look closely. Have you ever seen a triad thug driving a car like this? Brawl on the street. Get lost. Don't even think about coming near me. Damn it. Hand over your ID. No more nonsense. Chen Yaoxing seized the young man's collar and slammed him hard against the car. Ah, Jew, cuff him. Ha ha, you look just like my auntie. At that critical moment, Hong Guojiu's mind short-circuited. He flashed a goofy grin at the young man's companion. What the hell? Do you have any idea how much this suit costs? $27,000. You copper. Does your entire annual salary even come close? A bunch of stinking patrolmen. What do you think you're showing off for? Shoved roughly by Chen Yaoxing, the young man shoved back violently and screamed hysterically, "Do you even know who I am? I'm Zhu Fengtao. My father is director and editor-in-chief of the Zhonggang Daily. You've committed brutal, unlawful enforcement. I'll make sure you pay dearly tomorrow. Damn it. You dared assault an officer." Seeing Zhu Fengtao shove Chen Yaoxing aside, Lu Zonghao swung his baton in a full arc, aiming straight for the young man's skull. Chen Yaoxing, seizing the moment, braced himself against the BMW and delivered furious kicks to Zhu Fengtao's face, shattering his nasal bone within seconds and eliciting blood-curdling shrieks. Zhu Fengtao's girlfriend, horrified by his battered state, lunged forward and grabbed Chen Yaoxing's arm, screaming, "Help! The police are beating people." Slap. Chen Yaoxing struck the girl across the face, sending her sprawling, and then resumed kicking Zhu Fengtao without pause. 5 seconds later, as Zhu Fengtao's eyes rolled white, Lu Zonghao pulled out his radio and spoke into it with theatrical urgency. "A serious incident has broken out on the adjacent street. We've been ordered to provide immediate backup." Chen Yaoxing gestured toward Zhu Fengtao. "What about him?" "Cuff him first. We'll come back for him later." Lu Zonghao secured Zhu Fengtao's wrists behind his back with a restraint strap, then yanked Hong Guojiu, who was still grinning blankly, by the sleeve. "Stop gawking. Let's go." A single stone had stirred 1,000 ripples. In recent weeks, the police's intensified patrols had indeed subdued triad activity, but objectively speaking, ordinary citizens' daily lives had also been disrupted. Moreover, relentless overtime had left frontline officers deeply resentful. Complaints had been lodged repeatedly with the Independent Police Complaints Council, accusing officers of misconduct. Yet this operation was personally overseen by Commissioner Han Ili, leaving the council effectively mute and powerless. All those hundreds of complaints carried less weight than Zhu Fengtao's single beating. His father held shares in the Zhonggang Daily, a newspaper whose soul lay in political commentary, and one of the few publications in Hong Kong daring enough to criticize British colonial rule. Precisely because public resentment toward foreign rulers ran deep, the paper enjoyed immense popularity and held extraordinary moral authority among the Chinese community. For 3 consecutive days, the Zhonggang Daily's front page headlines focused exclusively on clashes between Hong Kong police and civilians during the anti-triad campaign, denouncing discriminatory policing, decrying the disproportionate deployment of resources following the death of a European superintendent, and asserting that had a Chinese officer died, instead the British-led force would have dismissed the matter with perfunctory indifference. Fueled by the Zhonggang Daily's incitement, long-simmering public frustration over systemic inequality boiled over. Several triads mobilized their members, disguised as ordinary citizens, to stage street demonstrations, drawing massive crowds demanding equal rights. What began as a simple assault, Lu Zonghao beating Zhu Fengtao, had through cascading ripple effects metastasized into a full-blown political crisis, dominating headlines across Hong Kong for days. It was early May. The visit of British Prime Minister James Callaghan to China loomed ever closer. To avoid jeopardizing delicate negotiations at this pivotal juncture, the colonial government, facing mounting public pressure, was forced to announce the premature termination of the anti-triad campaign. After the Zhu Fengtao incident, Lu Zonghao never returned to TSC Wanshan. Instead, he was relocated to a basement apartment near the triad headquarters. On the very night the anti-triad campaign ended, by Fenxiang, the mastermind behind the operation, was summoned by the triad's dragon head Xiang Yin to a celebratory banquet at headquarters. As reward, he was gifted a sauna parlor in Yaomati. Within Triad circles, earning the Dragon Head's favor signaled the beginning of meteoric ascent. That same night, Bai Finxiang arrived at the basement drunk and exuberant and told Lu Zonghao with unrestrained excitement, "Ah Hao, I've got great news. The anti-Triad storm has passed. To quell public outrage, West Kowloon Police Station has scapegoated some low-life thug, meaning you're free. And I'll honor my word from this moment. San Tin Street is yours." Having spent over a month in Hong Kong, Lu Zonghao finally felt the weight of captivity lift, his taut nerves relaxing at last. "Brother Chong, thank you. Don't be so formal. I see great potential in you. Stay loyal, work hard beside me, and I guarantee your future will shine brilliantly." Bai Finxiang glanced at his newly purchased IWC watch, then pressed a thick wad of cash into Lu Zonghao's hands. "This is your reward. While Prince Tai's waiting for me to drink tonight, I must go. Everything's arranged for San Tin Street. You can take over tomorrow." Bai Finxiang stayed only briefly before hurrying off. Lu Zonghao stared at the HK0 in his palm, then divided it evenly, handing HK0 each to Chen Yaoxing and Hong Guiju. "Damn it. We did all this for Bai Finxiang, yet the Triad's reward to him must be worth hundreds of thousands. And this bastard dares dismiss us with such a pittance. Brother Hao, do you really intend to take charge of San Tin Street? This reeks of betrayal. He's setting you up." Lu Zonghao had little prior knowledge of San Tin Street, and hearing Chen Yaoxing's warning asked curiously, "What do you mean, Bai Finxiang's setting me up?" Chen Yaoxing, bound to Lu Zonghao by life or death loyalty and months of shared lodging, withheld nothing. "Our Exine in chapter strongholds lie mostly in Kowloon. Outside Tunman, where we hold uncontested sway, every district hosts rival Triad branches. But Yaomati is especially treacherous, especially San Tin Street." Lu Zonghao narrowed his eyes. "You mean other Triads already operate there? Not just other Triads. Half the street's already been seized. If you assume control and lose territory, the blame falls solely on you. In my view, Bai Finxiang knew full well he couldn't hold the street, and deliberately offered it to you as a sacrificial pawn." Chen Yaoxing urged earnestly, "Brother Hao, listen to me. Go see Bai Finxiang immediately, citing injury as your excuse to refuse the assignment. Otherwise you'll become boss, and lose your turf before your first day ends. How will you ever command respect in the underworld again?" Lu Zonghao had believed he'd narrowly escaped disaster, finally earning a few days' respite to reflect on his future path. Instead, he discovered an even larger trap lying in wait. After a moment's silence, he slung an arm over Chen Yaoxing's shoulders and steered him toward the door. "Let me treat you to late-night noodles, and tell me everything about San Tin Street." At a small stall on Temple Street, Hong Guiju was fiercely gnawing on a roasted goose, while Lu Zonghao and Chen Yaoxing were enjoying some barbecued meat, chatting and drinking. Chen Yaoxing opened a bottle of San Miguel beer and handed it to Lu Zonghao, recounting the story of Xintian D Street. "Don't be fooled by the current formidable power of Sinian. Besides Hong Kong Island, we have branches in Southeast Asia and Europe, but it wasn't always this way. In the beginning, Sini ANS territory was just a small area near Kowloon walled city. It wasn't until the 1970s, taking advantage of the infighting within the Ma gang, that they gradually rose to power and seized much of their territory." Lu Zonghao wasn't very familiar with these matters. "So you mean to say that Kowloon was originally the territory of the Ma gang?" Currently among the gangs on Hong Kong Island, while Sini and Ma gang and Hisheng are the three dominant forces, there are still dozens of other small and large gangs. The territories currently held in Kowloon were all forcibly taken by Sini, and aside from Tunmun, every other area has several gang branches creating chaos. When Sinian first attempted to penetrate Kowloon, the toughest challenges were in Yao Ma Ti, Tsim Sha Sui, and Hung Hom, with Yao Ma Ti being the most difficult, as it was entirely under the control of the Ma gang. At that time, the two gangs fought for over half a year with no clear victor. Eventually, after the Ma gang's local leader, He Wenshu, was killed during an internal conflict, Sini and was able to take control of the area. He Wenshu's deputy was Sha Zhanluan, who was once a policeman and had connections in both the underworld and the police. His fierce resistance drew police attention to the gang conflict, forcing both sides to sit down and negotiate. As far as I know, by that time Sini and had already gained actual control over Yao Ma Ti. To prevent Sha Zhanluan from causing further trouble, they agreed to allow the Ma gang to establish a branch there, but this was merely a temporary measure. Sini and was preparing to solidify their hold on the territory before gradually applying pressure. Later, the previous leader of the gang in Yao Ma Ti, Chio AC, was sent to Southeast Asia to contest control of a casino, where he died in a street brawl. The prince then recommended Bai Finxiang as the new head of Yao Ma Ti, and Bai Finxiang did not disappoint, completely eliminating the remnants of the Ma gang in just a year and also taking care of Sha Zhanluan. Lu Zonghao was somewhat confused. According to you, Yao Ma Ti is completely under Sinian's control. Why is there still conflict on Xintian D Street? Haven't I mentioned that Sinian allowed the Ma gang to set up a branch here, and that branch is situated on Xintian D Street? As a parking attendant, Chen Yaoxing interacted with people from all walks of life and was well versed in these rumors. He vividly narrated, Originally, this nearly defunct branch had long been forgotten, but after last year's series of internal strife, within the Ma gang a small circle centered around Kuzhishiong has formed. He is the son of the previous leader and the master of the filial faction among the Ma gang's 36 branches. Although Kuzhishiong's influence within the Ma gang is evidently lacking, a significant number of people still follow him as his father is the founder of the Ma gang. Many leaders, in order to preserve their vested interests or out of fatigue from conflicts, have developed tendencies to submit. The Ma gang harbors long-standing grudges against Sinian. To counter Sini and's 5 tigers and 10 heroes, Kuzhishiong has cultivated the Ma gang's 5 tiger generals. These 5 tigers all come from the red stick background, and the youngest among them is Chun Mingjie, a dual-flower red stick known as the mountain-shaking tiger. Among these 5 tiger generals, aside from Chun Mingjie, the other 4 are leaders of various branches, while the mountain-shaking tiger is a newly promoted rookie. As Kuzhishiong's influence is weak, there isn't much territory to spare for Chun Mingjie. Thus, he cleverly recalled that the Ma gang still had a branch in Yaomati and appointed him as the local leader there. Lu Zonghao now felt a sense of urgency. So you're saying that Chun Mingjie is currently on Xintian D Street? How is that possible? After all, he is among the best of the new generation leaders in the Ma gang. As a boss, it's impossible for him to oversee such a small street. Chen Yaoxing shook his head, his expression serious. Currently, the person in charge of Xintian D Street is Ma Wei, the top man under Chun Mingjie. Since coming here, he has been looking for trouble with Bai Finxiang nearly monopolizing the entire Xintian D Street. Lu Zonghao frowned. But Bai Finxiang is the new leader of the gang in recent years, and he's at the height of his power. Would he allow the Ma gang to run rampant on his territory? I've heard a rumor that Chun Mingjie also came from the Qiyun mountain area, and when Bai Finxiang was young, he worked under Chun Mingjie and feared him greatly. Besides, the leadership of the Yao Ma Ti is about to change, and Bai Finxiang doesn't want to create unnecessary trouble that might affect his re-election. Of course, that's just part of the reason. Anyone can see that Chun Mingjie sending Ma Wei to Xintian D Street is a clear provocation. If Bai Finxiang takes action against him, it would give Chun Mingjie a reason to launch a full-scale war with the Yao Ma Ti branch. So do you understand why I warned you not to take on this task? Lu Zonghao downed his beer. You mean to say Bai Finxiang is setting me up? Once I go to Xintian D Street and have a conflict with the Ma gang, he could say I acted on my own and didn't handle things properly. And if I dare not provoke the Ma gang when they completely take control of Xintian D Street, he could throw me out as a scapegoat, pinning the loss of territory on me and claiming that I caused all this trouble. I knew you were smart enough to understand the pros and cons. Chen Yaoxing smiled as he filled Lu Zonghao's glass again. Brother Hao, take my advice, the waters of Xintian D Street are too deep for you to navigate. Since you haven't been assigned there yet, it would be wise to resign early. No way, I must go to Xintian D Street. Lu Zonghao thought for a moment and shook his head. After what happened with Du Guobin, Bai Finxiang no longer trusts me. If I refuse him, there are only 2 outcomes. Either I am completely marginalized and have no future, or he will treat me as a killer and make me do the dirty work for him forever. Chen Yaoxing patiently advised, Brother Hao, don't be foolish. The mountain-shaking tiger Chun Mingjie is a dual-flower red stick on par with the prince. His methods are extremely ruthless, and opposing him will not lead to anything good for you. Didn't you say that to survive in this world one must be bold to ride the dragon and tame the tiger? Lu Zonha's lips curled slightly, precisely because Chun Mingjie's position is so high he wouldn't even notice a small fry like me. Do you think that if I anger Chun Mingjie he would first target me or Bai Finxiang? Chen Yaoxing attempted to understand Lu Zonghao's intention. You mean to use him to eliminate others? Lu Zonghao did not confirm nor deny, clinking his glass with Chen Yaoxing. Neither Chun Mingjie nor the higher-ups in the gang can see us. Since the situation on Xintian D Street is so complex, I really want to venture into it. There are indeed risks, but if I do well, it will also be an achievement. Chen Yaoxing saw the glint in Lu Zonghao's eyes and realized he couldn't dissuade him. He raised his glass. As brothers, I can't let you take risks alone. Since you're determined to go, I'll accompany you on this venture. Faced with Chen Yaoxing's goodwill, Lu Zonghao did not refuse. He had few friends on Hong Kong Island, and since Chen Yaoxing had been through life and death with him, having someone familiar by his side was always a good thing. As the two clinked their glasses, a half-eaten leg of roasted goose also reached out, bumping against their glasses. The next morning, Lu Zonghao arrived at the Changle Sparrow Room early and found a Dong reading a newspaper in the main hall. He approached him with a polite greeting. Brother Dong, I'm here to see Brother Chong. Is he available? Boss isn't free to meet you. If you've something to discuss, speak with me instead. A Dong set aside his newspaper, propped his legs up on the mahjong table, and looked down at Lu Zonghao with imperious disdain. Brother Chong has already made arrangements for Dijia. Go behind the fruit market to the Cine and Incense Hall and find Xia Zai. He'll orient you to the situation. That's it? Lu Zonghao asked with a wry smile. So simple. Or do you plan to run a full vocational training program? Teach me how to collect protection money and wield a cleaver. A Dong added impatiently. The boss has instructed that this month is merely for your orientation. Starting next month, you'll deliver $50,000 by the end of each month. The remainder is yours to keep. Should you fail to deliver, I needn't remind you of the consequences. Chen Yaoxing had long harbored resentment toward Dong. Hearing such brusque words, he cut straight to the point. Brother Hao is now the new boss of Dijia. Doesn't he deserve a car? One of Dong's companions sneered. Hell, you're just overseeing a fruit market and already fancy yourself a red pole. A car. How about I throw in a few foreign beauties while I'm at it? Do you take this place for a kindergarten? Enraged Chen Yaoxing lunged forward. Damn it. What did you say? Ah Xing. Don't lower yourself to their level. Lu Zonghao restrained Chen Yaoxing and pulled him outside. He then patted Hong Guoju, who was squatting by the roadside watching ants. Ah Ju, let's go. Xintiandi Street lies in the western part of the Kowloon Peninsula, stretching from Nanjing Street through Yao Ma Ti and Mong Kok, ending at the intersection of Lai Chi Kok Road and Prince Edward Road West, merely 2 blocks away from the famed Pottinger Street. Yet its economic vitality pales in comparison to Pottinger Street. The latter, a renowned red light district, boasts high-rise residential and commercial buildings, theaters, and numerous hotels. By contrast, Xintiandi Street is dominated by hardware stores, and most famously the Yao Ma Ti fruit market. This wholesale fruit market served as the primary distribution hub for Hong Kong Island and Kowloon's urban districts until the handover. Each night before dawn, bustling activity would commence. Wholesale transactions, bidding auctions, trade settlements, and cargo transfers, all unfolding in vibrant, ceaseless rhythm. Unlike the pristine, fragrant fruit markets of popular imagination, the Yao Ma Ti fruit market is chaotic and cacophonous. Its dense concentration of vendors has long made it a fiercely contested territory among Hong Kong's major Triad societies, witnessing decades of violent turf wars. Had Ma Bang's Chun Mingzhi not surged so powerfully, and had Bai Fanchang chosen to avoid direct confrontation, this territory would never have fallen into the hands of a low-ranking underling like Lu Zonghao. Walking through the open-air market, Lu Zonghao beheld a sprawling array of uniquely styled Chinese architecture. Folding lattice gates stood wide open, awnings and stalls spilled onto narrow passageways already too constricted for comfort. Navigating the cramped alleys, Lu Zonghao inquired his way until he finally located the Cine and Incense Hall. Though termed an incense hall, it was in truth a flimsy, gabled structure cobbled together from corrugated iron, waterproof tarpaulin, and color-coded steel sheets. So precarious, it seemed a single gust might topple it entirely. Chen Yaoxing glared at the locked metal shed, his face dark with fury. Didn't Dong say they'd notified people here in advance? On your very first day as the new boss, these bastards dare humiliate you like this. Lu Zonghao hadn't anticipated conditions so dire, but adhering to the principle of accepting what fate delivers, he gave Hong Guoju a subtle nod. Ah Ju, break the lock. Just as Hong Guoju raised a brick, a scooter screeched to a halt behind them. Hey, what are you doing? Hong Guoju spun around, brick clenched tight, and eyed the wiry youth atop the scooter. Who the hell are you? Get this straight. This isn't some fruit market warehouse. It's the Cine and Incense Hall. Smash that lock and weigh the consequences carefully. Nonsense. Look again. This is Lu Zonghao, the new boss dispatched by Cine into Dijia. Your brother Hao. Upon hearing this, the youth exhaled in palpable relief and hurried forward. Brother Hao, greetings. I'm Lu Jialu of Cinian. You may call me Xiaozai. Noticing Xiaozai's slight stoop, Lu Zonghao understood the origin of his nickname and arched an eyebrow. Why is the incense hall bolted shut in broad daylight? My sincerest apologies, Brother Hao. Brother Chong told us yesterday you'd arrive today, but I had no idea you'd come so early. I'd just taken my younger sister to school. Xiaozai profusely apologized while retrieving a key to unlock the door. I'm now the sole caretaker of this incense hall. With thieves rampant in the area, I always lock up before stepping out. You just said we're the only one left in the entire market. Lu Zonghao stared bewildered. Once watching Hong Kong films, he'd long admired those commanding Triad leaders, especially scenes where a single whistle summoned hundreds of loyal brothers, stirring his blood with exhilaration. Yet who could have foreseen that upon ascending to leadership himself he'd command but a single underling? Xiaozai, sensing Lu Zonghao's disbelief, sheepishly explained, the Yao Ma Ti fruit market was once one of our branch's most lucrative ventures, with over 30 brothers stationed here at its peak. But ever since Ma Bang arrived, our foothold shrank steadily. Gradually our brothers drifted to other branches, or even joined Ma Bang outright. Frustrated, Lu Zonghao lit a cigarette. Even Tang Sanzang had 3 disciples on his journey to fetch the scriptures. Am I truly a lone commander? That's not quite fair, Hong Guoju countered, counting off fingers. We're exactly 4 people right now. Lu Zonghao choked on the retort. Well, didn't Tang Sanzang also have the white dragon horse? Sniffling, Xiaozai pointed toward a battered scooter nearby. Brother Hao, I own a motorcycle. Chen Yaoxing sighed. With this lineup, whether we'll fetch the true scriptures remains uncertain, but if we clash with Ma Bang, we'll certainly ascend to the Western Paradise. Waving away swarming flies, Xiaozai lifted the door curtain and gestured inside. Brother Hao, it's windy out here. Let's talk indoors. With resignation, Lu Zonghao stepped into the shed and discovered its interior was surprisingly spacious, partitioned into several small rooms beyond the main hall. A billiard table, mahjong table, television, and VCR stood silently in the living area, mute testament to past vibrancy and faded glory. Lu Zonghao settled onto the sofa and accepted a glass of water from Xia Zai. How much revenue does this fruit market generate monthly now? When our branch still collected dues, the fruit market plus surrounding shops yielded over $800,000 per month. But now the street belongs to Ma Bang. They collect all protection fees. We've clashed with them several times, yet higher-ups turned a blind eye. Injured brothers couldn't even afford medical bills, and morale dissolved. Thus we've sunk to this state. Scratching his head, Xia Zai sighed. Our territory includes only this incense hall and a vacant lot behind it, which I rent to 3 neighboring fruit stalls for $3,000 monthly. After deducting $500 for utilities, the rest serves as my salary for holding this post. Honestly, without this income, I'd have fled long ago. Chen Yaoxing's expression hardened. Brother Hao, we've been duped by a dong. That bastard knew full well there's no income here, yet demands $50,000 monthly. Is this not kicking a man when he's down? As for Chen Yaoxing's fury, Lu Zonghao remained remarkably calm from the moment I decided to come to D Street. I knew Bai Chong would never act out of pure goodwill. We've long braced ourselves for this, haven't we? Chen Yaoxing gazed at Lu Zonghao with weary resignation. True enough. But the situation here is even more tangled than I'd imagined. Not only have you lost control over D Street, but you're now saddled with an additional monthly debt of 50,000 Hong Kong dollars. Where on earth will that money come from? What else can we do? Fight, of course. Hong Guoju slammed his palm onto the table. This street has always been our turf. For Ma Bang to seize it without first raising their banner here violates every tenet of Jianghu honor. Reclaiming what's ours is not just justified, it's inevitable. Reclaim territory. With what? Chen Yaoxing let out a hollow chuckle. Do you truly believe our handful of men can challenge Ma Bang's stronghold? Gentlemen, please, this isn't a game. Going to war with Ma Bang is like challenging Muhammad Ali to a boxing match. Xia Zai dutifully passed cigarettes to the others. Ma Bang's local branch alone fields over 50 enforcers, and if they raise the banner they can summon well over 100 brothers within half an hour. Without backing from the Yao Mati branch, wouldn't we simply be walking to our deaths? After a moment's silence, Chen Yaoxing's eyes hardened. Brother Hao, I have an idea. What if we strike at the head? Eliminate Ma Wei when the chance arises. If he dies, their branch will descend into chaos. That plan won't work. Lu Zonghao ground his cigarette, but into the ashtray. Ma Wei is merely a subordinate of Chun Mingzhi. Even if we remove him, someone else will step into his place. It takes no more than an hour to drive here from Hong Kong Island. We can't play whack-a-mole assassinating one replacement after another. And even if their branch does fracture, what do we have to seize the opportunity with? Or perhaps, we gather our men and cut off their revenue stream. Hong Guoju, uncharacteristically sharp, added, we could catch Ma Bang off guard, collect protection fees from this street before they do. Without cash flow, how will Ma Wei feed his underlings? Chen Yaoxing's lips trembled as he snorted derisively. Do you really think Chen Mingzhi is just another street thug like us? Missing 1 month's protection fees means less than a hair on his head. If it comes to economic warfare, he could crush us effortlessly with just $1 or $2 million. Gentlemen, I'm afraid that plan won't work either, and besides we may not even succeed in collecting those fees. Xia Zai offered a nervous smile. The merchants of D Street already know that De Guchang is untouchable, and that Ma Bang's mountain-shaking tiger commands real fear. Though you've been installed as the new boss, brother, how your reputation pales beside Chen Mingzhi's. Offend you, and they can simply abandon this street, but cross the mountain-shaking tiger, and they'll find no foothold anywhere in Hong Kong. Hong Guoju's chest heaved with rage. Nothing works. So what are we even doing here? Just waiting to die? Lu Zonghao, unruffled, sipped his tea. Xia Zai, when does the fruit market collection fall each month? Traditionally, collections ran from the 20th to the 25th of each month. Stalls that failed to pay were met with paint splashed on their doors, smashed windows, or worse, depending on the amount owed. Since Ma Bang's arrival, they followed our old schedule to the letter. After relaying this, Xia Zai added hesitantly, brother, how I stayed behind earlier to guard the branch. But now that handover is complete, I won't be coming back starting tomorrow. Seeing Xia Zai's resignation, Lu Zonghao assumed fear was at play, and smiled. So, you're joining Ma Bang? Impossible. Even if I had no backbone left, I'd never beg for scraps from an enemy faction. Xia Zai straightened slightly, then slumped again. My parents died young. I'm all my sister has. Every month brings expenses. Rent used to cover them, but now that you're here, that rent belongs to the branch. I've already lined up a parking attendant job at a Kowloon Tong nightclub. Brother Hao, I hope you'll understand my predicament. Lu Zonghao countered, how much do you earn there per month? Xia Zai answered plainly, base salary is 1,500. Tips push it barely above 2,000. Lu Zonghao extended his offer, stay here instead. This month's rent will serve as your wage, and beginning next month, I'll pay you 5,000 per month. Any extra tasks will carry additional compensation. Xia Zai showed no elation. Only doubt, brother Hao, surely you're joking. Lu Zonghao reached into his pocket and withdrew a wad of Hong Kong dollars. Shall I advance you a month's salary first? At the sight, Xia Zai sprang to his feet, voice trembling. No need. Brother Hao, from this day forward, you are my sworn elder brother. Hong Kong in 1980, though soaring economically, resembled mainland China's early reform era, rife with stark inequality between rich and poor. Even frontline firefighters, civil servants bound by strict discipline, earned no more than 4,000 Hong Kong dollars at the peak of their pay scale. For a man like Xia Zai, uneducated, unskilled, scraping by at society's lowest rung, $5,000 a month was nothing short of miraculous fortune. That very morning, Xia Zai had been agonizing over his uncertain future, only to see his fortunes reverse overnight. Overjoyed, he insisted on treating the three to soda and dashed out, practically skipping. Once Xia Zai had left, Chen Yaoxing spoke up. Brother Hao, I know you're eager to build your inner circle, but paying such an exorbitant sum to retain a minor figure like Xia Zai seems pointless. Chen Yaoxing's concern was far from baseless. The fixed demand of $50,000 imposed by Bai Finchong already loomed over Lu Zonghao like a mountain. In the underworld, especially among leaders, power is built on money. Medical bills for injured underlings, bail for those arrested, per head fees for every operation, all exact steep costs. Running a triad is akin to waging war. Every personnel move consumes resources. To Chen Yaoxing, Lu Zonghao's generous salary offer, made before securing any stable income, was nothing but self-imposed financial strain. Xia Zai is a veteran of this branch. With him aboard, we avoid countless complications and save precious time learning the lay of the land. Lu Zonghao understood Chen Yaoxing's unease. Glancing at the calendar on the wall, he clapped his shoulder. Today is the 17th. Wait patiently for 3 days. I'll lead you to a windfall. Chen Yaoxing frowned in confusion. What kind of windfall? Lu Zonghao smiled enigmatically and raised 2 fingers. Chen Yaoxing ventured a guess, 200,000. Lu Zonghao shook his head gently. Within 2 months at most, I'll have Bai Finchong removed from power. In the Yamati fruit market, only the shops that face the street conduct retail stalls deeper inside the market operate mainly as wholesalers. From 2 in the morning, the market came alive. Crates of fruit were stacked along both sides of the loading yards like ramparts, and workers pushed carts or pedaled 3-wheeled tricycles like ants ferrying goods onto a long line of trucks parked along the street. Amid the clamor, 5 members of the gang swaggered into the market, and the workers instinctively stepped aside. The one leading them was Ding Dali's sworn brother of Ma Wei. Since Ma Wei attached himself to Zinshanhu, Chun Mingzhi, Ding Dali's fortunes had risen as well, and he had become the 3rd in command of the Yamati Hall. Although Ma Wei currently occupied only much of the Xintiandi district, the hall had after all been set up by Chun Mingzhi, and so its name had to carry weight. One underling grabbed a bag of beetle nuts from a nearby fruit stall and plucked one out for Ding Dali. He asked nervously if Bai Finchong had sent people into the market and whether they might encounter trouble while collecting the fees today. How many times have I told you, do not call me Dali Go, call me Li Go? Since he had watched Shanghai Bun, Ding Dali had become obsessed with the persona of Ding Li, and he introduced himself by that name. He boasted that since their gang had come here, Bai Finchong dared not even fart. When those men once showed up in dozens, were they not driven off by them in disgrace? Brother Li is right. Though Bai Finchong claims to be one of Sini N's 24 red sticks, who does not know he once served tea and did menial work for old Zhou when he was young. Now that Brother Zhou intends to take this territory, how would he dare to reach out? Another man idly bit into an apple from the stall and said he had asked around. Apparently the men who came were only low-level goons. They would not dare start a fight with them. Most likely they were merely here to make a token appearance for a nominal hall that existed in name only. So we have nothing to fear. Put your worries away. Even if it were Bai Finchong himself, so what? Ding Dali strode to the deepest part of the fruit market and, looking at the busy proprietor, asked bluntly if the protection money was ready. It's been prepared long ago, sir. The gray-haired man in his 60s dared not protest. With a forced smile, he placed a pre-arranged envelope on the counter. Such was the mood on Gongdao, though the establishment of the Independent Commission Against Corruption had brought a few years of calm from the 1980s. The social climate began to shift again. The gang-ing government, seeing the mainland's rise and the inevitability of a return, cared only to amass wealth. They preferred social problems to worsen so they could use them as bargaining chips at the negotiating table. As a result, not only did secret societies collect protection fees, but various departments found pretexts to extort money, and the local people long ago had learned to live that way. Ding Dali took the envelope, and seeing 6 500 Hong Kong dollars notes inside, fell into a dark mood. Hadn't they been notified a few days ago that from this month the protection fee for every stall would increase by 500 Hong Kong dollars and by HK1 for those with retail business? The proprietor pleaded his stall was one of the deepest in the market. Its trade could not compare with the shops outside. His monthly income barely reached HK0, and he already had to grease many pockets. He begged Ding Dali for mercy, saying he simply could not come up with the extra money. As he spoke, the old man slid a lucky cigarette from beneath the counter and offered it to Ding Dali, promising that he would not forget the favor. With a single kick to the man's chest, Ding Dali snarled, "What the hell do you take me for? Look clearly, I'm the enforcer of Yamati. Am I missing one damn cigarette?" The shopkeeper's wife cried out in alarm and rushed forward. My husband. She helped her husband up from the fruit stand and anxiously asked if he was hurt anywhere. Ding Dali ignored the bleeding arm and said coldly that they collected protection money so shopkeepers could do business in peace. But he warned that if they failed to pay the full sum, then the gang would be the greater danger. Brothers, smash his stall. No, don't wreck my shop. The proprietor panicked, knelt in the dirt, and begged for mercy. His son had been left lame by a traffic accident last year. His daughter was still in school, and the family depended on the stall. He'll pay the protection fee every month in full from now on. Please spare us. An underling cursed and sneered that if everyone kept wavering like this, how could he collect future payments? Ding Dali kicked the proprietor flat and ordered smash it. The others surged forward. Amid the couple's sobs, the stall was demolished in a violent cascade of crashing and clatter. Shopkeepers nearby watched from a distance. None dared intervene. Though Ding Dali and his men numbered only 4 or 5, any who crossed them quickly suffered reprisals from dozens, and life would be turned upside down. These gang youths were rootless driftwood. Even if they killed someone, their bosses would arrange their escape. Ordinary people could not afford such a confrontation. After the stall was wrecked, Ding Dali glanced at the proprietor, bloodied from hitting the step, and tossed the envelope back. This money is for your medical bills, he said. Remember to pay the full amount next month. If this happens again, get out of the Yamati fruit market. An underling pointed at the onlooking vendors and barked that they should get their protection fees ready at once, or they would suffer the same fate. With the couple made an example of, no other shopkeeper wanted to tempt misfortune. On Gangdao, the collection of protection fees followed unspoken rules to ensure long-term income. Without provoking public outrage, gangs generally took around 10% of a stall's or shop's profits, and rarely more than 30%. Yet in a month like this, both the underworld and official channels would come calling on merchants who managed to pocket half their earnings were considered fortunate. There were over 200 stalls in the Yamati fruit market. It took Ding Dali 2 hours to make the rounds. Only after gathering more than 700,000 Hong Kong dollars did he swagger away. Because the currency's denominations were large and the gangs insisted on 500 Hong Kong dollars and HK100 notes, so much cash could be packed into a single handbag. Ding Dali withdrew HK100 from the bag and handed it to his men. You performed well today, he said. Take this and split it. One of the younger men accepted the money with a grin and asked if passing out private shares would bring trouble from above. Ding Dali scoffed. The extra protection money this month was not ordered by Old Jia, but was a Weiss idea. It went into a Weiss private fund, and of course I get my share. Holding the handbag like a talisman, he declared that as long as they remained loyal, he would not short them. Return the cash to the hall first, then he'll treat you to a spa and to some pleasures. In a dark alley across the street, Lu Zonghao used a triangular bandage tied to his neck to hide a bruised cheek. He asked the boy beside him, are those rotten scoundrels the gang's collectors? In the alley by the street, Xia Zai caught Lu Zonghao's question and fixed his gaze on the silhouettes beneath the street lamp. That's right, they belong to the Mabong. The curly-headed leader is Ding Li Ma Weiss, yellow paper brother. He plays the red stick in public and waves a white paper fan behind people's backs, utterly despicable. The red stick is the gang's muscle, while the white paper fan handles negotiations. The Hong Kong proverb describes those who talk tough but shrink from true danger. On the mainland, there is a terser epithet for such men, poser. Lu Zonghao adjusted the cotton-threaded glove at his palm and ordered, keep them in sight. Find a spot with fewer people. Take them. Chen Jiaoxing glanced at Hong Guizhu when Lu spoke. Ju, are you sober now? Hong Guizhu nodded once. As Ding Dali left the fruit stalls, he hummed the theme from the TV drama Dao Shun, Spring Rain, Curved Blade, grinning from ear to ear. Gangdao harbored hundreds of thousands of street toughs, yet only a scant few dozen names ever rose to the summit and were known by all. The splendor of those underworld magnates was kindled by the blood of men at the bottom. But since arriving in Yamati, Ding Dali no longer thought like that. He had risen from an obscure Li to the brotherly his underlings now invoked. Back home, he stood the herbal tea stall by day and sold his labor by night. Month after month of grinding toil yielded only 3,000 to 5,000. Now he only needed to stroll through Guilin and return to the Tonko to split 50 or 60,000. What grandeur that was! For a fleeting moment, he fancied himself Ding Li from Shanghai Bunma Wei as Su Wenxiang and Chen Mingzhi as Feng Jingyao. A goon hurried forward as the men walked away from the congested stretch by the stalls, obligingly opening the car door for him. Just as Ding Dali was about to get in, Lu Zonghao, who had been tailing them, suddenly quickened his pace and long-legged charged toward the group. The goon by Ding Dali heard the abrupt footsteps, turned to see the rushing figures, and snapped to attention. Who are you? Chen Jiaoxing roared, your father, and with a steel pipe struck the man down in a single blow. The others hurled back a string of curses. Ding Dali's newly minted bravado vanished at that blow. Like an eel, he slipped into the car. Drive! Someone shouted, drive faster. Before the driver could even fumble for the keys, Hong Guizhu grabbed him by the collar and hurled him 2 meters. Xia Zai followed with 2 knife thrusts. One of Ding Dali's men, seeing the driver fell, drew a cleaver from the car and charged at Lu Zonghao. Brotherly. There are about as many of them as us. Let's do it. Shouts Rosego. Lu Zonghao swept his blade to parry the cleaver. With a flick of his wrist, he left a flayed gash on the man's thigh, then without a backward glance ran forward and yanked open the car door. Inside, Ding Dali slashed out. He'll cut you to pieces. Lu Zonghao dodged the stabbing blade and called, hand the money over and I won't hurt you. Ding Dali spat curses from within the car and brandished the knife wildly whether anyone stood before him or not. Fear had taken hold of him. Not merely the fear of being cut down, but the greater dread of the money in his grasp being stolen. To Ding Dali, the cash in his wallet was more than Golan's protection fees, it was the plank by which he climbed. If it were seized, he would be beaten back to the shabby kid guarding a herbal tea stall. Chun Jiaoxing and Hong Guoju were ruthless, and even Xia Zai was a veteran of street fights. In barely a single exchange, every one of Ding Dali's men had been toppled. Lu Zonghao lingered by the car pondering how to drag the crouched Ding Dali out, when Hong Guoju charged from the other side, feinting forward to draw his attention. Ding Dali, perspiring, waved his knife. Don't come near, or he'll slit you. Get lost. Clang. At that moment, the car door behind him was yanked open. For an instant, he felt as if he had ridden a roller coaster. When his senses returned, he found Hong Guoju lifting him out of the vehicle. Xia Zai's eyes, reddened by memories of their Tonko being annihilated, lunged forward and slashed at Ding Dali's leg. Damn your whole family. Ding Dali cried out and fell, realizing he could no longer fight. He clutched the wallet to his chest and pressed it desperately beneath himself. Lu Zonghao, amused at the gesture, planted his foot on Ding Dali's lower back and wrenched the wallet free. You fancy yourself a Pichot, always eating and never giving anything back. Ding Dali gripped the purse and howled hysterically, listen to me. This is Mabang's money. Touch Mabang's things and you'll have nowhere to be buried. First make sure you're safe, you fool. Chun Jiaoxing snapped. He swung the steel pipe with all his might. A crack of bone and Ding Dali's wail, Lu Zonghao followed with a kick to the temple, and the scream was cut short. Inside the Guolan Tonko, a fluorescent tube lit the room while insects beat themselves against the bulb. Hong Guoju, having fallen ill on the way back, sat watching television at a distance. The remaining 3 men gathered together. Lu Zonghao sank into the sofa and stared at the pile of HK7700 on the coffee table, a strange daze settling over him. Gongdao, reputedly the wealthiest of the 4 Asian tigers, lived up to its name. He had seen money before when he opened a gold mine, but even then such a sum was not trivial, especially in 80s Gangdao. No wonder men vied to be big brothers. For the underworld's lowest ranks, life and youth were paltry investments. Win the gamble, and one could become a towering predator overnight, backed by mountains of wealth. Chun Jiaoxing, face ablaze with excitement, exclaimed, Hi, you were clever to think of taking the spoils. Now the Mabang are practically working for us. Haha. Xia Zai's admiration was plain. Brother, how with this money we can recruit men and confront the Mabang heat and right. Lu Zonghao shook his head. No. Bai Finxiang sent me here, which means he has no intention of looking after me. If we open war with the Mabang, we will be isolated and eventually consumed. He produced HK3000. Take this between you two, A Xing 2/3, Xia Zai 1/3, 20,000 and 10,000. Thanks, boss. Xia Zai accepted the cash with a grin. What about Guoju? We'll buy him a lollipop later. You won't know what to do with too much money, Lu said with a dismissive wave. Prepare yourselves. After this cup of tea, well, leave. Leave? Chun Jiaoxing blinked. You aren't planning to run, are you? Lu Zonghao smiled faintly. I'm going to hide. We live for money, once the gain is secured, why throw our lives away? And let Bai Finxiang carry the blame. It's time he tasted being set up. Xia Zai looked puzzled. But if we run, won't we hand the Guolan over entirely? We are hiding, not fleeing. There is a difference. Besides, even if we stayed, the Guolan was never truly ours. Lu Zonghao lifted the cup and drained the last of the warm tea. The play has only just begun, the most compelling scenes are still to come. Yaomati, Waterloo Road, Kwonghua Hospital. A Renault sedan halted before the outpatient building. Ma Wei strode briskly toward the lobby, clutching a leather briefcase, and flanked by 3 underlings. He was 23 years old, unremarkable in appearance save for a serpentine scar snaking beneath his left ear. That scar was his battlefield testament, his medal of honor for rising to become Chun Mingzhi's top enforcer. A henchman stationed in the lobby spotted Ma Wei and hurried forward. Brother Wei, you're here. Ma Wei kept walking without breaking stride. How is Li faring? Brother Li's arm was shattered and several other brothers sustained injuries, but none life-threatening. They've already been moved to a ward. Only then did Ma Wei exhale, visibly relaxing. If they were injured, why bring them to a public hospital? As he led the way, the henchman explained. Brother Li said he lost consciousness during the assault. A passerby called 999, and the ambulance brought them here. They chatted lightly along the corridor until reaching the ward, where Ding Dali lay hooked to and for drip, his face grotesquely swollen from a kick. At Ma Wei's entrance, he tried immediately to sit up. Enough, stay seated. Ma Wei sighed wearily at the sight of Ding Dali's battered figure. I've told you repeatedly, when collecting dues, temper matters. Now you reap what you've sown. Brother Wei, I wasn't beaten by those street vendors. Ding Dali mumbled through bruised lips. I've lain here for hours turning it over. They came for me, deliberately. They stole today's protection money. Ma Wei shot upright, as if sprung from a coiled spring. What did you say? The money's gone. Those bastards ambushed us. I let my guard down. Ding Dali pouted, reciting his rehearsed excuse. Brother Wei, I truly gave it everything. They sent over 20 men to ambush us tonight. To protect that sum I fought like a cornered beast, yet still fell short. Ma Wei narrowed his eyes, paused thoughtfully, then asked softly to Li, can you swear this money was truly stolen? Brother Wei, what do you mean? You don't suspect I staged this myself? Ding Dali recoiled, startled by Ma Wei's gaze, then struggled upright, wincing as pain lanced through his wounds. We grew up together. You know me. Yes, I've dabbled in petty schemes, skimming a few tens of thousands. Perhaps. But this sum? No courage, not even in my wildest dreams. Don't look at me like that. I'm telling the truth. I swear it on the lives of my entire family. Huh. Just teasing. You needn't tense up. Ma Wei chuckled, clapping Ding Dali's shoulder. Rest now. I'll step out and call Brother Zhe. In the hospital corridor, Ma Wei lit a cigarette, paused in quiet contemplation, and dialed the boss, Chun Mingzhi. Inside a modest apartment in central Hong Kong, Chun Mingzhi, towel wrapped around his waist, had just stepped away from the bathtub when his phone rang, prompting him back to the living room. The youngest of the Ma Bang's 5 tigers, Chun Mingzhi, was only 25. A former underground bare-knuckle fighter, his corded musculature made him the object of fantasy across every nightclub in Hong Kong. Big brother, sorry to call so late. Did I disturb your rest? I spent all night playing mahjong with inspectors from Wan Chai District Police Station. Just got home and haven't slept yet. Chun Mingzhi held Ma Wei in high regard and treated him with unusual warmth, reclining once more into the tub. What's urgent enough to warrant a call this late? Big brother, tonight Li, whom I sent to collect protection fees, was ambushed. He suffered grave injuries, and the collected funds were seized. Ma Wei paused. New TNT Street now falls under our jurisdiction. No common thug would dare provoke us there. So I suspect Xin Ian is behind this. Ambushed. Chun Mingzhi frowned. How much was lost? Ma Wei omitted the extra portion. He'd personally skimmed around $500,000. Big brother, we've long awaited White Powder Chong's provocation. Now the pretext has arrived. Shall we declare full-scale war? Chun Mingzhi lifted his wineglass and took a slow sip. War. Do you possess evidence tying White Powder Chong directly to this act? Yet our money cannot vanish without consequence. Most of West Kowloon lies under Xin Ian's control. Our branches there exist in name only. Launching open hostilities against White Powder Chong risks encirclement. You know Ma Bang's dynamics well. If we're cornered in Kowloon, the other branch leaders will watch gleefully as I stumble. Chun Mingzhi responded with measured caution. White Powder Chong has remained silent for 2 months, then strikes suddenly. This is no accident. It is provocation. He dares not confront us hidden, so let him be. Next month, when collecting dues, send more men. Say nothing. Pretend it never happened. Ma Wei could scarcely believe his ears. Big brother, this isn't like you. You rose to become one of the 5 tigers with fists alone. We've just secured our foothold on TNT Street, the perfect moment to assert dominance. To do nothing would forfeit our aura entirely. I know White Powder Chong well. He's a paper tiger, all bluster and no spine. Yao Mati's turf will fall to me, eventually. But first, something far more vital demands my attention. Chun Mingzhi lowered his voice. Do you know why I've been cultivating ties with Wan Chai Police Station? Because the Dragon Head discovered that Hung Fei, the Wan Chai branch chief, has recently grown unusually close to Ho Xing. Since he was never the Dragon Head's confidant, the order came eliminate him. And in return, Wan Chai's territory is promised to me. Truly. Ma Wei's voice surged with excitement. Big brother, if you seize Wan Chai, we gain a true stronghold. Then with both Wan Chai and Yao Mati's revenues behind us, you'll ascend as the undisputed leader among the 5 tigers. So we must endure. In Hong Kong, the roaring triad brutes are not fearsome. Only those who master patience wield true supremacy. Chun Mingzhi drained his wine and rose from the tub. Set tonight's incident aside, as if it never occurred. Within 1 month, I'll eradicate that bastard Hung Fei. Once we secure our rear base, advancing into Kowloon will carry weight. If this plan unfolds flawlessly, I'll recommend you to the Dragon Head as Yao Mati's new pillar. The next morning, Lu Zonghao arrived early at Queen Elizabeth Hospital, renowned for neurology, with Hong Guoju in tow. After a battery of examinations, they entered the office of a foreign physician. The doctor reviewed Hong Guoju's reports, mounted the X-ray film on the lightbox, and pointed to a shadowed lesion. Your friend's condition is highly unusual. Not neural damage, but intracranial hematoma compressing the nerves, resulting in impaired consciousness. Surgical removal of the clot offers strong prospects for full recovery. How much will this surgery cost? The doctor set down the film. This is a high-risk procedure, conservatively estimated at HK300. I realize this is no trivial sum. Please take time to consider carefully. No need to consider. I'll proceed immediately. Please schedule it as soon as possible. Should the operation fail, what risks does my friend face? Removing the clot carries only benefit, no inherent risk. Lu Zonghao concluded his consultation with the doctor regarding Hong Guizhu and prepared to speak with him directly. But the moment he stepped out of the ward, an arm landed firmly on his shoulder. Startled, he tensed, then froze stunned upon recognizing the face Huang Si. Lu Zonghao stood motionless, breath caught, his mind reeling at the sudden impossible presence. The Organized Crime and Triad Bureau was established in 1957 under the Criminal Investigation and Security Department of the Hong Kong Island Police, internally referred to as the Anti-Triad Unit. This department is directly commanded by a chief superintendent with a senior superintendent as his deputy, and it comprises 2 operational teams, each led by a superintendent. Team A is responsible for investigating organized crime, while Team B focuses on triad-related offenses. Huang Bingren, a senior inspector, is one of the 3 deputy team leaders of Team B, and is also the direct superior of Lu Zonghao. This man is just over 40 with a somewhat sleazy appearance and dressed in civilian clothes. He looks nothing like a police officer. At a roadside stall outside the hospital, Huang Bingren pushed a bottle of soda in front of Lu Zonghao. Do you know how long it has been since you last contacted me? I wanted to contact you, but I couldn't. A month ago, there was a drug deal involving Bai Funchi in Saigon. I originally intended to relay the message to you, but I couldn't find the opportunity. On that very night, his transaction encountered problems, and we were all suspected of being traitors, so we were locked up. Huang Bingren squinted upon hearing this. Lu Zonghao felt uncomfortable under Huang Bingren's stare, but maintained his composure as he replied, Huang Si, is there a problem? Of course there is a problem, and it's a big one. Huang Bingren leaned forward, his tone unfriendly as he said, you must have made quite a bit of money from last night's robbery, right? Lu Zonghao was taken aback. You've been watching me. At this moment, he was genuinely a little anxious. If Huang Bingren had indeed sent someone to keep tabs on him, he was not afraid of the robbery being exposed, but if the matter involving Oliver got out, he would be finished. You don't think I only placed you as my undercover agent in the organization, do you? Huang Bingren threatened. I know being an undercover is tough for you, so I can turn a blind eye to your side earnings. But you must understand who your true boss is. Hearing this, Lu Zonghao realized that Huang Bingren was completely unaware of the situation involving Oliver and feigned anger, revealing the scars on his body. Damn it. How can you still say that? Do you think I wanted to go out and rob? I was held captive by Bai Funchi for a month, suffering inhumane abuse every day. Where were you during that time? Recently, the people from Ma Gang have annoyed him greatly, forcing me to risk my life. Where were you then? In your eyes, I'm just a tool for gathering intelligence, but I'm also a human being. I fear death, and I experience despair. Do you understand? Enough. Don't shout. Huang Bingren, seeing Lu Zonghao's volume rising, quickly lowered his voice. During this period, you were really locked up. Lu Zonghao retorted, otherwise. Have you seen me anywhere else? Never mind. Huang Bingren waved his hand, changing to a different demeanor. How please don't think I'm targeting you, nor that I'm lacking in humanity. I started as a uniformed police officer at 17, served under 4 major detectives, and fought against 4 major families. I've seen too many dark sides of the police force, and too many people defect. I just hope you don't forget the promise we made that we must protect justice in Hong Kong together. Chief, I've never forgotten about this matter. Lu Zonghao displayed a solemn expression, but felt particularly disgusted inside, as he knew better than anyone that Huang Bingren had no true sense of justice. He was fiercer than anyone when it came to accepting dirty money. He truly couldn't understand how he had been brainwashed by such a selfish person before leading to him being crippled. Seeing the devotion reflected in Lu Zonghau's eyes, Huang Bingren relaxed a bit. To be honest with you, on the night when Bai Funchi's goods were swept away, the police indeed received a tip, but the case wasn't handled by our bureau, but by the Narcotics Bureau. They had a mole who went missing, a red stick from the Yao Ma Ti faction, your boss Du Guobin. Hearing this name, Lu Zonghau's mind exploded. At this moment, he felt that fate was playing a huge joke on him. More astonishingly, Du Guobin, who had vowed to eliminate him as a traitor on the day of the incident, was actually an informant for the police. No wonder his news hadn't been transmitted, and Bai Funchi's goods were already swept away. Oh, it turned out that all of this was Du Guobin's masterpiece. And that guy, in order to prevent his leaked information from spreading, decided to collude with Dao Zai to eliminate Lu Zonghao, using him as a scapegoat. What's even more ridiculous is that they, as police informants, ended up in a deadly struggle. How? Are you still listening? Huang Bingren nudged Lu Zonghao. You are Du Guobin's little brother. Have you been with him this month? Lu Zonghao snapped back to reality, shaking his head. No. Since the day of the failed transaction, I haven't seen him. I heard he was sent by Bai Funchi to work. I don't know what he's doing specifically. You need to use your identity to find Du Guobin as soon as possible. Huang Bingren commanded. The Narcotics Bureau has sent a request for assistance to the O Bureau, hoping we can help locate Du Guobin, as he holds even more crucial information. Currently, the Narcotics Bureau has closed a case they have been investigating for 3 years, and as long as Du Guobin makes an appearance, they can wrap it up. Lu Zonghao asked, what does the Narcotics Bureau's matter have to do with our O Bureau? A superintendent from the Narcotics Bureau has a close relationship with Senior Superintendent Ren Darong from the O Bureau. I need to use this matter to do Ren Darong a favor. By the way, he has a younger brother named Ren Dahua, who works as an actor at the Bin Bin Film Company. If the gang sends you to stir trouble, make sure not to provoke this person. Being targeted by his brother would be very troublesome. Huang Bingren paused. Additionally, you know about the assassination of Superintendent Oliver from the West Kowloon police station, right? Lu Zonghao nodded with some guilt. The newspapers have reported it for several days. I suspect no one in Hong Kong is unaware of it. Due to public pressure, the police have already wrapped up this case, but the true culprit has not been apprehended. Director Han Ely from the police force has been insisting on a secret investigation by the O Bureau. You must pay extra attention to this matter. Huang Bingren said solemnly. Right now the mainland is undergoing reform and opening, leading to the emergence of numerous criminal organizations. Recently, many ruthless criminals from the mainland have been coming to Hong Kong Island to rob jewelry stores and cash transport vehicles. I heard that the police are preparing to rename the O Bureau to Organized and Serious Crime Investigation Bureau to crack down on these big circle gangs. You know I'm getting older. Once I'm assigned to deal with those big circle gangs, I won't have the strength or energy to keep up. But if I can catch the real murderer behind Oliver's assassination, I could rise rapidly. How then you can return to the O Bureau? I guarantee you'll be able to take my position. Lu Zonghao smiled. In that case, I really should thank Huang Si. You're too polite, or we're all on the same side. Since you are safe, let's stick to the old rules. Report to me every 3 days, and if there is important intelligence, contact me anytime. Huang Bingren patted Lu Zonghao's wrist. Remember, the 2 things I'm assigning you today must be done diligently. As long as you find clues, I will definitely reward you. Rest assured, Chief. I will do my utmost. Lu Zonghao replied, but in his heart 1,000 wild horses were galloping through. He knew Huang Bingren's character well. As long as he hadn't been completely drained of his value or genuinely provided some important intelligence, this bastard would never let him return to the team. But when he could provide that kind of intelligence, he would likely have a high position in the gang. Once his identity was exposed, the gang would surely put a high bounty on his head. It's said that mixing in the underworld is a road of no return, and isn't being an undercover agent the same. Moreover, the 2 cases Huang Bingren asked him to investigate today were all cases Lu Zonghao had personally handled. He couldn't possibly perform a self-destructive act for Huang Bingren's future, right? Lu Zonghao briefly met Huang Bingren before returning to the hospital. Before he could speak, Chun Yaoxing eagerly asked, Brother, how I saw you talking with someone at the fishball stall outside just now. Who was that? An old neighbor. My family severed ties with me after I joined the Triad. He greeted me just now, so I casually asked after their well-being. Lu Zonghao smiled genially as he replied, but inwardly his heart raced with alarm. No wonder Hong Kong films always staged undercover rendezvous on rooftops. Next time he met Huang Bingren, he would need an even more secluded location. Otherwise, if Huang Bingren's identity were exposed, and word reached by Finxiang, he would be utterly doomed. Seeing Chun Yaoxing about to speak again, Lu Zonghao swiftly changed the subject and turned to Hong Guoju seated in the chair. Ju, is your mind clear right now? A bit drowsy, Hong Guoju replied, wearily nodding. Every time I fall asleep, hours slip by before I wake, and I remember nothing of what happened. Lu Zonghao cut straight to the point. I just spoke with the doctor. He says your condition is treatable. If you're willing to undergo surgery, there's a strong chance you'll fully recover. Would you consider it? Do I truly stand a chance of recovery? A flicker of hope lit Hong Guoju's eyes, then dimmed into desolation. How much does the surgery cost? Noting Hong Guoju's expression, Lu Zonghao volunteered without hesitation. I'll cover the cost. Consider it settled. In Hong Kong's underworld, loyal subordinates were indispensable, and Lu Zonghao knew Hong Guoju's combat prowess well. Securing his unwavering loyalty for HK30 would be an investment yielding undeniable returns. Brother, how I need to know. How much does this surgery cost? Lu Zonghao gave no evasions. 300,000. Only 300,000. Hong Guoju stared silently for half a moment, then offered a wry self-mocking smile. When I served as a red pole, I seized 2 entire streets for the Triad. Yet in the end they abandoned me over a mere 300,000, even lying that my illness was incurable. Tell me, does chivalry still exist in this Jianghu? As enforcers of the Triad, red poles formed its unshakable core. Yet among XINE's 24 red poles, influence varied widely according to individual capability. Some renowned for sheer ferocity commanded 100 or 200 underlings through sheer reputation, earning vast income and commanding high status. Others remained ineffectual, leading only 2 or 3 lackeys, doomed to obscurity as nameless foot soldiers until their final breath. Chun Yaoxing, seeing Hong Guoju's demeanor, clapped him gently on the shoulder. Hong Kong has never lacked ambitious young thugs eager to rise, so elders will never lack men willing to die for them. To escape this fate, we must grow stronger, strong enough to become elders ourselves. Hong Guoju fell silent for several seconds, then lifted his head and gazed intently at Lu Zonghao. Brother Hao, I want to follow you. We've long been brothers, haven't we? Lu Zonghao smiled faintly. Ah Xing is right. If the life we desire cannot be granted by others, then we shall seize it ourselves. Under Lu Zonghao's arrangements, Hong Guoju's surgery took place 3 days later, proceeding flawlessly. Throughout that time, Lu Zonghao remained at the hospital vigilantly watching the calendar on the wall. Unnoticed, a full month slipped by, and the second monthly debt collection day for Ma Bang arrived as scheduled. Learning from last month's robbery, Ma Bang came heavily prepared, over 20 men strong. At the front of the formation, Ding Dali, his injured arm still suspended across his chest, waved dismissively, "Proceed to your assigned zones, collect the dues, then report back to me for consolidation. If anyone delays payment, teach them a lesson they won't forget." One of Ding Dali's underlings handed him a cigarette. Brotherly didn't Brother Wei say he'd personally lead this month's collection, with the entire Hall's brothers backing him. So why has he vanished for days with that blonde-haired Chi and his crew? Brother Wei was summoned by Elder Zhe. They have far more urgent matters to attend to. Ding Dali himself had no idea what Ma Wei was doing, only offering vague reassurance. "Last time I was robbed simply because I let my guard down. This time I'm fully prepared, with all these brothers beside me. If those bastards dare show their faces again, I'll chop them limb from limb and feed them to the fish at Kwaichung Pier." The underling raised his thumb in admiration. Naturally, word has already spread across the underworld how 5 of you stood firm against over 20 armed robbers. In our eyes, you're already the red pole of Yao Ma Ti. Moments later, the collectors returned, handing their collected cash to Ding Dali. He instructed them to deposit all money into a satchel which he slung around his neck. "Did anything unexpected happen during your collections?" "No. Once vendors heard we were from Ma Bang, they dared not utter a sound. Paid up instantly." "Good." Recalling last month's humiliation, Ding Dali still shuddered inwardly. To his underling he ordered, "I'm tired. I don't wish to walk far. Take a few men and bring our car here." "Yes." The underling nodded and turned to leave, when suddenly headlights flared from the road behind, illuminating several approaching figures. Dazzled by the glare, one underling mistook them for fruit market porters and shouted angrily, "Hey, are you blind? Move your car, get out of our way." Haha. Lu Zonghao, stepping forward at the head of the group, caught sight of Ding Dali's sling-bound arm and smiled. "Mate, you're collecting protection fees even while half-crippled. Truly dedicated." Indignant at the mockery, Ding Dali snapped, "Damn it. Who the hell are you? What? Already forgotten us after just 1 month?" Chun Yaoxing flexed his grip on the knife in his hand. Apparently our last impression wasn't deep enough. "Jiao Na Sing. It's you." Recognizing Chun Yaoxing's voice, Ding Dali's heart lurched. Yet spotting only 3 opponents, his bravado surged anew. "Brothers, these scum robbed me last time. Cut them down. Go. Kill them." At the command, Ma Bang's men drew knives and clubs, surging toward Lu Zonghao's group. Viru. Simultaneously, a truck accelerated sharply, slamming into a towering 4-meter-high stack of fruit crates beside the roadside. Crash. The crates collapsed, burying several Triad members who failed to dodge in time. From the cab, Xiaozai leapt out first, slamming the door behind him. "Brothers, the scum dare flaunt their power on Xin's turf, showing us no respect whatsoever. Now's our chance for vengeance. Leave none standing." Whooshed. Hearing the call, the gangsters in the rear compartment tumbled out like dumplings, swarming forward in a dark, roaring tide. "Damn it. We've walked into a Xin ambush." Seeing only one vehicle approach, Ding Dali suppressed his panic and clutched the money satchel tightly. "Stay calm, brothers. Follow me and break through." Hong Guoju's eyes blazed. He lit a string of firecrackers and hurled it into the crowd. "F your mother. You think entering Yao Ma Ti is easy. Leaving won't be so simple." Crack pop pop. As the firecrackers detonated amid the throng, over 100 Triad members erupted from alleyways on both sides, flooding forward like a relentless, surging tide. It was a confrontation without suspense. By Lu Zonghao's meticulous design, hundreds of thugs lying in wait among the fruit stalls surged forward, and in an instant Ding Dali's men were overwhelmed. Amid the clamor of fighting, Ding Dali was plunged back into the nightmare of the last robbery. Seizing the chaos as cover, he cupped the bag of money with his hands and darted into a nearby alley. At that moment, Ding Dali had no other thought but to save the money. If he lost it twice, whatever punishment awaited him would pale beside the shame of being unable to keep face with Ma Wei. No sooner had he bolted into the alley than he found it already blocked by Lu Zonghao's men. He spun around, searching for another way out. When he turned, Lu Zonghao, Hong Guoju, and Chun Yaoxing were standing not far behind him. A metallic scrape rang out as Chun Yaoxing dragged a knife along the wall and closed in. "Run. Keep running." Gurgle. Ding Dali swallowed hard. Hearing the footsteps behind him and feeling Lu Zonghao's men pressing in, he wavered for 3 seconds, then took off the money-laden backpack. With a foolish, pleading air, he asked, "Brothers, if I hand the money over now, can I avoid being beaten?" On the island in Wanzai, at a construction site, a suspended incandescent lamp swung in the evening breeze, its shadow trembling. Over the rumble of the mixer, a van stopped above the foundation pit. Ma Wei climbed out of the passenger seat, a cigarette dangling from his mouth as he waved his hand. The waiting henchmen surged forward, flung open the trunk, and like dragging dead dogs hauled out 5 men bound hand and foot and stained with blood. In the dim light, one of the men recognized the person they dragged from the van. His hand went slack, and he instinctively took 2 steps back. The man who froze him was Hong Fei, the Ma Bang-seated boss in Wanzai, nicknamed the Man-Eating Shark. Worthless. Afraid of a tied man. What business do you have on the streets? Ma Wei shoved the subordinate aside, then dragged Hong Fei to the edge of the pit. Once Hong Fei was made to kneel with his back to the excavation, Ma Wei produced a pack of Jianpai cigarettes from his pocket and sneered, Fei Ji, anyone who lives this life should know the day will come. I'm only following orders. The only mercy I can grant is a last smoke. If you become a vengeful ghost, don't come after me. With that, he ripped the duct tape from Hong Fei's mouth. Chen Mingzhi, I know you're nearby. Why won't you come out? Hong Fei held from his knees. Hong Fei knelt on the ground and screamed hysterically, do you not remember? I saved your life. When you angered the Shui Fong Bang and they put a hit on you, I was the only one in the association willing to back you. And that time at Paomati, when you slept with a forbidden woman and offended the Gua family among the 4 great clans, who led brothers to break you out, who fought you out of a ring of hundreds. If not for me, Hong Fei, how would you have become today's Zenshino? As Hong Fei's pleas echoed, Chen Mingzhi emerged from the shadows and stood before him. Brother Hong Fei, killing you is Mr. Ku's wish, not mine. Mr. Ku already knows about your collusion with Hushing. Hong Fei fought to contain his emotions and begged Chen Mingzhi, Eiji, I did wrong. I betrayed the association, but I never betrayed you. For old-time sake, can't you let me go? I promise you. If you spare me tonight, I will disappear from Gangdao overnight and never return. Chen Mingzhi looked at the groveling Hong Fei and sighed. Hong Fei, you put me in a difficult position. Seeing Chen Mingzhi's hesitation, Hong Fei brightened. If you let me leave, I'll stow away to Heilin and never make trouble again. I can pay you lots of money. I have gold and dollars worth over 5 million. Let me go and I'll hand it all over to you. Chen Mingzhi hesitated. Where is the money? Hong Fei answered without pause, in the safe in the basement of my villa in Zhongxi district. If you let me go, I will tell you the code. Chen Mingzhi stepped forward and patted Hong Fei lightly on the shoulder. Mr. Ku originally wanted you buried alive as a foundation stake for this site. But you're right. You saved me too many times. Such a death would be too cruel. The words had barely left his mouth when a sharp blade flashed. With a sickening sound, Chen Mingzhi drove a knife through Hong Fei's throat and shoved him into the pit. The other henchman pushed Hong Fei's remaining lieutenants in after him as the concrete mixer disgorged its load. Chen Mingzhi stood on the high edge and watched Hong Fei's figure sink beneath the flow. Then he ordered his men take a few people and go to the villa Hong Fei mentioned. Bring back the money he spoke of. A subordinate hesitated. What about his family? Chen Mingzhi's eyes flashed. What the hell are you talking about? Hong Fei did me favors. Now that he's dead, of course his family goes down with him. Do you want him to wander as a lonely ghost? The man shrank back under the rebuke and soon left with 2 lieutenants. At that moment, Ma Wei hurried up to Chen Mingzhi. Big brother, there's trouble in Yamati. I just received word. Our brothers who went to collect debts tonight were ambushed. Xinyan mobilized over 100 people. Not only did they beat our men, they just set fire to our Tonko. That bastard Bai Finxiang dared to pull down our flag. He's decided to break with us. Chen Mingzhi's gaze sharpened. Li Wenxiang has been testing us for a month. Finding no response, his appetite has grown. Gather the brothers. I will personally flatten his Tonko. Ma Wei cautioned, big brother, we just finished with Hong Fei. Wanzai is not yet stable, and there's a lot to wrap up. Striking Bai Finxiang now might be too risky. Strike once to avoid 100 blows, Chen Mingzhi replied. Now that I've swallowed Hong Fei's territory, I must show strength. I will beat those coveting Wanzai so they know the cost of opposing me. Chen Mingzhi had deliberately withheld action when Ding Dali was robbed the first time. He had been waiting for this day. The island and the Jiulong Peninsula face each other across the sea with no land connection. The nearest road was the island's main artery, the undersea tunnel linking Wanzai and Hongkan. Previously, Wanzai had been firmly in Hong Fei's hands. If he had mobilized his men en masse into Wanzai, Hong Fei would have been alert. Once in Jiulong, both reinforcements and retreat would be difficult, and one would always have to watch for Hong Fei stabbing from behind. Now that Chen Mingzhi had folded Wanzai into his pocket and occupied the vital route to Jiulong, his rear was secure. He urgently needed a decisive victory to cement his position and to intimidate the other Ma Bang leaders, preventing them from exploiting the disorder to carve up the Wanzai he had just taken. In Hong Kong, every street thug dreams of overnight fame, yet few ever achieve it. To rise as a triad leader demands more than mere ruthlessness. It requires formidable financial backing. The ambush against Ding Dali cost Lu Zonghao a total of HK1800, covering HK100 per operative medical expenses for the injured, transportation costs, and compensation to merchants for damages. Should any participant be arrested, the police bail would amount to an astronomical sum. By Hong Kong standard rates, hiring a local hoodlum costs roughly 500 Hong Kong dollars, but confronting a major syndicate like the Ma Bang demands far higher payments, too little, and no one dares show up. The expenditure for this single clash alone would take an average salaried worker 7 or 8 years of frugal income only living to recoup. And this was merely one brawl. For veteran leaders perpetually warring over territory, the monthly payroll for their underlings constitutes an incalculable fortune. Beneath an elevated highway in Yao Ma Ti, Lu Zonghao instructed Xia Zai to distribute the head fees to several team leaders, and then handed over an additional HK 200,000 for Ah Ju and Ah Xing each. You keep 100,000. Thank you, big brother. Xia Zai accepted the HK 0 with elation, convinced more than ever that aligning with Lu Zonghao had been the wisest choice. Yet unease flickered beneath his excitement. Big brother, tonight, we openly assaulted Ma Bang's men. They won't let this pass. If they retaliate, what do we do? Lu Zonghao smiled faintly. Rest easy. Even if Chun Mingzhi seeks vengeance, the blade will not fall upon us. To you, Santin D Street is an ocean. To him it is but a shallow ditch. What he truly wants is a pretext to invade Yao Ma Ti, and by striking his men, I've handed him precisely that stepping stone. Brother, how do you truly believe Chun Mingzhi will be provoked? Chun Yaoxing asked skeptically. Last month, we robbed Ma Bang once. We expected a storm of retaliation, yet not even a whisper came. Lu Zonghao replied with unwavering certainty. Precisely because of that, I've doubled the dosage. I don't know why Chun Mingzhi held back last time, but this time he will not hesitate. News of our robbery will spread across Yao Tsim Mong within hours. If Chun Mingzhi remains silent, I guarantee he'll collect not a single cent of protection money next month. Truth be told, I'd welcome that mountain-shaking tiger himself. After surgery, Hong Guoju's intellect had evidently surged. If he fails to respond this time, Bai Finxiang will surely conclude he's afraid. Should he attempt to reclaim Santin D Street, the fattest prize of all, your position will become perilous. Only if they clash can we seize the chaos to fish in troubled waters. Their choices lie beyond our control. Our duty is simply to execute our own part flawlessly. Lu Zonghao turned to Xia Zai. Are you prepared for what comes next? Xia Zai nodded emphatically. Brother, rest assured. I've chosen childhood friends. There'll be no issue. At 6 a.m., Bai Finxiang, still entwined with a dancer in deep slumber at home, was jolted awake by frantic knocking. He opened his eyes to the pale gray light of dawn and rose irritably. Who is it? Who knocks like death itself at this hour? Outside, Ah Dong's voice rang with panic. Brother Chong, it's me, Ah Dong. Something's happened at the branch office. With less than a month remaining before the election of the new branch master, Bai Finxiang dreaded nothing more than territorial unrest. So he flung open the door half-dressed. What's wrong? Has the police raided one of our venues? Ah Dong gasped. It's far worse. I just received word. Chun Mingzhi has mobilized a massive force bound for Kowloon, and their target is Yao Ma Ti. Bai Finxiang recoiled as if struck. Is this intelligence confirmed? Ah Dong's face paled. 3 years ago, I worked security at a bar in the eastern district of Hong Kong Island. Many of my old friends still work there. They knew I serve you, so they sent the warning. Rumors say Chun Mingzhi has assembled over 300 men and declared today he'll drown Yao Ma Ti in blood. Bai Finxiang slammed his fist into the wall, eyes blazing with murderous fury. That scoundrel Chun Mingzhi pushes his luck too far. He seized an entire street from us, yet I chose restraint. Now he dares flaunt his power on Sin Yion's turf. Does he truly think Li Wenxiang is soft fruit to squeeze? Ah Dong, watching Bai Finxiang's wrathful expression, ventured cautiously. Brother Chong, Chun Mingzhi's march on Yao Ma Ti isn't without cause. From what I've learned, the Daquan gathered over 100 men last night and trapped Ma Bang's debt collectors inside the fruit market compound, leaving 3 gravely injured. What did you say? Bai Finxiang froze for nearly 3 seconds before exclaiming. The Daquan actually dared wage war on Ma Bang. Where did that wretch find so many followers? Ah Dong shook his head. I only heard of this morning. The full details are still being verified, but it's certain beyond doubt the Daquan started this trouble. Hearing this, Bai Finxiang's blood pressure spiked. His temples throbbed with sharp, insistent pain. He'd tolerated Chun Mingzhi's occupation of Santin D Street precisely to prevent unrest in Yao Ma Ti before the branch master election. Dispatching Lu Zonghao there served a dual purpose: to shield himself from political fallout during the election, and to shift full blame onto Lu Zonghao should the matter resurface, allowing him to publicly discipline him and bear the stigma in his stead. Yet he never imagined that this very underling, sent expressly to shoulder disgrace, would dare confront Ma Bang head-on. This oversight wasn't due to negligence. It was because the Lu Zonghao who'd eliminated Du Guobin was by all accounts timid and ineffectual. Even thinking with his feet, Bai Finxiang could never have foreseen such audacity. Yet reflecting now, ever since eliminating Oliver, the Daquan had transformed utterly, growing bolder, fiercer, until Bai Finxiang sensed that beneath his tough exterior lay nothing but rebellious defiance. Seeing Bai Finxiang lost in silence, Ah Dong tentatively suggested, Brother Chong, Chun Mingzhi advances with overwhelming force, and the branch master election looms. We cannot afford to lose face. Should we seek aid from Prince Brother, asking him to dispatch reinforcements? Bai Finxiang instinctively objected. No. This confrontation must not escalate. 100-man brawl will make headlines and draw relentless police scrutiny. But didn't Prince Brother promise to endorse your ascension once Oliver was eliminated? Ah Dong asked naively. Bai Finxiang snapped. Eliminating Oliver was merit, but not merit sufficient for glory. To flaunt it publicly would be tantamount to coercing the elders into approving my re-election. If the elders perceive arrogance in my conduct, my days are numbered. Dong fretted. Chun Mingzhi arrives fully prepared. We're scrambling to assemble barely over 100 brothers, no match for his assault. If we lose territory, the consequences will be far graver. Therefore, I must suppress this crisis today. Absolutely no bloodshed may occur in Yaomati. Bai Finxiang paused briefly, then issued swift orders. Immediately gather our brothers and station them at the exits near Hungham Tunnel. I'll meet Chun Mingzhi in person and send men at once to seize the Duquanzi. I'll hand him over and negotiate Chun Mingzhi's withdrawal. Dong responded rapidly. Before coming here, Brother Fa had already led men to San Tin D Street to apprehend him. He said you'd likely rush to contain the fire ahead of the election, and added that whether we fight or negotiate today, the Duquanzi must serve as our sacrificial banner. In Hong Kong Island, every inch of land is precious, and most street-facing commercial buildings lack courtyards with entrances set right on the street, much like ordinary shops. The Jin Lee building on Austin Road in Tsim Sha Tsui is no different, except that this building has two entrances, one of which features a lift that directly reaches the 7th floor, where the headquarters of the Cine and Company is located. In the company gym, Xiang Yinshan was exercising on the butterfly machine, and with each breath sweat flowed along his muscles. In 1953, Xiang Qian, the founder of Cine, and was expelled by the British Hong Kong government and fled to Taiwan, leaving his eldest son Xiang Yin, who had just graduated from high school, to take over the leadership. After more than 20 years of tempering, Xiang Yin had transformed from that youthful boy into the renowned Furi Dragon of Hong Kong Island, evolving into a restrained and sharp leader. Although he was over 40, he was still vigorous, and at first glance he appeared to be around 34 or 35, looking quite refined. A moment later, the chief steward Lin Jing entered the gym, handing him a bottle of purified water. Mr. Xiang, why don't you take a break? Seeing Lin Jing arrive, Xiang Yin stopped his movements and politely greeted him. In the organization, there was always a saying: the Xiang family rules, the Lin family acts. Xiang Yin respected this old subordinate of his father. I heard something quite interesting and came to share it with you. Lin Jing sat on a nearby chair, smiling as he spoke. Hong Fei from the Ma gang has gone missing, and reportedly his wife and child are also unaccounted for. The territory in Wanchai has already been taken over by Chun Mingzhi. Chun Mingzhi is he the Jinshan tiger, one of the 5 tigers of the Ma gang? Xiang Yin smiled. As well, it seems that under Ku Zixiang's leadership, the reforms in the Ma gang are indeed extensive. This is not a good thing. Chun Mingzhi is a young and aggressive leader, and if he becomes Ku Zixiang's right-hand man, the Ma gang will surely aim its swords at Sinian. Lin Jing paused for a moment. As far as I know, Chun Mingzhi is currently on his way to Yaomati with a group of brothers. Xiang Yin caught his breath, used a cigar cutter to prepare 2 Macanudo cigars, and handed one to Lin Jing. What is the response from the Crown Prince? Since the mainland's reform and opening up, smuggling has always been profitable. The Crown Prince is currently in Tunmun preparing to establish a smuggling line for the organization to sell televisions and other electronic products to the mainland, and he is unaware of this matter. Lin Jing exhaled a puff of smoke and continued, interestingly, Li Wenxiang from Yaomati has made no moves regarding Chun Mingzhi's actions, as if nothing has happened. He and Chun Mingzhi both came from Xianshan and were old acquaintances, who I believe he may privately seek out Chun Mingzhi to discuss matters. Bai Finxiang was indeed a formidable general in earlier years, but since taking the flag in Yaomati, he has shown too much cleverness. To secure re-election, he first ignored the encroachments on the streets, and now he is thinking of resolving matters privately after being stepped on. Sai Xiang Yin said in the organization the most taboo is losing sight of the company, thinking one can deceive the heavens and cross the sea. Such people will never understand who granted them the power they wield. They can harm the organization's reputation for their own interests, yet they never think that once the organization collapses, who will still regard them highly. Lin Jing, shrewd and calculating, instantly grasped Xiang Yan's intention. Should I contact Sheng from Hungham and let him handle this matter? Forget it, let Li Wenxiang handle it. After all, he is a man of the Crown Prince, and it is inappropriate for us to intervene in Yaomati's affairs. As for the matter of re-election in Yaomati, we need to reconsider. Lin Jing raised an eyebrow. Mr. Xiang, the Crown Prince, has made significant contributions to the organization this year, and specifically entrusted Li Wenxiang with the assassination of Oliver, indicating that he values this person highly. If we move against Li Wenxiang, it may provoke the Crown Prince's displeasure. Lin Bo, now, even you have started to be wary of the Crown Prince's attitude. Do you think I should continue considering this? Xiang Yin revealed a smile that carried some intrigue, as the decision-maker of Yao Tsim Mong, the Crown Prince's disciples, are the leaders of Tsim Sha Tsui, Quan Chung, Yao Mati Mong Kok, and Tai Kok Sui, holding a third of the organization's economy. His current power is enough to rival a second-rate organization. Territorial control is a major taboo for those in power. Lin Jing was momentarily taken aback, then explained the Crown Prince's momentum is indeed strong, but his loyalty to the organization is absolutely unquestionable. I have never doubted the loyalty of any decision-maker, but loyalty is not the only standard for measuring subordinates. Since ancient times, those whose merits overshadow their masters have seldom ended well. The Crown Prince is currently too prominent. If he is allowed to develop unchecked, it will surely provoke dissatisfaction among other decision-makers, which will affect internal unity. What I want is not only for the subordinates not to harbor thoughts of rebellion, but also to ensure they lack the capability to rebel. Human nature is not something to be gambled with. Xiang Yan casually pointed out the organization's situation, quickly dismissing Bai Finxiang as a pawn, and switched the topic. Who do you think would be most suitable to replace Bai Finxiang if I wanted to remove him? Meanwhile, Bai Finxiang, who was still unaware of the disaster looming over him, was riding in a Ford Fairmont towards the Hung Hom Tunnel, asking the front passenger, Dong, how are we prepared on our end? Dong turned and replied, as per your instructions, we have prepared 2 million in cash and have instructed the brothers to lay an ambush near the Hung Tunnel, but Brother Fa just called saying he found nothing at the street faction and did not see the big circle guys. Damn it. Once I handle today's matters, I must eliminate this traitor. Bai Finqiang's face showed anger. You handle this matter. I don't care what method you use, just lure Lu Zonghao out and ensure he disappears from Hong Kong Island as soon as possible. Boss, don't worry. I've been looking at this punk unfavorably for a long time. Dong's eyes flashed with fierceness, urging the driver, Xiaoyin, drive faster. Step on the gas. Are you not hungry, or what? Yes. Xiaoyin nodded reluctantly, while subtly covering the big brother phone under his clothing. Donggu, are we taking the shortcut? Or are we taking the West Kowloon elevated road? Dong's eyes widened. You've been driving for so long, do I have to teach you? Of course we take the elevated road. On the other end of the line, Lu Zonghao stood on the elevated bridge of Chung Yuan Road. Hearing Dong's response, he hung up and said to the shrimp, your friend seems quite reliable. Money is the hero's courage. I have given Xiaoyin enough benefits. This amount of money he wouldn't earn in years beside Bai Finxiang, so he naturally has to help us with the work. So what shall we do next? Asked the shrimp. Wait. Lu Zonghao dropped a single word, then dialed the paging service number, saying to the operator, please help me page 008-57777 3 times in a row, and the callback number is this. In less than 3 minutes, Huang Bingren's phone called back. Hello, this is Huang Ji Moving Company. May I ask if this is the number you dialed? Lu Zonghao looked at the cars continuously stopping on the roadside under the bridge and the gangsters getting out and dispersing around, and asked, I need to move 2 containers. Can you handle this business? Huang Bingren, seeing that Lu Zonghao had made the signal, straightforwardly asked, what's going on? Why suddenly activate the emergency contact channel? Lu Zonghao said solemnly, I have found the whereabouts of Du Guobin, but the drug enforcement officers have been misled by him. He is not genuinely working as an informant, but has been covering up for Bai Finxiang, preparing to make a big score today and then run away to Southeast Asia with Bai Finxiang. The news provided by Lu Zonghao startled Huang Bingren. How one can eat whatever they want, but one must not speak recklessly. Du Guobin is a mole that the drug cartel has nurtured for years. How could he possibly betray us? Could there be an issue with your intelligence? Lu Zonghao said in a low voice, Huang Si. You have been in the intelligence field for so many years, you should know better than I do. Even undercover police can betray us, let alone someone like Du Guobin, a hoodlum. Don't forget he grew up alongside Bai Finxiang as close brothers. Huang Bingren pondered for a moment and pressed, what exactly is the situation today? Currently the Cine and has adopted corporate management. The subordinate factions change their leaders every 3 to 5 years. Bai Finqiang's private dealings have displeased the higher-ups, so his chances of re-election are gone, and the gang is also keeping an eye on him. This morning, Bai Finxiang brought out all the goods he had and gathered a large number of brothers to ambush at the Hung Hom Tunnel exit, preparing to negotiate with Chun Mingjie from the Ma gang. I suspect he is trying to use the chaos to obscure the gang's vision and create an opportunity for himself to escape. Suspect. Possibly. Huang Bingren repeated these 2 words. So from start to finish you don't have any concrete evidence. Oh, everything is just your speculation, right? You know my position in the gang. I don't have access to deeper secrets. However, I personally loaded today's goods onto the truck. Lu Zonghao paused. Also, I received intelligence from Bai Finqiang's driver Xiaoyin. Today at noon, Bai Finxiang booked 2 tickets for smuggling to Southeast Asia. Do you think all this could be a coincidence? Bai Finxiang is already contemplating escape. If we catch him now, we might extract a lot of information he would never have revealed before. Huang Bingren decisively responded, I will contact the Narcotics Investigation Unit as soon as possible and coordinate the mobile unit to arrest Bai Finxiang and Du Guobin. You keep a close watch on their locations. We must not let these 2 big fish slip away. I can't do that. Bai Finxiang has been acting extremely out of character today and only brought his trusted confidants with him. I cannot get close to him at all. Lu Zonghao paused again. There's one more thing I need your help with. Once the operation begins today, you need to create an opportunity for me to attack Chun Mingjie. For a moment, Huang Bingren even felt he misheard Lu Zonghao's words and incredulously asked, what did you say? Once Bai Finxiang meets Chun Mingjie, a conflict is likely to occur. Hung Ham is the territory of Sini, and if things get messy here, the higher-ups will definitely notice. Lu Zonghao spoke calmly. Once Bai Finxiang is caught today, the Yao Ma Ti faction will certainly hold an election for the new leader. At that time, when the rabbit dies, the dog is cooked, and we oldtimers will inevitably be marginalized. If I don't achieve some results today, there will be no place for me in Yao Ma Ti, so I must make my way into the higher-ups' line of sight before Bai Finxiang is removed. Upon hearing this news, Huang Bingren's tone became somewhat displeased. Lu Zonghao, have you lost your mind as a hoodlum? I am not your stepping stone, nor will I become your support in the gang. As a royal police officer, you serve the police force. Please recognize your position and do not lose sight of your priorities. Do you think I want to endure such great risks every day, going out to fight and kill with a bunch of hoodlums? Lu Zonghao responded emphatically. If you want me to obtain valuable intelligence, you must give me a status that matches it. Otherwise, do you think a lowly 4-9 subordinate can uncover any useful information? I believe you didn't send me undercover just to let me rot at the bottom of the gang for life, right? Huang Bingren pondered for a moment and finally made a concession. I can help create an opportunity for you to get close to Chunmingzhi, but you must guarantee that this person leaves alive today. If a gang leader dies in an operation with police intervention, it will inevitably lead to public unrest, and I won't be able to explain to my superiors. If you cross the line, I will have no choice but to arrest you. The call between Lu Zonghao and Huang Bingren lasted about 5 minutes. After the call ended, the Ford car that Bai Finxiang was riding in pulled up to the roadside, having passed the elevated bridge beneath Lu Zonghao's feet. The waiting Izai Fa got out of his car carrying a suitcase as he sat in Bai Finxiang's car. Brother Chong, I have prepared 2 million in cash, but the person I sent to the street failed and couldn't capture Lu Zonghao. I already know about this. Bai Finxiang gazed deeply at the flowing traffic of the red tunnel. Do you think we can stop Chunmingzhi today? Izai Fa spoke with concern. Currently, Chunmingzhi is prominent within the Ma gang. This Jinshan, who is no longer the Asia we knew in Xiyun Mountain. I know you personally came to meet him to appeal to his emotions, but if he were truly someone who valued old ties, he wouldn't have sent people to seize the street without even notifying you. Bai Finxiang did not get angry at Izai Fa's words. So you think this matter is not negotiable? You know what he wants and how to negotiate with him. Izai Fa articulated the thoughts that Bai Finxiang had been pondering but had not voiced. Actually, you also know that as long as you promised Chunmingzhi to give up the street and share half of the Yao Ma Ti territory with him, you could persuade him to withdraw today. After all, you are the one calling the shots in Yao Ma Ti. If your words are caught by the Ma gang and held against you, it will bring endless trouble in the future. I know this is just a delaying tactic. You want to wait until your re-election is secured before turning against him, but once this negotiation reaches the ears of the gang's higher-ups, it will have a very negative impact on you. In fact, if I had called the prince early this morning and had him send people from several nearby districts, we could have easily driven Chunmingzhi back. I know that this is the wisest plan, but I did not choose it. Bai Finxiang leaned back in his seat, revealing a bittersweet smile. Do you remember 4 years ago during the Spring Festival when we stole a car from the parking lot of the Watergate gang to raise money for Dakozi's father's surgery, and they caught us? Izai Fa took a deep breath. How could I forget? At that time, the Watergate gang stripped us and threw us into a cage, hanging us half in the sea for 2 whole days. We were lucky to survive, but Dakozi didn't make it. From that day on, I vowed never to let anyone step on my head again, so I worked hard to climb up. After years of development, my abilities and financial resources are sufficient to be a qualified boss, but my foundation is still lacking. As long as I can get through this month smoothly and serve another term as a leader, I am confident I can establish Yao Ma Ti as a solid fortress. By then, it won't be so easy for the higher-ups to move against me. Bai Finxiang calmly articulated his vision. I am very afraid of Chunmingzhi, but I am even more afraid of returning to that time when I was at the mercy of others barely getting by. Therefore, what I care about is not what I might lose in the present, but how I can eat more in the future. I understand your feelings. Izai Fa nodded slightly as he recalled the past. Playing the fool is better than becoming a real fool. The ringing of a Dong's pager interrupted the oppressive atmosphere in the car. He glanced at the content and his expression turned tense. Boss Chunmingzhi's people have already blocked the red tunnel entrance on the Wanchai side and have let their convoy through. They'll arrive here in 5 minutes. Bai Finxiang straightened his body, instantly returning to his sharp and ruthless demeanor. Get to work. As Xiaoyin pressed the car horn, 2 delivery trucks parked behind suddenly surged onto the street, completely blocking the 4 lanes at the exit. Chunmingzhi departed from Wanchai, ordering his men to block all civilian vehicles at the toll station to ensure his convoy's priority passage. After the exit at Hungham Bay was sealed off, Bai Finxiang pushed open the car door and stepped out, leading the short-statured Fat, carrying a leather briefcase, straight into the center of the road. Behind a roadside billboard, Dong gripped a steel blade wrapped tightly in his jacket and asked the approaching youth, "Have you finished the inspection?" The youth nodded. I led my men on a full sweep. No suspicious figures in nearby alleys or shopping malls. Dong's gaze remained fixed on Bai Finxiang in the distance. Wait for my signal. If our boss is threatened, charge with me. Protect Brother Chong at all costs. Bai Finxiang finished his cigarette just as headlights pierced the tunnel's gloom. Moments later, 10 minivans and 4 minibuses roared forward, led by Chun Mingzhi's first-generation BMW 7 Series. Ma Wei, driving the BMW, emerged from the tunnel and instantly spotted 2 freight trucks blocking the road ahead, and Bai Finxiang standing before them. He frowned sharply. Boss, Bai Finxiang's here. I see him. Chun Mingzhi, spotting Bai Finxiang ahead, tapped lightly on the door handle with his fingers. Stop the car. Tension crackled through the air. Bai Finxiang surveyed the dozen vehicles clogging the road, took a slow, deep breath, and strode purposefully toward the BMW. Whooshed. Simultaneously, Chun Mingzhi's entire convoy ground to a halt. Over 100 underlings, each with a red silk band tied around their left arm, swiftly assembled beside the BMW, radiating palpable menace. 2 uniformed patrol officers stationed at the toll booth immediately activated their motorcycle sirens and sped over. Hey, what are you doing gathering here? Don't assemble illegally or obstruct traffic. Unfazed by these lowest-ranking officers of the force, Ma Bang, Lieutenant shouted, Officer C. We're crossing the bridge, but the road's blocked. Which law does that violate? You're slandering us. I'll sue you for defamation. Ah Fat pointed to the freight trucks behind him. Officer, our vehicle broke down. Is that illegal? Talk if you must, but don't cause trouble. Sensing the volatile atmosphere, the officers issued the warning and rode off without attempting to intervene. Spotting no sign of Chun Mingzhi among the crowd, Bai Finxiang bellowed, Brother Ja, I'm Xiangzi. I beg you, for the sake of old bonds, grant me a face-to-face meeting. Hearing Bai Finxiang's deliberately humble appeal, Chun Mingzhi opened his door and stepped out beside the BMW. Bai Finxiang had come solely to negotiate. Seeing Chun Mingzhi alight, he walked straight forward, stopping precisely 3 meters away. Brother Zhu, it's been too long. Chun Mingzhi regarded his former underling with undisguised disdain. You didn't come all this way just to greet me, did you? Brother Zhu, I know why you're here, but I urge you to take your men back. First, let me sincerely apologize for last night's incident and fully compensate all your losses. We've misunderstood each other. Please grant me the chance to explain. Chun Mingzhi smiled faintly, saying nothing. Last night's assault on D Street was unknown to me. I never intended to oppose you. Some of my subordinates sought to rebel against me, deliberately provoking conflict between our factions. Bai Finxiang accepted the briefcase from Ah Fat and continued, Here are 2 million, my personal compensation. Furthermore, I swear my men will never interfere in D Street's affairs again. As for those who attacked your men, give me 3 days. I'll deliver them to you myself. Brother Zhe, we both grew up in public housing estates. You know how hard it is for boys like us to rise this far. Spare me, please. Don't push me to extinction. Can you do that? Bai Finxiang spoke not only to Chun Mingzhi, but to his entire entourage, publicly yielding, granting his rival every ounce of dignity. Simultaneously, he signaled, clearly press him too far, and he would choose mutual annihilation. Chun Mingzhi dismissed the threat with contempt. D Street's branch has always belonged to Ma Bang, and this street was won by my brother's blood and steel, not gifted by you. Want it back? Reach out any time. As for this so-called compensation, do you truly believe my honor is worth merely 2 million? Or shall anyone who produces 2 million henceforth mount my head and defile it? Brother Zhou, I know the rules of the Underworld, and what it takes to survive in it. Yet we were childhood playmates. Though we now serve different masters, we once fought side by side in life-or-death battles. Respect the monk, but honor the Buddha, even more. Today let's set aside Ma Bang and Sinian. Let's speak only as Zhou and Chang. Seeing Chun Mingzhi's unyielding stance, Bai Finxiang relented further. If you withdraw your men today, I'll cede Canton Road and Shanghai Street to you. Agreed. These 2 streets contiguous with New Tung Lok Street meant Bai Finxiang was surrendering all territory north of Yaomati. Though Chun Mingzhi had come to Yaomati for vengeance, he held no certainty of victory. He knew that even if he crushed Bai Finxiang's branch, Sini, and would inevitably retaliate. Once war erupted, neither side would yield until one exhausted its strength, taking at least a year or 18 months to resolve. To seize half the territory without bloodshed was thus an excellent option for Chun Mingzhi, who had just seized Wanchai yet still faced instability in his rear. At this thought, Chun Mingzhi ceased pressing Bai Finxiang. This vow, you utter it now before hundreds of my sworn brothers, as Sini and's branch chief, speaking for the entire Triad. We live by our word. Once spoken publicly, it cannot be unsaid. Since this is negotiation, I'll honor its terms. Bai Finxiang, seeing Chun Mingzhi's assent, locked eyes with him earnestly. Brother Zhe, don't humiliate me beyond endurance, please. Chun Mingzhi recognized Bai Finxiang had reached his breaking point and pressed no further. Turning, he walked back toward the BMW. Give you 3 days to clear your people. Then I'll send men to assume control. Ma Wei, seeing Chun Mingzhi accept the terms, stepped forward and took the cash case from Bai Finxiang's hands. On the elevated highway, Lu Zonghao watched Chun Mingzhi turn and lit a double-barrel firecracker perched on the guardrail, using the stub of a Hong Shuangshi cigarette. Boom! The firecracker's sudden detonation echoed across the street, startling everyone. At the Cross Harbor Tunnel exit, Chun Mingzhi instinctively whirled around upon hearing the blast. Vroom. Instantly, several minivans from the adjacent entrance lane revved their engines, smashed through traffic cones dividing the lanes, and charged violently toward Chun Mingzhi. Chun Mingzhi, spotting the onrushing vehicle, instinctively dodged sideways. Crash. The minivan slammed into the BMW. The front bumper shattered, instantly spraying debris. As the sliding door flew open, dozens of youths brandishing knives and clubs surged toward Chun Mingzhi. Thud. Ma Wei swung the cash case, felling a youth before roaring, "Protect the boss." Whooshed. Over 200 Ma Bang members surged forward like a tidal wave, immediately clashing with the attackers in brutal melee. Behind the roadside billboard, Ah Dong, witnessing the sudden chaos, mistook the assailants for Bai Finxiang's contingency force deployed in case negotiations collapsed. Seeing Bai Finxiang drawn into the fray, he drew his blade and charged onto the street. "Brothers, cut down these Ma Bang dogs. Protect Brother Chong." Chaos erupted in an instant. As several vans entered the scene, dozens of ambushers, alongside over 100 men led by Ah Dong, clashed head-on with the Ma Bang gang. Bai Finxiang, witnessing the sudden pandemonium, screamed hoarsely, "Cease fire. We've been set up." But his voice was instantly drowned beneath a deafening tide of roars, curses, and battle cries. Chun Mingzhi, one of Ma Bang's 5 tiger generals, had forged his path through blood and steel. Though momentarily stunned by the surprise assault, he swiftly seized a blade from a subordinate, felled a youth with 2 swift cuts, then raised his sword toward the front line. "Brothers, cut down these bastards. Push straight into Yaomati and plant our flag. Whoever takes Bai Finxiang's head gets an entire street and 1 million Hong Kong dollars." For Triad youth, such moments were the very opportunity they lived for. Spurred by Chun Mingzhi's staggering bounty, they surged forward like men possessed, frenzied, feverish, and utterly relentless against the Sin Eon ranks. Ah Dong hacked twice at a man's skull, while simultaneously kicking another backward, then raised his arms and bellowed, "Hold the line, brothers. Reinforcements from other branches are already on their way. Drive these scum back to Wan Chai." A grotesque melee erupted at the Cross Harbor Tunnel exit. Shouts and shrieks pierced the air as blood sprayed wildly across the pavement. Fingers and ears lay severed upon the ground, and entrails spilled in glistening heaps. Bai Finxiang had carried no weapon during his earlier negotiation, lest it spark misunderstanding. Now encircled, he hastily unwound his belt, wrapped it tightly around his fist, and reinforced his knuckles with its steel buckle, then delivered 2 brutal punches that shattered a youth's face. Before the brawl could escalate into full-blown carnage, the Hung Ham Division's emergency unit arrived on scene. Hong Kong's emergency units formed the frontline vanguard of the police force, ranked equally with the elite Special Duties Unit, though less rigorously trained and less heavily armed. If the Special Duties Unit resembled China's People's Armed Police, then the emergency unit bore closer resemblance to domestic special police forces. Under Huang Bingren's coordination, the Hung Ham Division deployed an entire emergency patrol squad, not only 12 marked police vehicles, but also a dedicated emergency response vehicle. Hong Kong's emergency response vehicles carried 11 standard-issue pieces of equipment: long rifles, door-breaching tools, chainsaws, hazardous materials gear, and were further outfitted with Remington shotguns, anti-riot launchers, and MP5 submachine guns, earning them the moniker Mobile Arsenals. Boom, boom. As the emergency unit assembled, 4 officers leveled their French-made FAMA's riot shotguns, nicknamed Big Mouth, and fired a synchronized volley of tear gas canisters into the crowd. Then 20 officers advanced behind riot shields, while 60 fully armored personnel followed with batons and anti-riot forks, systematically suppressing the mob. Uniformed constables brought up the rear, securing subdued gang members in handcuffs and assisting paramedics in rendering emergency care to the gravely wounded. Amid the acrid, stinging haze of tear gas, Bai Finxiang coughed violently, dodged a slashing blade sideways, and retaliated by slamming his reinforced fist into his attacker's jaw, sending him crashing to the ground. Thwack! Thwack! Ah Dong lunged to Bai Finxiang's side, dropped the youth with 2 rapid slashes, and shouted between ragged breaths, "Boss, the situation's too volatile. I'll hold them off. You get out now. Be careful." Disoriented and frantic, Bai Finxiang barely registered his words. Abandoning his separated lieutenant, Fa, he scrambled into a Ford sedan parked roadside. "Get us out. Now." Viru. Before Bai Finxiang's command fully left his lips, driver Xiaoyin stomped the accelerator, veered through the crowd, and barreled onto the opposing lane, plunging straight into the Cross Harbor Tunnel. From the 3rd-floor window of a nearby shopping mall, Huang Bingren observed the melee through binoculars. When his waist-mounted radio crackled to life, "Superintendent Huang. Target Li Wenxiang has fled by vehicle, but not toward Kowloon. He's entered the tunnel itself." He entered the tunnel. A Sin Eon man fleeing into Ma Bang territory. A flicker of suspicion crossed Huang Bingren's eyes before he replied calmly, "Li Wenxiang's apprehension falls under the Narcotics Bureau's jurisdiction, not ours. Relay all intelligence to Inspector Zhang Yanghong of the Narcotics Bureau." "What the hell are you doing?" "That's the route to Wan Chai." Bai Finxiang yelled, eyes wide with disbelief as he watched Xiao Yin's erratic driving. Gripping the steering wheel, Xiao Yin roared back, "Brother Chong, the streets outside are sealed by police. This is our only way out." Alarmed by Xiao Yin's uncharacteristic defiance, normally obedient to a fault, Bai Finxiang's heart lurched. "Stop the car, now." Xiao Yin didn't ease up, instead flooring the accelerator, surging past several speeding motorcycles. "They'll be on us any second, Brother Chong. We must break through." Sensing something deeply wrong, Bai Finxiang lunged forward and seized Xiao Yin's hair. "You motherfucker. I said stop." Screech. At that very moment, a van swerved violently, slamming crosswise into the Ford's path. Though Xiao Yin slammed the brakes, the sedan's front end crashed into the van, and Bai Finxiang, flung forward between the front seats, was hurled clear by momentum. Before he could react, Hung Guoju leapt from the van, wrenched open the Ford's door, and delivered 2 thunderous blows to Bai Finxiang's face, then hoisted him aloft like a squirming chick and vanished into the van with ruthless efficiency. Under the emergency unit's suppression, the mob at the tunnel entrance fractured into isolated pockets, disintegrating under the searing sting of tear gas. Triad youths scattered in panic, sporadic gunshots echoed as rubber bullets struck flesh, knocking one after another to the ground incapacitated. Chun Mingzhi, already escorted by Ma Wei, had reached his BMW the moment police arrived, and slipped inside just as the vehicle doors closed. His escape route behind was blocked by his own convoy, leaving only one option: a desperate charge toward the toll plaza. Vroom! The BMW roared to life, simultaneously bursting through the crowd alongside a van, as both vehicles fled in frenzied pursuit. Meanwhile, inside the mall, Huang Bingren's radio crackled again. "Superintendent Huang, 1 BMW and 1 van have breached the perimeter, heading toward the toll plaza. Interception teams are standing by." Huang Bingren drew deeply on his cigarette, paused for 2 silent seconds, then ordered flatly, "Open a gap. Let them pass." His subordinate hesitated. "Superintendent Huang, the BMW likely carries Chun Mingzhi, the Ma Bang's core operative. Are you certain we should let him go? This is merely a routine gang skirmish. Hundreds stand ready to take the fall for Chun Mingzhi. Arrest him now, and he'll walk free by nightfall. It's meaningless." Huang Bingren responded vaguely, "Among those fleeing with him is one of my informants. Let them go, but make it convincing. Assign surveillance teams to tail them closely, yet do not apprehend." "Understood." Even as they spoke, the BMW 7 Series smashed through a roadblock, colliding with a police cruiser, and slipped through the narrowest opening with uncanny precision. Inside, a Mazda 323 parked roadside outside the toll plaza. Chun Yaoxing sat bolt upright in astonishment. "That's Chun Mingzhi's car. How did he break through such tight police containment? Damn, this bastard truly has 9 lives." Lu Zonghao feigned shock, pulled on a surgical mask, and murmured, "We'd only meant to watch the spectacle, but look what fortune has delivered. Can we catch him? My dream is the Macau Grand Prix. Chasing him is child's play." With a sly grin, Chun Yaoxing hadn't even finished speaking before his car surged past pursuing officers, launching forward like an arrow loosed from the bow. Meanwhile, on the Wanchai side of the Cross Harbor Tunnel, a fleet of police vehicles had already sealed the exit, conducting systematic vehicle inspections. The moment the Ford appeared, officers deployed spike strips. Pop! Pop! All 4 tires exploded. The sedan veered sideways, skidded off the road, and slammed into a concrete barrier. Instantly, plainclothes officers swarmed the wreck. Inspector Zhang Yanghong of the Narcotics Bureau swung open the driver's door, surveyed the interior, found only Xiao Yin, and yanked him out by the collar. "Where is Li Wenxiang? I'm just an ordinary citizen passing by. You're using excessive force. I demand a lawyer." Xiao Yin glared defiantly at Zhang Yanghong. Thud. Zhang Yanghong slammed Xiao Yin's head hard against the car body. "I asked, where is Li Wenxiang? He escaped." Blood streaming from his nose, Xiao Yin gasped. "He told me to drive into the tunnel, then transferred to Du Guobin's motorcycle, and ordered me to keep going." An officer flipped open the Ford's trunk, stared at the scattered white powder, and stated grimly, "Inspector, residue remains, but the contraband has been removed." Zhang Yanghong trembled with fury, drew his service pistol, and pressed it to Xiao Yin's temple. What kind of vehicle was Du Guobin riding? Xiao Yin's eye twitched. "A motorcycle." Roar. The instant Xiao Yin spoke, a dozen motorcycles, each carrying 2 riders, burst from the tunnel, sliced through the inspection queue, and exploded outward from the toll plaza, scattering in every direction. At Huang Bingren's command, several police cars activated their sirens and sped down the street, relentlessly tailing Chun Mingzhi's 2 vehicles. Chun Yaoxing, whose driving skills were exceptional, observed the pursuing police cars without rushing forward. Instead, he maintained position diagonally behind them. Seated inside the BMW, Chun Mingzhi heard the piercing wail of the sirens, glanced at a nearby street sign, then pointed toward a narrow pedestrian alley, barely wide enough for a single vehicle, and shouted urgently to Ma Wei, "Drive through. Head for Kowloon railway station. Crowded area. Lose the cops." "Hold on tight." Ma Wei responded sharply. The BMW executed a violent drift, the tire's screeching smoke rising as it carved an arc onto the sidewalk. Vroom. Seizing his long-awaited opportunity, Chun Yaoxing downshifted surged past the police convoy in an instant and slid sideways into the pedestrian alley propelled by momentum. Inside the van that had intended to follow the BMW into the alley, the driver stared in stunned disbelief as the Mazda shot past him and cursed, "Damn your mother. Are you treating this like the Dakar rally?" The loyal aide seated beside Chun Mingzhi had meant to block the road and buy his boss time to escape. But seeing the Mazda surge ahead, he slammed his fist onto the dashboard and roared, "After him. Ram him and stop him." Within the narrow pedestrian alley, only 3 meters wide with less than half a meter of clearance on either side, pedestrians startled by the deafening engine roar screamed and scrambled into storefronts. Chun Yaoxing gripped the steering, while tightly checked the rearview mirrors, spotted the van closing in, and commanded coolly, "Hazai, you've got spray cans at your feet. Throw one." Hazai grabbed the open travel bag at his feet and was instantly hit by the pungent stench of paint. Inside lay several Blue Girl beer bottles, their mouths sealed with cloth rags, each filled to the brim with thick paint. "Brother Xing, you're brilliant." Exhilarated by Chun Yaoxing's preparedness, Hazai rolled down his window and hurled a glass bottle straight at the pursuing van. Crack. Shatter. The paint bottle exploded against the van's windshield, blinding the driver instantly. The vehicle veered wildly, crashed into the roadside, and completely blocked the narrow alley. Meanwhile, Ma Wei, spotting the Mazda still clinging to their rear, prepared to accelerate and shake them off, only to find a cargo-laden handcart blocking the path outside a clothing store ahead. The loading workers scattered instantly upon seeing the speeding car. Clang. The BMW struck the handcart head-in. The front bumper shattered instantly, sparks flying as it shoved the cart forward. But within seconds the cart was dragged beneath the car, throwing the vehicle into uncontrollable swerve, slamming sideways into a storefront. Shatter. The BMW smashed through the shop's glass facade, hurtled inside, and crashed hard into the wall, its hood grotesquely crumpled. Amid shrieking brakes, Lu Zonghao threw open his door first, drew his blade, and charged into the clothing store, grabbed Chun Mingzhi. Inside the shop, Chun Mingzhi was pinned in the wrecked car, his body lacerated by shards of glass. Hearing voices outside, he unfastened his seatbelt with one hand and kicked open the warped door with both feet. "Damn you." Seeing Chun Mingzhi, Hazai lunged ahead of Lu Zonghao and slashed downward with his knife. Chun Mingzhi had assumed the Mazda's occupants were plainclothes officers, never imagining they were Triad enforcers. He sidestepped the blade, countered with a sharp punch to Hazai's face, and bolted. Thwack. Lu Zonghao followed close behind, slashing Chun Mingzhi across the shoulder. As the man staggered, Lu raised his blade again. "You son of a bitch." Wincing from the wound, Chun Mingzhi realized his pursuers were few in number and seized a nearby clothing rack, swinging it backward toward Lu Zonghao. Lu ducked just in time, but before he could counterattack, Chun Mingzhi pressed forward once more. "Bastard." Seeing Chun Mingzhi fight back despite being hunted, Lu reversed his grip, using his forearm as a brace, and drove the flat of his blade toward Chen's chest. A red pole is a Triad enforcer. Every gang employs many, but only one holds the title Double Flower Red Pole, denoting the undisputed top fighter, the ultimate martial ace within the organization. And Chun Mingzhi was precisely that, the Double Flower Red Pole of the Ma Bang. After a brief moment of disorientation, he had already recalibrated to the rhythm of the fight, dodging Lu Zonghao's blade and launching a vicious upward kick toward his groin. Lu Zonghao too was a trained martial artist. Anticipating the strike from the subtle shift in Chen's hips, he retreated while bending his knees to block. At that moment, Hazai rushed in, cursing as he swung his knife toward Chun Mingzhi's torso. Just as Lu Zonghao expected the blow to land, Chun Mingzhi abruptly halted his motion midair, spun his body backward, and redirected the leg, slamming his heel full force into Hazai's face. Thud. Hazai took the kick squarely, eyes rolling white as he collapsed unconscious to the floor. Chun Mingzhi's movement lacked elegance, resembling nothing so much as a mule kicking backward. Yet that seemingly crude maneuver sent a jolt of alarm through Lu Zonghao. It was a Muay Thai technique, formerly known as the long kick, colloquially called the line change kick, an exceptionally rare and advanced leg strike in close combat. In hand-to-hand fighting, anyone capable of executing such a move possessed extraordinary bodily control and years of rigorous training. Chun Mingzhi gave Lu Zonghao no time to process. He'd barely felled Hazai when that same leg, never touching ground, snapped sideways like a whip, aiming straight for Lu's throat. Thud. Lu barely raised his arm in defense. Chen's kick struck his forearm, the recoil, sending his own clenched fist crashing into his temple, plunging him into momentary daze. Chun Mingzhi seized the opening, lunging forward to seize Lu Zonghao's knife-wielding hand, then driving his other elbow forward in rapid, brutal succession. Thud. 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 Lu Zonghao raised his left arm to shield his head, absorbing the blows. Within 3 seconds his arm went numb, and he realized with chilling clarity that he had gravely underestimated Chun Mingzhi's prowess. From the very first exchange, Chun Mingzhi seized dominance, hammering Lu Zhonghao's head with elbows while forcing him backward. With Chun Mingzhi's raw power, even a single precise strike to a vital point would render Lu unconscious. Even under assault, Lu's gaze remained locked, watching Chen's feet. Just as his back neared the wall, Lu seized his chance, extending his leg to hook Chen's ankle. Thud! Chun Mingzhi lost balance, crashing down atop Lu Zhonghao, only to feel a sudden icy sting as Lu's blade pierced his thigh. At that instant, Chun Yaoxing burst forward, gripping a beef cleaver and driving it toward Chun Mingzhi's back. "Brother Hao, pin him down." Lu Zhonghao had just stabbed Chun Mingzhi's leg and prepared to counter when he saw Chun Yaoxing's blade descending. His heart constricted violently. Before acting, Huang Bingren had warned him, repeatedly, that Chun Mingzhi must not be killed. Doing so would guarantee his immediate arrest. Yet Chun Yaoxing, ambitious and desperate for advancement, clearly saw this as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity he refused to waste. Lu Zhonghao tried to stop him, but in that lightning flash of time pinned beneath Chun Mingzhi, he was utterly immobilized. Inside the clothing shop, Chun Yuxing's eyes blazed with murderous intent as the dagger in his hand drove straight for Chun Mingzhi's spine. Big brother. Ma Wei, who had just stepped out of the car, saw the scene, and without a moment's hesitation threw himself onto Chun Mingzhi. With a wet, horrible sound, the blade sank in. The cleaver had pierced Ma Wei's back, leaving only the handle protruding. Seeing his first strike miss, Chun Yuexing yanked his knife free to stab again, but Chun Mingzhi reacted, driving a boot into Chun Yuxing's knee, then limping and dragging himself away. Chun Yuxing's eyes went bloodshot, and he gave chase with killing intent. "You bastard, stop right there," someone shouted. "Ashing enough." Lu Zhonghao saw police crossing the crash site on foot in the distance and seized Chun Yuexing by the arm. "The cops are here, go." "Damn." Chun Yuexing stamped at the ground when he saw the officers, then hoisted the unconscious Xia Zai onto his back and fled with Lu Zhonghao. Not far away, Chun Mingzhi, as if seeing salvation, staggered back and fell to his knees beside Ma Wei. He clamped his hand over the wound in Ma Wei's back. "Away. Hold on. No matter the cost, I will keep you alive." Ugh. Ma Wei tried to speak, but spat a mouthful of dark, clotted blood. After coughing and drawing a shallow breath, he forced a smile at Chun Mingzhi. "Big brother, as long as you're alive." The breath left him. Ma Wei's pupils went vacant, his head slumped to the side, and he lay in Chun Mingzhi's arms without a pulse. Chun Mingzhi howled to the sky, a bestial, guttural scream. Voices shouted, "Don't move. Royal police." The belated officers burst into the room, and in a surge forced Chun Mingzhi to the ground. On the southeastern side of the island, the Shirao Peninsula is crossed by a mountain road from Lanchengding Mountain to Yunjin Mountain. The ridges rise and fall like a dragon breaking through the earth. Locals call it Longji Dao, the Dragon Spine Road. From the spine, one can clearly see the Cobalt Sea and the white surf at the foot of the mountains. It was 2 in the afternoon. The relentless sun burned the land. On a wild stretch of sand at the end of the dragon spine, Lu Zhonghao stood bare-chested, straining on a rope to drag a wooden boat toward the shore. Sweat carved rivers down his back, across the menacing dragon tattoo, and over the bruises left from his struggle with Chun Mingzhi. Nearby, a muffled sound came from the rocks. Bound hand and foot with his mouth gagged, Bai Finxiang saw Lu Zhonghao and writhed like a maggot, emitting a stifled moan. Lu Zhonghao ignored him. When Hong Guoju moved to help, Lu raised a hand to stop him. "I'll do it myself." Hong Guoju sulked and let Lu Zhonghao alone haul the boat to shore. When it was done, Lu Zhonghao stood washed in sweat. He wiped his brow, hoisted Bai Finxiang onto his shoulder, tossed him into the boat, and pushed the vessel back into the sea. Hong Guoju and Chun Yuexing followed when Lu Zhonghao climbed aboard, but Lu waved them off and took up an oar. "No need. I'll do it myself." On the wide rolling sea, Lu Zhonghao stroked the oar, steering the frail boat dozens of meters out, then tugged the rag from Bai Finxiang's mouth. Bai Finxiang, cruel and cunning, understood his predicament. He did not shout or struggle, but instead played the sentimental card. "How I haven't treated you unfairly. I spared you for killing a bin and made you the boss of the neighborhood. Of the 500,000 the gang should have collected, I only took 50,000 from you. You can't do this to me." Lu Zhonghao smiled, slid a red double happiness cigarette into Bai Finxiang's mouth, and lit it with a kerosene lighter. "Have a smoke and tell me slowly." Bai Finxiang had no mind for smoking and spat the cigarette away instead of taking the lighter. "I'm not like Dugal Bin. I was appointed by the company meeting as the hall master. If anything happens to me, they will investigate to the end. If you spare me, I will let bygones be bygones and let you take a Bin's position. How about that?" Lu Zhonghao picked up the cigarette Bai Finxiang had spat away and flicked the sand from it. "Changji, whatever you say, you're still my boss. Finish this cigarette, and he'll personally send you on your way." Bai Finxiang lost his temper. "De Quanzai, you son of a bitch. If I die, Taizi won't let you go. You plotted against the hall master. Your whole family want live." Lu Zhonghao answered coldly, "Which is why I only brought my own men to deliver you." While Bai Finxiang raged, Lu wound an iron chain around his feet and fastened the other end to a 50-gene stone weight used for training. "By the way, something I forgot to tell you, Duguo Bin was an informant for the narcotics division. The night the deal fell apart, he was the one who passed the intelligence. Hearing this, Bai Finxiang panicked and blurted, "How I know I wronged you that night, but the past can't be undone. Let's pretend it never happened, okay? I promise I will compensate you 100-fold from now on, treat you like a brother, and promote you too." Lu Zonghao cut him off. "I'm an undercover officer in organized crime and triad investigations, a senior constable badge, number 92,712. Lu watched Bai Finxiang's stunned face and added with calm clarity, "Remember the day you marched me into the detention hall and taught me something? You said that nobody who lives by the streets is truly innocent. I thought that was true, only it applies to me as well as to you." With those words, he seized Bai Finxiang by the collar and shoved him into the sea, then dropped the iron weight after him. Bubbles surfaced and the sea smoothed again. Li Wenxiang, the meteoric figure who had risen in 4 years to lead the Yao Ma Ti syndicate, sank beneath the water and was consumed by darkness. When Lu Zonghao's boat returned to shore, he drew a long breath and felt a rare lightness, but reality quickly doused him with cold water. Chen Yuexing handed Lu Zonghao his mobile. "How gee, this number called several times, but I didn't pick up." Seeing the familiar number, Lu pressed to redial. The call connected immediately. An angry Huang Bingren launched into the conversation without even giving the code. "I'm waiting at the old place. Come as fast as you can." Zhelangang is the largest freight port in Jianshazui, where countless cargo ships dock each day, and the dockworkers toil like ants day and night. On the streets outside the docks, aside from cheap eateries, the most common businesses are various spas. These spas are not the seedier kind found in the city. Their masseurs are true masters of loosening the bones. They advertise an economical bath and a half-hour loosening massage for only $20. After returning from the island, Lu Zonghao came to that street. He entered Leisure Spa at the end of the lane, but did not go upstairs. Instead, he went straight to the boiler room in the rear courtyard. As he stepped in, Huang Bingren, who had been waiting, punched him in the face. Huang's eyes were furious. "You bastard. How dare you play me for a fool?" Smoke curled through the air in the conference room of Xinyan headquarters. Xiang Yan sat at the head of the table, flanked on either side by the Lin brothers, Chun Wu Su Long, and other senior elders and core members. Xiang Yan raised his teacup to moisten his throat, then spoke in a low, resonant voice. "I trust you are all fully aware of what transpired today in Yao Ma Ti. Due to Bai Finxiang's reckless maneuvering, we lost half our territory there, and several of our brothers were injured. Even the head of the Criminal Investigation Department at Hong Kong Island Regional Police Headquarters called me personally to inquire. What are your thoughts?" Taizi took a deep breath and rose from his seat. "Mr. Xiang Achong is under my command. Please entrust this matter to me. I swear I will deliver a resolution that satisfies you." A faint smile crossed Xiang Yan's face as he turned his gaze toward Taizi, satisfied. "Tell me, what precisely must you do for me to be satisfied?" Taizi replied firmly, "The territory we lost in Yao Ma Ti, I will reclaim it myself. I will personally cover all bail and medical expenses for the injured brothers." Xiang Yan continued, his tone sharpening. "Taizi, you still don't grasp it. Running a triad is no different from managing a corporation. Only by safeguarding our reputation can wealth flow endlessly into our coffers. The material losses caused by Bai Finxiang can be recouped, but how do we restore the reputation our organization has just suffered?" De Guan Jialinjing cleared his throat calmly, his gaze steady, yet laced with quiet authority. Bai Finxiang was merely the manager of Yao Ma Ti, but he behaved like its sovereign lord, treating our territory as his personal fiefdom. Such conduct warrants punishment in the tribunal hall. Taizi sensed the veiled implication in Lin Jing's words and drew another slow breath. "Uncle Lin is absolutely right. Once Ah Chong is found, I will personally administer clan discipline upon him." "Enough. Everyone knows Bai Finxiang is your protege. Sending him to the tribunal hall would tarnish your own standing." Xiang Yin, noting that Lin Jing had stepped in to play the heavy, chuckled. "I will handle official relations regarding today's incident at the Cross Harbor Tunnel. But as for the Yao Ma Ti branch leadership, I believe Bai Finxiang is no longer fit for the post. Replace him. Who among you thinks most suitable for the role?" Lin Jing seamlessly picked up the thread, speaking with practiced harmony. 5 years ago, when we contested the operating rights of 2 casinos in Tsim Sha Sui against the Ma Bang, it was Yu Dongqing, a red pole from Hung Hong, who secured victory. He even took the fall for the organization and served 5 years in Shek Pik prison. He was released only last month. Both sentiment and principle demand the organization compensate him. Ah Ching is out of prison. Upon hearing the name, Xiang Yan's expression softened into thoughtful contemplation. "Indeed, he once rendered extraordinary service to our organization." "Taizi, how do you view this arrangement?" Taizi, ever astute, knew full well this decision had not been conjured spontaneously at the table. He responded cautiously, "Entirely at Mr. Xiang's discretion. Call Ah Qin here to attend this meeting." After instructing his secretary, Xiang Yan continued, "I hear the Ma Bang's Jinshan, who came to cause trouble in Hung Hong, and not only failed to gain ground, but was slashed into hospital. Who orchestrated that?" Su Long replied, "It was done by Lu Zonghao, a low-ranking member of the Yao Ma Ti branch, and Chun Yaoxing, who trains in boxing under me. Both are bottom-rung 4-9 boys." They also carried out the assassination of Oliver. Moreover, Wang Chuk Tong's Hung Guoju had close ties with them. A genuine glint of admiration now lit Xiang Yan's eyes as he tapped the tabletop with his fingers. Look at this. Our own 4-9 boys dared chase down and slash a mob bang double flower red pole. Truly Sinian teams with talent, and Tai Zi's domain overflows with exceptional men. Haha. At this the room erupted in hearty laughter. Our organization has always upheld strict rewards and punishments by Finxiang's cowardice and surrender of territory are unforgivable. But Lu Zonghao and Chun Yaoxing have just elevated our prestige. Such deeds merit reward. Xiang Yan offered Tai Zi a cigar. Bring them here. Promote both to red pole status. Since Lu Zonghao hails from Yao Ma Ti, let him serve as Ah Qing's deputy to help him acclimate to local affairs. I thank Mr. Xiang on his behalf. Tai Zi pulled out his lighter and leaned forward to light Xiang Yan's cigar. In that instant, he understood Xiang Yan's intent. Installing a new branch leader in his territory was a subtle warning that his own authority had grown too vast. And appointing a native of the original branch as second-in-command was a calculated gesture to preserve Tai Zi's dignity. In that fleeting moment, Tai Zi mentally reviewed every action he had taken recently, carefully sifting through his conduct, searching for the misstep that had provoked the dragon head's disfavor. They say serving in court is like treading beside a tiger, and rising within a triad. Is it not dancing on the edge of a blade? Inside the boiler room of Lishir Spa, Lu Zonghao wiped blood from his nose after Huang Bingren's punch and lifted his gaze to meet the officers. Inspector Huang, we are both police officers. You are my superior, not the boss of some triad. Resorting to private punishment is wholly inappropriate. Fuck you. Across all of Hong Kong's police force, only I know your true identity. I say you're a cop, you're a cop. I say you're a hoodlum, you're nothing but dog shit. Understand? Huang Bingren seized Lu Zonghao's collar and slammed him hard against the wall. Where is Bai Finxiang? Lu Zonghao, taller by a head, looked down steadily into Huang Bingren's eyes. I told you his location today, and hundreds witnessed his presence on site. If even your own arresting unit lacks clarity on his whereabouts, why ask me? Huang Bingren barked furiously. You're still lying to me. Today the Narcotics Bureau failed utterly to apprehend him, or Du Guobin. His driver Yin Peng was released due to insufficient evidence. This outcome reeks of collusion between you and Bai Finxiang, using the police to manufacture chaos and aid his escape from Hong Kong. Let me make one thing crystal clear. I am an undercover agent. If my cover is blown, I'll be dead before I hit the ground. I've strapped my life to my belt, not to endure your suspicion. Lu Zonghao wrenched Huang Bingren's arm away. I'm no parasite inside Bai Finxiang's gut. I have no knowledge of his plans. Had I colluded with him, I could have withheld intelligence entirely, or fled Hong Kong alongside him. Why would I orchestrate his escape while staying behind to shoulder the blame? There's one thing I need you to understand clearly. What about Ma Wei? You swore I wouldn't kill, and yet he died. 200 officers deployed at the Cross Harbor Tunnel, and yet the operation ended in total failure. How then am I supposed to justify this to my superiors? Lu Zonghao's reply rang sharp and unyielding. I wasn't the only one chasing Chen Mingjie. When others chose to strike to kill, what was I supposed to do? Rescue Chen Mingjie by turning on Sinian. Under those circumstances, keeping him alive was already a miracle. Given the accuracy of my intelligence, why should I bear responsibility for Bai Finxiang or for Ma Wei? You care only about covering your own back, but I'm gambling my life beside you. You weigh only your career. Have you ever considered what I endure? Huang Bingren stared at Lu Zonghao, the man who had always obeyed him without question, now blazing with fury. For a moment, he was stunned into silence. Knowing Huang Bingren still held value, Lu Zonghao deliberately lowered his voice. Ma Wei's death bears no relation to me. Today, Bai Finxiang laid an ambush with his loyalists to assassinate him, most likely to magnify the incident and draw Sinian's attention away from himself. Ma Wei died shielding Chen Mingjie. It was precisely because I held back from killing that he lived. As for the Narcotics Bureau's failure to capture Bai Finxiang, that fault lies elsewhere, not with me. Chen Mingjie has been arrested, but insists he is the victim, claiming ignorance of the assailants. He was released on bail half an hour ago. His testimony suggests this matter will be resolved through Underworld means. Huang Bingren's gaze locked onto Lu Zonghao, suspicion burning cold in his eyes. In my view, today's operation was entirely your doing, manipulating the police to drive Bai Finxiang out, and simultaneously carve yourself a path upward within the triad. If I truly sought advancement, Chen Mingjie would be dead. Eliminating him would earn far greater merit than leaving behind such a dangerous liability. Moreover, I am but a 4-9 boy, the lowest rung. I possess neither rank nor standing to assume Bai Finxiang's position. Do you truly believe the risks I've borne would yield proportional returns if I'd indeed manipulated the police? As Lu Zonghao spoke, his pager chimed. He glanced at the message, then held the display before Huang Bingren. Tai Zi instructed me to call back immediately. If you truly doubt my integrity, I formally request termination of my undercover assignment and immediate reintegration into the police force, even as a uniformed patrol officer. I refuse to live this life any longer trembling in fear, trusted by no one. Lu Zhongha's words were designed to unsettle Huang Bingren. Huang's suspicion was correct. Lu Zhongha's actions today were a calculated use of the police to create opportunity for himself. The apparent illogic stemmed from the fact that he never intended to save Bai Finxiang. His aim was to eliminate a latent threat. With a solid alibi, Huang Bingren's doubts could not be sustained. The problem had already occurred, and he could only try to mend it. If Lu Zonghao did not return to his undercover post, all his efforts today would be for naught. Placing an undercover inside the organization was always a difficult task. Not only was promotion hard to come by, but few officers were willing to risk their lives for such assignments. Yuma-di was Huang Bingren's jurisdiction, and now that Bai Finxiang had fled, the situation would surely descend into chaos. Without sufficient intelligence, his work could not proceed. Huang Bingren pondered for a moment, and said in a low voice that Chun Mingzhi had been gravely wounded, and after being bailed out by his lawyer, had been transferred to a hospital on the island. He would not retaliate so soon. Huang asked whether the prince seeking him was a blessing or a curse. Lu Zonghao admitted the disparity in their status, that he had never met the prince alone before, and that, because Bai Finxiang was the prince's confidant, he could not judge the meaning of the contact. Lu Zonghao answered Huang Bingren with a troubled heart. The driver who had taken Bai Finxiang away, Xiao Yin, had already been released without charge. If anyone could be coaxed into revealing collusion with Lu Zonghao, his life would be ruined. Although Huang Bingren was dissatisfied with the outcome of today's operation, Lu Zongha's explanation eased his anger somewhat. Huang decided to call the prince back first, and then consider the next steps. In a roadside phone booth, Lu Zonghao dropped a coin into the payphone, switched to hands-free, and dialed the prince's number. He announced himself as the Quan Zai. The prince did not bother with pleasantries and asked directly where he was. Lu Zonghao replied that the assault on Chun Mingzhi had been arranged by Chang Gu, who had promised to guarantee his safety. Lu Zonghao blinked and refused to reveal his location, instead shifting the responsibility onto Bai Finxiang. He was not afraid that an absent man would steal his credit. Implicitly, he trusted no one beyond Bai Finxiang. The prince laughed at Lu Zonghao and said that Bai Finxiang was his subordinate, asking if Lu truly believed Bai could protect him when the prince could not. Lu Zonghao protested that that was not what he meant. The prince did not press the point. He told Lu that because of his merit, he would no longer have to follow Bai Finxiang. He planned to promote Lu to be the enforcer of Yuma-di, serving as second-in-command to the new hall leader Yu Dongqing, and asked him to hurry to headquarters for a conversation. I understand, the prince, Lu Zonghao replied, and hung up. He then turned to Huang Bingren and asked whether he had noticed anything odd about the prince's words. From the tone, it seemed Bai Finxiang had been replaced. In recent years, the prince had become dominant within Xinyan, the most powerful among the decision-makers, which had aroused Xiang Yan's apprehension and the displeasure of others. By contrast, Bai Finxiang had made many mistakes lately, losing ground and creating enormous trouble. If he were not punished, it would give the impression that the prince ruled unchecked. As an O Division investigator who studied the relationships among gangs daily, Huang Bingren saw the matter clearly. Bai Finxiang's replacement was Xiang Yan's rebuke of the prince. Huang promised that upon returning, he would negotiate with the narcotics squad and in their name issue a warrant for Bai Finxiang. That way the action would target Bai alone and not implicate Xinyan. When Lu attended his meeting, Huang would arrange for the police to take someone from headquarters to bring Lu in for questioning and clear his name. Seeing Huang Bingren's sudden change of stance, Lu Zonghao realized it was the prince's promise to elevate him to hall enforcer that Huang intended to exploit to continue gathering intelligence through Lu's new status. Sure enough, Huang quickly added that after Lu returned to the organization, he must keep a close eye on Yu Dongqing, and that at the first suitable opportunity, Huang would move to arrest him. The new assignment surprised Lu Zonghao. On the island, the gangs could never be entirely eradicated. Precisely because of that reality, many undercover agents like him existed to stay abreast of every murmur within the organization. Put simply, Lu Zonghau's mission was to thwart crime. For example, during district elections, he would pass on intelligence in advance so the police could maintain public order. Or when gruesome cases like the assassination of Oliver occurred, he would use special channels to identify the killer. Lu had never before been asked to cooperate in an arrest and was curious. He asked whose background Yu Dongqing had. Huang explained that Yu Dongqing was one of Xinyan's 10 elites and had once been the chief lieutenant of Gao Sheng, the Tiger of Hongkan. 5 years ago, he had been an enforcer in Hongkan and received a 7-year sentence for involvement in a homicide in Sim Sha Sui, released early through commutation. He was an extremely dangerous individual, and O Division suspected him in several murder investigations. Huang Bingren spoke of Yu Dongqing with a stern expression, noting that Yu was arrogant and hot-headed. Allowing him control of Yuma-di would bring predictable disorder to the district. Huang would not permit such a dangerous element in his jurisdiction, so Yu must be returned to prison. Lu Zonghao had already aroused Huang's mistrust, and he felt no mercy for a stranger like Yu Dongqing. He vowed to watch him closely. Half an hour later, Lu Zonghao, Chun Yueshing, and Hong Guoju took a taxi to Xinyan headquarters and rode the elevator upstairs. As soon as he entered, Lu Zonghao saw the prince seated on a sofa and approached him alone, greeting him warmly. The prince waved him over and handed him a cigar, asking whether a Chong had contacted him. Lu shook his head and replied that he had not. Lu Zonghao explained that that morning Chong Guo had only ordered them to wait until the scene turned chaotic and then to keep tabs on Chen Mingzhi. He had remained in ambush and had not seen Chong Guo. He asked the prince whether Chong Guo might have run into trouble, noting that the prince had told him over the phone not to rely on Chong Guo and that the hall had a new leader. The prince said this was none of Lu's concern and merely a routine personnel change within the organization. The prince did not mention Bai Fenxiang. He patted Lu's arm and said that promoting him to the organization's enforcer had been his recommendation to Mr. Xiang. From that day forward, Lu's status would be different, and he must conduct himself with proper measure. Yu Dongqing was a transient benefactor dispatched by the organization sent to Yu Ma Di merely to add luster and not to stay long. As long as Lu produced results, the prince promised not to be stingy with further promotion. Lu sensed the prince's attempt to lure him and replied deftly that he would not forget whose favor provided him with his position. The prince said he liked dealing with clever men and that Lu had a bright future. Pleased, he rose and headed toward the conference room, announcing it was time to go in and meet. Walking through the lavishly appointed company headquarters, Lu Zonghao pondered Huang Bingren's and the prince's conduct that day and realized with clarity that although he had shaken off the trouble of Bai Fenxiang, he had been swept into even more turbulent currents beneath the surface. When Lu Zonghao walked into the office, Xiang Yin and others were engaged in lively chatter, unaware of who had told a risque joke that sparked a burst of laughter. The prince brought the three into the room and whispered, pointing to a corner, "You three stand over there and don't speak recklessly." As the prince took his seat, Xiang Yin turned to Gao Sheng, the tiger of Hung Hom, and asked, Sheng, did you call Dongqing as I asked?" Gao Sheng, in his early 30s, stood at 175 meters tall with a robust physique. Speaking of Yu Dongqing, he remarked sarcastically, Qing has spent 5 years in prison for the gang, and it's rare to seize an opportunity. He should be getting a break soon. The prince's expression darkened as he raised an eyebrow, locking eyes with Gao Sheng. "I have no objections to Yu Dongqing taking over Yao Ma Ti. There's no need for your sarcastic tone." Gao Sheng leaned forward, unwilling to back down, and replied, Prince, your words are quite amusing. If you hadn't said it, I would have thought you were the leader of the Sinian. Having Qing go to Yao Ma Ti as the hall master was arranged personally by Mr. Xiang Yi. Do you have any objections, or do you want him to leave? Well, it's true. Who doesn't know that you, Prince, now have a large following and control the stormy territory of Yao Ma Ti? Don't think it's just me, Gao Sheng. Even Mr. Xiang and the uncles might not be looked upon favorably by you. Bang! The prince slammed his fist on the table, shouting furiously, Gao Sheng, don't you dare slander me here. The territory of Yao Ma Ti was conquered through my own grit. Over the years, how much blood have I shed for the gang? Everyone present has witnessed it. Have I ever disrespected Mr. Xiang and the elders? What are you trying to say with those words? Prince, you truly forget your roots. You only remember your own contributions while forgetting the merits of others. Gao Sheng stood up, as well, retorting, 5 years ago, who rescued you when you were cornered at the casino in Simsha Sui? If not for you, how would you Dongqing have served that 5-year sentence? Bang, bang, bang. Hearing the argument, Xiang Yin lightly tapped the table with his fingers and asked with a smile, Sheng, it seems that those who don't regard us highly aren't just the prince, but you as well. At this moment, Su Long also spoke up sternly, enough from both of you. Prince, sit down. As the dual flower red sticks of the gang, the prince's fighting skills were honed by Su Long himself. Upon hearing his master speak, he snorted and returned to his seat. Lu Zonghao, hearing the dispute, quietly asked Hong Guoju beside him, it seems the relationship between the prince and Gao Sheng is quite tense. Not only are they at odds, but there's also a personal vendetta. Hong Guoju whispered, the prince and Gao Sheng are sworn brothers. During the prince's hardest times, Gao Sheng introduced him to Sinian. Later, when Gao Sheng became the boss of Hung Hom, the prince went off on his own to Yao Ma Ti. At that time, Simsha Sui was the territory of the Triads, and it was a fully unified front. Eager to prove himself, the prince challenged the Triads' black and white impermanence, only to be ambushed and cornered in the casino. It was Gao Sheng and Yu Dongqing who brought reinforcements and rescued him. Yu Dongqing ended up in prison because of this incident. Lu Zonghao suddenly understood why the prince reacted so strongly upon learning that Yu Dongqing would be the hall master of Yao Ma Ti. Even willing to humble himself to pull in a nobody like himself, is their grudge really because of Yu Dongqing's imprisonment? It's not that simple. Their fallout was due to interests. Back then, Gao Sheng was the dual flower red stick of the gang, and the night he rescued the prince, it caused a huge stir. He even seriously injured by Wu Chang. He roamed and seized the territory east of Simsha Sui. Because that incident was so huge, Gao Sheng had to deal with it, and Yu Dongqing took the blame. However, when Gao Sheng sent people to take over the territory they had fought for, he found it was already occupied by the prince. Hong Guoju, also one of the red sticks of the gang, understood the feud between the bosses and continued. 5 years ago, East Simsha Sui was being developed, full of opportunities for profit, undoubtedly a fat piece of meat. Gao Sheng insisted that East Simsha Sui was his conquest and should belong to the Hung Hom Hall. However, the prince claimed he went to Tsim Sha Sui to conquer East Tsim Sha Sui. Kaoshung's support indeed helped him out, but it could only count as helping him take East Tsim Sha Sui. The two argued incessantly over the ownership of East Tsim Sha Sui, eventually escalating to a point where they were about to confront each other over territory. But before the situation could escalate further, Kaoshung was wanted by the police because of the East Tsim Sha Sui case and was arranged by Mr. Xiang to hide in the Netherlands for a year. By the time he returned, the prince had completely taken control of East Tsim Sha Sui. There were rumors outside that Kaoshung's flight was reported by the prince aimed at seizing the territory. After listening to Hong Guoju's explanation, Lu Zonghao had a rough guess. In his view, the prince must not have reported Kaoshung back, then otherwise, as one of the participants in the incident, he would have also been implicated. As for why Kaoshung was wanted, there were too many possibilities in this matter. Even many internal conflicts within the gangs had the shadow of the record a department for cracking down on organized crime. Using internal strife to deplete the gang's resources, preventing any one group from becoming predominant, was also an important means of maintaining stability. Hong Guoju, unaware of Lu Zonghao's thoughts, scratched his nose and said, "There's even more shocking news." After Kaoshung returned from the Netherlands, he and the prince completely fell out, their relationship reaching a freezing point, and conflicts frequently broke out among the brothers below. That year during the Spring Festival, both sides clashed at the company's Spring Festival celebration, where the prince challenged Kaoshung, defeating him and becoming the new dual flower red stick of the gang. The gang's original 4 tigers and 10 heroes were henceforth changed to 5 tigers and 10 heroes, and the prince gradually developed into the most influential figure in the gang. After hearing about the past between the prince Kaoshung and Yu Dongqing, Lu Zonghao suddenly felt a headache. He never expected that his new boss had such deep conflicts with his direct superior. Moreover, he had to assist Yu Dongqing as a deputy while also being pulled into the prince's faction. Now with the prince on one side and Yu Dongqing on the other, they were like a sandwich, putting Lu Zonghao in a difficult position. After much thought, he decided to cooperate with Huang Bingren and quickly send Yu Dongqing back to prison to do hard labor. This way he could accomplish Huang Bingren's task while using the police to resolve the trouble, avoiding offending Kaoshung of Honghong. Just as he was thinking this, the door of the conference room was pulled open and a young man in his 20s with a buzz cut walked in. In this era, the trendy hairstyles on Hong Kong Island were mainly medium to long. The neat and tidy buzz cut was not popular, making the young man appear like an oddity. And this person was precisely Lu Zonghao's target, Yu Dongqing. "Hello, Mr. Xiang. Long time no see, you've noticeably aged." Yu Dongqing swaggered into the room waving at Xiang, and then turned to the uncles sitting to the side, saying, "Oh, it's been years, you're all still alive." Upon hearing this, the elders of the gang all wore expressions of disbelief. Lu Zonghao, standing behind the prince, couldn't help but grin, nearly laughing out loud. From Yu Dongqing's demeanor, it seemed he wouldn't even need anyone to send him back to prison. He would likely end up dead in the streets. After Yu Dongqing entered, a single sentence created an oddly tense atmosphere in the conference room, with several elderly elders showing no signs of a smile. Xiang Yin smiled and looked at Yu Dongqing, saying, "After spending 5 years in prison, your character hasn't changed at all. You're still so impudent. You must have suffered quite a bit because of that mouth of yours, right? Our men from Sini and should be like tigers leaping and dragons soaring wherever they go." Yu Dongqing said proudly, "In 5 years I have reduced the entire Stonewall prison to just one branch of Sini, and I certainly didn't waste time in there." Kaoshung finally showed a smile upon seeing Yu Dongqing patting the empty seat beside him, Oching, knowing that Mr. Xiang was looking for you. "Why did you arrive so late?" Yu Dongqing walked over, saying, "There's nothing I can do. The changes on the island are too significant. When I went in, rickshaws were still everywhere. Now they've all been replaced by taxis. I live in Yunlong, so of course the ride over would be a bit slow." Upon hearing this, Xiang Yin glanced at his female secretary behind him, who understood the cue and walked over to hand Yu Dongqing a set of Mercedes-Benz car keys, saying, Mr. Xiang has bought you a Mercedes S-Class as a gift parked in the underground garage." Yu Dongqing received the car keys and gestured to Xiang Yin. "Mr. Xiang, it's not appropriate for me to accept your gift right after arriving, is it? You've served the society for 5 years. Everyone sees that this is what you deserve." Xiang Yin smiled, saying, "Now that Oching has arrived, let's continue discussing the previous topic. Starting today, I have decided to assign the Yao Ma Ti branch to him for management. The rules are the same as for others. Gray income must be reported at 50%, profits from your own business at 30%, and profits from the society at 70%. Additionally, as you all know, Oching has just been released from 5 years in prison and has a shallow foundation. Everyone should support him more." This decision was made by Xiang Yin, and the others naturally had no objections. Even the elders nodded in agreement. Although Yu Dongqing was sharp-tongued, he had no foundation. Letting him manage Yao Ma Ti was certainly better than watching the prince's power grow steadily. After Xiang Yin announced the new personnel appointment, the prince slightly tilted his head. "How come over and greet Mr. Xiang." Lu Zonghao approached with Chun Yaoxing and Hong Guoju, slightly bowing. "Mr. Xiang, good, you all look quite spirited." Xiang Yin chuckled as he looked at the three of them. Today, the Jinshan tiger from the Ma gang came to Kowloon to cause trouble. You three have shown the spirit of sinning in and have diminished the prestige of 13K. Having such excellent juniors in the society gives me Xiang Yin and all the uncles confidence. I have already heard about your deeds from the prince. After discussion in the meeting, the society has decided to promote Lu Zonghao and Chun Yaoxing to Red Stick, with Lu Zonghao serving as Aking's deputy. Additionally, each of you will receive a reward of 100,000 from the finance department. Lu Zonghao had previously received a hint from the prince and was mentally prepared for this matter, nodding. Thank you, Mr. Xiang. Mr. Xiang, I have something to say. At this moment, Yu Dongqing suddenly sat up straight, glancing at Lu Zonghao. I don't know this kid, and he's also the prince's person. Since Yao Ma Ti now belongs to me, there's no need to keep ties with the prince, is there? Otherwise, I always feel like there's an informant among us, and it makes me uncomfortable. Having just received a task from Huang Bingren, Lu Zonghao certainly wouldn't let himself be dismissed so easily. Without waiting for others to speak, he directly turned his gaze to Yu Dongqing. Brother Qing, I am indeed with the prince, but I am also with the society. We are both serving Mr. Xiang, and the society doesn't seem to be divided yet, right? Hearing Lu Zonghao's rebuttal, the prince smiled slightly. It seems Mr. Xiang is right. The younger generation indeed has some talents. At least they understand the principles of loyalty and righteousness more than we do. A senior who had a previous conflict with the prince straightened up and said, Mr. Xiang, I believe Aking's words do have some merit. He has just spent 5 years in prison and is unfamiliar with the current environment on the island. It would be better to assign a familiar person as his deputy. Zhonghua, I appreciate your kindness, but let this kid follow me. Yu Dongqing crossed his legs, teasingly looking at Lu Zonghao. He's right. We're all serving the society, and since he's arranged by Mr. Xiang, I should give Mr. Xiang some face. But let's agree beforehand, the situation in Yao Ma Ti is chaotic. If this kid gets killed one day, no one can say I'm settling personal scores. Lu Zonghao didn't refute this blatant threat. After all, the crux of the matter lay between the Prince Gao Sheng and Yu Dongqing. He expressed his position merely to smoothly take over the Yao Ma Ti branch to stabilize Huang Bingren rather than attract trouble to himself. At this moment, there was a knock at the conference room door. An employee entered and said to Xiang Yin, Mr. Xiang, the CD from the Kowloon City Police Station has come to the company saying that Lu Zonghao, Chun Yaoxing, and Hong Guoju are suspected of involvement in a homicide case and need to be taken back for investigation. Upon hearing that the police had arrived, Lu Zonghao understood that Huang Bingren was beginning to cover for him. The arrangement was quite clever, sending the Criminal Investigation Department from the Kowloon City Police District, which was equivalent to a district-level criminal police team, without utilizing the forces of the O Department. This way it was convincing in its authenticity while avoiding linking the case to organized crime, preventing the society from hiding them or marginalizing them, thereby allowing them to escape. One of the elders, Lin Sheng, slammed the table and said, these cops are getting more and more out of line. After taking so much from us every year, they dare to come to headquarters to demand people. Get them out of here. Uncle Sheng, don't escalate the conflict. The fact that they can come to headquarters to demand people is not without reason. Xiang Yin calmed Lin Sheng down, then smiled at Lu Zonghao. You can rest assured and go back with these cops. Don't say anything until the society's lawyer arrives. I'll also call the senior police officer from the West Kowloon district to look after you. Lu Zonghao replied solemnly, rest assured, Mr. Xiang, I understand the rules. Even if the situation becomes serious, I will bear it myself. After Lu Zonghao was taken away, the company meeting came to an end. Xiang Yin returned to his office and was about to call the head of the West Kowloon District Police Station when the chief steward Lin Jing walked into the room, saying, Mr. Xiang, Kejixiong from the Ma Gang called and wants to talk to you. Xiang Yin put down the phone and smiled, asking Lin Bo, what do you think he wants to discuss? Today, Chun Mingjie had an incident in Hung Hom, but refused to cooperate with the police investigation. His intentions are quite clear. It seems he's preparing to handle things in the underworld. Bai Finxiang publicly ceded half of his territory as the Yao Ma Ti branch leader, and they are probably here for this matter. Lin Jing replied, while sitting on the sofa, our situation is quite awkward now. If we backtrack, outsiders will say that Sini and does not follow the underworld rules. If Chun Mingjie identifies Lu Zonghao for the attack, those 3 kids will also be imprisoned. If we can't even protect our contributors, we'll inevitably become a laughingstock. As the branch leader, Bai Finxiang represents the company, and we must acknowledge what he says. Xiang Yin responded decisively, reply to Kejixiong, I'll treat him to dinner tonight. Lin Jing nodded, shall I inform the prince to accompany you? Xiang Yin lightly tapped his fingers on the table, invite Yu Dongqing as well. He just became a branch leader after being released from prison, and there will be many people unhappy about that. The chaos in Yao Ma Ti will be a good opportunity for him to train his men. You should take the lawyer to the West Kowloon police station to bail Lu Zonghao out and have him come along. Newcomers should be given more opportunities to show themselves. Lin Jing blinked, you're sending him there mainly to annoy Chun Mingjie, right? Xiang Yin laughed heartily, haha, nothing escapes you, old fox. Lu Zonghao's arrest had been orchestrated by Huang Bingren from the outset. With Chun Mingjie filing no report, the police could only conduct routine questioning. The CID remained unaware of Lu Zhonghao's undercover identity. Upon taking over the case, they brought in shopkeepers from the pedestrian street and passers-by present at the time of the incident for identification. Yet Lu Zhonghao and his associates had worn masks, and under the Triads' intimidation, no witness dared speak freely. Before sunset, Lu Zhonghao was released on bail by the Triads' lawyer and ushered into a vehicle dispatched specifically to collect him. Xiang Yin knew Ke Zhixiong had come to see him regarding the Yao Ma Ti matter, so he deliberately chose the Han Yin restaurant in Yao Ma Ti as the dinner venue that evening. When the lawyer drove Lu Zhonghao to the restaurant's entrance, vehicles already lined both sides of the street. Combined, the enforcers of the Ma Bang and the Sinian numbered well over 100. Lu Zhonghao opened the car door and saw Su Long standing at the entrance. He walked over and greeted him. "Uncle Long, it's been a long time." Su Long recognized the young man who had once sought refuge at his boxing gym and smiled. True gold always shines. The Triad never overlooks genuine talent. At just 23, you've risen to red pole. A future of boundless promise lies ahead. Work hard and success will surely follow. Having just ascended to his new rank, Lu Zhonghao showed deep respect towards Su Long as senior elder. "Thank you, Uncle Long, for your wise counsel." At that moment, two private cars pulled up to the curb, and several plainclothes OCU detectives in sharp suits strode forward in unison. Among them was Lu Zhonghao's direct superior Huang Bingren, though he was not the central figure in the group. Also present were Jiang Feng, head of OCU's B Division, and Rin Durong, the OCU's second-in-command and a senior superintendent. "Go upstairs first, Mr. Xiang is waiting for you." Su Long patted Lu Zhonghao's arm, then stepped forward to greet Rin Durong. "Superintendent Ren. What an unexpected coincidence. You're dining here too." "Uncle Su, don't play dumb. Whether we enjoy a peaceful meal depends entirely on how well-behaved people like you choose to be." Rin Durong pointed toward the crowd gathered before the restaurant. "What's the meaning of this? Are you filming a movie?" Su Long smiled, offering a cigarette and lighting it for him. "Just a humble family meal. You know well enough how unsettled Hong Kong's security has grown lately. Even foreign superintendents have been murdered. What chance do ordinary citizens like us stand? I know both the dragon heads of the Sinian and the Ma Bang are upstairs today. I'm granting you face now. I expect the same courtesy in return. Talk, yes, but no provocations." Rin Durong lit the cigarette and exhaled a slow plume of smoke toward the restaurant. "You're all prominent figures. If I bring you in for tea, none of us will save face." Su Long smiled toward Chun Yaoxing, who waited downstairs. "Ah, Xing, go buy some coffee for Superintendent Rin and his team." "Thank you." Rin Durong made a brief appearance, then returned to his vehicle. One accompanying officer gazed at the large gathering of Triad members before the Han Yin restaurant and murmured, "With the two largest Triads dragon heads seated upstairs, arresting them now would guarantee 3 years of peace across Hong Kong." 10 years. Rin Durong narrowed his eyes, sipping the coffee Chun Yaoxing had delivered. Arresting them would ignite a fierce power struggle among their lieutenants, and rival Triads would rush to seize their territories. Hong Kong may not know peace for a decade. To lead an anti-corruption campaign, you must first grasp one truth: Hong Kong's Triads cannot be eradicated. Today, the Han Yin restaurant had been fully reserved. As Lu Zhonghao ascended the stairs, nearly all attendees had already arrived. At the Sinian side, the prince and Yu Dongqing sat flanking Xiang Yan. Across the table sat Ke Zhixiong. The Ma Bang's dragon had a man in his early 40s with a slick-back hairstyle. Beside Ke Zhixiong stood two burly bodyguards, and surprisingly Chun Mingzhi himself seated in a wheelchair, his face pale and sallow. Lu Zhonghao approached the table and nodded respectfully to Xiang Yan. "Mr. Xiang, my apologies for being late. It's merely a casual meal, no need for such formality." Xiang Yan gestured for Lu Zhonghao to take a seat, then introduced him. "This is Mr. Ku of the Ma Bang. Please greet him." Lu Zhonghao offered a courteous smile. "Mr. Ku, esteemed elders, it's an honor to meet you." That morning, Lu Zhonghao had worn a mask during the assault on Chun Mingzhi, so at first Chun failed to recognize him. But the more he listened to his voice, the more familiar it sounded. Oh, locking eyes with Lu Zhonghao, his expression suddenly twisted in shock. It was this bastard who led the ambush against me today. Upon hearing those words, the man beside Chun Mingzhi rose and gripped a wine bottle. "Damn it. You dare show your face here? What do you think you're doing?" Seeing the man's movement, the prince rose instantly. "Prince, sit down." "Sit down, prince." Xiang Yan spoke softly, then turned to Ke Zhixiong with a faint smile. "I've long heard rumors of discord within the Ma Bang, yet I never imagined your underlings would behave so recklessly. The dragon head hasn't even spoken, yet his men are already shouting threats of violence. In the Ma Bang, equals stand shoulder to shoulder as brothers. Unlike the Sinian, where only the Xiong family rules supreme, treating everyone else as household servants." Ke Zhixiong delivered his retort with precision, then continued, "Since Mr. Xiong has raised the matter of subordinates, let us speak plainly and openly. Today, your Sinian members resorted to overwhelming force, severely injuring Aja and slaying his top lieutenant Awei. Does this not warrant an explanation?" "Overwhelming force. From what I understand, it was Chun Mingzhi who brought superior numbers onto our turf, only to fail spectacularly at playing the tough guy. The prince snorted coldly. He crossed the line and provoked us on our own territory. That he survived it all is sheer luck. For Mr. Ku to demand accountability from us. Surely that's the very definition of blaming the victim. Ku Zhixiong lifted his teacup, his gaze steady and calm as he looked at Xiang Yin. We live by the martial world's code. Bloodshed is inevitable. Aja's injury reflects only his own inadequacy in cultivation. Yet prior to this, Bai Finxiang publicly pledged to cede all territory north of Yao Ma Ti to the Ma Bang. Those were the words of a Sinian chapter master. Today I've come to ask you, Mr. Xiang, do you honor that pledge or do you deny it? If I honor it, what then? And if I refuse, what follows? Ku Zhixiong set down his teacup, speaking with unhurried authority. 5 years ago, during the Ma Bang's internal turmoil, your Sinian seized vast swaths of Yao Zimong. We accepted defeat with grace and surrendered those territories to you. If you uphold Bai Finxiang's promise, we'll resolve this according to martial world custom. But if you reject it, shall we not reclaim what was taken from the Ma Bang? Lu Zhonghao's gaze shifted instinctively toward Xiang Yin upon hearing Ku Zhixiong's words. Even Lu Zhonghao could see it clearly. Ku Zhixiong, having consolidated the Ma Bang, now sought to break back into Kowloon, to reassert control over Yao Zimong, that lucrative stronghold. Xiang Yin, of course, perceived the same intent. Xiang Yin showed little reaction to Ku Zhixiong's remarks. With practiced ease, he lit a cigarette and asked Prince Qing, both of you hold sway over Yao Zimong and Yao Ma Ti respectively. What is your view on this matter? The prince had long resented Xiang Yan's appointment of Yu Dongqing to Yao Ma Ti. Having already lost control over that district, he cared little for it, and welcomed the prospect of Yu Dongqing embroiled in trouble. Mr. Xiang, that traitorous scoundrel Bai Finxiang will not escape my wrath. Yet Bai Finxiang had spoken as a Sinian chapter master. Should the Triad renege on its word, it would invite ridicule across the underworld. We swear allegiance to Lord Guan. Integrity is non-negotiable. I'll surrender the streets. Bai Finxiang forfeited. Yu Dongqing lounged lazily in his chair, replying airily, 5 years ago, I conquered Simsha Sui. Today I'll cleanse Yao Ma Ti entirely. Kowloon has never known lasting peace. This time someone lost a leg. Next time they may lose their life. Chun Mingzhi shot back defiantly, young man. Don't talk so arrogantly. Had you not hidden behind prison walls back then, your grave would be over 3 feet deep by now. We're all red poles, not white paper fans. What good is spitting venom here? Yu Dongqing smiled amiably at Chun Mingzhi. I'll wait for you right here in Yao Ma Ti. Just make sure you heal properly before challenging me again. I'd rather not earn a reputation for kicking away a cripple's crutch. Seeing Chun Mingzhi rendered speechless, Ku Zhixiong rose. Mr. Xiang, if this matter can be settled through negotiation, then we shall abide by martial world protocol. The Ma Bang grants you 3 days to withdraw your people. We'll send representatives to assume control of the territory. Xiang Yin smiled, offering a polite farewell. Don't rush off. The abalone here is exceptional, truly worth tasting. Ku Zhixiong strode briskly toward the exit. No need. I'll return to dine here once the Ma Bang's flag flies above this establishment. Yu Dongqing watched his retreating figure with undisguised disdain. How unfortunate, for they'll likely never taste this abalone again in their lifetimes. Xiang Yin turned and asked, are you truly so confident? Yu Dongqing replied without hesitation, naturally. I am the Yao Ma Ti chapter master. Starting tomorrow, I'll ban this restaurant from serving abalone. Should they dare sell it, I'll demolish the place. The others fell silent, astonished. A profound silence followed. The last time Lu Zhonghao entered the Changle Sparrow chamber, he had been dragged in as a traitor, his life hanging by a thread, nearly extinguished within that very courtyard. 2 months later, he had already supplanted Du Guobin to become the second-in-command of Yao Ma Ti. As Lu Zhonghao reflected on fate's cruel irony, both the police issued a warrant for the arrest of Bai Finxiang, and Prince issued his own death order against him, simultaneously. Lu Zhonghao naturally paid no mind to Bai Finxiang, who had long since abandoned the fold to become a playboy at sea. For 3 days straight, he had been immersed in resolving affairs across the northern districts. The Triad hierarchy was rigid and unyielding. Beneath Xiang Yin stood a management tier composed of the Lin brothers and Su Long, alongside the 5 tigers and 10 heroes who guarded territory. Down to each street where local enforcers known as Jia Fei Min maintained control. With the branch's territory shrinking, these Jia Fei Min inevitably lost their sources of income. For 3 consecutive days, Yu Dongqing, the newly appointed head of the Yao Ma Ti branch, had vanished without a trace, leaving Lu Zhonghao to shoulder every unresolved crisis. That morning, just as Lu Zhonghao arrived at the branch hall, Hazai burst into the room, breathless. Brother Hao, something's wrong. Didi of Guangdong Road and Wan Gua of Shanghai Street have arrived at the hall with a large contingent of men. Lu Zhonghao frowned. What do they want? Are they staging a coup? Hazai shook his head. Neither dares rebel, but their territories have been seized by the Ma Bang. Of course they're seething with resentment. They've likely come demanding an explanation from the branch. Nonsense. They were Bai Finxiang's loyalists, and those territories were gifted to them by him. If they demand answers, let them seek Bai Finxiang himself. Though Lu Zhonghao spoke dismissively, his body betrayed him. He was already striding toward the door. It's been 3 days. Where is Yu Dongqing? Why hasn't he shown his face, not even answering calls? Hazai scratched his head. No one knows for sure. but yesterday someone claimed to have spotted him at a brothel on Pottinger Street. Supposedly he's been chasing women nonstop these past few days. Lu Zonghao fell silent in disbelief, just earned his Red Stick title, and already vanished into brothels. What a model of responsibility. Seeing Lu Zonghao head out, Hazai hurried after him. Brother Hao, where are you going? Lu Zonghao hailed a taxi on the spot. If he's hiding, I'll hide too. I may be a Red Stick, but I'm still just a street enforcer. Why should I clean up messes for a leader who won't even show his face? You stay here. Whoever comes asking, give them Yu Dongqing's number. Lu Zonghao's residence was a modest Tong Lao building on Powtai Street. He'd rented it years ago, for 800 Hong Kong dollars per month. The cramped room held only a single bed. Washing and bathing required use of shared public facilities outside. Once home, Lu Zonghao pulled a travel bag from beneath his bed and began counting its contents. These funds were protection money he'd seized from Ding Dali. After deducting expenses incurred during operations and the medical fees paid for Hongguoju, the remainder totaled HK 400. This sum of HK 400 represented Lu Zonghao's foundation, the very capital upon which his survival and ascent depended. He intended to invest it in business. With opportunity flourishing across Hong Kong Island, he refused to stand idle while others amassed fortunes. Yet he had no intention of severing ties with the Triad. In this city, no enterprise could thrive without Triad backing, not even selling fishballs on the sidewalk, which might be overturned at any moment. Only by maintaining steady equilibrium between law and shadow, neither wholly bound to black nor fully embraced by white, could he grow strong enough to break free from both. As Lu Zonghao pondered what venture best suited him, his bulky mobile phone suddenly rang. Its number was known only to his closest confidants, as well as Huang Bingren and Yu Dongqing. Seeing the landline number displayed, he answered, "Who is this?" A man's voice replied, "Big Brother Lu. Congratulations on your successful appointment as Red Stick of the Xian Ian Triad." Lu Zonghao, hearing an unfamiliar voice, narrowed his eyes slightly. "Who are you? And how did you get my number?" The caller chuckled. "How I obtained it matters little. What troubles me is deciding how to address you. Should I call you Brother Hao of the Triad, or Chief Inspector Lu of the Anti-Triad Unit?" Lu Zonghao's heart lurched. Before he could respond, the voice continued, "Hong Kong is a place that honors loyalty and righteousness. Policemen worship Guangdong in red robes. Triad members bow before Guangdong in green. Yet you slew your own boss before the Guandi temple, then exploited your undercover status to mobilize police forces and cast Bai Fenchong into the sea. If word of this spread, would your Triad boss, or your police superior, ever spare you? And whose retribution would prove more ruthless?" Lu Zonghao's face darkened as he retorted coldly, "I don't know what you're talking about." The caller laughed heartily, "Just a friendly warning. If you truly don't understand, then so be it. I'll now call Prince and Chief Inspector Huang Bingren of the Anti-Triad Unit. They may find my words far more compelling." "Wait." Hearing the caller prepare to hang up, Lu Zonghao barked, "What do you want? Speak plainly. Undercover work is perilous. You risked your life to rise to Red Stick. Such an achievement deserves preservation. Yet silence has its price." He paused briefly. "Tonight, 8 o'clock. Have 1 million in cash ready. Wait for my call. My patience is limited. Do not disappoint me. Beep, beep." With those final words, the line went dead. Lu Zonghao stood frozen, his clothes soaked through with cold sweat. In just a few terse sentences, the caller had exposed Lu Zonghao's identity as an OCU organized crime unit operative and revealed his role in casting Bai Fenchong into the sea. At the time of Bai Fenchong's demise, only Hongguoju and Chun Yaoxing had been present. Not even Hazai had accompanied him. How then could any third party possibly know? He owed Hongguoju his life. There was no chance of betrayal. Could it be Chun Yaoxing who had eliminated Ma Wei? Was he resentful over Lu Zonghao's promotion to Yao Ma Ti's second-in-command? Yet even if resentment festered, Chun could only know of Bai Fenchong's elimination, not Lu Zonghao's true affiliation with the OCU. Moreover, Chun Yaoxing and Lu Zonghao shared bonds forged in life and death trials. He bore no resemblance to a scheming, duplicitous man. Could it be Huang Bingren? Had this sly fox, seeing Lu Zonghao elevated to Red Stick, seized the chance to extort him? Yet given Huang Bingren's stature, acquiring illicit funds would pose no difficulty through countless channels. Post-promotion, the intelligence Lu Zonghao provided would hold far greater value than mere cash, making such extortion illogical. Besides, Huang Bingren possessed an ironclad need for control. Were he to learn Lu Zonghao had manipulated him to eliminate Bai Fenchong, he would never settle for simple blackmail. He would either discard the rogue operative entirely, or retain him only under absolute, unbreakable domination. That sudden chilling call left Lu Zonghao with a splitting headache. After smoking 2 cigarettes in rapid succession, his agitation hardened into fury. Damn it all. Who the hell is it? Who could it possibly be? Lu Zonghao's mood soured the instant a call from an unknown number came through. He brooded for a long while, yet could not fathom who among his circle could simultaneously know that he had taken care of Bai Fenchong and that the matter was linked to Huang Bingren. There was no denying the other party's revelation was a bombshell. If the secret leaked, Lu Zonghao would be plunged into irredeemable ruin. Although the caller demanded a staggering 1 million in hush money, Lu Zonghao found himself with no option but to yield. He had no other practical recourse. A month earlier, Huifeng Bank had just launched a new generation of ATM cards called Kaitong and hired film star Zheng Xiaoqiu to advertise as the character Chu Liuxiang. Most citizens were cautious, but Lu Zonghao knew bank cards were safer than carrying cash, so he deposited the 100,000 prize the association had given him into the account. The 1 million demanded was not beyond his reach. To protect himself, he could choose to hand the money over. What truly worried him was that once the person accepted the million, they would not be satisfied. They would turn his secret into a perpetual cash source, or use the leverage to coerce him into doing other things. Endless extortion. Lu Zonghao knew this man could not be allowed to remain free, but until he uncovered the caller's identity, his only option was to raise the money quickly and stabilize the situation to prevent it from spiraling out of control. With that in mind, Lu Zonghao took out his phone and dialed Qin Yaxing's number. Xing, where are you? On the other end came the roar of an engine. Hao Ji, am at a repair shop on the outlying island Changzhou, about to spend 150,000 on a tuned racing car. The car's performance is amazing. They'll take you for a spin tonight. Lu Zonghao's eardrums ached from the engine noise. Xing, I urgently need some money. Can you lend me 60,000? Qin Yaxing was silent for a few seconds, then readily agreed. No problem. In that case, I'll hold off on buying the car. After ending the call, Lu Zonghao leaned against the bed and thought. Among the few people close to him, Hong Guiju would never betray him. The prime suspect was Qin Yaxing. Yet when he had received the stranger's call earlier, he had not heard any engine noise. Puzzled, Lu Zonghao called the operator to trace the number. The inquiry showed the caller had used a public payphone located in Xinjiadapu in the New Territories, a great distance from the outlying island where Qin Yaxing was. Even if Chun had arranged the setup and enlisted accomplices, could they really coordinate from places so far apart? Night fell. By 7:30, Lu Zonghao, Hong Guiju, Qin Yaxing, and Xiazai sat together at a table in an open-air stall on the temple precincts. Qin Yaxing finished a bowl of herbal tea, glanced at his watch, and asked Lu Zonghao, Hao Ji, why did you call us here? I have an underground race from Hongkan to the police station tonight. It starts at 9. Tonight, I need your help to catch someone, Lu Zonghao replied. He did not disclose the full circumstances. To find this person, we must cooperate closely. Since following Lu Zonghao, Zai's status had risen and his loyalty was absolute. He straightened at once. Boss, who do you want us to catch? Shall I call some brothers over? No need, Lu Zonghao waved him off. I've rented 2 cars from the scoundrel on Baoling Street. When we set off, Xiazai and I will take 1 car, a Ju and Xing the other. We'll keep in touch by radio. Follow my lead. Qin Yaxing saw the worry etched on Lu Zonghao's face and asked sideways, Hao Ji, you look terrible. Did something happen? Nothing. Personal matters. Lu Zonghao waved his hand and picked up a piece of fried crab. He'll explain the details after this is over. The 3, seeing Lu refused to say more wisely, stopped pressing and waited. At 8 o'clock on the dot, Lu Zonghao's mobile rang. He answered on reflex. Hello. The familiar voice came through again. Hao Ji, the 1 million I asked for. I trust you've prepared it. Lu Zonghao narrowed his eyes. Of course. When will you come to collect? The other laughed. You think him a fool. Drive to Maidong village and wait in front of Maybao building. Without waiting for a reply, the caller hung up. Lu Zonghao took out a set of car keys and tossed them to Qin Yaxing. Drive and follow me. He'll stay in touch by radio. With that, the 4 rose and left the stall, speeding away in 2 Toyota F-110s. Maidong village lay in the Jiulong Peninsula's Huangdaxian area, separated by only a narrow street from the notorious Jiulong Qingjai. Night had deepened and few pedestrians walked the village lanes. Even villagers avoided that route after dark for fear of being robbed by the addicts from the Qingjai. Lu Zonghao parked at the curb, clenched the bone knife tucked in his sleeve, and walked with steady steps toward Maybao building. As he reached the entrance, his mobile rang. When he answered, the voice purred. That white jacket suits you so well. See the motorcycle in front of the building. The key is in the exhaust. Take it right over and bring the money to the Shatian Ao village in trance. Lu Zonghao scanned his surroundings. Across the street, the Jiulong Qingjai crouched like a sleeping beast beneath the night. 10-story public housing rose like a honeycomb, every window a lamp. He could not tell where eyes might be watching. Asked what he intended, the caller replied coldly, If I wanted you dead, I would not bother with all this. And don't try anything foolish. The mountain road to Shatian Ao sees little traffic at this hour, so if someone follows you, it will be obvious. If I suspect you're up to tricks, you'll bear the consequences. The caller gave him 40 minutes and warned him to be careful. Lu Zonghao had intended to use tonight's exchange to unmask the blackmailer, but the other party's caution surprised him. He crouched beside the motorcycle and felt inside the exhaust pipe. Sure enough, there was a key. The condition the stranger had set was plainly meant to prevent counter-surveillance. If Maidong village was a test, Shatian Ao might not be the real rendezvous. The caller seemed like a rat hiding in the shadows, furious to think about yet impossible to seize. Faced with such caution, Lu Zonghao returned to the car, retrieved the bag containing the money, and told Xiazai, You needn't come with me. You, Ju, and Xing go back to Yamati. You're going alone. Xiazai, sensing something amiss, asked, "Boss, what exactly is going on?" "Don't ask. Wait for my call." With that, Lu Zonghao slung the money bag over his shoulder, mounted the motorcycle, and vanished into the black of night. Sha Tin Pass is located between Kowloon Chicken Chest Mountain and TSC Wanshan, serving as the essential route connecting Kowloon and Sha Tin. Lu Zonghao hurried along the one-way road to Sha Tin Pass, and before he could enter the village, a call came in. "Make a U-turn, head back." The repeated teasing from the other party drained Lu Zonghao's patience. "How much longer are you planning to drag this out? There's no way around it. Facing someone who can sink their own boss, I have to be cautious. What if I end up like the others who fell into the trap? I'm afraid of dying too, Lucy." The other party laughed heartily. "I'm waiting for you at the parking lot on Jia Mountain Road. Come over." Lu Zonghao, seeing that the other party was about to show up, revved his motorcycle and roared down the mountain. Fei Mountain, standing at an altitude of 603 meters, is the highest peak in Kowloon, with 2 observation decks located at its waist, Fei East Mountain Road and Jia Mountain Road parking lots. From these 2 spots, one can behold the entirety of the Kowloon Peninsula and even across Victoria Harbor catch a glimpse of the thousands of lights on the island. When Lu Zonghao arrived at the Jia Mountain Road observation deck, as requested, the viewing platform, which could only accommodate 5 cars, was completely empty, with no sound other than the chirping of insects and the rustling of trees in the evening breeze. Just as Lu Zonghao stopped his vehicle, the other party's call came in. "Stand by the railing and throw the bag of money down." Hearing the terms of the transaction, Lu Zonghao immediately turned his gaze to the trees atop the left cliff. He knew someone was watching him and asked in a low voice, "I brought the 1 million seal fee you wanted. But how can you guarantee that after I hand over the money you will keep your promise?" The other party replied calmly, "You are the one in need now, not me. You can choose to take the money and leave, who I won't stop you." Lu Zonghao suppressed the urge to curse, picked up the travel bag, stood at the edge of the railing, and tossed it down. "Is that enough? Leave here immediately, do not linger." The other party dropped this line, and the receiver was soon filled with busy signals. Lu Zonghao looked at the dark woods below the railing, clenched his fists, took a deep breath, and then rode his motorcycle, disappearing down the mountain road. After throwing the 1 million down the cliff, Lu Zonghao's phone, which had been ringing all night, finally went quiet. He had not seen a single person from the other party throughout. Upon returning to the hall, he went back to his office alone and took out a map of Hong Kong Island. That evening, he had received 4 phone calls, all from public phones. The locations were on Fuguang Street, Xinyong Street, Shigulan Road, and Tianguang Road. These 4 places were not far apart, and the other party's pattern of calling from different locations clearly indicated they were afraid Lu Zonghao would track them down by the phone numbers. The call he received in Meidong Village was from Fuguang Street, 4 kilometers away, indicating that the person watching him was not the same as the one who called. And since he received the call as soon as he reached Sha Tin Pass, it meant someone was also watching him at the village entrance and had informed the caller of his situation via mobile. By this calculation, even if the other party had not arranged for someone to collect the money at the observation deck, there had to be at least 4 people involved. Looking at the marks on the map, Lu Zonghao frowned and lit a cigarette. What the hell, is this a gang? The large number of people on the other side was Lu Zonghao's biggest concern. After all, the more people who knew his identity, the more dangerous his situation would be and the greater the threats he would face. With this thought, Lu Zonghao wiped away the marks on the map and got up to walk out the door. At this point, Hong Kong Island had some closed-circuit monitoring, but due to high costs, it was only installed in jewelry stores and government departments with almost no external cameras. Even though the possibility was slim, Lu Zonghao still wanted to take a chance and see if he could uncover any clues. Just as he got up, Xia Zai rushed in panting and exclaimed, "Brother, how there's trouble. I just received news that the Ma gang has gathered more than 20 people at the street hall preparing to head to Sham Shui Pa's Shek Kip Mei. Sham Shui Pa is not Yao Ma Ti's territory. Why are you telling me this?" Lu Zonghao replied, absent-mindedly focused on capturing the person who threatened him. "Sham Shui Pa has nothing to do with us, but Qingsheng is over there." Xia Zai hurriedly explained as he followed Lu Zonghao. "A new bar has opened in Beitian Village in Sham Shui Pa with ladies imported from Europe and America. It is said that Qingsheng went there last night and hasn't come out since. That bastard, does he think he's a stud?" Lu Zonghao was momentarily taken aback by this news, then rushed out of the office, axing, "Gather the brothers and come with me." Since the Yao Ma Ti Hall changed hands, the former confidants of the drug lord scattered like birds and beasts, while Xia Zai took over Adong's position, calling upon 10 or so of his loyal followers to protect Lu Zonghao's safety. At this moment, Lu Zonghao had not yet returned the 2 borrowed vehicles. Upon hearing his call, everyone rushed out of the parlor, and 2 Toyotas along with a van from the hall simultaneously started honking as they sped onto the street. Although Lu Zonghao had decided to use Yu Dongqing as a stepping stone, he did not plan to act immediately. Whether it was Huang Bingren or the prince, both sides were trying to win him over to use against Yu Dongqing. Lu Zonghao was well aware of this, so he needed to utilize Yu Dongqing as leverage to secure his own development space. If Yu Dongqing were to be eliminated at this time and the prince sent his confidants back to control Yao Ma Ti, he would completely lose his value. Lu Zonghao drove swiftly down the streets of Zhongfang, asking Xiaozai how long ago did the Ma gang set off. Xiaozai glanced at his watch. They left about 10 minutes before us. This news was told to me by someone who had previously defected to the Ma gang from the streets Xiangtang. He was responsible for cleaning cars there and learned this information when the Ma gang dispatched vehicles. From Yao Ma Ti to Shek Kip, the drive only takes about 20 minutes. Hearing that the other party was half a step ahead, Lu Zonghao couldn't help but feel anxious. Is there a hall in Shek Kip Mei? Can we call other brothers for support? Xiaozai reminded. The sitting officer in Shek Kip Megwa Bin was previously the prince's driver. Even if we seek his assistance, there's no telling if it will be effective. Once this news reaches the prince, it might be detrimental to you. Lu Zonghao stomped on the gas. That lecher Yu Dongqing will eventually die because of a woman. In Shek Kip Mei's bar, Yu Dongqing, who had fought all day, emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a towel sporting dark circles under his eyes and stood by the sink to wash his face, his back adorned with a menacing ghost tattoo. The waiter, showing great insight, picked up a fresh towel and stood beside him. Chingu, you've been at it with that foreign horse all day, quite impressive. This is nothing new after being cooped up in prison for 5 years. If you sent me to a construction site now, I could be a pile driver. Yu Dongqing pulled out 1,000 Hong Kong dollars and stuffed it into the waiting staff's pocket while taking the towel from his hand. Go get me a bowl of wonton noodles, the rest is yours. Just as Yu Dongqing was wiping his face, a figure suddenly dashed out from the bathroom, gripping his waistband tightly, forcefully tightening it around his neck, and dragged him down the corridor. Bang! The door of the adjacent room swung open and 6 or 7 young men armed with knives and clubs instantly surrounded him. In the corridor of the second floor of Malin building, Yu Dongqing was ambushed and strangled with a belt, then dragged violently along the hallway. Youthful men burst from rooms on both sides and swarmed him instantly, inflicting several deep bloody wounds across his body. Choking fiercely, his face flushed crimson, Yu Dongqing, seasoned in street brawls, did not grasp at the belt around his neck. Instead, he seized the assailant's wrist and thrust his arms upward, lifting his own body off the ground. As the belt loosened around his throat, Yu Dongqing drove his arms downward and delivered a whip-like roundhouse kick to the attacker's head. Thud! His assailant's nose shattered under the blow. Screaming, he collapsed onto the floor. Shink! Simultaneously, a blade plunged into Yu Dongqing's left flank, the spray of blood arcing along the blade and splattering across the wall. Thud! 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 Yu Dongqing lay sprawled on the floor, kicking wildly at the advancing youths with both legs. Then, scrambling up in disarray, he snatched up a box containing cupping therapy tools from the corridor and hurled it with all his strength against the nearby wall. Crash! The alcohol bottles and glass jars inside shattered against the wall, scattering razor-sharp shards that briefly halted the youth's advance. Seizing the opening, Yu Dongqing lunged for the sliding window at the corridor's end and vaulted through in a single fluid motion. Splash! He plummeted from the second floor, crashing onto a roadside fruit stall, his waist-strap towel flung clear off his body. Several passing high school girls stared aghast at Yu Dongqing, naked, drenched in blood, and let out piercing shrieks. Crash! 2 vans parked by the roadside swung open instantly. Dozens of young men poured out, brandishing knives, surging forward beneath the pale glow of streetlights. Brothers, cut this bastard down. Spotting the onrushing mob, Yu Dongqing seized a durian from the fruit stall and began hurling it furiously into the crowd. Damn it! Who do you think you are, a hero bombardier? One youth blocked the flying durian with his forearm and charged forward, slashing his knife in a swift, vicious arc. Standing at the roadside, Yu Dongqing surveyed the encircling mob and knew escape was impossible. He grabbed a watermelon cleaver from the stall, deflected the attacker's blade, then struck twice, felling the youth instantly. Cornered and desperate, Yu Dongqing unleashed extraordinary combat prowess. Though a lone tiger cannot prevail against a pack of wolves, he resisted relentlessly, even amid a dozen attackers, and remained standing. Cornered and desperate, Yu Dongqing unleashed extraordinary combat prowess. Though a lone tiger cannot prevail against a pack of wolves, he resisted relentlessly, even amid a dozen attackers, and remained standing. At that very moment, Lu Zonghao's sedan screeched to a halt outside Malin building. Xiaozai, spotting Yu Dongqing, naked, blood-soaked, locked in brutal combat, stood frozen. Brother Qing, is this performance art? Lu Zonghao, witnessing Yu Dongqing's battered state, slammed the brakes, leapt from the car with a blade in hand, and slashed twice across a youth's back, brutally dropping him to the ground. Spurred by Lu Zonghao's charge, the 2 following vans skidded to abrupt halts. Chen Yaoxing and Hong Guoju led over a dozen underlings, fierce as rutting bulls, storming toward the mob bang gangsters. The 2 factions collided. Chaos erupted instantly. Undercover from Chen Yaoxing and Hong Guoju, Lu Zonghao felled 3 adversaries in rapid succession, forcing his way deep into the melee to shield Yu Dongqing behind him. How are you holding up? I'm not dying yet. Yu Dongqing bore at least 6 or 7 gaping flesh-rended wounds. Seeing his allies arrive, he roared hoarsely, cut these bastards down. Drop 1, $10,000 reward. The youths who'd arrived with Xia Zai knew Yu Dongqing's stature well, and none wished to miss this chance to impress their boss. Frenzied as if injected with adrenaline, they broke the Ma Bang attackers' formation in a single furious charge. Seeing the Ma Bang thugs driven back, Yu Dongqing gripped his blood-slicked watermelon cleaver and barefooted chased after them. Damn it. Not one of you escapes today. Enough. Lu Zonghao seized Yu Dongqing's arm and pulled him back toward the cars. You're not even wearing pants, chasing people half naked. Do you want tomorrow's headlines? Let's go. After picking up Yu Dongqing, Lu Zonghao sped toward Kowloon walled city. Breathing in the metallic scent of blood inside the car, he asked, "How are you? Can you hold on?" "Just flesh wounds, nothing fatal." Yu Dongqing pressed a towel from the car interior against the gash on his flank, glancing sideways at Lu Zonghao. "I never expected you'd risk everything to save me." Lu Zonghao kept his gaze fixed ahead, voice steady. "I've been grinding for years to get where I am today. I had no choice but to come. If you die, my livelihood vanishes." Yu Dongqing laughed, then winced as the movement tore at his wounds. "The fact you dared come tells me your relationship with Prince Tai isn't nearly as solid as it seems." Lu Zonghao remained non-committal. "The men who attacked you came from the Dijia branch. They answer to Qin Mingjie." Yu Dongqing reached into the glove compartment for a cigarette, only to brush his bare buttocks instead. "Of course I know they're Ma Bang. But Qin Mingjie hasn't even consolidated control over Yao Ma Ti yet. Do you truly believe he'd dare extend his reach into Sham Shui Pei so recklessly?" Lu Zonghao handed him the lighter, voice low and grave. "So, you're suggesting Prince Tai knew about the attack?" Yu Dongqing offered no direct reply. "Compared to Qin Mingjie, Prince Tai has far greater reason to wish me dead. Gao Sheng has been vying with him for control of Yao Ma Ti, and he certainly doesn't want his rival's ally rising to power. After all, his grip on the lucrative Yao Tsimong district was always tenuous, unjustified and unearned, long breeding resentment and envy among other faction heads. Should he fall, countless rivals would rush to trample him. For every fallen prince, a dozen new kings rise." Lu Zonghao hadn't imagined Yu Dongqing, who seemed perpetually carefree, had plumbed such depths. "If you knew so many wanted you dead, why go out alone?" Yu Dongqing exhaled a slow plume of smoke. "I simply didn't expect Qin Mingjie to lose his composure this soon. Besides, I've been scouting for the right driver lately, someone trustworthy, sharp-minded. After all, a driver hears everything." "Driver? Confidant?" At those two words, Lu Zonghao's heart lurched. For the rest of the ride, he exchanged only desultory banter with Yu Dongqing. Upon arriving at the walled city, he pulled Xia Zai aside during Yu Dongqing's wounds, suturing. "Tell me, where is Xiaoyin, the driver who worked for Bai Fenchong?" Xia Zai shook his head. "I don't know. After the Bai Fenchong matter was settled, I severed all contact, deliberately avoiding closeness lest anyone suspect our connection." "Bring him to me, immediately." After dismissing Xia Zai, Lu Zonghao stood silently outside the clinic, his expression darkening. Yu Dongqing's warning had jolted him awake. Xiaoyin, the driver who betrayed Bai Fenchong, was the person most likely to have uncovered his identity that day. On the day of the incident, Xiaoyin had not only driven Bai Fenchong into the Cross Harbor Tunnel, but also collaborated with Lu Zonghao in an elaborate ruse, diverting the Narcotics Bureau's attention while enabling Lu Zonghao to extract Bai Fenchong unseen. Xiaoyin wasn't foolish. If he saw the Narcotics Bureau's ambush, he'd surely deduce Lu Zonghao's involvement. And consider this, if Xiaoyin harbored treacherous intent the moment he accepted the black market payment Xia Zai delivered, he may already have begun watching them closely. Following that logic, whoever had been surveilling Lu Zonghao secretly could easily have witnessed the Bai Fenchong affair and later observed his dealings with Huang Bingren. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Lu Zonghao's thoughts chilled him to the bone. The more he pondered, the clearer Xiaoyin's shadow loomed over the entire conspiracy. Since the 1970s, when Governor Murray MacLehose assumed office, the Hong Kong colonial government had continuously constructed public housing estates, commonly known as estates. These estates typically comprised 7-story buildings, slightly superior to the Kowloon walled city, yet scarcely distinguishable in terms of living conditions. Tenants shared communal bathrooms. Cooking was relegated to narrow corridors outside their apartment doors. Hundreds, even thousands of families were crammed into these monolithic corridor-style residential blocks, claustrophobic and severely overcrowded. In addition to the so-called 7-story buildings, the government erected resettlement estates across Hong Kong Island and Kowloon, including Wong Tai Sin Leohusen Tiger Rock and Chengsha, Wan's Li Jingwu estate, populated with crude, hastily built wooden huts for displaced residents. Most Triad youths from Hong Kong Island, excluding scions like Xiang Yin and Ku Zhixiong who inherited family enterprises, came from impoverished backgrounds rooted in public housing. Even Xiaoyin, the driver for Bai Fenchong, was no exception. Upon receiving instructions from Lu Zonghao, Hazi took a taxi to the Leohusen resettlement estate in Kowloon City. He and Xiaoyin had been childhood friends, growing up together in this very estate. Hazi only moved to rented accommodation in the urban area later, to better support his younger sister's schooling. This was a sprawling cluster of dilapidated wooden huts nestled at the foot of a hill, haphazardly packed side by side. Muddy lanes wound between them, flanked by mounds of refuse. Flies buzzed incessantly around pedestrians. Xiao Yin's home stood at the hill's base, a peaked wooden hut built in the 1950s. Decades of wind and rain had stripped its paint away. Industrial-grade grease, applied as a makeshift waterproofing agent, had long since hardened upon the weathered planks, thickly crusted with dust, debris, and desiccated fly carcasses. Using discarded industrial grease for waterproofing was a local folk remedy among estate dwellers, a frugal substitute for tung oil, allowing families to stretch their meager budgets further, perhaps buying an extra few gene of rice. Though Hong Kong's economy surged forward at breakneck speed, the vast majority of those confined to public housing existed as forgotten specks of dust, overlooked by the very world they inhabited. Hazi knocked repeatedly on the door, but received no reply. Just as he turned to leave, the door creaked open behind him. An elderly man in his 70s, white-haired face mottled with age spots, leaned against the doorframe and peered out. "Asai, is that you returning?" "Grandpa, it's me, Hazi." Upon recognizing Xiao Yin's grandfather, Hazi hurried back. "Is Asai home?" "Oh, it's little Hazi." The old man nodded slowly, his voice faint but clear. "My ears may be failing, but my eyes still see just fine." "I never said you were blind. I asked whether Asai is home. Has he returned these past few days?" Hazi sighed, exasperated. "Thanks to your blessings, I'm still in decent health," replied the elder, nodding again. Frustrated, Hazi scratched his head and glanced past the old man into the cramped interior, its entirety visible at a single glance. "Never mind. I'll let you rest." "Hazi, wait." As Hazi turned to go, the old man called urgently. "Has Asai truly not come home these past few days? Could something have happened to him?" Startled, Hazi leaned close and shouted into the elder's ear, "How many days has he been gone?" 4 or 5 days, perhaps." The old man gazed past the doorway as if trying to pierce through the labyrinthine rows of wooden huts to fix his sight upon his grandson. Asai's father passed early. Raising him alone was no easy feat. And with Hong Kong society so lawless, I've always feared he'd stray onto the wrong path. Thankfully, Asai is filial. Worried I'd fret, he apprenticed as a chef at a banquet hall. He's never once stayed away more than 2 days. Not ever. Hazi, tell me honestly, is something wrong with Asai? Grandpa, please don't jump to conclusions. I work on the outlying islands most of the time, rarely see Asai. Today's just my day off, so I came by to hang out with him. Hazi noticed half a bowl of rice soaking in water atop the bedside table and a shriveled piece of preserved vegetable. He pulled money from his pocket and thrust it into the old man's palm. "This is what I owe Asai. I've come to repay him. Please hold on to it for him. When he returns, remind him to call me." "No, keep the money. You're raising your younger sister alone. Oh, it's not easy. Buy her some nutritious food. She's still growing." The old man pressed Hazi's hand firmly, shouting hoarsely, "If you see Asai, make sure he comes home to visit me. Lately I've been short of breath and dizzy. These old bones won't last much longer. Please lower your voice. I'm not deaf." Dazed by the sudden shout, Hazi shoved the money into the elder's hands without another word. "Rest well. I'm off now." Unable to locate Xiao Yin in the estate, Hazi lit a cigarette and pondered where else to search, when a young man approaching with a plastic bag abruptly blocked his path. "Hazi, what are you doing here?" "How? Didn't your family move away? What brings you back to the village?" The youth facing Hazi was Xie Jiahao, one of his childhood playmates. It was Xie Jiahao who had first relayed news of the Ma Bang's assault on Yudongqing. "I bought some braised delicacies and vegetables to visit old Master Yin." Xie Jiahao lifted the grocery bag in illustration, then glanced toward Hazi's direction. "You're visiting him too?" Hazi's eyes lit up. "Do you know where Xiao Yin is? If I knew, I wouldn't be here. Old Master Yin's legs are weak, his health frail, and for 3 days straight, I haven't been able to reach him by phone. That boy has vanished, like smoke into thin air. I worried he'd be left unattended, so I brought some food." Xie Jiahao paused, then fixed Hazi with a direct look. "Hazi, I hear you're close with brother Hao, the new red pole in Yaomati. Have you mentioned my wish to rejoin the association?" "I've mentioned it in passing, but haven't discussed it in detail." Hazi offered him a cigarette. "You defected to Ma Bang after leaving Xian Ian, now wanting back in. Aren't you afraid Ma Bang will retaliate?" Xie Jiahao rolled his eyes. "That's a harsh way to put it. I was merely a blue lantern, never formally initiated. How can one betray what one never joined? When Ma Bang planted its flag on D Street, that wretch by Finchong abandoned us all, but at least Xiao Yin secured you a night watchman post. Yet I stood utterly alone. If I hadn't joined Ma Bang, would I simply starve? Hazi, we've been brothers since childhood. Now that you've risen, surely you won't cast me aside." Within the association's hierarchy, the lowest rank, those who swore allegiance before Lord Guan Yu, were called Si Jiozai, literally 49 boys, forbidden promotion for 3 years. A blue lantern referred to an uninitiated auxiliary member, an informal contractor paid per task, granted no protection or standing within the association. Hearing Xie Jiahao's plea, Hazi realized he still had no lead on Xiao Yin, and after brief reflection said, "I'm about to meet Brother Hao. Come with me." Xie Jiahao slapped Hazi's arm, elated. True brotherhood. Unwavering loyalty. "Wait here. I'll deliver these groceries to old Master Yin first, then we'll go together." Kowloon, walled city. Lu Zonghao entered the hospital room and surveyed Yudongqing. now stitched and bandaged so thoroughly he resembled a mummy. The doctor says you're fortunate. The wounds missed tendons and bone. With rest you'll recover fully. A scratch like this means nothing to me. Yu Dongqing chuckled darkly as he sat upright on the bed. Hey, let's talk about you for a change. Lu Zonghao had intended to settle Yu Dongqing first before dealing with Xiao Yin, but when the other man steered the conversation toward himself, he could only suppress his impatience and ask, talk about me. What's there to talk about? Give me a cigarette. Yu Dongqing crooked a finger and smiled at Lu Zonghao. Do you know what I've been busy with these past few days? Lu Zonghao pulled out a cigarette pack and handed it over. When I rescued you, you hadn't even had time to put on clothes. Wasn't that clear enough? Haha. Then tell me, do you know what was running through my mind just now while I was stitching up my wounds? Yu Dongqing lit a cigarette and grinned at Lu Zonghao. I was wondering whether today's attack was orchestrated by Prince Tai, and if so, whether its true purpose was to compel you to save me, thereby creating an opportunity for you to get close. Undercover cops love this kind of gambit. At the word undercover, Lu Zonghao's heart lurched. Before he could speak, Yu Dongqing continued, but then I reconsidered. It's unlikely. Prince Tai doesn't want me taking over Yumity. Eliminating me before I gain momentum would serve him far better than planting a mole. So I suspect your relationship with Prince Tai isn't particularly close. Am I right? Lu Zonghao hadn't expected this seemingly carefree Yu Dongqing to possess such razor-sharp insight, and chose not to deny it. Why do you say that? We're strangers who crossed paths by chance. No debt of gratitude, no bond of loyalty. If you truly served Prince Tai, you'd have had no reason to rescue me. That leaves only one possibility: you feared I'd be killed, because my death would jeopardize your own interests. Yu Dongqing's words struck deep into Lu Zonghao's thoughts. Yet his rescue hadn't been motivated by concern for Yu Dongqing, but rather by a calculated plan to use him as leverage against Prince Tai and Huang Bingren, buying himself precious time to consolidate power. I'm indeed no confidant of Prince Tai's. Not even during the headquarters meeting did we speak privately for the first time. When Bai Finxiang held sway, I incurred his enmity after exposing Du Guobin, the Red Pole, as an undercover operative. Ever since he'd sought my elimination, my assault on Chen Mingzhi was a desperate bid for survival. Yet the fallout proved catastrophic. Bai Finxiang himself ended up wanted by the police. Seeing that Yu Dongqing had spoken so plainly, Lu Zonghao abandoned pretense and explained, this Red Pole position was one with blood and risk. I genuinely fear being sidelined by Prince Tai. If you die, my standing collapses. You're refreshingly candid. Yu Dongqing flicked ash from his cigarette. The reason I've spent these days idling outside was precisely to dump the chaos of our branch onto your shoulders, to tempt Ma Bang into seizing territory while we appear disorganized. I wanted Yumity thrown into turmoil, letting Ma Bang purge Bai Finxiang's old guard, including you. Lu Zonghao picked up the cigarette pack. Why assume we'll inevitably be swallowed whole? And how can you guarantee the ones who come for you will be Ma Bang? Yu Dongqing paused. Today's ambush changed my thinking. I realized dragging this out harms Prince Tai not at all, yet steadily pushes me toward the precipice. So I've decided to strike first. Fresh out of prison, my trusted allies are few. Perhaps you and I might forge an alliance, for lingering as a fence-sitter means certain death. Lu Zonghao had rescued Yu Dongqing precisely to earn his trust, and welcomed the entanglement. What do I gain from partnering with you? You must understand I'll tolerate no loyalist of Prince Tai in my inner circle. Cooperation isn't merely advantageous, it's your only option. I guarantee you every privilege due a Red Pole, and I swear I'll never discard you like a worn-out sock once our ends are served. Yu Dongqing fixed Lu Zonghao with a calm, unwavering gaze. Opposing me serves Prince Tai's interests, allying with me secures your own future. Lu Zonghao, do you wish to be someone else's stepping stone or stand beside me in this turbulent Jianghu, stirring storms together? I've been in this world long enough to meet many bosses skilled at brainwashing, but never before has anyone set my blood ablaze with mere words. Lu Zonghao hadn't anticipated gaining Yu Dongqing's trust so effortlessly. He arched a brow. What's next? To reclaim Yumity, what's rightfully ours? A faint smile touched Yu Dongqing's lips. Be here first thing tomorrow to pick me up. It's time I paid my branch a proper visit. After finalizing their alliance, Lu Zonghao left the clinic, only to find Xia Zai waiting outside the door. Seeing others besides Xia Zai, Lu Zonghao assumed he'd tracked down Xiao Yin, only to recognize instead an unfamiliar young man. He pressed urgently, did you find him? No. I went to Xiao Yin's home, but only his grandfather was there. The elder said Xiao Yin hadn't returned in days. I paged him repeatedly, no reply. Noting Lu Zonghao's grim expression, Xia Zai added, Brother, how I've already alerted friends across the city to watch for Xiao Yin. The moment he surfaces, someone will notify me. Hearing Xiao Yin had gone into hiding, Lu Zonghao grew even more convinced the threats against him were tied directly to the boy. Understood. After finishing Xiao Yin's matter, Xia Zai gestured towards Xie Jiahao. Oh, Brother Hao, let me introduce you, this is Ahao. We grew up together. He's the one who tipped us off about Ma Bang's attack on Brother Qing. Xie Jiahao immediately bowed deeply. Greetings, Brother Hao. Lu Zonghao nodded, opened his wallet, and withdrew over 10,000 Hong Kong dollars, handing them over. You've done us a great service today. Brother Hao, I won't take money. I want to join you. Join me. Lu Zonghao studied Xie Jiahao carefully. If I recall correctly, you defected from Sini into Ma Bang, didn't you? Xie Jiahao spoke with earnest sincerity. Brother Hao, I've never sworn allegiance before Lord Guan or undergone the Hung Mun initiation rites reciting the 36 oaths. I'm merely a blue lantern. Both my parents died young. At 13, I was begging on the streets. When I joined Ma Bang as a car washer, I had no choice. I simply needed to eat. But I've severed ties with Ma Bang now. I truly wish to return to Sinian. If hunger drove you to betray your branch once, what's to stop you from stabbing me in the back the moment I fall from power? Already agitated by Xiao Yin's disappearance, Lu Zonghao found Xie Jiahao's history echoing Xiao Yin's betrayal of Bai Fenxiang. He slapped the cash against Xia Zai's chest. Give him this. I've urgent matters to attend to. Excuse me. Xie Jiahao stood frozen before the clinic, watching Lu Zonghao recede into the distance, and urgently nudged Xia Zai. Your brother Hao's most trusted aide. Hurry. Explain to him I'm no double-crosser. Didn't you see the storm brewing on brother Hao's face? He's clearly burdened by some grave trouble today. If I plead your case now, I'd only pour oil on the fire. Xia Zai sighed, pressing the cash into Xie Jiahao's palm. Take this for now. As for your reinstatement, I'll gently plant the idea with brother Hao bit by bit. Xiao Yin's disappearance weighed heavily on Lu Zonghao's heart, like a great stone pressing down. Compared to the 1 million he was extorted for, he was more worried about his identity being exposed, becoming a ticking time bomb. Leaving the Kowloon city-walled city, Lu Zonghao circled around twice, confirming that no one was watching him before stepping into a public phone booth and dialing Huang Bingren's number. Soon Huang Bingren's voice came through the receiver. I am currently setting up a trap to catch a gang of joyriders. They'll give you 2 minutes, so make it quick. Lu Zonghao got straight to the point. I have successfully established a connection with Yu Dongqing, but now there is a pressing issue that needs to be addressed. Yu Dongqing is looking for Bai Fenxiang's trusted confidant, but Du Guobin has already fled and Adong's whereabouts are unknown. Therefore, I need your help to find his driver Yinpeng. Isn't that the little thug known as Shi Zai? Huang Bingren, as a senior inspector, had a sharp memory. On the day of the incident, Yinpeng was arrested by the narcotics division, but due to insufficient evidence, he was only recorded and released. If you want to find him, wouldn't it be easier to use social methods? Lu Zonghao naturally replied. The problem is that I can't find this person right now. Yu Dongqing is a newly appointed hall master from headquarters, and he has a poor relationship with the prince. As an old subordinate of Bai Fenxiang, I am not trusted by him. Only by handing Yinpeng over to Yu Dongqing can I make him understand that I am not associated with the prince, which is crucial for my work. Huang Bingren was still quite invested in Yu Dongqing's case. After hearing the pros and cons, he readily agreed. I will take care of this matter and have my men investigate. I will notify you as soon as there is news. Additionally, you need to pay attention to your safety recently in Yaomati. Try not to go to places like jewelry stores or watch shops. Lu Zonghao casually asked, what happened? We received a tip-off that a group of mainland veterans who participated in the Vietnam War entered Hong Kong Island through smuggling. These people are here to make quick money, and Yao Tsim Mong is the most prosperous area on the island. I suspect they are likely to act in that vicinity. Huang Bingren paused. Use your identity to keep an eye out for suspicious individuals coming from the mainland. Contact me anytime if you find something unusual. Upon hearing this, Lu Zonhao's mind flashed through a series of names: Century Thief, Zhang Ziqiang Rifle Bandit, Yi Jihuan Vietnam War Veteran, Chen Hujuan International Mercenary, Ji Bingxiu. From that year onward, numerous notorious criminals began to emerge on Hong Kong Island. These bloodthirsty war criminals, stimulated by the economic boom, began to amass wealth through bloody violence, forming crime syndicates that struck fear into the royal police. The phrase that summarizes the era's gangsters in Hong Kong Island is poor and hard-hearted, not afraid of death, because they were truly driven mad by poverty. Although Lu Zonghao was also involved in the underworld, he had no desire to become entangled with these ruthless criminals. He now only wished to use his dual identity to live a better life, while the aforementioned individuals were purely desperate outlaws. Associating with them was no different from shitting on the head of the king of hell. All afternoon, Lu Zonghao anxiously awaited a response from Huang Bingren, but the phone remained silent. Despite his mind being occupied with Xiao Yin, Lu Zonghao had to maintain an air of nonchalance. Early the next day, he drove Yu Dongqing's Mercedes and picked him up in the walled city. Yu Dongqing sat in the passenger seat, tugging at his suit collar. How do I look in this Versace? Am I dashing? The clothes are average, but your physical condition is indeed impressive. Lu Zonghao looked at Yu Dongqing's rosy complexion, somewhat surprised. You just had your wounds stitched yesterday, and today you can bounce around like this. Yu Dongqing took out an ampoule from his pocket and shook it. Am not a god, I took Du Lengding's medicine. Lu Zonghao frowned. This stuff should be used sparingly, it can be addictive. I know what I'm doing. Yu Dongqing said without elaborating. Drive to Shanghai Street. Lu Zonghao started the car and picked up his big brother. How many brothers should we bring? Yu Dongqing combed his hair in the rearview mirror. No need to bring anyone, it's just you and me. Lu Zonghao reminded, Shanghai Street has already been ceded to Chun Mingzhi by Bai Finchong. Now it's the territory of the Ma Gang. Yu Dongqing scratched his nose and replied casually, I know. Although Lu Zonghao did not know what Yu Dongqing intended to do on Shanghai Street, it was their first cooperation. Though he felt uncertain, he still drove to Shanghai Street, as Yu Dongqing requested, and parked in front of the garbage station. Almost every street in Hong Kong Island has a gang stronghold. Besides protection fees, cleaning fees are also an important source of income for the thugs. On streets with multiple strongholds, various gangs have caused numerous fatalities. Some larger gangs will subcontract the cleaning project for about 1/10 of the fees collected. As for those unscrupulous bosses, they would directly send their low-level lackeys to do the work without spending a dime. Shanghai Street is relatively prosperous. The garbage station is a roadside warehouse where cleaners employed by the stronghold collect garbage from street-side shops with handcarts, which is then picked up by trucks at fixed times. Lu Zonghao parked opposite the garbage station, lit a cigarette to dispel the pungent odor. What are you doing at the garbage station so early in the morning? Yu Dongqing grinned, opened his travel bag, pulled out a bandit hat and cotton gloves, then drew out 2 German-made Schmeisser MP-38 submachine guns, handing one to Lu Zonghao. Do you know how to use it? Clang. Lu Zonghao had played with guns plenty in war zones in Africa, skillfully racking the bolt and seeing the bullet in the chamber. He found Yu Dongqing a bit unreliable. What exactly are we doing here? Yu Dongqing spoke mysteriously, to make you rich. I don't believe you. Lu Zonghao rolled his eyes at the garbage station. What wealth can be made here? Stealing soda bottles. Haha, you'll know soon enough. Yu Dongqing kept the suspense and began putting on gloves and the bandit hat. In the past half-month, those smugglers from the mainland have committed quite a few crimes. Even if we do use guns, the police will put the blame on them. Not necessarily. Lu Zonghao scoffed. These 2 guns have nothing to do with the smugglers. Yu Dongqing was confused. What connection do these 2 things have? You could say they are completely unrelated, just like these 2 guns and the Province Hong Flag Gang. Lu Zonghao gestured with the antique pistol in his hand. The gangsters from the mainland only know how to use powerful Type 54 pistols, which are commonly referred to as Heishing. That kind of gun has a simple structure and low failure rate. It's still a military firearm from the mainland, and most smugglers are ex-military personnel, so they are accustomed to using the Heishing pistol. At that time, the mainland gangsters had just begun to surface in Hong Kong Island, and the Hong Kong police had little understanding of these were criminals who had smuggled in. Though the initial gangsters emerging now were not as well organized as the crime groups of the 1990s, they were more brutal, violent, decisive, and efficient. Soon the Hong Kong police would realize the ferocity of these gangsters, to the extent that whenever they encountered them, seeing someone wielding a Heishing made them too afraid to approach, only able to call for snipers for support. There was even a police sergeant who famously said, a Heishing can suppress an entire Hong Kong police force. Upon hearing Lu Zonghao's explanation, Yu Dongqing squinted and looked at him. How do you know what kind of guns those gangsters use? Lu Zonghao replied calmly, don't forget my nickname is Daqianzai, and I also came from the mainland. They haven't issued a gun ban there yet, and the situation is quite chaotic. Damn it, I underestimated this. I should have asked you in advance and done my homework. Although Yu Dongqing said this, he quickly put on the bandit hat and pushed open the car door. Now that we're here, we can't go back empty-handed. Let's do it. Yu Dongqing tossed out a terse remark, then strode purposefully toward the garbage station across the street, a travel bag slung over his shoulder. Seeing Yu still withholding details, Lu Zonghao hesitated for a moment before flipping open the safety on his handgun and following close behind. It was already past the morning garbage collection hour. The Stenchok station stood eerily deserted. Yu Dongqing moved with unerring focus, bypassing the mountainous piles of trash bags inside the warehouse, and said to Lu Zonghao, one of Chun Mingzhi's primary enterprises is an underground casino. He hosts gambling operations on this island, but must surrender 30% of his earnings to the Triad. So he secretly relocated the operation here to evade that cut. Lu Zonghao walked beside him, surprised. How did you find out about this? Yu Dongqing glanced sideways. Surely you don't believe I've spent these past few days merely chasing women. This casino handles substantial cash flow. A single heist, and we split the take 4-6. What do you say? Hearing the word robbery, Lu Zonghao cautioned. Yao Ma Ti police station lies right on this very street. Chun Mingzhi chose this street precisely because it's the darkest corner beneath the lamp. I dare rob him. Not out of recklessness, but calculated risk. I wager he'll stay silent afterward. He dares not report it to the police. As you spoke, he had already reached the iron gate leading to the rear courtyard, and kicked it hard with one swift motion. Clang. The gate sprang open. A young man seated beneath a tree, smoking, jolted in shock. Spotting Yu Dongqing, wearing a bandit's cap, his first instinct was to reach for the knife beside him. Yu Dongqing leveled his pistol at the youth's forehead and advanced without hesitation. Move an inch, and I'll send you straight to meet your great-grandmother. The youth froze, staring down the black muzzle, and instantly raised both hands. Brother, don't shoot. Bang. Lu Zonghao surged forward and delivered a brutal kick to the youth's temple, sending him crashing to the ground. eyes rolling white as he slumped unconscious. Inside the bungalow courtyard, raucous voices filled the air. Every gambler's gaze remained riveted on the poker table. Top, top, top. It's done. A gambler roared with triumph upon seeing the cards flipped open on the table's edge. Finally, I've turned my luck around. Arong, fetch me a pack of Salem cigarettes. Right away. The youth lounging on the sofa behind the table, charged with tending the game, dropped his salacious comic book and sprang upright. But the instant he saw two strangers in bandit caps stride into the room, he stiffened. Who the hell are you? Bang. Without a word, Yu Dongqing fired once, straight into the youth's thigh. Shit. Run. Pandemonium erupted. The gunshot shattered the room's clamor. Bang. 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 Yu Dongqing emptied 3 rounds into the ceiling, roaring. I'm here today for money, not blood. Everyone, hands on your heads, knees to the floor. Anyone who bolts will learn firsthand that bullets have no eyes. The bungalow had only one exit. Faced with 2 armed men, gamblers and enforcers alike submitted without resistance. Yu Dongqing trained his gun on the cowering crowd and tossed the travel bag to Lu Zonghao collect the cash. Lu Zonghao had learned the true objective only upon entering, but fearing delay might invite disaster, he grabbed the bag and marched to the table, stuffing wads of cash inside with grim efficiency. From the corner of his eye, he spotted a man surreptitiously stuffing bills into his jacket. Lu strode over and held the open bag before him. Hand it over, now. The man swallowed hard. Brother, what exactly am I supposed to hand over? Lu Zonghao gripped the bag in one hand while pressing the pistol barrel against the man's temple, then shouted, This is your only chance. Surrender every dollar on your person. Once you've paid up, I'll search you thoroughly. If I find even a single bill hidden on you, you'll bear the consequences. Hearing Lu's ultimatum, and glancing at Arong, now bleeding and unconscious on the floor, the gamblers who'd concealed money hastily pulled it from their clothes and dumped it into the bag. Once the last bill was collected, Lu Zonghao kept his weapon trained on the crowd as he backed slowly toward Yu Dongqing. We're done. Yu Dongqing nodded, then withdrew a plastic bottle brimming with liquid from a side pocket of the travel bag and tossed it to several henchmen crouching in the corner. This is a gift for your boss. See that he receives it personally. The moment the words left his lips, the 2 men exited the bungalow. Outside, Yu jammed the door handle shut with a steel pipe, and together they vanished into the dusk. Lu Zonghao drove Yu Dongqing's unregistered Mercedes-Benz at breakneck speed toward the public pier in Tai Kok Sui, finally pulling over along a coastal roadside, where he ripped off the bandit cap and gloves. I'd hoped for a major haul today, but barely cleared $1 million. Looks like we struck too early. The big fish haven't arrived yet. Yu Dongqing roughly counted the cash in the bag, then handed Lu Zonghao a tightly bound stack of $30,000 and a thick wad of loose notes. Yours. Lu accepted the money, stuffed the gloves and firearm into the bandit cap, then gestured toward Yu. Your shot wounded someone. If the police investigate the garbage station, they'll run ballistics. And the Sauer 38 is far too rare. Both guns must be discarded, never used again. Yu Dongqing ejected the magazine and dropped the pistol into the cap. You seem remarkably well versed in robbery. I'm fascinated by criminal investigation. Learned it all from books. Lu rolled down the window and hurled the cap, containing both weapons, into the sea. Next time, warn me in advance. Today's plan was dangerously crude. Even your car wasn't swapped out. I'm a Triad foot soldier, not a professional robber. How many times do you expect me to pull this off? Yu Dongqing's voice hardened. I didn't raid Chun Mingzhi's casino for money. I raided it to destroy his reputation. Once word spreads, his gambling empire will suffer immediate, severe damage. His logic was razor sharp. Chun Mingzhi has operated on the streets for years. His manpower and capital dwarf mine. As a fresh parolee, I stand no chance against him unless I sever his revenue streams. Lu Zonghao offered no reply. What's your next move? Yu Dongqing rotated his neck muscles, coiling. Among the territories abandoned by Bok Fun Kung, the most lucrative is D Street. I'll plant my flag there and reclaim Yao Ma Ti's fruit market first. The slash Lu Zonghao had landed on Chun Mingzhi's leg had severed his tendon. Per medical advice, he would need at least 2 weeks of bed rest before attempting even basic movement. As Yu Dongqing had predicted, the underground casino formed a cornerstone of Chun Mingzhi's finances, so the moment he heard of the Shanghai Street incident, he rushed there immediately. Lately, Chun Mingzhi's ascent had been meteoric. He'd supplanted Hung Fei as the de facto ruler of Wanchai and seized control over all territory north of Yao Ma Ti. Now consolidating his grip on Yao Ma Ti had become his sole strategic priority. To prevent rebellion in his rear, he'd left Hung Fei's former lieutenants untouched and distributed lavish gifts to win loyalty. Yet such extravagance strained his coffers, forcing him to quietly relocate the casino to Yao Ma Ti, thereby evading the Triads' mandatory cut. He hadn't even operated there for 48 hours before the place was raided. Inside the garbage station office, the henchman overseeing casino operations stood before Chun Mingzhi, face ashen, voice thick with remorse. Brother Zhuar Casino opened just 2 days ago. Patrons parked far away and were ferried in by us. This robbery could only mean one thing: an insider among the gamblers. Do you think things aren't chaotic enough? Our venue's already been robbed. If we start investigating patrons, how can this business survive? Chun Mingzhi's face tightened livid. Tally how much each gambler lost. If the sums roughly match our records, reimburse them in full, and suspend operations here for now. Oh, and after the gunfire, did the police come by? A patrol officer in uniform stopped by. I told him the noise came from workers repairing machinery, and sent him on his way. After answering, the henchman pointed to the bottle on the desk. Brother Zhe, this was left by the robbers. They said to deliver it to you personally. For me, eh? Chun Mingzhi picked up the plastic bottle, noticing a rolled paper slip suspended in the liquid. He unscrewed the cap, poured a few drops onto the desk, and confirming it wasn't corrosive, used his palm as a filter to retrieve the note. 5 seconds later, he shook his damp hand and unfurled the note, then went rigid with fury, face purpling, body trembling. F your mother. If I ever lay hands on those two bandits, I'll dig up their ancestors' graves. The henchman, startled by his boss's rage, leaned in for a glance. On the palm-sized scrap, scrawled in crooked mocking script, were 4 characters. The bottle contains urine. Hong Kong Island is a place that speaks of the underworld. Although the rapidly developing economy has shattered the so-called rules of the underworld, the early 1980s marked the beginning of the decline of underworld ethics. Yet in a certain sense, it was also the last period of blood-red romance for these ethics. Under the constraints of the underworld rules, territorial disputes among gangs resembled military campaigns. Before engaging in conflict, both sides needed to negotiate and establish rules. An unannounced attack like Japan's surprise assault on Pearl Harbor would be looked down upon. Generally speaking, there are 2 main ways for gangs to claim territory. One is to select a representative to compete in an unknown fight within a boxing ring to determine ownership. The other method is through a positional battle where both sides assemble their forces and agree on a time, and whoever stands victorious takes the territory. Why did the Prince of Xian Ian become famous? This individual was not originally part of Xian Ian, but a key member of Yi Kun. In the 1980s, the 3 dominant powers were He Sheng, Xian Ian, and Ma Bang. However, in the 1970s, Yi Kun stood alongside these 3 and became one of the 4 major gangster families. The leader of Yi Kun was none other than the notorious Lame Hoing Shu Ho. 5 years ago, Lame Ho was sentenced to 30 years in prison, and many key members of Yi Kun were imprisoned as well, leading to its decline, leaving only a few hundred members struggling to survive. After Lame Ho's imprisonment, although the prince was not directly affected, his situation took a turn for the worse. His sworn brother Gao Sheng extended a helping hand at a critical moment and introduced him to Xiang Yan. To facilitate the prince's transition into Xian Ian, Xiang Yan even offered him a very high transfer fee. The prince truly gained recognition during the battle for Tuen Mun after the consolidation of Yao Ma Ti in 1978. At that time, to compete with He Sheng's dual red sticks, Tian Sheng gathered 2,000 men, while Tian Sheng also prepared over 3,000. This century-long battle involving over 6,000 people did not explode into conflict, as it attracted the attention of high-ranking Hong Kong police officials. The then Commissioner of Police, Shirley Rong, even sent a senior inspector to mediate and warned that whoever struck first would face severe consequences. Under police pressure, this positional battle was transformed into an unknown fight, where the prince knocked out Tian Sheng in the ring, securing Tuen Mun for the gang, and thus gaining fame as a hallmark of Xian. Because of this, the chief steward Lin Jing has been particularly attentive to the prince's attitude since many lower-tier members of Xian were drawn to him. In the Yao Ma Ti headquarters, Lu Zonghao pushed open the door to the office and asked Dongqing, "When do you plan to contact Chun Mingzhi about raising the flag on the street?" Dongqing, who was lounging on the sofa watching the film The Fat Dragon Returns starring Hung Cam-bo, casually replied, "Contact. What should we talk about? Aren't you going to give Chun Mingzhi a heads up before we raise the flag?" Lu Zonghao countered. "I don't care." Dongqing snorted coldly. When Chun Mingzhi took over the street, did he inform anyone? If he doesn't follow the rules, why should I uphold ethics? Lu Zonghao sat across from him. "Are you planning to act directly? Chun Mingzhi is a dual red stick with many brothers under him. If we openly confront him, we definitely won't have the strength to win. I'm no longer Gao Sheng's subordinate, and borrowing his name would be improper, which would only lead to ridicule from the prince. Yao Ma Ti is a lucrative piece of territory. Now that it's in my bowl, many are waiting to see me falter and prepare to snatch it away. I can't rely on anyone for this. I can only depend on myself." Lu Zonghao did not criticize Dongqing's decision, but reminded him, even if you reclaim the street this way, if Dongqing counterattacks, we would still be powerless to defend ourselves, wouldn't we? So we need to come up with a plan to make Chun Mingzhi suffer a silent loss. Dongqing opened a bottle of cola and said, "I need to go out today. If all goes well, I should have news in 2 days. If I can't make it back, you'll have to handle the situation." Seeing Dongqing being vague again, Lu Zonghao joked half seriously, "You aren't planning to hide and shift the risks onto me, are you? I know it's hard to trust a stranger, but we are in the same boat now." Dongqing looked seriously at Lu Zonghao. "I have many enemies, but few friends. At least at this stage, I don't want to lose you as an ally." Lu Zonghao tossed a cigarette his way. "Your attitude of being wary of me doesn't seem like we're in the same boat." Dongqing took the cigarette and thought for a few seconds, whispering, to seek victory in danger, one must take extraordinary measures. Actually, my reason for going out this time is to leave Hong Kong Island too. An hour later, Lu Zonghao sent Dongqing to Kai Tak Airport. On the way back, he called Huang Bingren. Dongqing is making moves. He's preparing to gather manpower to reclaim the territory in Yaomati. Huang Bingren suddenly became spirited. Is there a way to use this incident to send him back to prison? Lu Zonghao lit a cigarette. No way. He has assigned this task to me and plans to hide in the background. I just took office and he doesn't trust me yet. If I don't handle this well, I might be marginalized. Huang Bingren replied, since we can't catch Dongqing, we can only treat this as an opportunity for you to gain his trust. Huang Bingren quickly made a decision. You handle this normally, but don't go too far. After returning to the headquarters, Lu Zonghao immediately gathered Xia Zai, Chun Yaoxing, and Hong Wuju together, saying directly, in the coming days, there will be significant actions at the headquarters preparing to reclaim the street from Ma Bang. We need to prepare manpower in advance. Xing and Xia Zai, each of you find 100 reliable brothers. Is that all right? Xia Zai, who had previously been a small leader on the street, was accustomed to gathering manpower, but Chun Yaoxing found it challenging. I don't have many friends around me. 20 or 30 is no problem, but gathering 100 might require connections. Lu Zonghao waved his hand. I don't care how you do it. My conditions are two. First, these people must be reliable and must not leak any information before the operation. Second, no one under 20 years old. Xia Zai seized the opportunity and said, Brother Hao, today my friend Hao is meeting you. He is quite reliable and has a group of trustworthy friends. What do you think? Lu Zonghao interrupted Xia Zai's voice. I said, Xia Jiahao has a bad reputation. I want you someone like him. Xia Zai scratched his head, wisely refraining from continuing, but was troubled. As the Prince of Yaomati, he was claimed to have over 10,000 subordinates, a large portion of whom were minors. In reality, only a few dozen were truly willing and capable fighters. The larger environment of Hong Kong Island led to countless young people taking a wrong path under societal influences. These children, still in their adolescence, are often impulsive and do not consider the consequences, making them easy targets for gang indoctrination. Lu Zonghao's refusal to use minors was not just due to moral concerns, but also because these youths lacked physical capabilities compared to adults. First, they were not strong enough, and second, if they acted impulsively and caused a fatal incident, it would bring him trouble. When Chun Yaoxing received Lu Zonghau's strict criteria, he was troubled, but saw Hong Wuju leisurely enjoying an ice cream beside him and couldn't help but ask, Brother Hao, why do I and Xia Zai have to find people, while Ju doesn't have to do anything? When I was ill, I even drove away my closest confidants. With such a reputation, who would dare work with me? Hong Wuju displayed a simple smile and cleverly responded, no one can take advantage of me in this world because I have no value to exploit. Over the next 2 days, Xia Zai and Chun Yuexing quietly amassed strength. Following Lu Zonghao's instructions, they sought vigorous young men aged 20 and above. While everyone else was busy, Lu Zonghao's thoughts were fixed on another matter. He was waiting for Huang Bingren's call. Although he had paid a 1 million hush fee at the Zashan Dao viewing platform and received no further calls, he knew all too well those men would not stop coming after him. The reason was simple: their money came too easily. With a single phone call, they could strip away the fortune Lu Zonghao had painstakingly earned. Holding that secret over him would turn him into an endless ATM of extortion. A life of hard lessons constantly reminded Lu Zonghao that unless he settled this thoroughly, he would never know peace. At 4 in the afternoon, Lu Zonghao lay on the office sofa playing Super Mario on Nintendo's first handheld, the Game Watch, when the bulky mobile at his side suddenly rang. He tossed aside the handheld and by reflex answered the call. Hello. How, it's me. Yu Dongqing's voice came through. My side is settled. How are things on your end? Lu Zonghao lit a cigarette. We're ready here as well. We can move as planned tonight. Yu Dongqing laughed softly. Go ahead with confidence. I will back you up. At 8 in the evening, Wanzai Ma Bang's hall entrance. Since Ma Wei's death, Ding Dali had been promoted to Chun Mingzhi's side. Not because Ding Dali, who had twice been crossed by Lu Zonghao, was especially capable, but because he had been loyal to Ma Wei. Chun Mingzhi's elevation of him was a way of honoring Ma Wei's memory. In the office, Ding Dali entered with a stack of receipts. Boss, the casino's losses have been tallied. The injured brother's medical bills cost just over 10,000, yet the compensation was set at more than 1.7 million. Those accounts are certainly suspicious. According to a rung at the casino, the gamblers that day carried only about 1.2 million in cash. That extra 500,000 must be fabricated. I suggest we detain the suspects and teach them a lesson. Chun Mingzhi rolled his eyes. And then what? Ruin our reputation over a petty 500,000. That's like losing a watermelon and picking up sesame seeds. Ding Dali stiffened. But we can't just let them take advantage of us. You are the boss of Wanzai and you Ma Di. How can we be extorted like that? Think how shameful it would be if word spread. We're out here to make money, not to be trapped in endless bloodshed. I make rivals fear me so that business can proceed smoothly. If our partners come to fear me, then we are not far from ruin. Chun Mingzhi explained patiently, a touch of helplessness in his tone. I kept you by my side because you and Ma Wei were together for so long, and and you were familiar to me. Yet the more I see you, the more I miss him. Ding sniffed. Boss, why is that? Go figure it out yourself. The landline rang. Ichan waved Ding away and answered hello. On the other end came the voice of Hua Xie, the boss of Guangdong Road. Brother Zhai just received news. Sinian has gathered a large force. It looks like they're coming for my turf. Has Yu Dongqing made a move? Chen Mingzhi frowned. Are they planning to plant a flag? Did you get any notice? Hua Xie answered gravely, no. I only just heard of it now. They say Sinian has organized a massive convoy bound for Guangdong Road. Judging by the vehicles, at least 300 men. I have only a few dozen brothers. If conflict breaks out, we won't be able to hold them. Understood. Keep a close watch. I'll send brothers from the other 2 streets to reinforce you. After hanging up, Chen Mingzhi called his lieutenants on D Street and Shanghai Street, ordering them to bring men to Guangdong Road's hall entrance. Still uneasy, he called out the door, Ali. Hey. Ding Dali heard the shout and ran into the room. Boss, I know. Chen paused. Know what? Ding grinned, showing his teeth. I know why you miss away when you see me. Is it because we look alike? For God's sake. Chen Mingzhi was nearly breathless with vexation. He waved a hand. Never mind. Gather all the brothers at the hall. Tell Rue to bring the car. I'm going to Yumadi. There's trouble there. Ding blinked. Boss, what about me? Chen picked up the brick phone and limped toward the door. You stay here. Ding did not realize he had been marginalized. He thought Chen left him in charge out of trust, and he ran out delighted. Around every society's hall entrance, a circle of lieutenants would gather, both to protect the boss, and because these street-level thugs often lacked communication devices, making on-site assembly necessary. At Chen Mingzhi's whistle, young men from the arcade, ice shop, video parlor, and ball court converged at the hall entrance. From 2 large cardboard boxes, they took out weapons and filed into the vans. Yuma Di Xintian D Street. After claiming 3 streets in Yuma Di, Chen had stationed 3 trusted lieutenants there to guard against Yu Dongqing's tricks. Each had brought dozens of men. The leader of D Street, having received Chen's call, quickly led a dozen confidants in a van. Others hailed taxis, rode motorcycles, or simply ran toward the rendezvous. Across from the hall in the Chachan, Tung Hongwuju ate a $10 bowl of cart noodles. Seeing 2 Ma Bang vans pull away, he set down his chopsticks. Boss, Ma Bang's men are leaving. Shall we move now? Lu Zonghao added a spoonful of sugar to his lemon coffee and fixed his watch. Not yet. Wait a little longer. It takes at least 10 minutes to Guangdong Road from here. We'll move in 5 minutes. Hong lost his appetite, opened his travel bag, and gripped the knife inside. When the 5 minutes were up, Lu finished his coffee. Do it. That's the word I've been waiting for. Hong cried, already charging for the door with a steel blade, sprinting toward the opposite side of the street. With a sudden rush, the 20 who had lain in ambush saw Hong and rose in unison to follow him. Inside Ma Bang's hall, the guards saw the swelling crowd at the door and felt their hearts drop. They shouted as they ran to the entrance, preparing to shut the door. We're under attack. Call the boss. Bang. Hong's movements were faster. He kicked the door open, felled the youth opposite with a single blow, and plunged straight into the throng inside. Lu Zonghao watched the surge of people and followed swiftly. Before he entered, Huang Bingren's call came through. Seeing the number, he hurried to a quiet corner and answered Huang. Huang Bingren replied bluntly, We've traced Yin Peng's whereabouts. He is likely hiding in the haunted building in Shigong Shaxiao village. Upon hearing the location Huang Bingren provided, Lu Zonghao pressed further. I know Shaxiao village, but what exactly is this ghost building? It's a derelict 3-story coastal structure where a gruesome tragedy once occurred. The female head of the household murdered her husband and 3 children before hanging herself in a crimson bridal gown, sparking enduring rumors of hauntings. Huang Bingren paused briefly. According to intelligence, the site is linked to a human smuggling ring, one of their rendezvous points. Lu Zonghao's expression darkened. Is Yin Peng planning to flee? The news tightened a knot in his chest. For days he had awaited Huang Bingren's update, but this call arrived at the worst possible moment. To secure Dijie tonight, every one of his men was already deployed. There was no way to reassign anyone. Huang Bingren paused again. Shall I apprehend him for you? No. Yin Peng is being sought by Yu Dongqing. If you detain him through official police channels, my entire purpose in tracking him vanishes. Worse still, it might provoke Yu Dongqing's suspicion, backfiring catastrophically. Lu Zonghao had indeed considered leveraging Huang Bingren's connections, but he feared that if Yin Peng were arrested, he might in self-preservation expose Lu Zonghao's involvement in the murder of Bai Fenxiang. Should Huang Bingren learn of that crime, Lu Zonghao would plummet into an even deeper abyss. After careful deliberation, he concluded only personal intervention could guarantee control and safety. Unsuspecting, Huang Bingren added, Tonight is the full moon. High tide, fierce winds, rough seas. Smugglers' boats will struggle to depart. Even if Yin Peng truly intends to escape, he won't sail before 5 a.m. Tomorrow, you still have time. After hanging up, Lu Zonghao found Hong Guoju had already seized the Triad headquarters. The few remaining Ma Bang members knelt in a row, bruised and battered. Lu Zonghao strode into the room and narrowed his eyes at them. Did any of you alert your superiors about our assault? One man, previously robbed alongside Ding Dali by Lu Zonghao, recognized him instantly and shook his head frantically. Boss, we didn't make any calls. Lu Zonghao pointed to the landline on the table. Call your boss now. Tell him everything that happened here. Immediately. Huh. The young man hesitated, bewildered, until Hong Guoju kicked him hard, jolting him into action. He hurried over and lifted the receiver. At that very moment, Shanghai Street's enforcer Brother Rome was en route in a minibus to reinforce Guangdong Road, when suddenly Hua Xie from Guangdong Road called, "Something's off today." My men watching Xi and Ian reported that vehicles leaving their headquarters dispersed after just 2 blocks, and all were empty. Empty? Brother Rome arched an eyebrow. Are your men utterly incompetent? Can't they even tell whether those cars carried passengers? Don't blame me entirely. With tensions running so high between our two societies, when they suddenly deployed dozens of vehicles toward your turf, you'd panic too, wouldn't you? Hua Xie replied rapidly. Xine's feint means they're executing another maneuver entirely. Return to your headquarters immediately. I'll report this to Brother Jia. Understood. Brother Rong hung up and signaled the driver. Turn around. Back to the headquarters. Screech. No sooner had Brother Rong spoken than a private car slammed to a halt at the intersection, blocking their path. Beep, beep. The driver pounded the horn and shouted out the window, "Damn it, driving the wrong way. Do you want to die?" Brother Rong watched the scene unfold and barked, "Something's wrong. Reverse, fast." The driver lunged for the gearshift. Crash. Simultaneously, the minibus behind them was violently rear-ended. In an instant, Xia Zai surged forward at the head of over 40 men, engulfing both of Brother Rong's vehicles. Meanwhile, on an adjacent street, Zhang Xiong of Dijia was en route to Guangdong Road. When halfway there, the youth beside him received a frantic call from headquarters and twisted around, voice tight. "Brother, our men say they've been ambushed. The attackers are battering down the doors." Zhang Xiong's eyes flared with disbelief. Someone attacked Dijia. But Hua Xie insisted Xian was targeting Guangdong Road. How many men did they mobilize today? The youth looked equally stunned, but answered swiftly, "Brother, should we turn back and reinforce?" "Reinforce? Nonsense. Our men are scattered across Guangdong Road. Most are already out of contact. There's no way to regroup." Zhang Xiong paused for 2 seconds, then spoke with quiet authority. "Accelerate to Guangdong Road. Resolve that crisis first, then circle back to Dijia with full force." The driver stomped on the accelerator, and the car shot forward along the avenue. At Guangdong Road's headquarters, Hua Xie was speaking urgently with Chun Mingzhi. "Brother Jia, we've been outmaneuvered by Dongqing. All those vehicles that left his base earlier were empty. I suspect it's a classic diversion, designed to draw forces away from 2 other strongholds while striking elsewhere." On the other end, Chun Mingzhi, already en route, listened grimly. Dongqing struck without declaration because he knows in open combat he stands no chance against us. "I'm bringing reinforcements right now." Against overwhelming strength, all schemes and stratagems crumble to absurdity. Whatever he attempts tonight, he will fail. Hua Xie, previously agitated, felt a sudden calm. "Brother, what should I do now?" Chun Mingzhi flicked his cigarette, but out the car window. "Alert Zhang Xiong and Brother Rong. Order them back to their respective bases. Hold firm. Let stillness meet chaos." "Yes, I'll notify them at once." Hua Xie ended the call, just as a junior member burst into the room. "Boss, Xian's men are storming the headquarters. Huang Fatso's leading our defenders in street combat right now." "Damn bastards. How did they materialize out of thin air tonight? Since when do street thugs wage war with Sun Tzu's art of war?" Furious, Hua Xie trembled, then yanked a cleaver from the cabinet and stormed toward the door, downstairs. "Let's carve these bastards to pieces." Outside Guangdong Road's headquarters, Huang Fatso, the top lieutenant, charged into the fray brandishing a machete. With flashes of steel, he felled 3 or 4 men. "Brothers, reinforcements from other bases are minutes away. Take them down." "You're bluffing." Chen Yaoxing roared, lunging forward with a boning knife straight at Huang Fatso. Huang Fatso swung his blade. "Screw your mother." Chen Yaoxing sidestepped the slashing blade and drove the boning knife deep into Huang Fatso's abdomen. A former underground boxer, Huang Fatso moved with startling agility, seizing Chen Yaoxing's wrist and twisting it, carving a ragged, flesh-splitting gash across his shoulder. Though fearless, Chen Yaoxing soon realized raw physical prowess decided such fights. Trapped in Huang Fatso's iron grip, his wrist felt clamped in unyielding vice, immovable. Seeing Chen Yaoxing falter, Huang Fatso raised his blade again. "Scum, you think you can match me? We're..." At that instant, a sharp gust sliced past Huang Fatso's ear, followed by the glint of a galvanized steel pipe entering his peripheral vision. Crunch. Lu Zonghao, arriving from Dijia, smashed the pipe into Huang Fatso's jaw, shattering it. Rush, rush, rush. Instantly, over 100 men erupted from behind Lu Zonghao like a tidal wave, trampling Huang Fatso's body as they surged forward. That night, the Triad factions along 3 streets controlled by the Ma Bang were thoroughly outmaneuvered by Lu Zonghao's men. Reinforcements from Shanghai Street and Sun Tinde Street were still en route, while Brother Wing was already hospitalized after being ambushed and beaten by Ha Zai and his crew. Thus, the entire weight of the confrontation fell squarely upon Hua Xie. Over 140 men, already lying in wait, surged forward like a tidal wave toward the Ma Bang headquarters under Lu Zhonghao's command. Though Hua Xie's men fought fiercely, they were outnumbered by nearly half. Lu Zhonghao had recruited only robust young men aged 20 and above. The Ma Bang's ragtag mob stood no chance against them. Hua Xie burst out the door confronted by the advancing tide of enemies. His palms grew clammy, but after only a fleeting hesitation, he seized his axe and charged headlong into the fray. In mass brawls, morale is everything. With sufficient spirit, even the outnumbered may triumph. Having survived countless brutal clashes over years of underworld life, Hua Xie understood this truth instinctively. He swung his axe down onto the chest of the man before him and bellowed, "Fear nothing. Hundreds of our brothers from the main island will arrive any moment. Hold this headquarters at all costs." The youth ahead, hearing Hua Xie's shout, tightened his grip on his machete and lunged forward, cursing, "Hold it, you bastard. Go fuck your mother." Hua Xie sidestepped the blade's arc and brought his axe crashing down toward the youth's skull. Arc. The youth felt a sudden icy chill across his cheek. He raised a hand to the wound, only to grasp at empty air. "My ear. Where's my ear?" Without uttering a word, Hua Xie swung again, brutal, decisive, and dropped the youth where he stood. Whoosh. At the sight of such carnage, those nearby recoiled instantly, leaving a wide, silent vacuum around the scene. Notorious criminal syndicates exist worldwide. The Yamaguchi-gumi of Japan, the Italian mafia, Mexican drug cartels, Hong Kong's Triads, and countless local gangs across mainland China. Strip away the mystique, and their members are ordinary people, just like you and me. Violence for them is less a passion than a profession. And like any profession, some excel, while others falter. They thrive in rowdy group confrontations, bullying the weak with sheer numbers. But when faced with life-or-death combat, their true nature is laid bare. Among Hong Kong's myriad triad societies, a handful of leaders rose through flattery and sycophancy, but such figures remain rare. Most street kings possess genuine exceptional abilities. Hua Xie's savage tactics indeed stunned the surrounding thugs, or rather exposed a flaw in Lu Zhonghao's selection. His men had limitations. The average age for joining a Hong Kong triad is 15. By their mid-20s, most recruits have become seasoned veterans, far too shrewd to risk their lives recklessly against a killer like Hua Xie. In gang fights, their physical fitness gives them an edge, but when confronting a true predator, these streetwise veterans know precisely how to protect themselves. The logic is simple: they earn only a few $100s per brawl, hardly enough to justify risking death. After felling 2 men in quick succession, Hua Xie carved a path of panic through Xi and En's ranks. His own men surged behind him, gradually reversing the tide of battle. Thud. Amid the chaos, Lu Zhonghao kicked down an opponent and strode forward, steel pipe in hand, facing Hua Xie directly. He wielded the pipe not out of fear of blood, but because its bludgeoning force was insidiously lethal. A standard machete might only inflict superficial wounds, but Lu Zhonghao's blunt weapon, if landed solidly, could shatter bone and tear sinew. Spotting Lu Zhonghao, Hua Xie hefted his broadaxe and pointed it at him. "I know you. You're the newly appointed Red Pole of Yao Ma Ti. Boy, dare you face me in single combat." Hong Kong triads uphold martial tradition. Duels once settled disputes between factions, and every major society maintains a double-flower red pole for precisely this reason. Hearing Hua Xie's challenge, Lu Zhonghao regarded him impassively. "What's the wager?" Hua Xie puffed out his chest. "If I win, you and your men withdraw immediately." Lu Zhonghao rolled his shoulders. "If I win, you'll willingly cede Canton Road to me. My elder brother is the second in command of Yao Ma Ti. You're merely a street-level boss. Your rank doesn't match his." Hung Guoju stepped forward. "I'll fight you." Hua Xie sized up Hung Guoju's massive frame and knew he'd be severely outmatched. Seizing pretext, he retorted, "Don't you know the rules? This duel was declared between me and Lu Zhonghao, not some tournament. We duel for territory, not sport." Seeing Hung Guoju about to speak again, Lu Zhonghao gently pressed his arm aside and stepped forward to meet Hua Xie's gaze. "I accept your challenge." Lu Zhonghao's decision was deliberate. Every red pole in Xin had earned the title through combat, except him. His appointment was officially conferred by the organization itself. Though his assassination of Oliver and assault on Chen Mingzhi were extraordinary feats, few in Yao Ma Ti knew of his exploits. Though Lu Zhonghao held dual identities, his undercover role remained shadowed and unacknowledged. For now, only the title of Red Pole granted him legitimacy, and he needed a moment to seize renown. Equally compelling was his urgency to resolve this conflict swiftly so he could attend to another pressing matter. Peng. Clang. Hearing Lu Zhonghao's acceptance, Hua Xie discarded his broadaxe, cracked his neck, and advanced. His underlings instantly withdrew in unison, clearing a wide ring for the duel. Hung Guoju cast a glance at Hua Xie and murmured to Lu Zhonghao, "Brother, that man has cauliflower ears. A sure sign he's a trained martial artist. He won't be easy to beat." "Relax, I've assessed him. Lu Zonghao handed his steel pipe to Hung Guoju, tore off his sleeve, and tightly wrapped cloth strips around his palms to reinforce grip and stability. Hua Xie's cauliflower ear, so named for its swollen irregular shape, is characteristic of rigorous training in wrestling, judo, or jujitsu. It forms when repeated trauma to the ear, through compression, friction, and hematoma, leads to fibrosis and permanent cartilage thickening. Those bearing such ears are almost invariably elite combatants forged through disciplined practice. Hua Xie himself was a professional boxer, discovered by Chun Mingzhi during underground matches and subsequently recruited into his fold. Though he hadn't boxed professionally for years and his physique had softened with age, his foundational skill remained intact, and he dismissed Lu Zonghao entirely. Confident of victory, Hua Xie granted Lu Zonghao ample time to secure his hand wraps, then stepped forward, fist extended, preparing to exchange the traditional touch-office salute. Lu Zonghao had trained extensively in freestyle boxing, Muay Thai, Chinese martial arts, and Sanda, and had intensified his conditioning recently. After steadying his breath, he extended his palm. Yet the instant Lu Zonghao reached out, Hua Xie dropped low, driving off the ground with his legs and launching a shoulder charge straight into Lu Zonghao's abdomen, the opening move of a takedown. Lu Zonghao, seeing Hua Xie bend, reflexively drove his knee upward, striking the attacker's shoulder with a heavy, muffled thud. The clash echoed, heralding the beginning of their ferocious duel. Lu Zonghao raised his knee with brutal force, slamming it into Hua Xie's shoulder and intercepting the trajectory of his attack. Seizing the moment as Hua Xie recoiled backward, he unleashed a swift uppercut. Hua Xie, struck by Lu Zonghao's blow, was startled. Before even catching sight of his opponent's movement, he instinctively tilted his head sharply to the right. He did not believe Lu Zonghao could react so swiftly. This evasion was merely an ingrained muscular reflex forged through years of rigorous training. Yet as Hua Xie dodged, Lu Zonghao's fist grazed his cheek like a whisper of wind. A master! Hua Xie heard the rush of air beside his ear, and for a fleeting instant astonishment flickered in his mind. Lu Zonghao's assault did not cease. The left hook barely missed its mark when his right jab shot forward with piston-like precision. Hua Xie bent both arms to parry the combination, then launched a barrage of heavy punches, forcing Lu Zonghao steadily backward. The underlings of Ma Bang erupted into thunderous cheers as their boss counterattacked. Among the onlookers, Chun Yaoxing clenched his fists tightly, tension tightening his voice. It seems brother Hao has already fallen into a disadvantage. His situation is perilous. Hung Guoju's expression, by contrast, remained calm. Once a serious contender for the prestigious title of Double Flower Red Pole, his martial foundation far surpassed Chun Yaoxing's. Brother Hao's skill exceeds my expectations. Though Hua Xie appears to dominate the offense now, he has yet to land a single damaging blow. In truth, Hao is deliberately exhausting Hua Xie's stamina and probing for openings. Chun Yaoxing shifted his gaze from Lu Zonghao to Hung Guoju's face. Do you mean brother Hao still stands a chance to win? I had assumed his acceptance of the unknown challenge was a rash act born of pride, but now I see he came prepared. Hung Guoju refrained from making definitive claims. At the very least, it's clear brother Hao has trained under a true master. At the center of the crowd, Lu Zonghao had already absorbed 3 full combinations from Hua Xie. Seeing the latter prepare another jab, his leg muscles coiled instantly. He dropped low and slipped aside with flawless timing. To an experienced fighter, evasion is never a reaction to an opponent's motion. It is an unconscious response honed through relentless practice and countless bouts rooted deep in muscle memory. Though Lu Zonghao lacked formal boxing experience, his street fighting history ran deep. Years earlier in Africa, he began as a low-ranking enforcer. Amid lawless gold driver disputes, he frequently engaged in brutal brawls. In combat, Lu Zonghao always fixed his gaze upon his opponent's eyes. For most fighters, the eyes instinctively flicker toward the intended target just before launching an attack, and Hua Xie was no exception. After only a brief exchange, Lu Zonghao had already gauged Hua Xie's true strength. Though seasoned in brawling, his bulky frame betrayed long neglect of discipline. His explosive power and endurance were both markedly diminished. The moment Lu Zonghao evaded Hua Xie's jab, his eyes caught the beads of cold sweat glistening on the man's brow. Knowing his stamina had reached its breaking point, he deliberately feinted a lapse in defense. Sensing the weakening force behind Lu Zonghao's punch, Hua Xie roared and surged forward, unleashing a tempest of blows that pinned Lu Zonghao in place. Fatigue now clouded his breath, his rhythm fraying. He craved only one thing: to knock Lu Zonghao down swiftly and irrevocably. Lu Zonghao, seeing Hua Xie abandon all guard, danced lightly on his feet, luring out another flurry, then drove a crushing elbow strike straight back. A heavy thud echoed, the sound of flesh meeting bone. Hua Xie raised his arm to block, even as his knee lunged upward toward Lu Zonghao's groin. Opportunity seized. In the same heartbeat, Lu Zonghao sidestepped the rising leg and delivered a devastating swing to Hua Xie's jawline. In professional boxing, fighters habitually hold both fists high before their face to shield the temples and jaw from crippling impact. A solid blow to this area requires only a few kilograms of force to induce immediate unconsciousness. With one leg suspended midair and both arms splayed wide for balance, Hua Xie, seeing the fist aimed at his vital center, rose onto his toes, altering his height with uncanny precision. Such a dodge would defy most men. Hua Xie executed it purely through battlefield intuition sharpened by decades of raw experience. A thunderous crack resounded. Lu Zhonghao's fist slammed squarely into Hua Xie's throat. Rather than dropping him, the impact rebounded sharply off the rigid column of cartilage, jarring Lu Zhonghao's own knuckles. "Damn you, Dai." Realizing he'd been baited, fury blazed in Hua Xie's eyes as he surged forward once more. Boxing thrives in Hong Kong, boasting numerous prestigious tournaments. In sanctioned combat sports, competitors are strictly categorized by weight class, a safeguard ensuring fairness for disparities in mass translate directly to vast imbalances in power and speed. Hua Xie stood at 178 centimeters, just 2 centimeters shorter than Lu Zhonghao, yet outweighed him by 30 kilograms, granting him overwhelming advantage in sheer impact force. Lu Zhonghao had feigned weakness precisely to draw out Hua Xie's combos and create the opening for a knockout blow to the jaw. Yet Hua Xie's razor-sharp improvisation forced Lu Zhonghao to reassess him as a formidable adversary. They grappled for nearly 40 seconds longer, Hua Xie's breathing now ragged labored. He knew his strength lay in raw power, but his endurance was crumbling. If this continued, his movements would slow, his chances dwindle. Seizing a narrow window for counterattack, Hua Xie summoned every ounce of strength and hurled a thunderous punch straight at Lu Zhonghao's chest. Lu Zhonghao reacted instantly, bending his elbow to intercept. The elbow's bony apex, one of the body's hardest natural weapons, carried devastating striking power. The collision sent searing pain up Hua Xie's arm, numbing it completely for a heartbeat, while the recoil flung his torso backward. Exploiting that split-second imbalance, Lu Zhonghao exploded upward, driving his knee with savage force into Hua Xie's groin. Street duels observe no rules. Victory demands any means necessary. A guttural, inhuman howl tore from Hua Xie's throat as the knee struck home. He collapsed instantly, knees drawn tight against his abdomen, face drenched in icy sweat. Thud after thud, the sound of Lu Zhonghao lunging forward, pinning Hua Xie beneath him, then unleashing a furious storm of swinging hooks, each strike packed with lethal force. Crack after crack. Within seconds, Hua Xie's left orbital ridge shattered under the onslaught. A jagged bone pierced the skin, blood welling freely, while his palm hammered desperately against the ground. Hua Xie's underlings stared, paralyzed by horror. Only after 2 or 3 heartbeats did one finally shout, "Stop! Stop the fight! Brother Hua Xie has tapped out. We yield." Lu Zhonghao's swift combination strike rendered Hua Xie unconscious. Amidst the thunderous cheers of Xian disciples, Ma Bang members carried Hua Xie away in disgrace from Guangdong Road. Inside, a van parked at the streets in Zhangxiong rushed to reinforce, watched Xian members flood into the Guangdong Road branch. He slammed his fist onto the control panel, then grabbed his brick phone and dialed Chun Mingzhi's number. "Brother, something's wrong in Yaomati. The flag has been pulled from Guangdong Road. My branch is under attack, and Lao Rong in Sham Shui Pa is likely targeted too." Chun Mingzhi sat upright in his car en route to Yaomati. "What are you all doing? All 3 branches gone. Just like that." Zhang Xiong took a deep breath, his voice low and strained. "Tonight's chaos was overwhelming. We were thoroughly outmaneuvered. I saw with my own eyes how Lu Zhonghao struck down Hua Xie and had him carried out of Guangdong Road." Lu Zhonghao. At the name, Chun Mingzhi's eyes blazed with fury. "Keep him in your sights. I'll kill him myself tonight, for Alway's sake." After hanging up, Chun Mingzhi, face ashen, snatched up his walkie-talkie. "All vehicles, accelerate. Get to Guangdong Road immediately. Whoever kills Lu Zhonghao tonight will be made red pole of Wan Chai and granted 2 full streets." Ring, ring, ring. The moment he lowered the walkie-talkie, his brick phone rang. He answered, and a roar erupted. "Brother, Zhuar Wan Chai branch is under siege. Zhang Xian of Lido Street, backed by Feng Gaoqi of Shantao Street, has launched a massive assault, vowing to plant their flag in Wan Chai and kill you to avenge his elder brother Hong Fei." "What did you say?" Chun Mingzhi's head throbbed. "That treacherous dog accepted so much from me, yet chooses this moment to betray me. Brother Zhe, most of our brothers in Wan Chai were once Hong Fei's men. Now that Zhang Xian leads the revolt himself, every other street boss stands idle. No one joins him, yet none lift a finger to aid our branch." His voice trembled as he continued. "The entire street where our branch stands is now surrounded by Zhang Xian's men. It's only a matter of time before our brothers inside break. Damn it, I should have shown no mercy. Eradicated Hong Fei's entire faction route and branch." Cursing, Chun Mingzhi ordered the driver to turn back and dialed Ke Zhixiong's number. "Mr. Ku, a crisis has erupted in Wan Chai. Hong Fei's former men are rising against me. My forces are stretched thin. I cannot suppress them alone. You must intervene." Inside the Guangdong Road branch, Lu Zhonghao lit 3 joss sticks and placed them reverently in the incense burner before Lord Guan, then dialed Yu Dongqing's number. Yu Dongqing's voice came briskly through the receiver. "Hello. I've secured both Guangdong Road and D Street branches. After delivering the news, Lu Zonghao added, "How fares your end? I underestimated you. Truth be told, I feared. If D Street fell short tonight, all my efforts would have been in vain." Learning of Lu Zonghao's success, Yu Dongqing's tone relaxed, markedly. "Rest easy. Chen Mingzhi is almost certainly already turning back toward Wanchai. If you still have strength left, take Shanghai Street too. When besieging an enemy, always leave an escape route. Those displaced from the two streets I've seized will inevitably converge on Shanghai Street." Lu Zonghao replied cautiously that street is Ma Bang's last foothold in Yaomati. A direct assault would incur heavy casualties. We can only erode it gradually. I seized territory through surprise, not brute force. With our current manpower, holding it long-term would be near impossible. Moreover, Yaomati Police Station sits squarely on Shanghai Street. Drawing excessive attention would make retreat untenable. Though Hong Kong teamed with Triads, not every clash involved hundreds. When Chen Mingzhi negotiated with Bai Fenchong, both could summon hundreds, because each was a regional overlord. Even Ma Bang's 3 Yaomati branches fielded only 200 men, driven by Chen Mingzhi's fear of exile and retaliation. Under normal circumstances, a single street boss could muster just 20 or 30 loyalists within half an hour, and that was considered formidable. The reason was simple: maintaining brothers demanded money. Take Lu Zonghao's D Street branch. It collected 800,000 HKD monthly in protection fees, of which 400,000 went to corporate headquarters. Of the remaining 400,000, 70% flowed upward to the branch master, leaving Lu Zonghao with a mere 120,000. At 2,000 HKD per month per foot soldier, sustaining 30 fixed members cost at least 60,000. Add medical expenses and bail fees during conflict, and everyday meals, drinks, and entertainment. He might well end up operating at a loss. Take tonight, Lu Zonghao mobilized 200 men, each receiving 500 HKD as a head fee, a bare minimum daily cost of 100,000. Then factor in cigarettes, water, meals, injuries, and bail, easily pushing costs past 200,000. Seizing a branch was never decided in a day. Neither he nor Yu Dongqing possessed the capital to wage a protracted war. You're right. Gaining even one additional street is serendipitous. Toppling Ma Bang too swiftly obscures our value to higher-ups, and risks driving Chen Mingzhi into desperate, reckless action. Leave him a lifeline, and he'll lose the resolve to fight to the death. Yu Dongqing readily agreed. Leave the rest to me. I'll pin Chen Mingzhi down, ensuring he has no bandwidth to reclaim what we've taken. In the Netherlands' Eastern District, 7 hours behind Hong Kong, it was already 6 a.m. Lowlying and crisscrossed by canals, the Netherlands relied on countless windmills to manage its water, a land thus dubbed the Land of Windmills. In the 1980s, it was also known as the Triad Paradise. At that time, Dutch legislation remained underdeveloped and law enforcement languished in disarray, making the country a haven for international crime syndicates. Drug trafficking and arms dealing flourished unchecked. Even narcotics were legally sanctioned, administered exclusively by government clinics for a fee. It wasn't until a new leader assumed office in the 1990s that this chaos began to subside. Precisely because of this lawless climate, Hong Kong Triads established overseas branches here to expand their global operations. In Utrecht, central Netherlands, a 2-story riverside house housed Yu Dongqing, who sat at the table savoring a steak with knife and fork. Across from him sat a woman in her late 20s cradling a set of 4- or 5-year-old twins, her gaze locked on Yu Dongqing, trembling with terror. Ring, ring, ring. Minutes later, the telephone on the table rang. Yu Dongqing chewed, slowly lifted the receiver, and said hello. From the other end, Zhang Xian, the boss of Lido Street in Wanchai, spoke urgently. Yu Dongqing, where are my wife and children? Relax. We both swear allegiance to Lord Guan. My word stands. They remain unharmed. Yu Dongqing paused, but only if you obey without question and fulfill every promise you made me. Struggling to suppress a curse, Zhang Xian snapped back. I've taken the Wanchai branch. Let my wife speak to me now. Yu Dongqing smiled faintly and gestured toward the receiver. Sister-in-law, brother Xian wishes to speak with you. The woman stared at the pistol resting on the table before her, then approached shakily, voice breaking into sobs. Husband. A minute later, she hung up, tears streaming as she looked up at Yu Dongqing. What exactly are you making my husband do? Danger. In this line of work, no one walks unscathed. Surely you know, those luxury homes, those designer goods, they didn't appear by magic. Once immersed in the rivers and lakes, one's fate is no longer one's own. That phrase carries no idle weight. Yu Dongqing swallowed the last bite of steak, rose, with the pistol in hand, and said, I've booked an early flight back to Hong Kong. Over the next few days, friends of mine here will look after you and your children. For their sake, avoid any confrontation with them. Her lips quivered as she whispered, will I ever see my husband again? Yu Dongqing glanced at the twins beside her. If he holds firm for 1 month, following my plan to the letter, you may yet reunite. Inside the Wanchai branch, Ding Dali clenched his fists, straining to stay calm. As Zhang Xian barged in, Zhang Xian, you'd better think twice. My brother is Chen Mingzhi, the mountain-shaking tiger. Don't test me. When Brother Zhi returns, he'll gut you alive. Go to hell. Chun Mingzhi slaughtered his own sworn brother, Hong Fei. I'll never rest until he's dead. Tonight I'll send you to join him, in death. With a guttural roar, Zhang Xian lunged before dozens of witnesses, plunging his blade into Ding Dali's chest and pinning him brutally to the wall. Guangdong Dao Tongko. Lu Zonghao saw Xia Zai return and asked, was everything smooth on your end? Brother, rest assured, everything proceeded exactly as planned. I never expected that despicable Lao Rong to be so cowardly. Xia Zai burst into laughter. After our ambush, he snatched a motorcycle from a passerby and fled back to Shanghai Street. I assumed he was rushing to summon reinforcements, but instead that scoundrel bolted straight into the Yao Ma Ti police station. Later, seeing crowds gathering along Shanghai Street, I withdrew without pressing further. He was eventually taken away by ambulance due to severe injuries. Lu Zonghao, hearing all had gone smoothly, issued rapid orders. Take a team of brothers now and stake out Shanghai Street. Monitor the mob bang. If they begin massing forces or show signs of seizing territory, don't wait for them to arrive. Ambush them en route. Xia Zai nodded firmly, understood. Lu Zonghao turned to Chun Yaoxing. We've just reclaimed 2 streets tonight. Handle the cleanup. I have an urgent personal matter to attend to. Having issued his orders, Lu Zonghao grabbed his car keys and hurried downstairs with Hong Guoju. It had already been over 3 hours since he'd received Huang Bingren's call. He feared that delay would cause Xiao Yin to vanish again. No sooner had Lu Zonghao stepped outside than a private sedan pulled up directly in front of the Tongko. Xian had just seized control of this street. A junior member stationed at the entrance spotted the men emerging from the car and immediately strode forward shouting, "What the hell are you, blind? Do you think this is a parking spot?" One of the men flipped open his coat, revealing a police identification badge strapped across his chest. "Tell me, what law did I break by parking here?" Before the junior member could reply, he was slammed face first against the car, his neck pinned down. The remaining officers advanced under the command of a burly man in his 40s and collided head-on with Lu Zonghao. Lu Zonghao caught a glimpse of the holster at the man's waist and instinctively lowered his head, attempting to sidestep. He knew the night's commotion would inevitably draw police attention, but right now retrieving Xiao Yin was his absolute priority. The man's gaze was sharp and unerring. He recognized Lu Zonghao instantly and strode forward. "I'm Zhuo Biao, deputy chief of the Yao Ma Ti CID. Lu Zonghao, you're suspected of rioting and organizing violent activities. Come with me for investigation. I see arresting someone requires evidence, not just words." Lu Zonghao, though agitated by the encounter, maintained composure. "I demand to see my lawyer. Until he arrives, I won't accompany you." Zhuo Biao sneered coldly. "That's not up to you. Arrest him." At his command, his officers surged forward in unison, lunging toward Lu Zonghao. "What do you think you're doing?" Hong Guoju, seeing the officers charge, showed no hesitation. He shoved one aside and raised his fists. Click. Zhuo Biao drew his sidearm, cocked the hammer, and pressed the muzzle squarely against Hong Guoju's chest. "Have your years as a triad thug addled your brain? Dozens witnessed you assaulting an officer in broad daylight. Even if you die, you'll die for nothing. Try it. Aju, don't act rashly." Seeing Zhuo Biao draw his weapon, Lu Zonghao realized escape was impossible tonight. Suppressing his fury, he met Zhuo Biao's gaze. "I'll go with you." "Smart choice." Zhuo Biao waved a hand. His officers immediately stepped forward with handcuffs and a black hood. Lu Zonghao frowned faintly at the sight. "Ah, si, Zhuo, since I'm voluntarily cooperating, is this really necessary? I intend for everyone to witness what a red pole truly amounts to in my presence. A pile of dog shit." Zhuo Biao spat the insult with contempt, then added, "Cuff him, but no hood. Let everyone on this street see how gloriously this scoundrel falls." His order given, the officers clamped the cuffs on Lu Zonghao and shoved him roughly toward the vehicle. Lu Zonghao had intended to instruct Hong Guoju to seize the suspect in Shaxiao village, but after a moment's hesitation, he abandoned the thought. Xiao Yin possessed intelligence of extreme sensitivity. If even a whisper leaked, regardless of who heard it, it would pose a mortal threat to Lu Zonghao. In this matter, he trusted only himself and could trust only himself. Inside the Yao Ma Ti police station's interrogation room, Lu Zonghao was ushered in by Zhuo Biao and stared at him icily. "I stated clearly, I will speak only after my lawyer arrives." Zhuo Biao shoved Lu Zonghao inside, dropped into a chair, lit a cigarette, and instructed his officer, "Turn off the surveillance feed." Lu Zonghao's heart lurched. He sensed grave danger. Zhuo Biao crossed his legs, gazing down at Lu Zonghao with undisguised disdain. "I joined the force at 16. With little formal education, I peaked as a station sergeant, the highest rank attainable for me." Lu Zonghao feigned calm. "Your rank holds no interest for me. You didn't bring me here to lecture on police hierarchy, did you? Let me tell you this. I've served 24 years in Yao Ma Ti. Generations of triad leaders who controlled this district may have scoffed at the local superintendent, but every single one trembled at the sight of me. Why? Because they all knew my one true passion: beating the living hell out of thugs like you." As Zhuo Biao spoke, he flicked his cigarette, but straight at Lu Zonghao's face. While Lu dodged, Zhuo lunged forward and drove a brutal kick into his chest, sending him crashing backward, chair and all, F your mother. You barely stepped into power, and already stir up trouble for me. Do you honestly think you're untouchable? A heavy thud echoed as the interrogation room door swung open. Several newly minted officers stormed in and surrounded Lu Zonghao, unleashing a vicious barrage of blows. Agony flooded his senses like a tidal wave. Lu Zonghao hadn't anticipated Zhuo Biao's brutality. He shielded his head with both arms and curled his body tight, minimizing exposed surface area. The beating lasted nearly 5 minutes. When it ceased, the officers stood panting. Lu Zonghao lay racked with searing pain across his entire body. This wasn't interrogation. It was pure, unadulterated assault. Both sides knew Lu Zonghao would never confess. He understood full well that any admission would seal his fate behind bars. Thud. Zhuo Biao kicked Lu Zonghao hard in the head. I know your triad has its own barristers. They'll bail you out before dawn. But I hold authority to detain you for 8 hours. From now on, whenever I wish, I can haul you back here for another beating. Take warning on my turf, keep your head low. And every ounce of trouble you cause me, I'll repay you twofold. Huff, huff. Lu Zonghao only gasped silent. Beat him once every half hour, until he's bailed out. With that, Zhuo Biao turned and walked out. For a fleeting instant, Lu Zonghao considered revealing his undercover identity. Not from fear of pain, but because resolving Xiao Yin's threat was critically urgent. Yet the thought vanished almost as quickly as it arose. He knew nothing of Zhuo Biao's background, whether the man acted out of incorruptible principle, having no leverage over him, or whether he'd been bribed by Ma Bang, or worse, sent by Xine in to test his loyalty. Hong Kong's police system was deeply corrupt. Officers accepted illicit payments, and some high-ranking officials owed their positions directly to Triad patronage. Internal alliances were labyrinthine and treacherous. To expose his cover would be tantamount to suicide. His only recourse was endurance and fervent hope that his organization's bail would come swiftly. Yao Tsimong, the upscale residential district of Kings Park. After Lu Zonghao's arrest, Chen Yaoxing immediately drove to the villa compound of Prince Tai, only to be blocked at the gate by Prince Tai's underlings. Hey, what do you want? Chen Yaoxing restrained his impatience and replied, I'm Chen Yaoxing of the Yao Mati branch. I have urgent business with brother Prince Tai. I've been calling him repeatedly, but he hasn't answered. The underling waved dismissively. If you already know he won't answer your calls, why bother showing up and causing trouble? Drive away. Brother, please relay a message to Prince Tai. Lu Zonghao, the Red Pole of Yao Mati, has been arrested by the police. We urgently need Prince Tai's intervention to secure his release. Chen Yaoxing pulled over 2,000 Hong Kong dollars from his pocket and attempted to slip them into the underling's pocket. We're all brothers of the same triad. Please do us this favor. Slap. The underling, seeing Chen Yaoxing's gesture, struck his wrist hard, sending the banknotes scattering into the air. What the hell do you think you're doing? Do you take me for a beggar? Seeing the underling's contemptuous attitude, Chen Yaoxing suddenly realized this was likely Prince Tai's explicit instruction. His expression darkened instantly. Tell Prince Tai, Yao Mati has always been his own branch. When trouble arises, I come straight to him first, not out of necessity, but to uphold his dignity. If he refuses to act, I will drive directly to the Tsim Sha Sui headquarters and ask Elder Xiong to render justice. As the saying goes, even a gatekeeper at a chancellor's mansion wields authority. As the de facto leader of Yao Tsimong and a dual-flower red pole of the triad, Prince Tai had accumulated countless enemies over the years, so even his gatekeepers were carefully selected loyalists. Hearing Chen Yaoxing's veiled threat, the underling grasped the gravity of the situation and understood he lacked the authority to decide. With icy detachment, he tossed out a single word, wait, then turned and entered the courtyard through a side gate. Chen Yaoxing watched him disappear inside and waited anxiously. Though Lu Zonghao didn't know Zhuo Biao, Chen Yaoxing did. 15 years earlier, Zhuo Biao, a uniformed patrol officer, had arrested the head of the Wing Lock gang after catching him drunkenly assaulting a passerby during a street altercation. In retaliation, arsonists set fire to Zhuo Biao's tenement building. With the door locked from outside, his 5-year-old son perished in the blaze. His wife survived, but suffered catastrophic facial disfigurement. From that day onward, Zhuo Biao underwent a profound transformation, his hatred for Triad youth searing deep into his very bones. No Triad youth detained at the Yao Mati police station ever emerged unscathed. Some had even died under his brutal interrogation. Many Triads across Hong Kong had issued assassination orders against Zhuo Biao, yet he remained alive and unharmed. First, Triad members hesitated to eliminate such a high-profile officer, fearing severe backlash. Second, Zhuo Biao embodied unwavering integrity. Aside from his violent methods, he was utterly untainted by corruption or bribery and possessed exceptional competence. The police deliberately cultivated him as a symbolic figure to curb the Triad's arrogance and assert institutional authority. Thus, though holding only the rank of station sergeant, Zhuo Biao wielded power equivalent to that of an inspector. Though nominally deputy head of the Criminal Investigation Unit, no senior inspector had been appointed as its formal head. Instead, the station's chief superintendent assumed the role personally and left Zhuo Biao entirely autonomous over all cases within his unit. Lu Zonghao had recently risen rapidly, and now found himself squarely in Zhuo Biao's crosshairs. His fate was therefore inevitable. That was precisely why Chen Yaoxing, unable to reach Prince Tai by phone, went straight to his residence. Chen Yaoxing was a shrewd man, and his words to Prince Tai were not mere threats. His decision to seek Prince Tai first, immediately after Lu Zonghao's arrest, was a deliberate gesture of respect designed to preserve Prince Tai's authority and spare Lu Zonghao the stigma of insubordination. Yet should Prince Tai truly abandon Lu Zonghao to his fate, Chen Yaoxing would have no choice but to turn directly to his own master Su Long and petition senior triad leaders like Xiang Yan for assistance. 10 minutes later, just as Chen Yaoxing began losing patience and preparing to leave, the villa's main gate finally swung open. The underling gestured imperiously, "Follow me inside." Inside the grand hall, Chen Yaoxing spotted Prince Tai dressed in pajamas and hurried forward. "Brother Prince Tai, brother, Hao is in grave trouble. He's been taken by that madman Zhuo Biao of the Yao Ma Ti police station. I'm already aware of this matter." Prince Tai sat on the sofa stirring his coffee with a spoon. "You both rose to prominence under my patronage. Yet Lu Zonghao chose instead to aid Yu Dongqing in seizing territory. Today's bloody clash with the Ma gang. He's certainly cut an imposing figure." Chen Yaoxing, sensing Prince Tai's reproach for Lu Zonghao's failure to consult him beforehand, replied sheepishly, "Brother Prince Tai, we shall never forget your grace in elevating us. Brother Hao speaks of your kindness constantly. Yet having just joined Yu Dongqing's camp, we dared not appear idle, lest we be marginalized. Enough. Your motives are clear to you, and require no explanation to me." Prince Tai waved airily. "I've already spoken with Chief Inspector Guo of Yao Ma Ti. Go pay the bail, and you may take him home." "Thank you, Brother Prince Tai." A faint, enigmatic smile flickered across Prince Tai's lips as he murmured, "When you see Lu Zonghao convey this to him, navigating the rivers of the Jianghu demands reading the winds. But while some choices carry one smoothly forward, others plunge one irrevocably into ruin." At 3 a.m., Lu Zonghao emerged on bail, his face swollen and bruised, one eye completely sealed shut. Police enforcement methods in Hong Kong at that time were notoriously brutal. Coercive interrogation was commonplace. Departments like the Commercial Crime Bureau or the Criminal Investigation Department at least maintained a veneer of civility, inflicting injuries concealed beneath clothing. But local police stations, functioning much like precinct houses, treated physical assault on suspects as routine. For low-level triad youths, beatings were simply part of the ordeal. After all, they fell squarely under police jurisdiction. Lodging complaints about brutality would only invite relentless harassment and far graver consequences. At the station entrance, Hung Kwok Kiu rushed forward to support Lu Zonghao's arm. "Big brother, how are you?" "I'm fine." Lu Zonghao waved him off. "Has anything gone awry at the branch?" "No. Everything remained calm for several hours after you were taken in. But word has it that Wan Chai erupted tonight." Zhang Xian, former lieutenant of Hung Fei, openly rebelled, vying with Chun Mingzhi for control of the territory. Chen Yaoxing paused briefly. "To secure your release, I want to see Prince Tai. That bastard refused my calls at first, but when I tracked him down at home, he asked me to deliver a message." Lu Zonghao knew Zhang Xian's rebellion was orchestrated by Yu Dongqing, and recognized that his own actions tonight had unmistakably declared his allegiance to him. Though Prince Tai's warning signaled growing displeasure, Lu Zonghao had no intention of prioritizing this conflict, for a far more urgent crisis loomed. He dispatched Chen Yaoxing back to the branch to maintain order, accepted the van keys from Hung Kwok Kiu, and sped eastward toward Shaha village in Saikong. According to Huang Bingren, if Shao Yin intended to flee the country illegally, he would depart at dawn, once the sea calmed after 5 a.m. Lu Zonghao now had less than 2 hours to resolve the matter. Although the distance from Yao Ma Ti to Saikong is merely over 30 kilometers, the journey takes a full hour by car. Fortunately, traffic was light in the early hours, and Lu Zonghao, driven by urgency, arrived 20 minutes ahead of schedule. Shasiao village is a modest fishing hamlet nestled along the coastline, its countless makeshift shanties scattered haphazardly amid dense coastal jungle. The evening wind stirred the gnarled trees, their grotesque shadows clawed across the moonlit ground, chilling the soul. Lu Zonghao parked the car, seized a blade from the footwell, and plunged headlong into the woods. Since undergoing his craniotomy, Hong Guoju had developed an almost blind loyalty toward Lu Zonghao, silently trailing behind him without uttering a single question. Lu Zonghao followed a narrow path down to the shore, and after 5 minutes of searching along the coastline, spotted the so-called ghost building Huang Bingren had described. It stood alone on the seashore, a 3-story red brick structure whose facade bore deep scars of wind and rain, its windows and doors plastered with faded talismanic papers. Gazing at the spectral edifice ahead, Lu Zonghao took a slow, steadying breath and said to Hong Guoju beside him, "We're here tonight to apprehend Yin Peng, the driver of Bai Fenchong, but I have no idea how many people are inside this building. If resistance arises, I'll hold off the others. Your sole task is to seize Yin Peng, by any means necessary, and extract him. Brother, could we swap roles? Let me hold them off while you take him." Hong Guoju stepped forward shouldering the greater peril. My physical stamina surpasses yours. I'm better suited to cover our retreat, increasing our chances of success. Lu Zonghao glanced at Hong Guoju's towering frame and nodded. Let's move. At that the two strode side by side toward the ghost building, steel blades gleaming in their hands. Rustle, rustle. The night lay still. Only the ceaseless crash of waves against jagged rocks broke the silence. As the haunted structure loomed ever closer, Lu Zonghao's pulse quickened. He trusted Huang Bingren's intelligence implicitly. Yin Peng had been here. Yet he wondered whether after such delay the man still remained within. Years of neglect had left the building derelict, its outer wall collapsed, most window panes shattered, and not a single light pierced the darkness inside. Lu Zonghao held a flashlight in his left hand, thumb resting lightly atop the switch, but kept it unlit. Clutching his blade, he stepped through the yawning doorway. Hong Guoju slowed his pace, slipping in behind him, and silently fanned out in the opposite direction to search. By the dim glow of moonlight, Lu Zonghao found scattered food wrappers, cigarette butts, and desiccated excrement strewn across the floor, confirming Huang Bingren's claim this was indeed a smuggler's way station. Decades of abandonment had stripped the building bare. Every room stood hollow and echoing, its emptiness visible at a glance. Having confirmed the ground floor was uninhabited, Lu Zonghao ascended swiftly to the second floor. The moment he entered the corridor, a chill of foreboding settled deep in his gut. A sharp, nauseating stench of blood hung thick in the air. Moonlight spilled through the far-end window, illuminating a dark, irregular shadow pooled upon the floor. Lu Zonghao flicked on his flashlight. The shadow resolved instantly into a viscous, spreading pool of blood. Shocked by the sudden horror, he sidestepped the crimson stain and hurried into the room beyond. The metallic reek of blood grew overpowering. The walls were stained rust red, a corpse lay supine on the floor, lacerated from head to toe, flesh peeled back in ragged flaps. Lu Zonghao noted the body's build, carefully avoided the bloodstains, and nudged the corpse onto its back with his foot. Yin Peng had been dead for hours. A deep, gaping wound pierced his abdomen, spilling entrails across the floor. His face, drained of all blood, resembled a paper effigy. Pale, lifeless, frozen in terror, his wide, glassy eyes still locked in raw, unrelenting fear. He was dead. Lu Zonghao stared at the contorted horror etched upon Yin Peng's face, and his mind went utterly blank. Suddenly, beams of light sliced through the darkness outside. Hong Guoju rushed to the doorway, voice low and urgent. Brother, the Coast Guard has landed, 2 patrol boats ahead. They're closing in. Go. Hearing the word police, Lu Zonghao abandoned all thought, snapped off his flashlight, and fled the scene with Hong Guoju. On the return drive, Lu Zonghao sat in the passenger seat, his thoughts in tumult. Ever since receiving that threatening call, he had been hunting the caller's identity. Upon learning of Yin Peng's disappearance, he had grown certain the man was entangled in the conspiracy. Yet now, after relentless pursuit, he'd found only a corpse in an abandoned ghost building. Why? Leaning back, Lu Zonghao massaged his temples, methodically reconstructing the chain of events. To eliminate Bai Fenchong, he had paid Xia Zai $15,000 to bribe Yin Peng, the man's driver, into aiding his capture. Yin Peng had accepted the sum and carried out the plan precisely as instructed, enabling Lu Zonghao to eradicate this formidable rival. Then came the threatening call. Given how tightly the blackmailer had tracked his movements that night, the perpetrator was clearly part of an organized syndicate. Could Yin Peng's death stem from a falling out among the syndicate? Perhaps a dispute over the payoff, leading the others to murder him before fleeing. If so, such ruthless men would never abandon their vendetta. And with this lead severed, tracking them down would become nearly impossible. 9 o'clock in the morning. On Hong Kong Island at the Ma Bang headquarters, Chun Mingzhi had finally quelled Zhang Xian's rebellion and reclaimed control of the branch. Inside the Dragonhead's office, Ke Zhixiong regarded Chun Mingzhi's haggard face and said gently, last night's commotion was too loud. You lost 3 men. The Wanchai precinct chief called me personally, warning that the situation must not escalate further. Mister, could this crisis lies beyond my control? Zhang Xian has openly declared war on me. If we don't crush his arrogance now, the old loyalists of Hong Fei may unite, and Wanchai will slip from our grasp forever. I've weighed this carefully. Wanchai is a vital revenue source. We cannot afford to lose it. I'll shoulder the police pressure, resolve Zhang Xian's threat as swiftly as possible. After all, Hong Kong Island remains our stronghold. Our networks here run deep. Should trouble arise, I will shield you. But Xian's roots run deeper in Kowloon. If you strike on 2 fronts simultaneously, they may leverage official channels to target you. Should Kowloon's police entangle you, suppressing Wanchai's rebellion would be severely compromised. I've already considered that. Zhang Xian chose to rebel precisely when Yu Dongqing struck in Yao Ma Ti. It was no coincidence. Since Yu Dongqing plays dirty, I'll match him move for move. I've entrusted this matter to a group of Vietnamese enforcers. Lu Zonghao had tossed and turned all night after the ordeal, only falling asleep after a long restlessness. At 10 in the morning, the insistent ring of his phone roused him. The duel with Huaxia the previous night and the beating he suffered at the Yamadi police station had taken a heavy toll on his body. He stared at the unfamiliar number and forced himself to answer the call. Hello? On the line came Yu Dongqing's voice. Brother, I'm about to board an Amuzitidin. I should reach Gangdao early tomorrow. How are things on your end? Is everything all right? Lu Zonghao, who had not yet been contacted by anyone else, replied, everything is fine here, you need not worry. They'll send someone to pick you up at the airport tomorrow morning. We tore things up with Chun Mingzhi last night. He may resort to underhanded schemes. Very well, thank you for handling it. Yu Dongqing did not decline. You and I have just taken control of Yamadi. Countless eyes inside and outside the societies are watching us. If the ground we just seized is snatched back, they will laugh themselves toothless. Before I return, whatever it takes, you must hold the territory. Lu Zonghao did not boast. I'll do my best. Yu Dongqing changed the subject. By the way, how are things in Wanzai? Lu Zonghao skirted mentioning his trip to Shigong last night. It's not clear yet. Last night Zhuo Biao from the Yamadi police station arrested me, and that bastard tormented me all night. Zhuo Biao, the lunatic who delights in torturing gangsters. Yu Dongqing had heard of the man's notorious reputation while in prison. After a moment's thought, he said, having such a mad dog in our turf is indeed a thorny problem. When I return, I'll find a way to deal with him. After a brief exchange, the call ended. Lu Zonghao was wide awake. He rose from bed intending to check the gang hall. Before he could leave, Huang Bingren rang. Lu Zonghao, what on earth are you doing? Startled, Lu Zonghao asked, what do you mean by that? Huang Bingren's voice hardened with irritation. You asked me to look into Yin Peng and told me Yu Dongqing only wanted you to bring him in. So why is he dead? I had no knowledge of that. Lu Zonghao thought for a moment and fabricated an excuse. After settling the turf dispute last night, I was going to go after Yin Peng, but Zhuo Biao and his men from the Yamadi station arrested me. That bastard tortured me all night and only let me go at dawn. I've been tending my wounds. How could I have had time for Yin Peng? You didn't kill Yin Peng. Huang asked skeptically. Did you tell anyone about this? I told no one. Yu Dongqing asked me to apprehend Yin Peng because he heard Bai Chang had secretly hidden a stash before fleeing and in the rush failed to take it. As Bai Chang's confidant, Yin Peng likely knew where that shipment was hidden. Lu Zonghao paused. I arrested Yin Peng to draw closer to Yu Dongqing. How could I possibly pass that information to others and let them steal my credit? Huang keenly caught the implication in Lu's words. You say Yin Peng had a stash. You wouldn't have been tempted by the money, would you? Huang, sir, I'm a police officer. You may question my loyalties, but not my professionalism. Lu Zonghao replied without hesitation. Even Bo Heo and Lu, one of the 4 chief detectives, were ruined by drugs. Do you think I would do something so stupid? I'm now an enforcer in Yamadi guarding this lucrative turf. I have many ways to make money. I wouldn't dig my own grave. Could it be that Yin Peng was killed because his own people argued over the spoils? Huang did not see any motive for Lu to silence him. Yin Peng's body was discovered because someone called the Marine police to report people smuggling at Shaxiaxiyuan. When the Marine police arrived, they found only Yin Peng's corpse. Hearing this, Lu Zongha's heart lurched. He had long wondered why the police had gone to the haunted building to search. Now, after Huang's words, everything felt pointed squarely at him. Huang continued over the phone. The commotion you caused last night was loud. Go to the Zhejialong Police District headquarters for a routine inquiry to avoid arousing suspicion. All right, I understand. Lu answered, but his mind had already drifted. If the Marine police's tip about the haunted building was truly aimed at him, someone was watching him in secret. In other words, his exposure had not ended with Yin Peng's death. If anything, the situation was intensifying. At the very least, it was a brazen signal that Lu Zonghao had been investigating them. Leaving Yin Peng's body where he would find it also showed they knew he was tracking the group's identities. Their killing was not intended to close the matter, but to strike back at him, a threat as much as a counterattack. At that moment, he felt lost in a fog, straining to unmask the mastermind in the darkness, yet sinking ever deeper. He pondered the affair, forgot to wash, hurriedly dressed, and pushed open the door. 5 minutes later, 2 figures in baseball caps appeared together in the corridor outside Lu Zonghau's door. The taller man stood by the door, confirmed the apartment number, then produced a length of wire from his pocket and gently inserted it into the keyhole. The other man stayed behind him, drew a pistol from his coat, planted his feet, and angled his body slightly, adopting a weaver stance as he aimed at the gap beneath the door. Click. 5 seconds later, the lock yielded a soft sound. Thud. As the tall man pushed the door open, the gunman stepped inside, swept the muzzle through the room, and said in Yunanese, "No one." The tall man moved to the bed, pressed his palm to the covers, and replied in Yunanese, "It's still warm. He must have left not long ago. Wait half an hour. If he doesn't come back, we'll go look." With that, they withdrew and closed the door. On Gangdao, the largest immigrant populations were not Westerners, but mainlanders and Yuanan people. In recent decades, Yuanan fought 2 major wars. The first, from 1955 to 1975, was the Vietnam War, an internal conflict between North and South, with the Americans backing the South and China and the Soviet Union backing the North. That 20-year conflict ended in 1975, with North Yuanan ultimately unifying the country. But by 1979, Yuanan clashed with China, and the self-defense counterattack began. And this is why many films show our soldiers seizing large quantities of aid supplies from UN positions. As a result of those wars, Guangdao received some 2,300 UN refugees between 1975 and 2005. Although Guangdao remained under British rule, Hong Kong people and mainlanders were, after all, of shared roots, and those UN refugees did not enjoy as comfortable a life here. Thus, most of the menial labor on Guangdao was carried out by these refugees. They also formed their own gangs, but they did not dare to contest turf with the established syndicates. They functioned more like mercenaries supplying killers. Indeed, assassins rather than ordinary thugs. They had no roots here and nothing to stay for. They could kill and then disappear. Because of Ma Wei's death and the loss of territory last night, Chun Mingzhi's hatred for Liu Zonghao had reached its limit. Contacting the UN gangs this time was a plan to eliminate Liu Zonghao completely and sate that hatred. The clash between the two Triad branches the previous night had claimed no lives, yet left over a dozen gravely injured. In Hong Kong, a land of ceaseless turbulence, street brawls among gangsters were commonplace, yet a melee involving hundreds was undeniably a spectacle, prompting tabloids to sensationalize the incident with reckless embellishment. As the Organized Crime and Triad Bureau, the OCTB, oversaw all Triad-related investigations, routine interrogations were inevitable. Wang Bingyun, who headed OCTB operations in Sim Sha Sui Yao Ma Ti and Hung Hom, naturally oversaw the questioning of Luck Chung-ho. Both parties were fully aware of each other's identities. Luck Chung-ho merely watched a surveillance tape in Wang Bingyun's office as a procedural formality before being promptly released for lack of sufficient evidence. No sooner had he stepped out of the district police headquarters than Hazai rushed forward. "Brother, what are you doing here?" Luck Chung-ho had assumed Hazai had come to pick him up, hearing the question, and noticing Xie Jiahao trailing behind. His brows knitted in quiet suspicion. "What brings you here? Were you also summoned for questioning?" "No, I came for something else. Brother, I've found out where Xiaoyin is." A shadow of sorrow flickered across Hazai's eyes. "Xiaoyin is dead. With no family left to claim his body, Hao and I, his closest friends, came to collect his remains." "Does Yin Peng have no relatives at all?" Luck Chung-ho asked, raising an eyebrow. A trace of grief passed through Hazai's gaze. "He has an elderly grandfather, frail and wholly dependent. When Hao learned of Xiaoyin's death, he lied to the old man, saying Xiaoyin had fled to Macau after getting into trouble and brought the grandfather home to care for him. As for me, I must look after my younger sister. The only help I could offer was to bring Xiaoyin home one last time." Seeing Hazai's anguish, Luck Chung-ho gently patted his arm, then withdrew over 10,000 Hong Kong dollars from his wallet and pressed it into Hazai's hand. "Take this. Brother Hao, yesterday's hit fee has already been settled." "What's this for?" Hazai blinked in surprise. "You worked hard last night. This is from me, not the branch. Spend it however you wish." With that, Luck Chung-ho turned to leave, only for Xie Jiahao to step squarely into his path. "Brother, how about what I said before, that I want to follow you? Could you reconsider?" Already unsettled by Xiaoyin's death, Luck Chung-ho said nothing, simply sidestepped Xie Jiahao and vanished into a waiting taxi on the roadside. Hazai watched Xie Jiahao's conflicted expression, then clapped his shoulder. "How these things can't be rushed. Brother Hao came to the station because the cops called him in for a lecture. No wonder he's on edge." "I know." Xie Jiahao nodded glumly. "Let's handle Xiaoyin's affairs first." Though Xiaoyin's body had been discovered in Sai Kung, the case fell under the jurisdiction of the Marine Police, and thus was handled by the West Kowloon Marine Division. Inside the police morgue, Hazai vomited violently the moment he laid eyes on Xiaoyin's corpse. Despite years as a gangster, it was his first time confronting a decomposing body. Xiaoyin had been hacked to death. His blood long drained, his skin had turned ashen and livid. Beneath flayed, gaping wounds lay yellow fat granules and greasy exposed flesh. Xie Jiahao stared silently at the corpse for a long while, then turned to the officer escorting them. "Have you found the killer of my friend?" Bodies litter Hong Kong's streets daily. Police grow numb to such scenes. This case is under investigation, but details cannot be disclosed to civilians. Hearing this, Xie Jiahao turned and walked away without another word. Hazai, still retching, mistook Xie Jiahao's departure for revulsion and hurried after him. "How I know this sight sickens you. But Xiaoyin was our dearest brother. We can't turn away." "I sold my motorcycle to raise this," Xie Jiahao said, pressing a wad of cash into Hazai's palm. "Use it for Xiaoyin's funeral. I've already booked a funeral parlor at Cape Collinson Crematorium. He may have had few friends, but he deserves a dignified farewell." "So you're leaving me here alone?" Hazai bristled with anger. "Do you think money alone lets you walk away from this? Xiaoyin is gone. What good does staying serve?" Xie Jiahao's voice remained eerily calm. "You know how Hong Kong's police operate. They serve only the powerful, never men like us buried deep in the mud. I won't let Xiaoyin die in vain. I'll find his killer myself." "Are you mad?" Hazai stared, incredulous. "If even the police can't track him down, where will you look? You're not even affiliated with any triad now. How do you plan to face a murderer alone? We grew up together in public housing estates, poor boys with nothing but each other. If we don't act, Xiaoyin's death truly means nothing." I couldn't give him glory in life, but I will give him justice. Xie Jiahao's gaze hardened, resolute and unyielding. Hong Kong is a place that honors loyalty, but that word isn't reserved for underworld elders. Xie Jiahao claims it too. They uphold the rules of the Jianghu, but I abide by the righteousness I carry in my own heart. Hazai stood frozen in the corridor long after Xie Jiahao disappeared into its depths, then returned to the morgue, soaked a towel in water, and began tenderly wiping Xiao Yin's cheeks. Xiao Yin, you heard what Ahao said. He's right. As brothers, we won't let you fade into oblivion. When Luck Chungho returned to the branch, he found dozens of underlings standing outside. Brother Hao. At the sight of his arrival, they bowed in unison. Carry on with your duties. Startled by the grand reception, Luck Chungho greeted the crowd and entered the mahjong room, turning to Chan Yuing and Hung Kuoqiai. After last night's commotion, shouldn't we lie low? Why so many gathered outside? Chan Mingzhi is after all a senior enforcer of the Ma Bang. Losing territory stings, he may well retaliate. I called the brothers over to bolster our presence. Having spoken, Chan Yuing gestured toward two young men beside him. Oh, Brother Hao, let me introduce them, Tin Bo and Si Yen. They've long been part of our branch. Last night, both performed exceptionally, especially Si Yen, who chased and slashed Chopstick Kit down 2 entire streets, landing him straight in hospital. Brother Hao, Tin Bo and Si Yen stepped forward in unison, saluting Luck Chungho. Luck Chungho had known Si Yen before, when he served under Du Guobin. Si Yen had worked under Ah Dong, plump, fair-skinned, and perpetually bespectacled, hence the nickname. Tin Bo was strikingly handsome. Luck Chungho recognized his face, vaguely suspecting he'd once been a minor figure within the branch. Noting Chan Yuing's endorsement, Luck Chungho offered them a warm smile. Our branch has just stabilized. This is precisely when capable hands are needed. Since Ah Xing vouches for you, remain here for now. When the right position opens, I'll see you placed accordingly. As the group chatted amiably, Luck Chungho's pager suddenly rang. The moment he answered and heard the voice on the other end, his expression darkened instantly. On the line came a voice both familiar and alien. Luck Si. Last night you failed to capture Yin Peng in Shaha village and failed to unearth me. How bitterly disappointing that must have been for you. Lately, the unseen figure threatening Lu Zonghao had become an obsessive thorn in his mind. He had devoted nearly all his energy to tracking this shadowy adversary. He had assumed Yin Peng would be the key to resolving the matter. Yet ultimately, Zhuo Biao's arrest operation delayed his trip to Shaxiao village and cost him the chance to apprehend the culprit. The familiar voice from the receiver instantly ignited Lu Zonghao's fury. Suppressing his rage, he returned to his office and locked the door behind him. What do you want? I told you before. If you pay me 1 million yuan as hush money, I'll keep your secret. Yet you seem unwilling to trust me. You investigated Yin Peng not to uncover the truth, but to eradicate me entirely. Since you show no mercy, don't expect mine. A mocking smile flickered across the caller's face. You have 6 hours to prepare 1 million in cash, and wait for my call. From the moment the phone rang, Lu Zonghao knew precisely what demand would follow. Or rather, he'd understood the trajectory of this crisis from the very first threat. Cut the grass, but leave the roots, and spring wind will bring it back to life. The caller wasn't demanding money because of Yin Peng's death. Rather, he was using that death as leverage against Lu Zonghao. To him, Yin Peng's life meant nothing, neither did Lu Zonghao's. Unaware of his adversary's true identity or strength, Lu Zonghao dared not provoke a confrontation, and hastily interjected before the line went dead. I'll give you the money, but your deadline is impossible. I can't raise that sum in such a short time. That, I'm afraid, isn't my concern, the caller replied with a faint sardonic smile. You called me. So clearly you seek only a transaction. For matters resolvable by money, I prefer not to escalate things unnecessarily. You may treat me as an ATM, but understand this, I am no printing press. Name a figure, and you assume I can produce it on demand. Do you grasp that? Then how long do you need? 7 days. Are you kidding me right now, eh? 2 days, no more. Have the money ready by 7 p.m. tomorrow. Wait for my call. I said, I'm no money printer. And let me remind you, I'm no temple bodhisattva either. This million is your lifeline. Pay up, and you live. Fail, and face the consequences. Officer Lu. Fuck. Lu Zonghao slammed the receiver down, then kicked violently at the sofa beside him. His body trembled, uncontrollably gripped by seething rage. Within just 1 week, this was already the second time the blackmailer had demanded money from Lu Zonghao. 2 million yuan. Not even Yu Dongqing could shoulder such a burden, let alone him. When Bai Finxiang ruled here, his illicit revenues were diverse, roughly 3 million yuan per month. Half went to the Triad organization, the rest, after accounting for his covert narcotics trade, left him with just over 2 million yuan. Yet, even this sum wasn't pure profit. Bai Finxiang commanded 200 direct subordinates and 300 peripheral affiliates. All 500 men depended on him for survival, and with elite lieutenants like Ah Dong commanding high salaries, monthly payroll alone consumed well over 1 million yuan. For an ordinary person, earning close to 1 million yuan a month would be a dream so lavish it would make them laugh in their sleep. But a triad leader maintains extensive social ties and immense pride. Entertaining guests, bribing officials, and making tribute payments all entail staggering expenditures. Even Bai Finxiang sometimes struggled to make ends meet. How much more so for Lu Zonghao, newly ascended to power? The previous ransom had already drained his personal reserves. This new demand for 1 million yuan left him suffocating under its weight. Lu Zonghao sat silently on his office sofa for a long while, only to realize that with his current resources, raising 1 million yuan in such a short time was little short of fantasy. After deep reflection, he finally dialed Huang Bingren's number. Sir, I urgently need your assistance with 2 matters. First, I require an undercover operational fund. Second, I need the police to identify Yin Peng's murderer. The second is straightforward. Yin Peng was murdered in Shaxiao village, a clear homicide case. I'll arrange for the major crimes unit to take it over. A lighter clicked on Huang Bingren's end. As for the undercover fund, how much do you need? Lu Zonghao took a slow, steadying breath. 1 million yuan. Are you insane? With that kind of money, are you planning to run for Triad chairman? You're going undercover, not launching a charity. My monthly salary is 15,000 yuan. You expect me to hand you 1 million on demand? Have you lost your mind? Or do you simply have no concept of scale? You know well enough that last night's street takeover left many injured. Yu Dongqing has just been released from prison, with virtually no funds. This is precisely the moment I must win their loyalty. Without forging those bonds, how can I gather intelligence? It's not that I refuse to help, it's that I lack the means. Any OCU budget exceeding 100,000 yuan requires Rinderong's signature. Huang Bingren paused thoughtfully, then murmured quietly, I can stretch to 30,000 yuan, no more. Beyond that, I'm powerless. At least half, 50,000 please. Do you think tens of thousands are vegetables at a wet market, open to haggling? These 30,000 are diverted from other undercover agents' budgets. This sum is yours, but for the next 3 years you forfeit any further funding requests. Huang Bingren dismissed Lu Zonghao's plea with unyielding resolve. The money will be delivered to Lisher Spa by noon. You collect it yourself. Lu Zonghao hung up, slumped onto the sofa, and massaged his temples. 70,000 yuan still gaped wide as an unbridgeable chasm. No matter how he weighed himself, he couldn't possibly fill it. Damn it. If I catch you, I'll flay you alive. Clenching his fist, Lu Zonghao cursed, then composed himself, stepped out of the office, and calmly asked Chen Yaoxing and the others, do any of you know of a sizable underground casino nearby? Hong Guoju recalled Lu Zonghao had never shown gambling habits, and asked curiously, brother, why the sudden interest? A friend from Macau is visiting Hong Kong soon. I'll host him. He enjoys gambling, so I'd like to show him around. Lu Zonghao smiled warmly, preferably something discreet, unaffiliated with any triad. My friend isn't from the underworld, too many gangsters might unsettle him. His claim about a visiting friend was merely a ruse. After long deliberation, Lu Zonghao realized that, short of daring to rob, he had no other path to raise the money quickly. After Lu Zonghao announced he would find a casino, Tianbao paused to think, and then spoke. Brother, how I know of a casino over in Lemazou in Jibei. It sits on the banks of the Shenzhen. Word is that many mainlanders secretly cross over to gamble there. I heard the place is run by mainland underworld figures in partnership with Zhang Renlong, the so-called king of Xinjia. Lu Zonghao shot back. What kind of figure is this Zhang Renlong? Zhang Renlong is a wealthy businessman of Xinjia, famed as the king of Xinjia. He even holds the honorary title of Justice of the Peace bestowed by the colonial Hong Kong government, and he is moreover the in-law of our boss, Mr. Xiang. Around 1975, Zhang Renlong was robbed several times and nearly lost his life. Later, his son Zhang Liangxing married Xiang's daughter Ai, and the two families were joined by marriage. Hong Guoju paused and said, the syndicate's rapid expansion these past years owes a great deal to the Zhang family's financial support. Under the society's protection, the Zhangs have prospered. It has been a win-win. Tianbao, take me to the casino you mentioned. After learning of Zhang Renlong's status, Lu Zonghao was momentarily shaken, yet he resolved to go scout the place. In his present circumstances, short of pulling off a robbery, he certainly could not raise $1 million. The safety of Zhang Renlong's establishment stemmed largely from his backing by Xinyan. Such arrogant stature and immense renown might render the casino's security more complacent than that of smaller dens. Though Lu Zonghao's plan carried grave risk, it was a gamble that offered some hope, otherwise he would be sitting and waiting for death. Tianbao had once been a peripheral foot soldier in Yumadi. When he ran with Bai Finchang, he had no fixed income. Only when the hall had worked could he earn a little head money. On average, his annual earnings likely did not even reach 10,000 Hong Kong dollars. At best, it was enough to eat and drink. Having finally surfaced, elevated by Chun Jiaoxing and singled out to lead the way by Lu Zonghao, he was naturally elated. He drew the car keys from his pocket and said, brother, how I drove here. Take my car. Lu Zonghao, now penniless, owned no car and had planned to use the hall's van. Hearing Tianbao, he was surprised. You're doing pretty well. You actually have a car. Haha, I don't really have a car. My father runs an illicit taxi along the Xinjia-Jiulong route. Today his vehicle broke down, and he asked me to drive it to be repaired. While they chatted, Tianbao led Lu Zonghao out of the hall and into a shabby Isuzu van parked by the roadside. For safety, Qin Jiaoxing and Hong Guoju had intended to have a group of underlings tail Lu Zonghao, but he refused outright. Lu Zonghao was only there to reconnoiter and did not want to make a spectacle. He used Tianbao's car as an excuse, figured no one along the route would know him, and climbed in alone. In the Ford SUV across the street, a pair of Vietnamese assassins who had waited a long time sat up when they saw Lu Zonghao. The tall driver pulled a photograph from his pocket and compared it. That's the target. The young man in the passenger seat said nothing and immediately drew his pistol. Don't fire here. The tall man, eyeing the uniformed patrolman by the curb, gripped his companion's arm. This is a busy district. If a shot rings out, we won't be able to get away. Hold him and move to a quieter place before we act. With that, the tall man started the SUV, tailed the van, and melted into the flow of traffic. Luomazu lies in the northern part of Xinjia, bordering the mainland city of Shenzhen. How close are the two cities? Only the Shenzhen, merely tens of meters wide, separates them. Stand on this bank and shout, and you would be heard clearly on the other side. Vast tracts of the island near the border are uninhabited. For tens of square kilometers, there are only fish ponds of various sizes and stretches of protected natural land. Zhang Renlong's casino sits amid a broad expanse of fish ponds. The sightline is open, and there are only 2 roads that lead there. Such a peculiar location was chosen to allow constant vigilance over any stirrings around the casino. In truth, given Zhang Renlong's reputation, opening a casino in Jiebei would normally invite no inquiry. They were cautious in their site selection because only a small portion of the gamblers were locals, most were mainlanders, a segment of those who had become rich first. Many of the patrons who came to gamble held official positions and came under the pretense of inspections or study tours. If anything untoward happened to them, it would trigger international scrutiny. Seated in Tianbao's van, Lu Zonghao realized as soon as they neared the casino that this place could not be hit. Even if he succeeded, escape would be impossible. With the Zhang family's influence in Xinjia, if he were caught, any one of the hundreds of surrounding fish ponds would suffice to bury him. Seeing the complex terrain, Lu Zonghao immediately lost interest and waved his hand. Forget it. Let's go back to Yumadi. Tianbao blinked and asked, Brother, how though remote, the casino's interior is quite well furnished. And I have an old friend working there as a waiter. If your companions go, they'll be treated with full respect and face kept intact. Not wishing to speak plainly, Lu Zonghao offered a casual excuse. This place is too out of the way. I'm entertaining a friend, not leading him to gamble. Let's look for somewhere in the city. Hearing his senior's words, Tianbao slowed the vehicle, drove along the one-way road until he found a slightly wider spot and prepared to make a U-turn. At that moment, the Ford SUV that had followed them finally seized its chance. With a roar, it gunned the engine and charged into the van. Lu Zonghao heard the engine's thunder and saw the Ford bearing down on them. He startled, Careful, hold on. Tianbao, who had been driving his father's illicit taxi since his teens and had exceptional skill, simultaneously stomped brake and accelerator and brutally yanked the steering wheel as the SUV lunged. The van's suspension cried out with a screech as it fishtailed through the silt at the pond's edge, narrowly brushing past the SUV. Seeing his companion fail to force the van to stop, the gunman in the SUV flung himself out the window and began to squeeze the trigger in rapid succession. Bang, bang, bang. Shots erupted along the lane. Bullets struck the van with a ceaseless metallic ping. The gunfire shook Lu Zonghao. He glimpsed the SUV reversing toward them and shouted at the top of his lungs, Drive. Go, Viru. Tianbao slammed the brake to the floor, the van wobbling onto the road. Don't worry, big brother. If they can see my taillights today, then I've lost. Lu Zonghao felt a measure of relief at Tianbao's confidence. You are that certain of your driving? As the van tore away, Tianbao replied shrewdly, The van's taillight is broken. I haven't had time to get it fixed. Lu Zonghao was stunned for a moment, then slapped his forehead in exasperation. At a moment between life and death, what on earth are you showing off for? Tianbao's driving skills were exceptional. After speeding down the road with Lu Zonghao aboard, he executed a sharp drift at the intersection, instantly widening the gap between the two vehicles. Inside the SUV, the gunman in the front passenger seat extended his arm out the window, aimed for several seconds, and then reluctantly withdrew. Handgun marksmanship is far less miraculous than cinematic portrayals suggest. Even a master marksman can reliably hit a moving target only within a 15-meter range. By now, the distance between the two vehicles had stretched to 30 or 40 meters. On bumpy terrain, even a millimeter's tremor in the barrel would send the bullet wildly off course. The two men were seasoned partners. Seeing the gunman retreat into the cabin, the driver slammed the accelerator and reversed sharply. Their vehicle is inferior. We'll catch them. Across a vast expanse of fish ponds, Tianbao steered the van while glancing repeatedly into the rearview mirror at the pursuing SUV, sweat beading on his forehead. Brother, how their engine displacement is enormous. I can't outrun them. Hold steady. Lu Zonghao, shaken by the sudden ambush, felt his heart lurch violently. His eyes darted frantically around the interior, searching for anything he could hurl outside to impede their pursuers. But the van was utterly empty. No tools, no objects of use. Tianbao drifted onto another road, and spotting a wild pond thick with reeds in the distance, suddenly asked Brother Hao, "Can you swim?" "What do you mean?" Lu Zonghao raised an eyebrow. "I'll steer onto that side path. The reeds will block their line of sight. If you leap into the pond, you'll evade their pursuit." Gripping the steering wheel, Tianbao replied rapidly, "The border checkpoint isn't far. We'll flee toward it. They won't dare follow us across." Hearing Tianbao's plan, Lu Zonghao responded without hesitation, "Drive. I'm coming with you." "Good." Tianbao's eyes flickered with quiet emotion upon learning Lu Zonghao would risk everything beside him, and he refocused intently on the road ahead. Lu Zonghao remained unaware that Tianbao already regarded him as a brother bound by unshakable loyalty and shared fate. His hand slipped deep into his pocket, clenched tightly, until a key jutted from between his fingers. He was prepared should the situation turn even slightly perilous. He would eliminate Tianbao first. After all, being targeted himself was deeply suspicious, and Tianbao had only met him that very morning. They knew nothing of each other. He dared not gamble on Tianbao's loyalty. If this man truly harbored ill intent, jumping from the van would be walking straight into a trap. The SUV behind them was a second-generation Ford Bronco, an upgraded model equipped with a 6.6-liter V8 engine, an advanced automatic transmission, and full-time four-wheel drive, a mechanical beast worthy of its era. With its formidable 149 horsepower, the SUV closed relentlessly upon the Isuzu van, its modest 1.5-liter engine no match for such raw power. Bang! Bang! The gunman leaned out the passenger window and fired repeatedly at the van's rear flank, aiming to puncture its tires and force it to a halt. Startled by the gunfire, Tianbao broke into a cold sweat. He ducked low over the wheel, spotted a crossroads ahead, and placed his hand firmly on the gearshift. "Brother Hao, brace yourself." At once, Tianbao downshifted and executed a precise drift into the right-hand lane. Inside the SUV, the gunman watched the distance shrink and steadied his grip on the firearm, rammed them off the road, forced them to stop. Vroom. The driver stomped the accelerator. The Ford's right wheels lifted from the pavement as it surged up the roadside embankment, its subtle maneuver narrowing the gap with surgical precision. Scree! At that instant, the van, already veering onto the rightward road, groaned under violent suspension stress. Its tires screamed against asphalt, churning white smoke and scorching black arcs onto the concrete. Then, with its front wheels locked, the van's rear swung outward, describing a perfect semicircle midair, before landing like a released arrow, hurtling backward onto the opposite lane. Screery. The SUV now hurtling headlong toward empty space where the van had been, skidded wildly despite the driver's emergency braking, launching off the road, nearly plunging into the pond, its undercarriage grinding violently against the pavement's edge with deafening clangs and erupting sparks. The gunman braced for impact, slammed hard into the dashboard. Staring at the van now accelerating away, once more he punched the console in fury. Damn it. Tianbao, having again outmaneuvered the SUV, seized the moment, swerving onto a narrow side road and flooring the accelerator. They were not far from the border. After 7 or 8 minutes of high-speed pursuit, the boundary road shimmered into view on the horizon. Spotting a customs inspection station beside the road, Tianbao's face lit with relief, and he accelerated furiously. Since mainland China's reform and opening up, its economy had gradually revived, spurring rampant smuggling and illegal border crossings. Daily shipments of Hong Kong cigarettes, foreign liquor, electronics, video cassettes, and automobiles flooded across the border, generating staggering profits. To combat this surge, Hong Kong authorities launched aggressive joint operations involving customs and marine police. At the checkpoint's sentry post, a squad of officers was inspecting passing vehicles. Spotting the van barreling toward them, the on-duty rapid response unit immediately raised their weapons and shouted commands. Scree! Seeing armed officers, Tianbao slammed the brakes, leapt from the van, and raised both hands high. "Officer, we're not smugglers. We're fishermen heading to Lok Ma Chau to collect our catch, robbed just moments ago. Hands on your heads. Kneel beside the vehicle. Submit to inspection." Hong Kong's border was plagued daily by hardened criminals from the mainland. Observing the bullet-riddled van, the officers remained vigilant and unmoved. Meanwhile, the Ford SUV appeared in the distance. Its driver gazed at the two men now detained by police. His expression conflicted. "We could charge in and eliminate them, but we'd never escape. Let's withdraw." The gunman clicked the safety back on his pistol. "There'll be other chances to kill him. No need to sacrifice ourselves." Frustrated, the driver watched Lu Zonghao being led away by officers, then turned the SUV sharply and sped off. "That kid got absurdly lucky today. Give me a rifle and I'd leave him in pieces." Under police protection, Lu Zonghao and Tianbao were escorted to the Lok Ma Chau branch of the Frontier Command for investigation. With no contraband found on either man, and both possessing clean, verifiable identities, they underwent only a cursory inquiry before being released. As for solving the case, it remained indefinitely stalled. Lately, the Daquan gang had been wreaking havoc across Hong Kong, and armed robberies occurred with alarming frequency. So this incident inevitably was blamed on the notorious Sheng Gang Qibing, the provincial gang enforcers from Guangdong and Hong Kong. Though Lu Zonghao had escaped physical harm, the assault left him deeply shaken. Only when Hong Guizhu and Chun Yaoxing arrived did he finally dare step out of the police station. He had come to Lok Ma Chau to raise 1 million yuan, the ransom demanded by the man threatening him. Now not only had the mission failed, but he himself had become a marked target. In that moment, Lu Zonghao's mind reeled in turmoil. With assassins operating unseen in the shadows, raising funds would grow exponentially harder. As time ticked mercilessly onward, the crushing weight of the remaining 700,000 yuan pressed down on him, stealing his breath, his calm, his certainty. Chengal Mahjong Parlor. Lu Zonghao sat on the sofa in the office, the ash of his cigarette lengthening in his hand. Only when the burning tip seared his skin did he snap awake and fling it away. He kept turning over in his mind how to raise the remaining 700,000 as quickly as possible. Robbery, kidnapping, fraud. A cascade of get-rich-quick fantasies circled his thoughts, each one dismissed in turn. Those methods were too reckless, unlikely to yield a large sum swiftly, and certain to drag him into far worse trouble. Borrowing. The friends around him were penniless, scraping together 100,000 or 80,000 might be feasible, but coaxing 700,000 from them was as hard as climbing the sky. For a moment, he even considered appealing to Taizi. As the boss of Yujian Wang, Taizi's worth ran into the tens of millions. For someone of his standing, producing 700,000 would be effortless. Only Lu Zonghao was not worth that much in Taizi's eyes. His help to Yu Dongqing in seizing turf had already incurred Taizi's displeasure. Even if Lu declared his loyalty, now there was no way the other man would hand over that sum. After weighing his options, the only person he could rely on was Yu Dongqing. Though newly released from prison, Yu had long been a member of Xinyan and had become a Hong Gun 5 years ago. If he borrowed through Yu Dongqing, the Hunkin Tiger Gao Sheng and his men might still spare him a little face and lend a hand. To consolidate the newly seized turf, Hong Guizhu and Chun Yueshing led Tianbao and Si, and each guiding a large pack of brothers in an ostentatious street parade asserting the gang's territorial dominion. In the northern reaches of Guantang district at the foot of Phi Mountain stood an estate called Xuanli. Island residents were famously superstitious about feng shui. Because Xuanli Estate had once been the site of the island's 7th cemetery, most people shunned living there. When public housing was allocated, only those with no connections were placed in such blocks. Inside a public housing flat in Xuanli village, a sudden crash of a kicked-open door was followed by a woman's piercing scream. In the corridor, Xie Jiahao still stood with his boot poised. In the cramped room, the bed held a naked couple. The woman snatched the quilt to cover herself. A youth with an eagle clutching a globe tattooed on his chest glared at Xie Jiahao with fury. "Damn you. Where did you come from, you bastard? Don't you know I'm Xiao He of Xuanli? Start trouble with me, and you're asking to die." Xie Jiahao paid Xiao He, shouting no heat. Turning to Yin Peng's girlfriend, he said, "Li Qing, I need to talk to you. Please come out with me for a moment." "Fuck your mother. Do you think Black Brother doesn't exist?" Xiao He, furious at being ignored, snatched a folding knife from the bedside and stepped toward him. "Kid, do you know what I can do in Xuanli Estate? One whistle from me and a dozen brothers swarm you in seconds, I swear." Bang. Xie Jiahao did not wait for the boast to finish. He surged forward, driving a fist into Xiao He's abdomen. As the man doubled over, Xie seized the back of his neck, thrust his knee upward, and slammed the tip into his face. With a dull thud, Xiao He collapsed, blood spurting from his mouth and nose, stunned into silence. Xie Jiahao showed no mercy. He rode the fallen man and began hammering his fists like a pile driver, each blow metronomic and relentless. After the barrage, Xie's face was swollen as if stung by a swarm of bees, blood mingled with broken teeth and spit spraying from his lips. "Oh!" Li Qing shrieked at the sight, then fell silent when she met Xie Jiahao's bestial gaze. After a dozen punches, Xie asked, voice rough with exertion, "Black Brother, can I talk to him now?" Dazed, Xiao He felt the world spin as if his skull might shatter. He had no fight left in him. "Okay. If you're interested, you can play around." Xie added force, leaving Xiao He unconscious on the floor, then rose with eyes rimmed red to glare at Li Qing. "She's eyes corpse is barely cold, and you're here cheating on him. Aren't you afraid of retribution?" "What did you say?" "She's eye is dead." Li Qing's face first registered disbelief, then she replied sharply, "I don't know that she's eye is dead. We had already broken up. Everyone knows I'm with Xiao He now. His fate has nothing to do with me." Xie Jiahao had been spending his days polishing cars at the Ma Bang Hall, and had little to do with Yin Peng, so he knew little of the dead man's private affairs. "You broke up. Why?" Li Qing said, "At first I was with Shizai because he was steady and honest. But after he started mixing with those who do white powder, he changed. He began chasing impossible dreams, and recently told me he was about to make a fortune. I saw him becoming unreliable, so I left him." She glanced at the pool of blood where Xiao He lay. He wasn't a saint, but he kept his herbal tea stall and lived a simple, steady life. Xie pressed on, uninterested in her personal explanations. "Do you know who else he's been mixed up with? Any unusual behavior?" Li Qing grew impatient. Lately he and those scumbags, Ji Kong and Lanren Jian from Qingshan, were inseparable. Whether he had other women on the side, I don't know. Xia, though not high-ranking, knew enough about the small-time toughs of the same tier. Frowning, he said, Ji Kong, and those people, aren't they the pickpockets who came over from Tunman? Yes. Shizai fell in with Lanren Jian and the others, calling them brothers. I told him repeatedly to keep away from those scum, but he not only refused to listen, he cursed me out. In a fury, I ended the relationship. Li Qing hesitated. I know you were Shizai's good friend, but we had broken off long before. Even if he died outside, you can't pin that on me, can you? Xia did not answer her reproach. Aside from Ji Kong and that crew, did Shizai associate with anyone else? Anything out of the ordinary? Li Qing's patience wore thin. A few days ago, he and Ji Kang's lot were almost like conjoined twins. I don't know about any other women. If you want to live properly, find someone normal and keep away from the rotten boys of the underworld. Xia left without another word. Downstairs, he stood in a roadside phone booth, pulled out his address book, and dialed. Brother, it's a how. Over in Tunman, there's a gang of pickpockets led by a man called Ji Kong. Do you know him? I have personal business with them. Can you help me find their whereabouts? As a plane landed at Kai Tak Airport, Yu Dongqing, dressed in casual attire, slowly walked out of the airport exit, heading to the Netherlands to force Zhang Xin to turn against his allies. Welcome back, Brother Qing, shouted more than 30 brothers, including Xia Zai Yin and Tian Bao, attracting the attention of many passengers at the airport. Yu Dongqing laughed heartily and stepped forward to embrace Lu Zonghao, saying, You've worked hard while I was away. Lu Zonghao, needing something from him, affectionately draped his arm over Yu Dongqing's shoulder. It's not about hardship when building one's own territory. I have prepared a welcome feast for you at Hanyin restaurant. Let's go chat there. Yu Dongqing glanced around at the many younger brothers and smiled. You're usually so low-key and reserved. Why the grand occasion today? Lu Zonghao pouted. This isn't an occasion. It's for protection. I was attacked by gunmen yesterday and nearly lost my life in the north of the realm, and the perpetrator has yet to be found. Upon hearing that his capable subordinate had been ambushed, Yu Dongqing immediately became tense. What about you? Were you hurt? Don't worry, I'm perfectly fine. Lu Zonghao waved his hand. It's obvious this attack is related to Chun Mingjie. His impatience in resorting to such despicable methods is not entirely a bad thing. It shows that Zhang Xin's rebellion has put considerable pressure on him. Yu Dongqing's eyes gleamed with fury as he declared, Damn it, that bastard is now eyeing my Yao Ma tea. Sooner or later he'll swallow his wan chai. Surrounded by his younger brothers, the two soon sat in Yu Dongqing's Mercedes. To facilitate conversation, Lu Zonghao did not allow anyone to follow them. As the vehicle moved, after some small talk, Lu Zonghao got to the point. Brother Qing, I have a personal matter I need your help with. Yu Dongqing reached out to pat Lu Zonghao on the head. You bastard. Our relationship is so close now, why are you still being so polite? Haha, then be magnanimous and forgive me for my slip of the tongue. Lu Zonghao dodged Yu Dongqing's hand and continued driving. I've encountered some minor troubles in my personal life, my finances are tight, and I'd like to borrow some money from you. Yu Dongqing casually lit a cigarette. How much do you need? Lu Zonghao gestured with his hand. 700,000. What the hell? Have you been gambling? Yu Dongqing was shocked by the amount. Even if you were dating the winner of the Miss Hong Kong beauty pageant, you wouldn't need so much money. There's no choice. My father has a brain tumor and urgently needs surgery, plus he needs to go to the United States for treatment. Foreign money isn't that valuable. Brother Qing, if you don't have the money, I can offer high interest, but it's best to borrow it in your name. I'm worried my dad will disapprove of the high-interest loan and refuse to undergo the surgery. Lu Zonghao was just making things up while sitting in the driver's seat, obviously telling lies. He had not forgotten Huang Bingren's task to capture Yu Dongqing, and the reason for this excuse was to pin the debt on Yu Dongqing, so when he was imprisoned, Lu Zonghao would not have to repay it. Yu Dongqing's expression remained unchanged. After pondering for a moment, he asked, When do you need this money? Lu Zonghao lowered the car window a crack. My dad's flight leaves tonight, so the timing might be a bit urgent. Yu Dongqing waved his hand. Pull over, I'll go out for a bit. You guys wait for me at the restaurant. Lu Zonghao turned on the signal light and pulled over. There are too many people watching us lately. I'll go with you. Yu Dongqing grinned. No need, I'm just going to the downtown area. It's not far from here. If someone really tries to attack me, I'll just hit the gas and go right to the police station. Despite Yu Dongqing insisting on leaving alone, Lu Zonghao reluctantly agreed, but still felt uneasy, so he sent Tian Bao to follow him while he went to Han Yin restaurant first. An hour later, when the food on the table was almost cold, Tian Bao finally returned to the hall. Lu Zonghao was startled to see him alone and hurriedly asked, Why are you just by yourself? Where's Brother Qing? He had something to do and asked me to come back first to give this to you. Tian Bao handed a password box to Lu Zonghao. Brother Qing didn't say what's inside, only that he'll send you the password. Lu Zonghao sensed that the box likely contained the money he needed and instinctively asked, Did he stay behind with Gao Sheng? Tian Bao sniffed. Brother Qing didn't go to Hong Hami. He didn't let me tell you where he went. Seeing Tian Bao hesitating, Lu Zonghao placed his hand on his shoulder and smiled. Bao, in this world of gangs, you need to know which side you're on, right? Well, actually, it's no big deal to say it. Tian Bao felt uncomfortable under Lu Zhongha's gaze and said truthfully, after we left he went to a financial company in Kowloon City and sold his house and car. The house he sold seemed to be the ancestral home in Wang Tai-sin district, which was rumored to be about to be demolished. Brother Qing's family had a large courtyard there. Selling it now likely meant a significant loss. I wonder why Brother Qing sold his property without telling you. Lu Zonghao was stunned upon hearing what Tian Bao said. Beep beep. At that moment Lu Zhongha's pager rang at his waist with a simple message, I have something to deal with, don't wait for me to eat. There's 900,000 in the box, password 426, save my father first, if it's not enough call me. Yu Dongqing not only gave the money to Lu Zonghao, but also gave him an extra 200,000 just in case he didn't have enough for the surgery. Just an hour ago Lu Zonghao was thinking of exhausting Yu Dongqing's utility value and making him bear a debt. But unexpectedly to help him with this favor Yu Dongqing sold both his house and car. Having just been released from prison, Yu Dongqing's foundation was weak. He had just taken over Yao Ma Ti and had no economic source other than his family's ancestral property. Yu Dongqing had said that from the day Lu Zonghao agreed to cooperate, he considered him one of his own. Lu Zonghao originally thought of this as mere pretense among people in the underworld. But at this moment the meaning of brotherhood was vividly embodied in Yu Dongqing. He preferred to sell his house rather than resort to a high-interest loan, clearly fearing that Lu Zonghao would be crushed by the burden of such a massive debt. In a moment Lu Zonghao stared blankly at the contents of the pager. The password box in his hand felt extraordinarily heavy. Although the 2 streets of Yao Ma Ti were reclaimed by Lu Zonghao, Yu Dongqing was still the boss here and needed to handle subsequent matters. In the hall office Lu Zonghao heard a ringtone, stubbed out his cigarette, and answered. A mocking voice came through the receiver, Lu Si. The money I asked for, you have it ready, right? Lu Zonghao ground his teeth. What scheme are you cooking up this time? Laughter answered him from the line. Go to the Kuiqing landfill and wait for my call. The landfill the caller meant lay in Zijiu Bay of Kuiqing district. It had closed in 79, but locals still referred to it by that name. When Lu Zonghao arrived, the old dump had been covered with yellow earth and flattened into an empty lot awaiting development. The sensation of being watched made him uneasy. Hardly had he stood on the leveled ground than his phone rang again. Walk to Kuichong no. 5 pier. You have half an hour. Lu Zonghao asked back. Can't I simply leave the money somewhere? The voice on the line chuckled. News of your violent clash with Hua Xia has spread. I don't want to be snared by you. Money earned at mortal cost must be handled with caution. It's better for both of us. Remember to take the main road, the caller added. I need to see whether anyone is following you. Since Yin Peng's death, Lu Zonghao had felt as if someone were leading him by the nose. With the trail cut, they would not risk bringing men to provoke him. Reluctantly, he obeyed, shouldering the bag of cash and walking as instructed. Half an hour later, as he neared the pier, his phone rang once more. Take the detour to Qingyi Bridge. There's a motorcycle parked up there. The keys are at the usual place. Lu Zonghao suppressed his temper, slung his travel bag on his back, and climbed the bridge. He spoke into the phone. You told me when you got $1 million in hush money, we'd go our separate ways, yet a week later you call again. Don't you think this cadence is like killing the goose that lays the golden eggs? The caller countered, saying he had intended to part ways once he collected that sum, but Lu's relentless pursuit of Yin Peng had forced his hand. The voice sneered coldly. If you do not wish me to live, then I will teach you a lesson. Today's events are of your own making. Do not drape yourself in excuses, the caller went on. Even without the Yin Peng matter, the differences between us would not be so easily resolved. Lu could not trace the other's background and chose to buy time. If you know me so thoroughly, you must have investigated me. Then you also know that with my means it is difficult for me to supply large sums on a long-term basis. A faintly amused voice replied, Are you putting on the poor act? Lu answered plainly, We should set some rules. He spoke bluntly. I can give you money, but let us be clear. To raise today's 1 million, I had to borrow at usurious rates. I believe you hold my secret, not merely to force me to death, but to profit. If my death means nothing to you, then there is no reason to strip the pawn bear. Do you not agree? The caller grew impatient. Get to the point. Lu proposed, let us agree on a specific figure. He'll pay you a regular monthly sum, but it must be within a range both of us can accept. What do you say? The caller considered briefly and replied, fine. Starting today, deliver 800,000 at the end of every month. 200,000. Lu shot back. He explained urgently, my only income is a single turf. From a monthly protection income of 800,000, 400,000 must be handed to the syndicate and 70% to the Tonko. I only get 120,000 net, and that must cover the costs of holding the turf. Scraping together 200,000 is already my limit. What a joke, 200,000 to feed beggars. The caller snorted, hesitated for a few seconds, then said, my bottom line is 500,000 a month. How you raise it is your problem. Sensing the caller's resolve, and having bought himself a month, Lu yielded. I'm already on the bridge. Where is the motorcycle parked? Walk along the bridge and stop at the second signboard, the caller said, then hung up. Lu already had a rough idea of their plan. This man had told him onto the bridge not to lead him in circles, but to force him to toss the money over. Hanging up was their signal to the team that he was in position. As predicted, just as Lu reached the signboard, a call from a cell phone rang out. Stand by the railing and drop the bag of cash. His gaze swept the area beneath the Kowloon 5-pier storage yard where shipping containers were stacked like a confounding maze. He knew their caution. He walked to the railing and hurled the money-laden backpack down from the height. The pack had hardly landed before a motorbike burst through a gap between containers. The rider handled the machine with consummate skill. Never pausing, he leaned the bike and snatched the pack in passing. At that moment, a container truck thundered up from ahead. The driver spotted the speeding motorcycle, blared his horn, and stamped on the accelerator. The rider had not yet straightened the bike when he saw the truck charging out and punched the throttle. Even so, the motorcycle slid and struck the truck's front. Lu watched the rider thrown from his seat and, after a hesitation of less than a second, ran swiftly toward the bridge exit. The crash drew the attention of the pier patrol. 2 officers on motorcycles sped over, intent on rendering aid. The fallen rider, startled by the siren like a frightened rabbit, hauled himself back onto the twisted handlebars and, clutching the travel bag, melted into the labyrinth of containers. Places like the pier harbored many smugglers. The rider's flight aroused suspicion, and one of the officers gave chase. By the time Lu circled under the bridge, the truck driver had been restrained by another officer and was protesting loudly. I was driving normally. That lunatic suddenly darted out. I did my best to avoid him. Besides, private cars aren't allowed here. He was courting death himself. Don't pin this on me. The patrolman wore a stern face, cuffed the driver, and hauled him toward the pier police office. Shut up and come with me for questioning. Lu, crouched in the shadows, saw that the scene had emptied of others. He dashed to the truck, bent, and slipped underneath it. Earlier on the bridge, he had glimpsed something fly off the rider. Everything down here had been intended for that object. 10 seconds later, peering from beneath the truck, Lu spotted a pager lying ahead and could not suppress a pleased expression. Lu Zonghao snatched up the pager dropped by a delivery rider and, fearing the rider might double back, darted swiftly into the narrow gap between shipping containers and sprinted over 200 meters before finally pulling the device from his pocket. When the rider crashed moments earlier, the pager had been hurled 6 or 7 meters by inertia. Its casing shattered, exposing the circuit board beneath. Lu Zonghao pressed the buttons repeatedly, but the device remained utterly unresponsive. Shamtin District, Santin Y Estate. A roar of engines split the air as 5 motorcycles screeched to a halt outside the walled village. 10 sharp-eyed young men dismounted in unison and strode purposefully toward the courtyard. Leading them was Xie Jiahao. A youth who had been waiting inside the compound rushed forward upon spotting them. Brother, how you're here. Xie Jiahao withdrew HK1000 from his pocket and handed it over. Have you confirmed the location? You can trust me. I always deliver. The youth accepted the money and pointed toward a nearby residential block. Units 303 and 304 in Building 2 are rented by Lanren Jian and Chicken Kong. They've been living there lately. Xie Jiahao narrowed his eyes to a flash of cold malice flickered across his gaze. Are they inside now? I'm not certain. Though they're petty thieves, they've carved out a reputation in Tunman, and their methods are ruthless. I rarely cross paths with them. The youth added sheepishly, brother, how I've done my part, locating the place. I won't go upstairs with you. My family lives right here in the estate. If Chicken Kong finds out I tipped you off, my relatives could face retaliation. Go on then. Xie Jiahao waved him off, then turned to one of his companions. Shao, take 3 men and guard the entrance. Prevent anyone from escaping downstairs. I'll go up alone and apprehend them. His friend hesitated, voicing concern. What that fellow said holds weight. Lanren Jian has clout, even in Tunman. Are you sure you can handle him? I'm no hero, but neither am I cowed by common thieves. Xie Jiahao retrieved a watermelon knife from his companion's travel bag and strode into the stairwell, radiating grim resolve. As the group ascended, one of Xie Jiahao's companions eyed the tightly shut door and asked, shall I knock and trick them into opening it? No need. If these men are tied to what I'm investigating, they're already trembling like startled birds. His friend frowned in confusion. How? What exactly are you after? Don't ask. Knowing too much won't serve you well. Xie Jiahao advanced with steady, deliberate steps. When we breach the door, strike first for the legs. Disable their mobility before anything else. Only then will we speak. Understood. The youth drew a nunchaku from his waistband. In moments, 2 teams of 3 stood flanking the door. At Xie Jiahao's signal, all kicked simultaneously. The corrugated ironclad wooden door burst inward. He charged in first, steel blade raised, yet found no sign of Chicken Kong or his crew. The room was squalid. Garbage bags and takeout containers littered the floor alongside plastic bottles filled with urine and used condoms, the air thick with a rancid sour stench. Another youth approached the bed, picked up a syringe from the nightstand, and noted the dried blood crusted inside. He gestured towards Xie Jiahao. These pickpockets live well enough to afford heroin. Brother Hao, no one's in the next room, but the food waste in the bin hasn't yet molded. Someone's definitely staying here. Xie Jiahao paused in thought, then ordered, go fetch Shao Yi and the others. We'll lie in wait here. Mongkok, Argyle Street. Inside an electronic shop, Lu Zonghao handed the pager to the proprietor. Boss, could you take a look? Can this still be repaired? What happened to this thing? Was it flung off a roller coaster? The shopkeeper inspected the cracked device and waved dismissively, not worth fixing. It's the oldest model. Repair costs would exceed the price of a brand new unit. Money's no object. Just get it working. Lu Zonghao grinned. It holds memories. My early Tinder exchanges with my ex-girlfriend. What matters isn't the device, but what's stored within. Oh please, if you were truly that devoted, she'd never have become your ex-girlfriend. The shopkeeper rolled his eyes. Fine. If you insist on repair, it's HK1500. Agreed. Lu Zonghao knew the price was inflated, yet slapped HK10 onto the counter. If it's fixed within the hour, keep the change. Huh. They say a man shouldn't rush, but if you're willing to pay extra, I'll show you the magic hands of a master technician. 10 minutes later, Lu Zonghao sat across the street in an iced cafe sipping lemonade while scrolling through the pager's messages. The most recent read, "Simply Target is in position. Contact him immediately." Almost certainly this message had come from the very person who'd been coordinating with Lu Zonghao. Only after receiving it did the delivery rider call him on his mobile, instructing him to drop the money off the bridge. Scrolling backward, most entries were simple callbacks. Yet 3 messages caught Lu Zonghao's attention. Brother Jian, I hope we can start anew. Nothing ever happened between me and Chicken Kong. Please believe me. This is Ma Peeling. Please call back immediately. Ma Peeling. Chicken Kong. Brother Jian. Seeing those 3 names, Lu Zonghao exhaled slowly, deeply. Though the extortion plot against him remained murky, at least he now had clear leads to pursue. Inside a phone booth outside the Yao Ma Ti Triad headquarters, Xia Zai held the pager and dialed the callback number. Brother Hao. You paged me urgently. What's wrong? I suspect Little Shi's death is closely linked to Chicken Kang's gang in Tunman. Huh. Xia Zai froze. He knew Chicken Kang's crew well. That seems impossible. You know Little Shi, his father was a uniformed officer stabbed to death while arresting thieves. He hated thieves more than anyone alive. Why would he ever associate with them? I suspect Little Shi was using drugs. I found extensive paraphernalia at Chicken Kang's residence. Xie Jiahao paused. For now it remains only suspicion, but I've set up an ambush at their flat. Once I capture them, the truth will surface. Chicken Kang's men are dangerous. Tell me the address. I'll join you. Unwilling to let Xie Jiahao risk himself alone, Xia Zai hurried back to the headquarters, retrieved a blade, concealed it beneath his shirt, and rushed out, only to collide with Lu Zonghao at the entrance. Lu Zonghao, noting Xia Zai's haste, casually asked, "Off somewhere urgent?" Xia Zai replied offhand, "Nothing serious. Just heading out to play mahjong with friends." Lu Zonghao didn't press further. Lowering his voice, he asked, "You move around the streets often. Do you know someone named Chicken Kong?" Upon hearing Lu Zonghao inquire about the name Ji Kong, Haizai stiffened abruptly, nearly dropping the knife he clutched to his chest. Lu Zonghao, ever perceptive, caught the subtle shift in Haizai's expression and arched a brow. "You know him?" "Not only do I know him, I know several people by that name." Haizai flashed a wry grin. "In our line of work, Triad youths often adopt nicknames to evade retaliation. Leaving aside distant districts, even in Yao Ma Ti alone 2 or 3 men go by Ji Kong. I even had a classmate with that name, though he died last year in a car accident. When you mentioned it just now, I nearly jumped out of my skin. The Ji Kong I'm referring to has a close associate named Ah Jian, whose girlfriend is Ma Peeling. Keep an eye on all 3. And be discreet. No one must learn I'm searching for them. Boss, leave it to me. I'll handle it with absolute discretion." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Haizai hailed a taxi and departed. Back in his room, Lu Zonghao greeted Cyan and Tianbao, who were engrossed in a card game, then retreated to his office and dialed Huang Bingren's number. From the other end came Huang Bingren's exasperated voice. "Sometimes I wonder if you're tailing me. I always catch you mid-mission. I need you to trace someone for me, a man nicknamed Ji Kong. His associate is Ah Jian. Ah Jian's girlfriend is Ma Peeling. Brother, have you forgotten who I am? I'm your superior, not some underling from your triad. This lead is vital. I need your help. Just locate them. Once I have their information, I'll take it from there. Wait for my call." Huang Bingren ended the line without another word. Xinqianwei Estate. Upon arrival, Haizai ascended the building swiftly, following the address provided by Xie Jiahao, and entered the apartment. Xie Jiahao glanced past Haizai's shoulder. "You came alone. Out here, everything can be guarded, except the human heart. If I'd brought someone who knew them, it could have backfired." Haizai shut the door behind him, drew near, and lowered his voice. "How? About Xiaozi's death? I don't think it's as simple as it seems." Xie Jiahao offered him a cigarette. "What do you mean?" "Actually, Brother Hao had been asking me to find Xiaozi long before the incident. And today, when I stepped out, he questioned me about Ji Kong." Haizai's face hardened as he voiced his suspicion. Xiaozi was White Powder Chong's driver, a fact everyone knows. And everyone also knows Brother Hao and White Powder Chong are sworn enemies. Xiaozi would never run with petty thieves. So tell me, could it be that Brother Hao hired Ji Kong and his crew to eliminate Xiaozi, removing a rival's man? Surely not. Xie Jiahao paused, turning it over. If Brother Hao truly ordered the hit, why involve you to track down the killers? Haizai took a slow, deep breath. That's precisely the puzzle. What if he used Ji Kang's hands to kill Xiaozi, then moved to silence them entirely? but they sensed danger and vanished. Xie Jiahao's thoughts began to pivot. Recalling Ji Kang's crew, men flush with drug money, he fixed Haizai with a grave stare. If Xiaozi's death is tied to Lu Zonghao, what do you intend to do? I was once nothing but a street-level hood. Brother Hao gave me my first real chance. His favor weighs heavier than heaven itself. A flicker of anguish crossed Haizai's face. Yet I also know, if it had been me lying dead instead of Xiaozi, he'd have spared no cost to avenge me. Xie Jiahao placed a firm hand on Haizai's shoulder. If this tears you apart, leave the intelligence to you, and the action to me. Haizai said nothing, only drew slowly on his cigarette. Silence settled thick and heavy over the room. That night, Lu Zonghao's mind churned ceaselessly with thoughts of Ji Kang, unable to focus on anything else. To stave off restless speculation, he settled into the headquarters and watched old films. Few cinematic masterpieces had yet emerged in this era, or rather classics by Bruce Lee and Sammo Hung had long since been watched, rewatched, and memorized. Amid his wandering thoughts, a whimsical notion surfaced. Perhaps he himself could break into the film industry, earning wealth and maybe even charming a few starlets along the way. But none of it mattered until Ji Kang and his associates were unearthed and the immediate threat neutralized. Unbeknownst to Lu Zonghao, the two assassins who'd failed to ambush him in Jebei had lain in wait inside his home all night. That accidental vigil, unplanned, instinctive, had pulled him back from the very brink of death. The next morning, no call came from Huang Bingren, but Yu Dongqing arrived instead, dark circles shadowing his eyes. Yu Dongqing strode into the office, spotted Lu Zonghao draped in a blanket on the sofa, and yawned. Why didn't you go home last night? My tenement's undergoing electrical repairs, no power. I'm charging my mobile here. My father's scheduled for surgery overseas. I need to stay reachable. And what about you? Did you ride the foreign horse all night again? No, last night was rare. Gao Sheng and I reunited. We drank straight through till dawn. Yu Dongqing changed into fresh clothes in the office, then tossed the car keys to Lu Zonghao. Today's the day we collect from D Street. Come on, you drive. Let's go see how it unfolds. Let me go alone. You rest here at the headquarters for a while. Lu Zonghao genuinely felt concern for Yu Dongqing. Though he'd first approached him for pure utility, learning that Yu Dongqing had sold both his home and car to raise funds for him had quietly reshaped his feelings toward the man, deepening into something warmer, more complex. What nonsense is that? I'm the Yao Ma Tea branch chief. This is our first collection. How could I possibly stay away? Yu Dongqing declared with quiet pride. I've already sent Ah Xing and the others ahead. Our inaugural collection must resonate. Loud, bold, undeniable. Lu Zonghao picked up the rust-pitted car key from the desk and stepped to the doorway, where a second-generation Toyota Crown awaited. Launched in 1962, the vehicle was nearing 20 years old, the paint cracked and peeling, its frame groaning as though ready to collapse at any moment. Sensing Lu Zonghao's hesitation, Yu Dongqing slung an arm around his shoulders. I'm nostalgic. I love classic cars like this. A friend of mine drove one, so I traded my Mercedes for it. Impressive, isn't it? It suits you perfectly. Lu Zonghao managed a faint smile. A man of honor piloting a car steeped in history, undeniably cool. Flattered, Yu Dongqing beamed like a boy, flinging open the creaking door and sliding into the passenger seat. No wonder I chose you as my partner. Your taste is impeccable. When gangsters seize a turf, they always stage a display. Whenever a newly taken territory is charged protection fees for the first time, they deploy a heavy show of force to establish dominance. Put plainly, it is a show of muscle to the merchants meant to guarantee that future collections of protection money proceed without hindrance. Dijia has always been Sini An's turf, so in principle such fanfare was unnecessary. Yet as Yu Dongqing said, this was his first collection since assuming command, and a display was required. Lu Zonghao drove to the fruit market. Chun Jiaoxing and Hong Guoju stepped forward to greet him. The market was teeming with gangsters, a scene of wild disorder. Seeing the commotion, Lu Zonghao asked the two of them why it was so noisy inside and what had happened. They replied that nothing much. The collection of protection fees had already begun. Hong Guoju explained that Si Yin and Tian Bao each led a team collecting inside. 1/10 of today's takings would be given to them as a bonus, and everyone was scrambling to pocket the money. Nonsense. Lu Zonghao frowned. We run a society to maintain the underground order here, not to turn the Yao Ma tea fruit market into chaos. What you are doing is no different from banditry. What you are doing is no different from bandits, he continued. This matter was authorized by me, someone replied. Yu Dongqing said calmly that in ancient campaigns commanders would even slaughter a city for 3 days to reward their soldiers. These brothers have joined us and must receive a share. Without any reward, why would anyone risk their lives for us? Yu added that his funds were limited, and this was the only way he could win hearts and bind men to him. Lu Zonghao, though displeased, said nothing since it was yes doing. He then asked, why hasn't Xiaozai come? Someone answered that they did not know. The kid had said he went drinking with friends yesterday and had probably overindulged. Chun Jiaoxing shrugged. Brother, how I know you care for Xiaozai, but Si Yin and Tianbao are newly promoted. They should be given a chance to show their faces. Lu Zonghao watched the chaotic scene and, worried his men might act recklessly, greeted Yu Dongqing and led Hong Guizhu and Qin Jiaoxing into the market to inspect. Though noisy, the market retained an order within disorder. The youths Si Yin and Tianbao had brought were merely going from stall to stall collecting protection fees and were not provoking trouble. Merchants who paid left a bamboo token as proof so they would not be charged again. The young gang members treated the task like a competition, throwing themselves into it with fervor. Dijia had originally been promised to Lu Zonghao by Bai Finchang, and Lu had long been the street's boss. With Yu Dongqing's support, his hold on the turf was now secure. In the market, Qin Jiaoxing and Hong Guizhu, accompanied by 6 loyal underlings, shadowed Lu Zonghao like hawks and wolves, projecting an air of formidable authority. At a street-facing shop, a burly man standing in the doorway saw Lu Zonghao and immediately turned away, retreating a few steps into the room. "Hey, come out, they're gone now." After Lu Zonghao and his group passed, the boss called the burly man over and asked with a smile, "So do you know those guys?" The man laughed awkwardly. "No, I don't. I've been scared of thugs since I was a child." "Boss, who are they? If you knew them, that would be something." The man leading the front is Xinji's enforcer and the old boss of this street, Lu Zonghao. Dijia was wrested back by him from the dock gang. "But these rotten kids fight and brawl, and in the end we merchants end up paying the price." The boss resumed the conversation and steered it back to business. "I've already told you the wages. As a loader here, the base pay is 1500 a month with a daily $10 meal allowance. Is that acceptable?" "Boss, the salary is negotiable, but could you arrange a place for me to stay?" The burly man pursed his lips. "I live over in Kowloon, and our market is all-night shifts. I have no means of transport. Running back and forth every day is too much. I probably couldn't make it on time." He reassured the boss that he had no special requirements for lodging. "Just clear a small corner in the warehouse, and you can deduct the lodging from my wages." The boss considered for a moment and said, "Never mind. Manual labor isn't easy. I want dock your pay." He continued, "Our shop is 2 meters shorter than the others. If you open the back door, there's a few square meters of space. Put up a little linto yourself, but it will be miserable in the rain." The burly man clasped his hands in thanks. "All right, thank you, boss." The boss looked puzzled and asked, "You're a strange fellow. If your home is in Kowloon, why come work on Dijia?" "I used to work loading at the docks. Born poor, I couldn't find a wife. Then I worked at a fish stall, but a prospective match complained I smelled of fish." The burly man smiled sheepishly and scratched his head. "I'm here to learn the channels of fruit sales, save some money, and go back to Kowloon to open a roadside stall. Fruit smells pleasant. Perhaps that will make it easier to find a wife." "Haha, you're earnest." The boss was amused and handed him a cigarette. "What's your name?" The burly man declined the cigarette politely. "Thanks, boss, I won't. My name is Lu Zonglei. Just call me Alei." The boss grinned. "Lu Zonglei. That's only one character away from the street's boss. A pity, same name, different fate. He's a big shot in the underworld while you're just a laborer." Lu Zonglei glanced toward the direction his younger brother had disappeared and muttered with frustrated affection, "What's good about living in the underworld? Sooner or later they'll be cut down in the street and shame our ancestors." After circling the market and finding everything in order, Lu Zonghao prepared to return to the Xiongtang for a look. But as he turned into an alley, a clamor of shouts reached them from afar, punctuated by a woman's scream. The men exchanged glances and without a word ran toward the source of the sound. A group of gangsters were smashing a stall, the very shop that had been wrecked once before when Ding Dali came to collect protection. Outside the shop, a girl of about 20 was pinned on top of the fruit stand, tears streaking her face as she cried for help. Her blouse had been torn, revealing her bra, and her skirt had been pulled down to her knees. Not far away, a lame young man was held on the ground, eyes bloodshot, as he roared a string of curses. He bellowed obscenities and demanded they let his sister go. A thug taunted him, insulting his disability and jeering that he had been arrogant before. One of the thugs, face contorted, placed his hand on the girl's underwear, as if to pull them down, and sneered, "Today, in front of everyone, you'll see what kind of trash your sister is." Before the thug could act, a thunderous blow landed, a tremendous force struck, and sent him flying more than 3 meters. Lu Zonghao suddenly struck, kicking the lecherous thug flying. The onlookers froze in shock. Then, as if by unspoken accord, closed in around him. Moments earlier, they had all rushed toward the commotion upon hearing cries for help, but Lu Zonghao, endowed with exceptional physical prowess, had outpaced them all. Thus the thugs at the scene mistook him for a stall vendor rushing to lend aid. Before anyone could act, Qin Yaoxing's thunderous roar cut through the air. "All of you, cease this instant. Are you staging a rebellion?" One thug, spotting Qin Yaoxing and his men, glared fiercely. "Do you even know who we are? We serve Xiao Miao of Yaomati. Cross us, and you've signed your own death warrant." Qin Yaoxing bellowed, eyes blazing. "Open your damn dog eyes wide, and look carefully. This is your brother's brother's brother, Lu Zonghao." "Huh." At the name, Lu Zonghao, the thugs collectively stiffened, stunned into silence. Lu Zonghao surveyed the crowd of onlookers, the youth sprawled on the ground, and the girl near tears, and his expression darkened as he turned to Qin Yaoxing. "Who is Xiao Miao?" Qin Yaoxing replied, "One of Si Yan's underlings. You met him last night when we dined together." Ignoring the answer, Lu Zonghao turned to the youths present. Who will tell me what truly happened here? A quick-witted youth retorted, Brother How, it was their shop that refused to pay protection money. We merely made an example of them. You're spouting utter nonsense, roared the limping youth on the ground. We paid every cent. What you did was harass my sister. The youth paled and lunged forward. Don't you dare slander us. With a sharp thud, Lu Zonghao kicked him down. Beat them. At his command, Chun, Yaoxing Hongguoju, and several loyalists surged forward, pummeling the group of youths without mercy. Lu Zonghao knew he had just assumed leadership, and though he needed these men to carry out his affairs, he could not afford to be branded a tyrant. Yet Dynasty Street was his sole source of income. Such lawlessness threatened his very livelihood. Without decisive discipline, his authority would crumble, and his command unravel. Just then a group sprinted toward them from afar, accompanied by Si Yan's commanding shout, seal off every exit. No one who caused trouble escapes. Let's see who dares challenge the Sinian. As the cry echoed, over a dozen men converged instantly. Si Yan strode forward, knife in hand, then recoiled, pupils contracting. Brother How, what brings you here? That's precisely what I intend to ask you. Have you come to collect protection money, or to plunder and pillage? Lu Zonghao pointed to the brother and sister. Our protection fees exist to uphold order and stability in the market. But now, because of your actions, this shop can no longer operate. So tell me, where exactly do you expect them to draw the money from? Though utterly bewildered, Si Yan hastened to respond to his senior, I had no knowledge of it whatsoever. Take your men and leave. Tonight, the disciplinary tribunal convenes. Lu Zonghao's voice was ice cold as he helped the limping youth rise. Are you injured? Having scraped a living on Dynasty Street, the youth knew Lu Zonghao's name well, and now stood trembling before him. Brother How, I'm fine. From now on, I'll pay my protection fee every month without fail. Your protection fee is waived for 6 months as compensation. And take this. Lu Zonghao paused, then handed the youth 2,000 Hong Kong dollars. Buy your sister a new set of clothes. The youth stood frozen, body quaking. In Hong Kong, Triad factions might compensate each other after a bloody clash, but who had ever seen a gangster apologize to a civilian and then pay reparations? Only after Lu Zonghao departed did the youth glance at the money in his palm, and finally limping make his way to his sister. Momo, how badly are you hurt? Momo stared fixedly at the spot where Lu Zonghao had vanished, until her brother nudged her gently, and she slowly shook her head. Sha Tin Xinxianwei Estate. A Daihatsu van slowed to a halt. As its door swung open, several young men tumbled out, laughing and jostling as they entered the building. At their head were Ji Kong and Lan Rinjian. The previous day, Lan Rinjian had crashed his motorcycle into a freight truck while collecting money at the docks, leaving multiple abrasions. Now his arm was wrapped in gauze and half his face swollen. Ji Kong tossed him a sealed plastic bag filled with white powder from his pocket. Here, go ahead and use it. I've already called the girls, they'll be here shortly. Lan Rinjian had yet to confess losing his pager, and now deeply unsettled ventured, Brother Kong, we've earned quite a bit lately. Don't you think it's time we moved somewhere else? Damn it. Why so many demands? Living in a high-rise beats some rural village in Tuen Mun any day. Ji Kong rolled his eyes. Chaos breeds safety. Living in an estate like this, no one suspects we hold hundreds of thousands. Move into a luxury district, flaunt our wealth, and extortionists will swarm us like vultures. Do you really believe money alone can erase our status as street thugs? Brother Kong, I need to speak with you about something. Having heard rumors of Lu Zonghao's recent rise and fearing retribution, Lan Rinjian spoke hesitantly. My family wants to build a new house. Could you advance me my share? It'd mean the world to my parents. Ji Kong, oblivious to his comrades' intent to flee and agitated by mounting withdrawal, waved dismissively. We'll discuss it later. Let's get upstairs and get high. With that, the group surged inside. Lan Rinjian, preoccupied with claiming his portion, dared not sever ties with Ji Kong outright and followed reluctantly, trailing behind the others. They'd partied all night at a bar 2 days prior. The youngest member, yawning widely, reached the apartment door first, fumbled for his keys, then recoiled as the door swung inward at his touch. Uffed. Before he could react, a steel blade flashed from within and slammed down onto his skull. Ji Kong, catching sight of the gushing blood, bolted like a startled hare. Ambush. Retreat, now. Not a soul escapes today. Xie Jiahao bellowed, bursting from the doorway with a blood-slicked blade, and charged straight into the crowd. Lan Rinjian, bringing up the rear, watched the carnage unfold. His mind erupted in white noise. He whirled and sprinted for the stairwell, only to meet Xia Zai, who came barreling down from the halfway landing and slashed at him. You scum. Kneel. I'll kneel to your mother. Though timid by nature, Lan Rinjian's instinct for survival flared. He snatched up a metal trash bin from the corridor and swung it full force at Xia Zai. Clang. The blade struck the bin with a ringing metallic shriek. Nearly 20 men clashed in brutal chaos, fighting, falling, and surging across the narrow corridor of the housing estate. To apprehend Ji Kong and his men in one decisive move, Xie Jiahao dared not close his eyes all night, fearing he might miss their return. Suddenly chaos erupted between the two sides. Xie Jiahao burst out the door, only to freeze momentarily in stunned disbelief at the sheer number of Ji Kang's associates. At the far end of the corridor, Lan Rinjian swung a trash bin wildly at Xia Zai, then seized the momentary opening as his opponent dodged, feigning a charge into the stairwell and becoming the first to break free from the melee. Xie Jiahao, spotting the commotion at the corridor's end, bellowed, "Don't scatter, focus on capturing Ji Kang." At his shout, the group instantly regrouped and surged toward Ji Kang, who stood amid the throng. Yet Xia Zai, oblivious to the command, sprinted alone down the stairs in pursuit. "Damn it, get the hell out of my way." Hearing his name shouted, Ji Kang gritted his teeth, yanked a switchblade from his pocket, and drove it deep into the abdomen of the youth facing him. "Brothers, our numbers are even. Follow me and break through." Though Ji Kang's crew were petty thieves, they had risen from Tun Mun to Yao Ma Ti, not on sleight of hand alone, but through grit, cunning, and raw street survival. At their leader's roar, they instantly closed ranks around Ji Kang, each drawing a folding knife and slashing wildly into the crowd. Xie Jiahao's faction wielded watermelon knives, longer than their rivals' blades, yet blunt and ineffectual. A single strike rarely pierced deeper than skin, inflicting little more than superficial wounds. By contrast, Ji Kang's switchblades struck true, deep enough to pierce vital organs. Lately, Ji Kang had treated his men to feasts and revelry, daily elevating himself in their eyes to near mythic stature. His command met no hesitation. 3 youths surged forward, shielding their comrades by bracing their arms against descending watermelon knives, even as they lunged forward, stabbing furiously with their daggers. Shink, shink. Blades sliced flesh in rapid succession down the corridor, Ji Kang's men pressing forward, relentlessly refusing to yield an inch. One of Xie Jiahao's friends glanced down, watching his own intestines spill from his abdomen, and recoiled in terror, clutching his wound as he staggered backward. "How dare you gutter scum stand in my way?" Spotting the gap in the crowd, Ji Kang ignited with sudden ferocity, lunging straight for Xie Jiahao's face with his blade. Even Xie Jiahao, fearless as he was, could not afford a fatal gamble, so he twisted sharply aside. Thud! Seizing the opening, Ji Kang drove a hard kick into Xie Jiahao's abdomen and barreled through the crowd toward the stairwell. Clatter! Clatter! Seeing their leader escape, Ji Kang's men instinctively formed a living barricade, blocking Xie Jiahao and his allies. "Damn it! Steal a few wallets and suddenly you're some goddamn warlord." Xie Jiahao watched Ji Kang vanish down the stairwell, rage boiling over, then slammed a young thug against the wall and rained blow after blow of his watermelon knife into the youth's abdomen. That rabid, unrelenting assault unnerved Ji Kang's crew, until at last a desperate charge shattered their line. Downstairs in the housing estate, Xia Zai chased Lan Rinjian with single-minded focus, but the latter, honed by years of professional evasion, had long memorized every alley and shortcut nearby. He fled downstairs at full speed, vanishing swiftly into the labyrinthine terrain. After losing Lan Rinjian, Xia Zai turned back to help, only to reach the stairwell entrance and lock eyes with Ji Kang, who came hurtling down the steps. Ji Kang glared at Xia Zai, watermelon knife raised. "Kid, if you value your life, step aside." Recognizing Ji Kang, Xia Zai's grip tightened on his blade, his arm trembling. "Was it you who killed Sai Zai?" Hearing footsteps echo up the stairwell behind him, Ji Kang spat a curse and stabbed blindly at Xia Zai. Years of street brawls had hardened Xia Zai. He sidestepped the lunge and slashed sideways, slicing Ji Kang's forearm. Ji Kang's arm gashed open, numbness shooting up his hand, as he seized Xia Zai's collar with his uninjured arm and drove his forehead like a battering ram into the youth's nose. Thud! A sickening crunch. The blood gush. Xia Zai reeled backward, shook his head clear, and dashed once more out into the open corridor. Ji Kang, still intoxicated from the night before, now suffered a violent drug craving. His body crawling with phantom insects, chills, and fever warring beneath his skin, his gait unsteady as he staggered toward the waiting van. "You bastard! You dare run!" Xia Zai caught up from behind, clamped a hand onto Ji Kang's shoulder, and swung his watermelon knife again. Shink! The blade tore across Ji Kang's thigh, slitting his trousers wide open, revealing raw, everted flesh. His legs buckled, he crashed to the ground. "You just won't quit, will you?" Delirious and enraged, Ji Kang grabbed Xia Zai's shirt, yanked him off balance, and plunged the knife toward his throat. These men were old hands of the underworld. Under normal circumstances, even Ji Kang would never have dared draw blood so recklessly, let alone take a life. But under the ravages of addiction, his mind had fractured, detached from consequence, blind to reality, unaware of his own actions. At that critical instant, Xie Jiahao finally burst outside, kicked Ji Kang's wrist hard, deflecting the killing thrust meant for Xia Zai, then slashed downward across Ji Kang's upper arm, severing his ability to resist. Thump! 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 His allies swarmed in, boots of every size raining down like hail upon Ji Kang's prone form. Just as Xie Jiahao prepared to order his men to stand down and haul Ji Kang away, a police cruiser pulled up in the distance. Officers who'd been en route for a routine fire inspection at the estate spotted the brawl and charged toward the scene as one. Xiaozai spotted the officers and seized Xie Jiahao's wrist. "Ahao, let's go. Now." Xie Jiahao glared bitterly at Ji Kong sprawled on the ground. "Take him with us." "No time. If we're arrested, we can't post bail. We'll rot in jail." Without waiting for reply, Xiaozai dragged Xie Jiahao away, vanishing swiftly into the maze of buildings. Even half-conscious Ji Kong forced himself upright at the sight of the approaching officers and bolted in the opposite direction. Half an hour later, in a long-abandoned courtyard on the outskirts of Shatin, Xie Jiahao cleaned and bandaged Xiaozai's wounds with iodine and gauze, voice low and steady. "Though Ji Kong and Lan Renjian escaped today, we didn't come away empty-handed. Earlier upstairs, I captured 2 of Ji Kang's men. I've sent Xiao Tian to guard them there. They'll be brought here shortly." Xiaozai nodded. "How bad is Ahua's injury?" "It's grave. He's already been rushed to the walled city. As for Ji Kang's wounded, I left them where they fell." Xie Jiahao paused. "We simply can't afford medical bills for so many people." As the two spoke, the growl of a motorcycle cut through the silence. Then Xiao Tian, Xie Jiahao's trusted friend, entered the room, flanked by 2 bruised and battered youths. He gave Xie Jiahao a firm nod. "Brother Hao, the men from Ji Kang's side are here." Within the overgrown derelict courtyard, Hazai, Xie Jiahao, and the others rose in unison as Chicken Kang's 2 underlings were brought in. The 2 men had already been beaten in the housing estate. Now, upon seeing Xie Jiahao and his group, they trembled violently, too terrified to utter a single word. Xie Jiahao glared at them with cold, predatory eyes and advanced slowly, dragging an iron shovel behind him. "This courtyard has lain abandoned for years. Only beggars ever wander here. If I bury you both here, no one will find your bodies for years. So I'll grant you only one chance." "Brother, I've only been with Chicken Kang's crew for 2 months. Boss, I'm Xiao Ji's cousin, still in high school in Tunman. I only came to visit them over summer break. I'm not one of them." Thud. Hazai lunged forward, kicking the kneeling man down hard, then seized the other youth by the collar and barked, "I'll ask you once. Was it you who killed Xiao Zai?" "Brother, I don't even know who Xiao Zai is." Hazai added, "His name is Yin Peng. He used to be White Powder Chong's driver." "You mean Xiao Yin?" Hearing the name Yin Peng, the youth finally nodded. "Yes, I know Xiao Yin. Lately, he'd often hang around with us, but we lived in the housing estate, while Chicken Kong and Lan Renjian shared a separate room. Whenever Xiao Yin came over, the 3 of them always locked themselves inside that room." Xie Jiahao pressed further. "Had any conflict arisen between Xiao Zai and Chicken Kang's group?" The youth hesitated, then admitted, "Before, whenever Xiao Yin visited Chicken Kong, they'd go out together, picking up girls, snorting heroin. Their relationship seemed fine, but the last time I saw Xiao Yin, they'd shouted at each other." Hazai's brow furrowed deeply. "Do you know why?" The youth shook his head. "Chicken Kang's temper is vicious. He never shares anything with us. But that night, I heard shouting from the next room. They argued over money. Xiao Yin insisted he urgently needed it, while Chicken Kong refused, saying the funds weren't ready to be released yet." Xie Jiahao, startled that Xiao Yin truly had financial dealings with them, frowned and asked, "What money?" "Brother, I swear, I'm telling the truth. I have no idea what kind of money it was. All I know is that it came from Lu Zonghao, the red pole of Yaomati. A while back, Chicken Kong sent me to wait beneath the viewing platform on Fei No Shan, saying someone would throw a backpack down from above. I waited over an hour, and sure enough, I found the backpack containing 1 million Hong Kong dollars in cash. Later, I overheard Lan Renjian drunkenly mention it. That money came from Lu Zonghao." Hearing this answer, the very one he dreaded most, Hazai clenched his fists tightly. "Why would he give you money?" "Brother, I truly don't know. I'm just a foot soldier. I obey whatever Chicken Kong commands. How dare I ask questions?" The youth lowered his voice after retrieving the money. "Chicken Kong gave me $5,000 and warned me never to speak of it. Otherwise, I'd be cut off from future opportunities. Lately, we haven't stolen wallets at all. This was our sole source of income. So I suspect Xiao Yin was involved too, and wanted his share." After hearing the youth's account, Hazai immediately pulled Xie Jiahao aside, his expression grave. "Hao, I sense something deeply wrong here. When Lu Zonghao moved against White Powder Chong, he once asked me to bribe Xiao Yin to betray Chong's whereabouts. Now he's given Chicken Kang's crew $1 million. Could this payment be for eliminating Xiao Yin? If that were true, the logic collapses. If the money was meant to kill Xiao Yin, how could he possibly know about it? And why would he quarrel with Chicken Kong over it? Besides, how could his life possibly be worth 1 million? Xie Jiahao dismissed Hazai's theory, but offered another possibility. Could Chicken Kang's group be doing dirty work for Lu Zonghao, and Xiao Yin accidentally uncovered something, forcing them to silence him? Hazai asked skeptically, "You know Chicken Kang's lot. They're just petty thieves. Do you really think they'd dare kill Xiao Yin without someone pulling the strings?" Xie Jiahao paused, then stepped back toward the youth. "Where do you think Chicken Kong would flee if he tried to escape after today's ambush?" Terrified of another beating, the youth answered eagerly, "He'd head straight to Tunman first. That's his home turf, and he knows the area well. If not there, he'd seek out his elder brother." Xie Jiahao flicked away his cigarette. "But Chicken Kong has an elder brother. Who is he?" "I've never heard of him. Never in all the time I've known Chicken Kong. But recently I've caught him on calls several times addressing the other person as elder brother, and saying things like it's done." "Brother, I swear I'm not lying. This is all I know. I've told you everything. Standing nearby Ha Zai, upon learning Chicken Kong answered to a higher master, immediately pictured Lu Zhonghao's shadow. Elsewhere, after collecting protection fees along San Tin Street, the total amounted to HK200. Of that, HK200 covered the incense hall's daily expenses. The remaining HK200 was split evenly, with 70% going to Yu Dongqing. In the end, only HK100 reached Lu Zhonghao's hands. $12,000 per month was a staggering sum in that era, yet Lu Zhonghao remained grim. Huang Bingren hadn't called, and no amount of money could lift his mood. Yu Dongqing, having served several years in prison, felt unusually buoyant. Slapping Lu Zhonghao's shoulder, he grinned. We've pulled an all-nighter. I'm exhausted. Let's drive to Malan, and I'll treat you to some fun. Let me treat you. Though Lu Zhonghao felt no enthusiasm, he owed Yu Dongqing a profound debt, and couldn't refuse such a direct offer. Just as the two reached the street corner preparing to get into their car, a young underling rushed over, breathless. Brother Qing, I just got word a disco has opened on Canton Road, and they're celebrating. Those bastards, no warning, no courtesy, daring to open shop on my turf. Are they staging a rebellion? Yu Dongqing's face darkened instantly. He strode toward the sedan. Ah, how? Gather some brothers. We're going to smash that place. The citizens of Hong Kong Island once had a self-deprecating saying, claiming their lives were under a dual tax system, with one portion of taxes paid to the British Crown and the other to the Triads. Indeed, in this place, even selling snacks from a small cart by the roadside or peddling newspapers requires paying protection fees, or else one would find it impossible to proceed. Chun Dongqing, as the boss of Yao Ma Ti, guarded the underground order of the entire region and held the authority to oversee nightclubs. Some large entertainment venues were required to pay him a venue fee ranging from 15,000 to 30,000 Hong Kong dollars each month according to their size, and they also had to hand over parking and other business to allow his subordinates to make a living. If someone opened an entertainment venue on his turf without informing him, it was no longer a matter of ignorance, but a provocation. If this trend of wrongdoing were not curbed, Yu Dongqing would lose face and prestige. Lu Zhonghao drove a Toyota Crown quickly, taking Yu Dongqing to Guangdong Road. At that moment, the street ahead was alive with dragon and lion dances, bustling with activity. The disco signs along the roadside were covered with red silk, and employees were handing out small red envelopes, known colloquially as Lai Si, to passing pedestrians according to local customs. Creak. As Lu Zhonghao parked the car, the van behind him came to a swift stop. Shen Yaoxing led a group of henchmen wielding knives and sticks charging into the dragon and lion dance troupe, attacking anyone in sight, instantly throwing the scene into chaos. Doing business on Sinian's turf without even a greeting. I wish you all prosperity and wealth today. Lu Zhonghao roared, grabbing an unused firecracker from the roadside and lighting it with a cigarette, but throwing it into the crowd. Bang! Bang! The crowd, originally there to watch the spectacle, was startled by the firecracker and instantly dispersed. Just then, several young men rushed out of a nearby store, seeing the chaotic scene at the entrance, and shouted loudly, "Hey, what are you doing? What do you want? I want to take you down." Yu Dongqing delivered a powerful kick to the chest of the shouting youth, knocking him over. With a rush, the crowd surged forward, quickly overpowering the remaining individuals with a flurry of fists and kicks. Looking at the fluttering red silk on the nightclub sign, Yu Dongqing raised his arm high, shouting, "Brothers, today someone dares to conduct business over our heads. If we don't make a stand, that would be truly disgraceful. Let's go in and create some chaos for them." Just as the crowd was about to move forward, a middle-aged man in his 40s hurriedly walked out from the store, repeatedly bowing to the crowd. "Gentlemen. Please, gentlemen, calm down." Seeing that the man was well-dressed and appeared refined, not like a gang member, Lu Zhonghao raised an eyebrow and asked, "Who are you?" "Gentlemen, I am the owner of this nightclub. My surname is Wu Haiba." Wu Haiba looked at Yu Dongqing and the others, folding his hands in a plea. "For many years I have been doing business on the mainland. I just returned to Hong Kong Island a month ago and am not familiar with the area. I didn't mean to offend any of you. Please show some mercy and don't take it to heart. Let's talk inside. I will personally serve you tea as an apology. If this commotion gets too loud, all my efforts over the years could go to waste." Seeing Wu Haiba's sincere attitude, Yu Dongqing turned his gaze to Lu Zhonghao and asked, "What do you think?" Lu Zhonghao, feeling a sense of familiarity knowing the man was from the mainland, quietly said, "Let's not be too harsh. Since he doesn't understand the rules of Hong Kong Island, there's no need to push him to the edge. You just settled in Yao Ma Ti, it would be better to make a living peacefully." Yu Dongqing nodded, pointing at Lu Zhonghao and saying to Wu Haiba, "Today you are lucky. I'm giving face to my brother." Wu Haiba, upon hearing this, breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "Thank you, gentlemen. Let's head inside." With those words, Yu Dongqing led a group of his subordinates into the nightclub. This disco is an early form of modern disco bars, but there's no such thing as dancing. It's all about various private booths, and one can even sing. It gives off a vibe that's neither entirely traditional nor entirely modern, resembling an open-style KTV where everyone can sing, creating a cacophony of sound. It is precisely because of this chaotic operational model that violent incidents frequently occur in Hong Kong's nightclubs. After all, in these times, the most affluent individuals on Hong Kong Island are the Triads. Ordinary citizens would never come to such places to spend extravagantly. Lu Zonghao walked into the disco observing the simple decor and said to Wu Haiba, "Your decor is very basic. There's no way around it. The cost of living in Hong Kong is too high. I originally intended to renovate nicely, but realized the money I have isn't enough for a larger scale." Wu Haiba smiled as he led the group into the main hall, saying, "I used to run a video hall on the mainland. With a video player, I could open a shop in any place. There's hardly any entertainment industry on the mainland. I rushed into this business without any references." Lu Zonghao fully agreed, recalling that in the early 1980s, the entertainment industry in the mainland was indeed underdeveloped, if not non-existent. Yu Dongqing showed little interest, walking to the middle of the bar and finding a spot to sit down. "I'm not one for small talk. Let's get straight to the point. Today, considering that you are unfamiliar with the rules, I can overlook the fact that you opened your business without permission. However, starting next month, you must pay a monthly protection fee of 15,000 to be delivered to the Changle K studio at the end of each month. We will ensure the smooth operation of your venue. If there are disturbances, we will handle them. Additionally, the parking business must also be entrusted to us. Have I made myself clear? Boss, isn't 15,000 too high?" Wu Haiba sniffed and asked, "I don't mean any harm. I just want to know what happens if I don't pay this amount." Yu Dongqing smiled slightly, speaking with overwhelming authority. "In this place called Hong Kong Island, aside from the British government, no one can do business without paying protection fees. If this amount is even 1 cent short, I will make your establishment disappear from Yao Ma Ti." Before Wu Haiba could respond, a low male voice suddenly spoke from behind him. "You're just bragging." Lu Zonghao turned to look, discovering a young man in his 20s had appeared behind them without them noticing. Yu Dongqing slammed the table. "You little brat, are you talking to me? Do you know who I am?" "Of course I do. Aren't you the one causing trouble in Sim Sha Sui, abandoned by the gang, and now hiding in a tough situation?" The youth looked at Yu Dongqing with a mocking gaze and said, "I'm from the Shui Min gang, and I'm here today with no other intention than to let you know that this venue is under my protection." Chen Yaoxing, hearing that the other party was from a small gang in Sai Kung, was furious. "Damn it. Do you know you've crossed a line? This is our territory at Sini, and how dare you act wildly here?" As soon as those words were spoken, the henchmen accompanying them stood up in unison. "What are you trying to play the numbers game with me? Do you think you're worthy?" With a roar, the youth named Hua Shi the surroundings of the hall and the corridors instantly filled with dark figures. Inside the disco, as Hua Shi let out a roar, over 30 young men surged in from all directions, surrounding Lu Zonghao and his group, fewer than 10 in total. Yu Dongqing watched the tide of faces surging toward him and flashed a cold, disdainful smile. He turned to Wu Haiba beside him. "So that's why you insisted I come into this room, to host a banquet of betrayal right on my own turf?" Wu Haiba, unnerved by Yu Dongqing's piercing gaze, immediately rose and retreated to Hua. She sighed, forcing a nervous laugh. "Brother Yu, I know you're the hall master of Sinian, but Hong Kong is teeming with triad societies, each demanding protection money from me. Am I supposed to bow at every temple door? I run my business to make money." Hua Shi offered terms I found reasonable, so regretfully I must apologize. Chen Yaoxing trembled with rage at Wu Haiba's words and slammed his fist onto the table. "Don't you realize Yao Ma Ti is Sini and's undisputed territory? Huh. That claim is weaker than a failing kidney. Even the British no longer dare proclaim Hong Kong theirs. What gives you the right to call Yao Ma Ti yours? If your control here were truly absolute, how did Ma Bang seize several streets from you? Today I've come to declare, if Chun Mingjur of Ma Bang can walk Yao Ma Ti, then Hua Shi of Shui Min Bang can stand tall here too." Hua Shi stared arrogantly at Yu Dongqing. "From today onward, I'm taking this street under my protection. Any objections?" "Brother Hua Shi, is it?" Yu Dongqing picked up a glass from the bar and poured himself half a tumbler of whiskey. "My position as hall master in Yao Ma Ti rests on more than just serving time for the society. In truth, I knew this trap was being laid for me the moment dawn broke." Lu Zonghao watched Yu Dongqing lift the glass and utter those words with disarming nonchalance, and instinctively turned to look at him. He hadn't expected this man, who always appeared so boisterous and unrestrained, to possess such razor-sharp perception. Not only was Lu Zonghao stunned, Hua Shi visibly recoiled. "You're lying. My brothers arrived separately. How could you possibly track our movements? And how, pray tell, can you be certain every man you brought is truly loyal to you?" Yu Dongqing raised his hand and drained the fiery liquor in one swift motion. "Do me a favor. Turn around and see for yourself who stands behind you." At those words, Hua Shi instinctively whirled around, his lieutenants mirroring the motion, straining to identify the traitor among them. Whoosh! The instant Hua Shi turned, Yu Dongqing hurled the whiskey bottle from his hand with brutal force. Boom! Crash! The bottle shattered against Hua Shi's skull, spraying glass shards everywhere. By the time Lu Zonghao realized Yu Dongqing had been bluffing all along, the man had already lunged forward several meters. launching a flying kick that sent Hua Shi tumbling headlong into the crowd. Damn it. You scum dare stir trouble on my turf. Do you think XING's enforcers is just empty talk? Brothers, let's go. Seeing Yu Dongqing charge alone into the mob, Lu Zonghao seized a barstool nearby and charged after him without hesitation. Shui Min Bang, the gang led by Hua Shi, was a small outfit based in Sai Kung unaffiliated with the Triads. Its core operations revolved around smuggling and car theft. Nearly 70% of all stolen vehicles in Hong Kong bore its fingerprints. Though modest in scale, Shui Min Bang focused its operations with surgical precision, and having no interest in venue protection rackets, it paid its foot soldiers exceptionally well. As a result, its rise over recent years had been meteoric. Hua Shi himself had transferred from He-Sheng-E Society to Shui Min Bang. Once a red pole under He-Sheng-E, he was lured away with a staggering transfer fee of 3 million Hong Kong dollars. Of that sum, 1 million served as his severance payment to He-Sheng-E, while the remaining 2 million functioned as an earnest deposit from Shui Min Bang. That $3 million investment proved shrewd. Within 2 years, Hua Shi transformed Shui Min Bang into Sai Kung's dominant society and secured his place as a dual-flower red pole. Dazed but furious, Hua Shi sprang upright like a falcon recovering midair, then drove a savage meaty fist straight toward Yu Dongqing's face, roaring, "Let no one escape this place. Bring down Yu Dongqing and Lu Zonghao, and Yao Ma Ti becomes ours." At their leader's cry, Shui Min Bang's elite fighters surged forward like men-possessed, blades flashing in unison toward Yu Dongqing. Meanwhile, Lu Zonghao had already reached Yu Dongqing's side, stepping boldly ahead and swinging the barstool in a wide, desperate arc. Clang, clatter, clang. The descending blade struck the chair instead, sparking metallic shrieks and buying Yu Dongqing precious space to avoid encirclement. With Lu Zonghao holding the line, Chen Yaoxing and the others finally broke through, rushing headlong into the enemy ranks. That morning, though they'd collected protection fees from Yao Ma Ti's fruit market, none had carried weapons. They were Triad members, but not cinematic villains bent on perpetual bloodshed. Like merchants, they understood the necessity of cultivating stable relationships with local shopkeepers. Wu Haibao's placid demeanor earlier had lulled them into complacency, so they entered the club unarmed. Now outnumbered and weaponless, their initial surge of adrenaline soon crumbled under relentless pressure. Several felt instantly swallowed whole by the advancing tide. Spotting Hua Shi leading the charge, Lu Zonghao resolved to strike at the head of the snake and charged straight toward him. Suicide. Hua Shi, seeing Lu Zonghao bear down upon him, discarded his blade entirely, meeting him barefisted. His mission in Yao Ma Ti was to establish dominance, and toppling mere foot soldiers paled beside defeating Lu Zonghao, a true red pole. Hua Shi evaded Lu Zonghao's punch with feline agility, slipping sideways before driving a crushing blow into Lu Zonghao's jaw. The searing pain jolted Lu Zonghao awake. He realized instantly he faced no ordinary opponent. Yet he refused to yield. Instead, fury ignited anew within him, and he launched himself forward once more, fists blazing. They collided like wild beasts roaring in primal fury, each blow a vessel for raw, unfiltered rage. In the chaos, Lu Zonghao twisted aside from another punch, leapt onto a nearby sofa, and used the height advantage to rain heavy blows on Hua Shi's crown, forcing him staggering backward. Seizing the opening, Lu Zonghao darted and seized Hua Shi's legs and hoisted him high, slamming him violently onto a nearby table. Even Hua Shi, formidable as he was, winced in agony as his lower back took the brunt of the impact, leaving half his body numb. He scrambled backward, putting distance between himself and Lu Zonghao. Damn it! Kill him! Seeing their leader wounded, 4 or 5 of Hua Shi's men broke away, steel blades gleaming as they roared forward. After the confrontation erupted, Hua Shi's side, outnumbering their opponents and armed, pressed Lu Zonghao and his companions into rapid retreat. Lu Zonghao had already seized an opening to defeat Hua Shi. Victory seemed imminent, until he was suddenly surrounded by Shui Min gang enforcers. Faced with multiple blades slashing simultaneously, Lu Zonghao dared not block Hedon. He swiftly dodged behind a sofa, creating crucial distance between himself and his attackers. Though this maneuver granted him momentary respite from their assault, it also widened the gap between him and Chen Yaoxing and the others, leaving him instantly encircled by Shui Min gang members. One enforcer, spotting Lu Zonghao trapped, leapt onto the sofa and lunged toward him. With a swift downward slash, Lu Zonghao struck the assailant's leg, toppling him. Before he could raise his blade again, others surged in from all directions. A young thug seized the moment, grappling Lu Zonghao from behind, locking his arms tight and snarling, "Stab him." The youth ahead, seeing his prey immobilized, hardened his expression and drove his knife straight for Lu Zonghao's abdomen. In that flash of steel, evasion was impossible, so Lu Zonghao gathered every ounce of strength into his waist and core, twisting violently. A sickening thud echoed as the blade sank deep, not into Lu Zonghao, but into the hip of the youth clinging to him, who shrieked in agony. Seizing the instant, Lu Zonghao wrenched free, then swung his blade wildly, forcing the mob back just long enough to retreat. Now those ahead fought desperately to prevent Lu Zonghao from reuniting with his allies. The farther he fell back, the wider the chasm grew between him and Yu Dongqing and the others. Though Lu Zonghao saw through their strategy, sheer numbers left him no choice but to fall back. Even a tiger, however fierce, cannot withstand a pack of wolves, and soon he was driven into the corner of the hall. Confronted by the surging tide of attackers, Lu Zonghao overturned a table with one hand, using it as a shield while slashing relentlessly to keep them at bay. Such prolonged close-quarters combat drained stamina rapidly. As Lu Zonghao fought and retreated, each swing of his blade grew slower, heavier. A youth exploited a fleeting gap in his guard. A blade slashed across Lu Zonghao's shoulder. Agony and impact buckled his stance, and before he could recover, the mob descended upon him. Clang, clang, clang. The deafening clash of steel on wood and iron filled the air. Lu Zonghao's vision narrowed to nothing but swinging arms and gleaming weapons. His heart hammered violently, beads of cold sweat glistened across his brow. Huaxi's preparation had been meticulous. Every man present bore the marks of seasoned training. Nearly all were wounded, yet none retreated. Instead, they fought with increasing ferocity, even adopting postures of mutual annihilation. He had never imagined it after surviving countless battles against formidable foes. By Finxiang, Oliver, Chun Mingzhi, Huang Bingren, he would meet his end at the hands of mere foot soldiers from a minor gang like Shuimen. That thought ignited a cold, lethal resolve within him. If death was inevitable, then let it be earned. Let one at least die with him. Such a sacrifice would make his final journey worthwhile. Come on, bring it. Lu Zonghao roared, raising his battered steel blade high and bringing it down in a brutal arc toward an opponent's throat. The man flinched backward, stunned by Lu Zonghao's terrifying aura, leaving a palm-length gash across his chest. Freed from fear of death, Lu Zonghao moved without restraint. He felled two more men, kicked over the table, and charged headlong into the crowd. His tiger-like ferocity sent the arrogant Shuimen gang members reeling. It was unmistakable. Lu Zonghao had embraced the will to die fighting. Unburdened by hesitation, his desperate fury became unstoppable. With every slash of his blade, another foe crumpled, for lay fallen at his feet. Amid the chaos, a Shuimen gang member bellowed, "Brothers, we're outnumbering him. What are we afraid of? All together, cut him down." The cry galvanized the wavering enforcers. They scowled anew and pressed forward once more. A heavy, muffled thud resounded. Lu Zonghao had been struck hard across the back of the head with a club, plunging him into dazed disorientation. When consciousness returned, he was sprawled on the floor, pain erupting from every limb, pinned down and helpless. "Fuck you." Bloodied and broken, Lu Zonghao roared from the ground, still hacking wildly at surrounding legs with his steel blade, though the weapon grew heavier with every swing and his eyelids dragged ever lower. "Fuck your mother. Die, all of you." A thunderous roar detonated beside Lu Zonghao's ear. In the next instant, a chair swept through the crowd like a battering ram, scattering them wide. Lying prone, Lu Zonghao stared up, pupils contracting in shock at the lone figure of Yu Dongqing standing before him. This madman possessed astonishing power, breaking through waves of enemies to reach him. Yu Dongqing's shirt had been torn away, revealing sinewy, rippling muscle beneath. Seizing the momentary gap, Yu Dongqing reached down and hauled Lu Zonghao upright. "How are you holding up?" Lu Zonghao, reignited by survival instinct, slashed sideways, felling a youth attempting a stealth strike. "Still standing. Stay close. Let's cut our way out." Yu Dongqing swung the chair like a war hammer, charging toward the exit alongside Lu Zonghao. "You motherfucker. I came to Yao Ma Ti today ready to wipe you all out. You think you can escape, eh?" Perched atop the stage, Huaxi watched Yu Dongqing and Lu Zonghao inch toward freedom and pointed fiercely. "Cut them down now. Whoever kills either one gets 500,000. Kill both, and take Yao Ma Ti. I'll split everything with you." Chaos reigned. Enforcers who'd been assaulting others instantly pivoted, drawn by the staggering bounty, swarming toward the pair like a ravenous tide. Crash. The disco hall's entrance burst open. Hung Guoju stormed in, brandishing a massive cleaver, eyes blazing crimson, silent but seething. Cyan followed close behind, burying his blade into a man's skull and roaring, "These gutter rats dare flaunt their power on our turf. Not one escapes. Chop them all. Toss the corpses to the sharks." With those words, the doorway erupted like a breached dam. Dozens of youths, weapons raised, flooded the hall in a roaring deluge. Under Hung Guoju's onslaught, Shuimen gang's arrogance evaporated. Its ranks shattered, its formation obliterated. Huaxi stared at the sea of heads surging inward, and knew instantly that disaster loomed. Without hesitation, he spun and fled toward the staircase leading upstairs. Chun Yaoxing, freshly emerged from the melee, spotted Huaxi's flight and sprinted after him, blade in hand. "You star-fucking coward. Yao Ma Ti isn't your personal playground. You don't stroll in and out as you please." Hong Guoju's timely reinforcements wrenched Yu Dongqing and Lu Zonghao back from the jaws of death. Xi Yin burst into the crowd, and spotting Lu Zonghao from afar with two lieutenants at his side, carved a bloody path through the press. Seeing someone raise a knife toward Lu, he bellowed for the boss. Lu Zonghao heard the cry from behind and instinctively turned only to be shoved aside by Si Yan. The blade that had aimed for Lu's nape instead struck Si Yan's back, leaving a palm-length wound. Si Yan emitted a muffled groan from the pain. Lu Zonghao reacted with lightning speed, driving a boot into the attacker's chest, steadying Si Yan's arm, and felling another assailant with a single swing. Si Yan's cohorts, seeing him wounded, surged forward and wildly slashed at the attackers, shouting that anyone who resisted should have their legs broken. Those who had come with Huaxi were the elite of the Shuimin gang, and were not cowed by a few shouts. They continued to put up stubborn resistance until someone yelled that Huaxi had fled, at which point the crowd erupted into disorder. Under Hongguojia's lead, the Shuimin gang was swiftly routed. Their will to resist shattered. They crouched together with heads bowed. Yu Dongqing stood with a swollen, bruised face and blood staining his body. Seeing Lu Zonghao still standing, he finally exhaled in relief. Seeing Lu Zonghao's battered state, Hongguojia hurried forward to support his arm and urged that he be taken for treatment at once. Although Lu Zonghao was bloodied, most wounds were superficial. Waving him off, he asked where Huaxi was. A henchman pointed to the stairwell and said he had just seen Chen Yaoxing chasing someone upstairs. Lu Zonghao took a step, but pain shot through his leg. He ordered Chen Yaoxing and Si Yan to go help and to make sure they brought Huaxi back to him. Meanwhile, Chen Yaoxing and Huaxi had already left the disco. When Huaxi saw a swarm of people pour into the hall, he knew Sin's reinforcements had arrived, so at the earliest moment, he chose to run. Huaxi abandoned his men not out of simple cowardice, but because he understood that if his underlings were caught, they would at worst be beaten. If he himself were captured, he might lose his life. He sprinted to the second floor, vaulted out of a window, and ran toward a BMW across the way as someone shouted for him to stop. Chen Yaoxing followed, leaping from the upper floor. Using his height and long strides, he caught up in a few bounds and felled Huaxi with a blade across the back. Huaxi knew only Yu Dongqing and Lu Zonghao and did not recognize Chen Yaoxing. He rolled to his feet, glared and scoffed that Chen was merely a gang foot soldier, and asked what he was risking his life for. Huaxi urged him to leave together, promising to bring him into the Shuimin gang and ensure his future prosperity. Chen Yaoxing ignored the entreaties and slashed again, deriding Huaxi's presumptuous offer. Huaxi parried Chen Yaoxing's blade and pleaded that friendship with him would bring immediate wealth and glory, asking what sum would let him walk away. When Huaxi threatened to kill Chen's family if refused, Chen Yaoxing roared that he would be the one to send Huaxi away, then surged forward with 3 lightning-quick strikes. Huaxi's haste to flee was not born of fear of Chen Yaoxing, but of dread that Sin's larger force would burst forth, so he sought to shake them off as quickly as possible. After Chen Yaoxing's 3 blows, Huaxi sensed trouble. Although he had blocked the strikes, his arm tingled, the web of his hand was torn, and his blade bore several chips. While Huaxi inwardly admired Chen Yaoxing's surprising strength, Chen lunged again. Faced with such a tenacious opponent, Huaxi realized that unless he finished him, escape would be impossible. Before Sin's men could appear, Huaxi's intent turned murderous. His long knife slashed toward Chen Yaoxing's throat as he hissed that if Chen wanted to die, he would oblige him. Chen parried the sweeping blade, ducked beneath Huaxi's arm, and slipped out from under him. With a guiding motion, his own blade cut a wound along Huaxi's side. Stung by the pain in his ribs, Huaxi kicked to create distance and jeered that the Shuimin gang's famed pair of enforcers were nothing special. Chen Yaoxing sneered and lunged again. Huaxi, whether enraged or humiliated by the taunt, met him head-on. Both men thrust their daggers at the other's abdomen without evasion. The blades sank into flesh as they met. Chen Yaoxing's blade stabbed into Huaxi's belly, while his other hand seized Huaxi's knife, blood streaming between his fingers. Huaxi, racked with abdominal agony, gripped Chen's wrist and rammed his head into Chen's face. Chen, having gained the initiative and unafraid to trade blows, released his knife and drove his fists into the wound at Huaxi's side. The 2 eyes, bloodshot with fury, reverted to raw brawling, exchanging thunderous blows. Huaxi kept butting Chen with his skull, while Chen, heedless of his own aching head, kept hammering his rival's body with relentless punches. Sustained by repeated heavy hits and feeling the blade twist within his gut, Huaxi's fighting spirit snapped. He dropped the knife Chen had held and turned to flee. Seeing Huaxi try to run again, Chen Yaoxing curled his lip, reversed the blade, and followed close behind, taunting that this was all the man could muster. Huaxi stumbled a few paces, utterly spent. Spotting a fishball vendor's stall, he seized a kettle of boiling water and flung it toward Chen in a final desperate act. Chen sidestepped the flying kettle, and Huaxi seized the breathing space to head for the far side of the street. At that moment, a truck on the street began to blast its horn, and its brakes screamed in warning. Despite the driver's emergency stop, the truck's short braking distance sent its mass slamming into Huaxi. The impact tore Huaxi's shoes off and hurled his body 7 or 8 meters through the air. He landed with limbs grotesquely twisted and convulsing, lost the last traces of life. In the opposite direction, inside a stretch Lincoln parked by the curb, a middle-aged man in the rear seat flicked ash from his cigarette upon seeing Chen Yaoxing leave the scene, then instructed the front seat secretary to run a background check on the young man and determine which group he belonged to. Kowloon, walled city. A violent street brawl left Lu Zonghao with multiple knife wounds. over 40 stitches in total. Yu Dongqing sustained few open wounds, yet his condition was far from stable. After treating their injuries, the two gathered in a single patient ward to talk. Although Flower Snake died in a car accident, his street fight with Ah Xing was witnessed by many. I've already sent him into hiding in Hong Kong. Gao Sheng is my sworn brother. I trust him absolutely to ensure his safety. Yu Dongqing drew deeply on his cigarette, his expression grim as he asked, the Shuaiman gang crossed the line today, storming our territory. What's your take on this? Something about this feels off, Lu Zonghao replied. The Shuaiman gang is merely a small triad based in Saikung, primarily involved in smuggling vehicles, not turf control or protection rackets. Flower Snake, as their dual flower red pole, had numerous lucrative ventures. Logically, he'd have no reason to provoke the Xian Ian at such great personal risk, especially over trouble in Yao Mati. Someone must be backing him. You mean Chun Mingzhi? Yu Dongqing responded swiftly. Lately, Chun Mingzhi has been preoccupied with Zhang Xian, the former lieutenant of Hong Fei, who's launched a rebellion against him. He lacks the bandwidth to confront us directly, but neither does he wish us comfort. So he pushed Flower Snake forward as his proxy. This is an open stratagem. If Flower Snake succeeds, we'll be dragged into endless conflict, just as Chun Mingzhi is. Even if we defeat him, it will ignite full-blown hostilities with the Shuaiman gang. Lu Zonghao paused. Chun Mingzhi has never ceased watching us. That ambush I endured in Jiebei was likely orchestrated by him too. Though we defeated Flower Snake today, we've played right into Chun Mingzhi's hands. A Shuaiman gang dual flower red pole dead in Yao Mati. Retribution will not be withheld. We're thinking along the same lines. Though the Shuaiman gang crossed the line, Flower Snake's status made him the very face of their honor. Yu Dongqing stubbed out his cigarette. I'll speak with Mr. Xiang myself. Ask him to negotiate directly with Shuaiman gang leadership. Perhaps the Xian En's name alone can temper their fury. Lu Zonghao shrugged skeptically. Let's hope so, but Mr. Xiang may well refuse direct intervention. Once that precedent is set, every district boss facing trouble would come knocking on his door. As they spoke, a knock came at the door. Si Yin entered. Brother Qing, Brother Hao. We just received word Cho Biao of Yao Mati Police Station raided our branch office. He arrested several brothers and launched surprise inspections on all our businesses operating in Yao Mati. That bastard came because of Flower Snake's death, to rub salt in our wounds. Flower Snake died in a traffic accident. Even if Ah Xing is detained, his lawyer can secure bail. Arresting others serves only to signal the police's stance. Yu Dongqing waved dismissively. I'm aware. I'll contact the elders shortly. They'll handle the releases. Si Yin nodded, then turned to Lu Zonghao. Brother Hao, among those who caused trouble at the fruit market earlier, one was injured at a disco last night. What about tonight's punishment hall? Lu Zonghao had stormed into the Yao Mati fruit market that morning after learning Si Yin's men had harassed a young woman, and vowed then to convene the punishment hall. Hong Guoju arrived in time to assist today only because a friend of Si Yin's happened to pass that street, witnessed the chaos, and immediately alerted him. Had it not been for Si Yin, Lu Zonghao and Yu Dongqing would have faced dire consequences. With Si Yin having taken a blade meant for him, Lu Zonghao could not press the matter further. He waved his hand. Our branch is in turmoil. Let this incident drop for now. But you will rein in your men. This must never happen again. Si Yin bowed deeply. Understood. I'll thank Brother Hao on their behalf. Yu Dongqing, ever easygoing, didn't interfere with Lu Zonghao's orders. Rising, he said, with Flower Snake gone, the Shuaiman gang won't wait long before striking back. I'll head to the company to meet Mr. Xiang. Handle the branch for now and call me if anything arises. Have Aju accompany you. Don't risk another ambush on the way. Lu Zonghao had already dispatched Hong Guoju and Chun Yaoxing to headquarters. Now he turned to Si Yin. Where are Ha Zi and Tian Bao? Where have they gone? Si Yin shook his head. When we rushed to support Guangdong Road, we feared a diversionary tactic, so I sent Tian Bao back with part of the crew to reinforce the branch. As for Ha Zi, I haven't seen him all day. Just as Lu Zonghao opened his mouth to ask further, his pager buzzed. Answering it, Huang Bingren's voice came through. The man you asked me to track, Chicken Kong, has been identified. His real name is Do Yongkong, a pickpocket operating out of Tunman. The news stole Lu Zonghao's breath. He demanded urgently, is he still in Hong Kong Island? Huang Bingren replied, he's injured, currently receiving treatment at Zhao's bonesetting clinic on Lung Kutan Road in Tunman. We just got the tip. Someone spotted him there 10 minutes ago. Thank you. Lu Zonghao bolted upright from the bed, ignoring the searing pain, and told Si Yin, gather a handful of reliable brothers now. We're leaving to handle something urgent. Si Yin hurriedly agreed. How many do you need, Brother Hao? Learning from his earlier misstep capturing Yin Peng, Lu Zonghao chose caution, 10, and none from Tunman. Eager to prove himself before his leader, Si Yin nodded firmly and dashed out of the room. 5 minutes later, Lu Zonghao, ignoring his bandaged wounds, climbed into a van waiting outside Kowloon walled city and sped toward Tunman. Elsewhere in a rented apartment near Tin Yao Court, Yuan long muffled thuds of flesh meeting fist echoed repeatedly, accompanied by shrill cries for mercy. Inside the room, Xie Jiahao kicked a young man squarely in the face. I've traced your connection to Chicken Kong down to the last detail. You used to fence his stolen goods here. I don't believe for a second you don't know where he is. The youth's nose was already shattered, blood gushed like a broken faucet. Big brother, please stop. I surrender. I truly surrender. SHH. Hazi plunged a switchblade deep into the youth's thigh, his face twisted with menace. I don't want your surrender. I want Chicken Kang's location. Was my question unclear? Ah. The youth screamed in agony, convulsing as he gasped. I'll tell you. I'll tell you. He's in Tunmun. The minibus sped down the road. Lu Zonghao sat silently in the front passenger seat, his expression dark and brooding. Cyan, so called for his thick-rimmed glasses, had once run with Dong and possessed a keen eye for reading people. Sensing Lu Zonghao's preoccupation, he focused solely on driving. The young men in the back seat could not see Lu Zonghao's face, still puffing with pride at the rare chance to accompany a red pole on an assignment. One of the youths leaned forward and offered Lu Zonghao a cigarette. Brother, how are we heading to Tunmun to settle scores? Or to slash someone? To apprehend someone? Lu Zonghao replied tersely. Today's operation is simple. Your sole task is to seize the target. Ask nothing you're not meant to ask. Hear nothing you're not meant to hear. Once the job is done, each of you will receive $10,000. Brother Hao reigned supreme. At the promise of money, the group erupted into cheers. Though Lu Zonghao had brought a sizable crew as precaution, he revealed no destination to Cyan. Not even the name of the place. Instead, he kept glancing at street signs directing Cyan turn by turn. 20 minutes later, Lu Zonghao spotted the sign for Zhao's bone-setting clinic beside the road and bolted upright. Stop the car. Cyan instinctively slammed the brakes, pulling the vehicle flush against the curb. Brother Hao, what's wrong? This is our destination. Lu Zonghao pointed directly at the clinic across the street. The man we want is named Do Yongkong, nicknamed Chicken Kong. Storm and seize him first. Take everyone with him. No one escapes. Once captured, gag them immediately. No words exchanged. Understood. Understood. Though bewildered, the group nodded in unison. Move out. With that command, Lu Zonghao threw open the door and strode toward the clinic. Zhao's bone-setting clinic was modest in scale, a converted residential courtyard. The front room served as both consultation and massage area. Behind the courtyard lay rooms for suturing and convalescence. Since the doctor held no surgical license, stitching wounds here cost far less, making it a favored haunt for petty gangsters. As Lu Zonghao entered, the clinic owner was massaging a patient. Startled by the menacing entourage, he paused mid-stroke. If you wish to live, don't shout, don't scream. Cyan stepped forward, pressing a blade against the owner's throat. When the man on the massage table stirred to rise, Cyan struck the back of his head with a sharp slap. Stay face down. Lift your head, and I'll gouge out your eyes. The owner felt the cold edge against his skin, but showed little fear, speaking as if reciting routine. This is just a small clinic. Your underworld feuds mean nothing to me. Don't bring trouble here. Lu Zonghao cut straight to the point. I'm looking for a man named Do Yongkong, called Chicken Kong. Where is he? Brother, I've never heard of any Chicken Kong, the owner said, licking his lips. But a group came in recently for knife wound treatment. I don't know if they're who you seek. They're staying in the rear ward. Leave 2 men here. Cut off all contact with the outside world. With that, Lu Zonghao led the rest swiftly toward the backyard. They entered through the rear gate and instantly fanned out room by room, searching. After checking an empty room, Lu Zonghao turned to find the others already back in the courtyard, shaking their heads. Brother Hao, we've checked every room. All are vacant. Lu Zonghao frowned. Which rooms show signs of recent occupancy? A youth pointed to 2 doors behind him. These 2. Lu Zonghao rushed inside, and his expression hardened further. Something was deeply amiss. The room bore clear traces of habitation. Bed and floor alike were disordered, but the bedside cabinet stood unervingly bare, stripped of everything. Most telling, 2 4 bags hung half-empty on the stand. Their needles dangled midair, still dripping fluid, proof the patients had fled abruptly halfway through infusion. And on the floor, a wide, dried pool of water confirmed they'd been gone for hours. What force, what urgency, could compel men to abandon treatment mid-infusion? Cyan, waiting in the courtyard, approached Lu Zonghao. Brother Hao, I asked the owner. The man you seek arrived yesterday afternoon. This morning during dressing changes, he was still here. There were 5 of them. Because this was an unlicensed clinic, there were no nurses. Only the owner administered injections. Tasks like changing dressings or removing needles were left to the patients themselves. For over an hour before our arrival, the owner had been massaging patients in the front room. He had no idea when they slipped away. As you saw, the courtyard has its own gate. They exited without ever passing through the front. Lu Zonghao said nothing, only stared quietly at Cyan. Lately, he had been hunting the gang who'd blackmailed him. His last failure occurred at the Ghost Tower, where he discovered Yin Peng's corpse. Today's lead, too, had ended in another dead end, in Tunmun. He'd rushed here the moment Huang Bingren called, his only confidant en route being Cyan himself. By that logic, Cyan was the prime suspect. Yet during his earlier search for Yin Peng, Cyan had still been a low-ranking foot soldier, uninvolved, untouched by the affair. Moreover, Cyan had saved Lu Zhonghao's life just hours earlier, giving him no motive to betray him. So if not Cyan, who else was watching him? Cyan squirmed under Lu Zhonghao's gaze. Brother Hao, is something wrong? Lu Zhonghao broke from his thoughts and strode toward the courtyard gate. Nothing. Let's check outside. Since the Yin Peng incident, and having witnessed the gang's meticulous tradecraft twice now, Lu Zhonghao knew their caution ran deep. Even as doubt gnawed at him, he resolved to inspect the perimeter. Cyan fell and stepped behind him, followed by the rest. Beyond the clinic's rear gate stretched a narrow alley, deserted at noon. Just as Lu Zhonghao prepared to leave disappointed, he noticed a figure at the alley's mouth staring directly at him, and bolting the instant their eyes met. Lu Zhonghao charged forward without hesitation. Grab him, don't let him escape. Meanwhile, several motorcycles halted along the street. Xie Jiahao and Hazai dismounted with over a dozen youths in tow. A local friend of Xie Jiahao pointed down the alley ahead. Go this way, you'll find Zhao's bone-setting clinic. It's an underground clinic. If your target came for sutures, they'll be lodged in the rear ward. Entering through the front risks alerting them. To seize them cleanly, go straight for the backyard. Concealing a steel blade beneath his jacket, Xie Jiahao nodded to his friend. Lead the way. In the narrow alley behind Zhao's trauma clinic, Lu Zhonghao sprinted relentlessly after a distant figure. Though their brief eye contact had revealed nothing of the stranger's features, the man's immediate flight upon spotting him struck Lu Zhonghao as deeply suspicious, likely marking him as the lookout left behind by Ji Kang's crew. The ramshackle neighborhood's labyrinthine layout worked to the youth's advantage. With agile, practiced movements, he kept Lu Zhonghao and his companions far behind. After roughly 3 minutes of pursuit, the youth abruptly changed course and vanished into a sprawling construction site. Intended for a future power plant, the site covered vast acreage. Half-finished factory halls and workshops stood scattered across the grounds. It was high noon, the workers had retired for rest, and an eerie silence blanketed the site. Lu Zhonghao vaulted over the perimeter wall, spotted a trail of footprints leading deep into the compound, and broke into a sprint split into teams of 3. Search separately. At his command, the group divided into 4 units and fanned out toward the nearest clusters of buildings. The interior grounds were already paved with concrete. There the footprints ended abruptly. Lu Zhonghao scanned the terrain, then led Cyan and another young man straight toward an unfinished office building, only 3 stories tall, rising ahead of them. Inside the lobby, Lu Zhonghao swept his gaze across the hollow, echoing space. Finding it empty, he feigned a dash toward the rear window. Clang! Just as he neared the window, a sharp metallic clatter echoed from upstairs. Lu Zhonghao paused, only for a heartbeat, then softened his tread and crept upward, knife drawn. At the top of the staircase, he did not rush forward blindly. Instead, he angled his body, slightly surveying the upper floor's layout to guard against ambush. The second floor's structural frame was complete. A central hall faced the stairwell, ringed by individual rooms. Confirming the hall was vacant, Lu Zhonghao signaled silently to Cyan and the other youth, 3 separate search paths. As they acknowledged his intent, he strode swiftly into the hall. Halfway across the hall, a figure burst suddenly from the doorway directly ahead. Cyan saw the man raise his arm and shoved Lu Zhonghao aside with a shout, "Brother Hao, watch out!" Bang! 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 Gunfire erupted, deafening, reverberating violently through the hall. Bullets struck walls and floor, spraying sparks and shrapnel. Lu Zhonghao had never imagined his quarry would be armed. With no time to assess, he lunged headlong into the nearest room. Thud! Cyan tumbled in behind him, collapsing onto the floor, struggling to rise, yet utterly powerless. Lu Zhonghao saw the crimson arc spouting from Cyan's leg and pressed a firm hand onto his shoulder. "Don't move. You've been shot." Amid the chaos, the third youth had vanished without trace. After nearly 7 seconds, agony finally flared in Cyan's thigh. Hearing footsteps outside, he clenched his teeth, tightened his grip on his blade, and steeled himself. "Brother Hao, jump out the window and go. I'll hold him off." In that lightning instant, Lu Zhonghao tightened his fist around the hilt. His mind crystallized a plan. He lifted Cyan upright. "We leave together." Outside the room, the shorter of the 2 Vietnamese assassins advanced steadily down the corridor, his Tokarev TT-33 pistol steady in hand, tracking the blood trail to Lu Zhonghao's door. He had followed Lu Zhonghao here, but refrained from striking en route, wary of the entourage surrounding him and the risk of unforeseen complications. Though ignorant of Lu Zhonghao's purpose, the assassins had discerned his urgent search for someone and deliberately lured him into the trap. With overwhelming firepower disparity, the gunman held absolute tactical dominance. To avoid drawing more attention with gunfire, he approached the door, swiftly leaned left to clear the right side, and stepped inside, swinging the muzzle toward the left. Empty. Only a thin crimson trail snaked across the floor, leading straight to the open window. Cyan, having jumped down and aggravated his wound, writhed on the ground, struggling to rise. The gunman adjusted his wrist minutely, preparing to deliver the finishing shot. Snap! A hand clamped fiercely onto the gunman's wrist. Lu Zhonghao, clinging to the exterior wall, seized the gunman's arm, kicked hard against the bricks, and wrenched him bodily from the window. Both plummeted downward. Lu Zonghao had braced himself for the fall, landing feet first. He rolled smoothly to absorb the impact and regained his footing instantly. The gunman, however, fell unprepared, yanked from safety without warning, utterly defenseless. Thump! He crashed flat onto the stone steps below, his spine arcing like a shrimp's as agony ripped through his lower back. Lu Zonghao seized the opening, rushed forward, drove his knee into the gunman's chest, and plunged a steel nail deep into the man's gun-wielding wrist. F! Trapped beneath Lu Zonghao, the gunman screamed, a raw animal howl, as he strained to throw him off. Lu Zonghao's balance wavered. Sensing the gunman's surge of strength, he dropped his full weight onto him, locking their bodies together, gripping the wrist with desperate, unyielding force. His sole objective was to maintain that grip, to prevent being thrown clear. Earlier, clinging to the windowsill, he discarded his knife to keep his hands free. Subduing the gunman demanded immense exertion, yet for the gunman, ending Lu Zonghao required only distance and a single trigger pull. Thus, survival hinged on one imperative: denying the gunman any chance to fire. Already injured in the fall, the gunman could barely muster strength. Yet in this life-or-death struggle, he sank his teeth deep into Lu Zonghao's shoulder. Human instinct, when pushed to the brink, unleashes terrifying power. Lu Zonghao recoiled at the bite, his entire arm shrieking with pain, then slammed his free hand onto the gunman's forehead and began smashing his skull against the steps. Thud! 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 Blood bloomed across the stone as the gunman's eyes rolled back. Lu Zonghao seized the gunman's gun hand, forced the barrel against the man's own thigh, and squeezed the trigger. Bang! A crimson jet sprayed beneath them. Others, drawn by the blast, surged forward, pinning the gunman down beside Lu Zonghao. Meanwhile, Xie Jiahao, en route to an underground clinic, paused mid-stride upon hearing the explosion gunfire. Here, inside the construction site, Xi Yan's underlings swarmed forward and swiftly subdued the gunman. Thud! Lu Zonghao slammed a heavy fist into the gunman's face, his chest heaving as he demanded, "Tell me, where's Ji Kong?" "Demate." The gunman spat a vulgar curse in Vietnamese, then roared, "If you've got the guts, go ahead and kill me. Come on." Hearing the unintelligible torrent of words, Lu Zonghao blinked in bewilderment. "I asked you a question. What the hell are you chanting like a monk?" "Brother, how he's speaking Vietnamese," a young man interjected. "I lived near a refugee camp for a while. The Vietnamese there talk just like that." "Vietnamese?" Lu Zonghao frowned at the gunman, utterly perplexed, and turned to the youth. "Do you speak Vietnamese?" The youth shook his head. "No, I don't. But my cousin works for the social welfare department, handling refugee resettlement. He should know some. Take him away. Find a public phone and call your cousin to translate over the line." Still mistakenly believing the gunman was one of Ji Kang's men, Lu Zonghao stripped off his outer jacket and draped it over the gunman's head to prevent anyone along the way from recognizing him and raising the alarm. Moments later, several youths hurriedly escorted both the wounded Xi Yan, shot in the leg, and the hooded gunman toward the construction site's exit. Meanwhile, Xie Jiahao and his group arrived at the scene, drawn by the commotion. As they reached the perimeter of the site, they caught sight of Lu Zonghao's party emerging from within. Xiaozai spotted Lu Zonghao among the crowd and froze. "Why is Brother Hao here?" "I told you. This whole affair is tied to Lu Zonghao, no doubt about it." Xie Jiahao had long suspected Lu Zonghao's direct involvement. Now, witnessing the unfolding scene, his conviction hardened. Xiao Zi's death was orchestrated by Lu Zonghao through Ji Kong. How else do you explain Lu Zonghao's presence here? He's come to silence Ji Kong for good. Xiaozai watched the distant figures, his eye twitching. He could scarcely believe that his closest brother had been slain by the very elder brother he trusted most. Xie Jiahao acted decisively. "The situation is clear. The man Lu Zonghao has captured is Ji Kong. We can't match him, Hedon. But if we seize Ji Kong and force him to surrender to the police, neither he nor Lu Zonghao will escape justice." Xiaozai's palms grew slick with sweat as he swallowed hard. How all this is still speculation. We have no evidence yet. Shouldn't we investigate further first?" "Investigate what? Ji Kang's already been captured. If we delay any longer and he's eliminated, every shred of evidence vanishes." Xie Jiahao pulled a surgical mask from his pocket and fastened it over his face. "You've dealt with Lu Zonghao before, and you're close to him. I'll handle the seizure, you needn't take part. If I fail, return to him undercover, and find the right moment to avenge Xiao Zi and me." Xiaozai seized Xie Jiahao's wrist the moment he saw the mask. "Hao, listen to me." Xie Jiahao jerked his hand free, impatient. "Xiaozai, I know Lu Zonghao mentored you, but life isn't only about money. Don't you agree?" Xiaozai fell silent, stunned by the remark. "Xiaosong, delay, go fetch the bikes. Everyone else follow me now. Seize him fast." Mask secured, Xie Jiahao strode forward toward Lu Zonghao's group. Outside the construction site, another tall Vietnamese assassin sat inside a Toyota Crown, watching Lu Zonghao's group escort a bound figure out. His hand instantly dropped to the ignition key. After the gunshot echoed from the courtyard earlier, his partner had failed to reappear, an ominous silence that had already seeded dread in his gut. Yet he refrained from rushing in recklessly. Years of partnership had forged an unspoken understanding between them. His role today was strictly to stand by, waiting watching, until his partner's fate was confirmed. Only now, certain his comrade had been captured, did he prepare for rescue. Just as he revved the engine to ram the crowd, he suddenly spotted another group charging straight toward Lu Zhonghao's men, brandishing knives and iron rods. Lu Zhonghao too spotted the onrushing mob and reacted instantly, snatching up a mason's trowel embedded in a nearby sand pile. His companions followed suit, drawing blades. "Brother Hao, go first." "No, we break out together." Lu Zhonghao had come solely to capture Ji Kong, and now counted on extracting vital information from the Vietnamese captive. Abandoning his men to flee alone was unthinkable. Their sudden appearance only deepened his suspicion that Ji Kong had sent reinforcements to reclaim his man, further elevating the captive's perceived importance in his eyes. From what Lu Zhonghao knew of Ji Kong, the man was notoriously cautious. He'd never appear in person. Any underlings he dispatched would be kept deliberately ignorant. Even if captured, they'd reveal nothing. Only by standing united could Lu Zhonghao hope to break through the encirclement with the Vietnamese captive and continue unraveling the truth. Though he disarmed the captive upon capture, Lu Zhonghao had no intention of firing the weapon here. The gravity of firearm possession in Hong Kong, previously underscored, meant using it in a street brawl would hand his enemies the perfect pretext to bring him down. If the police pursued, the charge bail would be impossible and prison inevitable. By then, Xie Jiahao had already surged to the front of his group, no word spoken, as he raised his blade and struck downward at the youth leading Lu Zhonghao's formation. Thud! With a powerful kick to Xie Jiahao's chest, Lu Zhonghao sent him flying backward, igniting the chaos of the melee. One youth, seeing Xie Jiahao fall, rushed to help, only to be shoved aside. "Don't waste time on me. Grab him first." Hearing Xie Jiahao's cry of "grab him," Lu Zhonghao grew even more certain these were Ji Kang's men. As their entire group surged toward the Vietnamese captive, Lu Zhonghao lunged forward, blocking their path, seizing a youth and swinging the trowel in a vicious arc toward his skull. Shit! Seeing Lu Zhonghao hold off 3 or 4 of his men single-handedly, Xie Jiahao gritted his teeth and charged, gaining momentum from his sprint, then slashed downward with lethal speed. Lu Zhonghao raised the trowel just in time to parry the blow, but the impact jolted him backward 2 or 3 steps. Seizing the opening, his adversaries closed and shoving him aside. SSSSHK. Xie Jiahao whirled and drove his blade into the youth gripping the Vietnamese captive, yanked him free, and thrust him behind his back. "Get him out, now." At that instant, the Toyota Crown roared toward them, brutally slamming into one youth who'd grabbed the captive, sending him flying. 2 others seized the Vietnamese man and bolted. Thud! Seizing his chance, the Vietnamese captive punched the remaining youth to the ground. Then, without even grabbing the door handle, dove headfirst through the open window into the car. Vroom! The tall assassin floored the accelerator. The Toyota's engine screamed like a caged beast unleashed, then shot forward like an arrow loosed from its bow. The sudden support for Yuananzai left Lu Zhonghao and Xie Jiahao outside the construction gate, momentarily stunned. Both sides had fixed their attention on Yuananzai, so when he drove off, everyone assumed it was a maneuver by the other. Seeing Yuananzai being taken away, Xie Jiahao lunged toward Lu Zhonghao with a knife and shouted, "Take him away." Cyan felled in the melee by a gunshot to his leg, saw Xie Jiahao's movement, and screamed hysterically, "Protect Brother Hao." Shouts rose in waves. The bitter clash between the two gangs did not quiet with Yuananzai's departure, but instead spiraled into greater fury. Meanwhile, the 2 men Xie Jiahao had sent to ride returned. Xiaozai sprang onto one of the bikes pointed toward the direction where the Huangguan had disappeared and barked, "Chase them, quick." The rider hesitated a heartbeat, then twisted the throttle and tore down the street. In front of the construction site gate, with a sickening sound, Lu Zhonghao used his masonry shovel to carve a wound across a young man's chest, and then sent him sprawling with an elbow. Seeing Lu Zhonghao's ferocity, Xie Jiahao brandished his knife to fend off a few attackers. "Everyone get him. The police are coming." A man beside Xie pointed to a riot vehicle at the end of the street and gripped Xie's arm. "It's a mobile unit vehicle. They must have been drawn here by the gunfire." "Damn it, go." Hearing the police siren, Xie Jiahao, despite his displeasure, fled rapidly. Grassroots thugs like him, without a boss above, feared the police. Most once arrested, they could not afford lawyers or bail, and a petty brawl could land them in prison. At Xie's command, his companions peeled away like a tide. Lu Zhonghao, seeing that Yuananzai had been carried off, did not give chase. He helped Cyan to his feet and led the others back into the yard of the site. Elsewhere, after the 2 Vietnamese hitmen regrouped, the tall man slammed the accelerator and fled, asking the short man, "How are you? Are you all right?" The short man slid his hand inside his shirt and felt his bones. "My lumbar vertebrae are probably fractured. Both my legs are numb. I can feel them going numb." Through the rearview mirror, the tall man watched his companion's pained face and frowned. "With your ability, you should have handled him easily. How did you get hurt?" "It's precisely because I thought that I made a mistake and underestimated him." The short man ground his teeth. I didn't lose to Lu Zonghao so much as to myself. I thought these street thugs were just worthless fighters, but this guy, he seems to have had military training. Military training, the tall man exclaimed. But according to our investigation, he shouldn't have that kind of background, right? While they talked, the motorcycle carrying Xiaozai pulled up behind them. He glanced at the Huangwen's license plate, patted the rider's shoulder, and asked, "Can you figure out a way to force them to stop?" "Yes." The rider nodded, extended his left hand, made 2 quick clinch-andapin gestures, then surged forward. They were all professional bikers, each skilled in handling a motorcycle. The rider behind, having received the signal, gunned his engine, overtook the Huangwan, and removed a canvas sack from the bike. The Huangwan was running along the main thoroughfare amid a swarm of motorcycles on both sides, so the 2 hitmen noticed nothing unusual. The rider, positioned slightly ahead of the Huangwan, was seasoned. He did not attempt a direct stop, but kept a measured parallel distance. About 30 seconds later, they reached an overpass. The rider carrying Xiaozai drew a baseball bat from the bike's side and handed it to Xiaozai while crouching low, smash his window. Xiaozai took the bat and yelled hoarsely, "Smash the window. Won't they be startled? I'm trying to force them to stop, not race them." The experienced rider offered no further explanation. "Trust me." The motorcycles roared, suddenly accelerating after the Huangwan. Inside the Huangwan, the tall man stared in alarm as the motorcycles closed in behind them. Traffic rules on Gangdao were strict. Motorcycles were banned from the fast lanes. For them to press in at such speed was a clear sign of trouble. With a thud, as the tall man realized this, Xiaozai's bat came down and spiderwebbed a crack across the car window. "Fuck!" The tall man saw they would not relent. He jerked the wheel left to shove them aside, then slammed the throttle to try to lose them. As the Huangwan accelerated, the motorcycle pinned in front finally acted its rider gun forward to the car's nose and shook the canvas bag in his hand. Clatter! The triangular spikes inside the bag scattered across the pavement. These spikes were made of 3 thumb-thick hollow steel tubes welded together, a tool designed to puncture tires. Once a tire ran over them, it bled air dry in 2 or 3 seconds. Boom, boom, boom. The Huangwan, unable to slow in time, ran over the scattered spikes and suffered successive blowouts. The tall man felt the steering grow heavy, gripped the wheel tight, and began pumping the brakes intermittently, struggling to keep control of the car. With a screech, the lead rider slowed, and like an acrobat leaned the motorcycle down until it toppled, sparks flying. He then stomped on it and leapt free. Seeing the sparks from the motorcycle, the tall man, though agitated, could only plow ahead. He was an experienced driver and knew that at this speed, neither a violent turn nor a hard stop could avoid the risk of a spin or roll. With a crash, the Huangwan struck the motorcycle. The bumper shattered, a tire climbed over the bike, and the unbalanced vehicle careened toward a bridge pillar. A dull bang echoed. The Huangwan's front caved in, and flames and thick smoke pushed through the warped seams of the hood. Screeching to a halt beside the car, Xiaozai's rider seized the moment while the tall man was dazed, smashed the glass with the bat, and delivered 2 savage blows to his face. While a comrade restrained the driver, Xiaozai yanked open the rear door, dragged the already back-injured short man, who had been howling after the crash, out and dumped him onto the bike's rear seat, gunned the engine, and was the first to flee the scene. The remaining riders, seeing Xiaozai's success, helped up the teammate, who had thrown himself clear and then vanished quickly. Inside the Huangwan, the tall man, beaten by the impact and struck several more times, took a long moment to recover. He tried to shove the door open to get out, only to find his right leg impaled by a length of angle iron. At that moment, uniformed patrol officers arrived. Seeing the police, the tall man, who had no legal status, ejected his pistol's magazine, left a single round in the chamber, and racked the slide. Bang, bang, bang. A rapid volley of gunfire soon shattered the bustle of the street. The rapid response unit drawn by the gunfire abruptly ended the vicious clash between Lu Zonghao and Xie Jiahao. After everyone fled the scene, Lu Zonghao stayed nearby and brought Si Yin to the Zhao Ji Dai clinic. After the brutal fight, several of his wounds had split open. He only gave them a makeshift dressing, insisting that the doctor treat Si Yin first. He waited outside for roughly half an hour. When the doctor emerged, he rose and asked, "How is my friend?" "He is fortunate. The bullet passed through muscle but missed the arteries and bone. Otherwise he would already be dead." The doctor hesitated, then said, "I have given him basic pressure to staunch the bleeding, but I lack experience with gunshot wounds. You need to take him to a better hospital for treatment." As Lu Zonghao prepared to go inside, a young man ran into the yard. "How gee, we found the other group's trail. Their injured are being treated at a clinic in Qingshan." Lu Zonghao had assumed the trail had gone cold after the Vietnamese man was taken, so when he heard the other party had been located, his eyes brightened instantly. At that moment, Hong Guoju, who had rushed over after receiving the call, led a dozen men into the courtyard. Seeing Lu Zonghao's bloodstained clothes, he frowned. "Big brother, who did you get into a fight with?" "Don't ask now," Lu Zonghao said. "Have your men take our wounded to Zhaiqing. You take a few and come with me." He tossed out the order, then waved to the young informant. "Lead the way to that clinic." After Xiaozai seized the Vietnamese man, he sped off on his motorcycle, found a public phone near Tunmen Daxing village, paged Xie Jiahao, and after about a minute received a return call. Xie Jiahao greeted Xiaozai and cut straight to the point. "Well, Did things go smoothly on your side? We captured someone, but it's a bit odd. Xiaozai licked his lips. The person Lu Zonghao took earlier wasn't Jikong or Lan Renjian, it was a Vietnamese man. I couldn't communicate with him. It's not surprising a Vietnamese is involved. Those so-called bosses don't do the dirty work themselves. Jikong and Lan Renjian are only low-level thugs. Lu Zonghao very likely hired killers through them. After giving his analysis, Xie Jiahao added, Shao Qi's mother is Vietnamese, if she can understand Vietnamese. Wait there, I'll bring her over now. We'll talk in person if anything comes up. Keep that man under watch, don't let him run. Don't worry, this guy hurt his waist. He can't stand up. Xiaozai agreed, hung up, and headed toward the little bridge where he had hidden the Vietnamese man. 20 minutes later, a van arrived in Tunmen Qingshan district and stopped in front of a clinic. The young man who had been gathering information sat in the passenger seat and pointed at the clinic. Hao Ji, my local contact, told me that a short time ago, a group of people with knife wounds came here for sutures. From his description, the attackers were very likely the same group that ambushed us. Grab them first. Lu Zonghao barked. Aju, take men and block the back door. He leapt from the vehicle and led his people toward the clinic. This clinic was considerably larger than Zhao Ji Daida clinic. As Lu Zonghao entered, a young man at the counter glanced at him, bolted, and shouted, "They are here for revenge. Get out." A swarm of youths inside heard the shout and surged toward the back door. Bang! At the back door, Hong Guoju raised his leg and kicked a youth back 3 or 4 steps, then sent 2 of the youth's companions sprawling. Seeing Lu Zonghao had stormed inside, those behind grabbed a nearby force stand and swung it at him. Damn, you go to hell. Lu Zonghao stepped back to avoid the attack, grabbed the force stand, pulled it toward him, and kicked the assailant in the chest. When others saw him strike, they surged forward, and together they beat 5 or 6 youths in the room. Lu Zonghao had come prepared, and with the opponents already injured, the altercation lasted less than a minute before all of them were subdued. Lu Zonghao assessed the men and recognized one by his curly hair. He grabbed him by the hair. "You little bastard, who are you running with?" The youth bristled and spat defiance. "I don't give a damn. You're asking to die." Hong Guoju took offense and slammed a fist into his back. That single blow sent the youth into a sweat. He gasped in pain. Lu Zonghao took a knife, cut off a length of 4 tubing, and squatted before the youth. "You're out here running with people. You should know the gang has a punishment called the 4 drip, right? I'll thrust this needle into your vein and let your blood slowly drain away. I don't mean to scare you, but that sensation is truly unbearable." The youth gritted his teeth and shot back. "Fuck, your mother. I'm in this life. Do you think I'm afraid to die? I admire your courage. The question is how long you can endure." Lu Zonghao understood that these adolescent youths prized loyalty above all. Together, they would not betray one another. He waved his hand. "Separate them. Put in 4 needle into each one and see who holds out the longest." At his command, the men were dragged outside. As his companions left, the curly-haired boy's swagger drained away. Seeing Lu Zonghao holding his hand, he began to struggle violently. Let me go. Let me go. Afraid now." Lu Zonghao smiled at the curly-haired boy. "Being afraid is not shameful. It shows you still want to live. You're nothing but a low-level lackey. You're young. Why would you risk your life for someone else's cause? Talk to me honestly, and I promise I won't make things hard for you." The curly-haired youth met Lu Zonghao's eyes, fell silent for a few seconds, swallowed, and said, "I don't have a boss. I came today to stand up for a brother. His name is Xie Jiahao." "Who?" Lu Zonghao's eyes widened. "Why would Xie Jiahao ambush me? To take the person you had taken." The curly-haired boy hesitated. "A Hao is righteous. He always helps when we're in trouble. So when he came to me, I couldn't back down. But I honestly don't know what he's after. Only that lately he's been going after Jikong." Hearing the name Xie Jiahao, Lu Zonghao's brow knitted into a hard knot. He muttered irritably, "Why are more and more people getting pulled into this?" Confession. After interrogating Wan Mao in the clinic, Lu Zonghao learned that Xie Jiahao had been searching for Jikong recently and had even clashed with him. He fell into deep contemplation. He had come to Tunmen today to apprehend Jikong. Yet the moment he captured Yuan Anzai, they were ambushed by Xie Jiahao, and the man was taken from him. This was no coincidence. But what link could exist between Xie Jiahao and Jikong? Xiaozai. The name suddenly ignited in Lu Zonghao's mind. He had suspected Xiaozai from the first time he was threatened. Recalling how Xiaozai behaved when questioned about Jikong only deepened his misgivings. Xiaozai, Xie Jiahao, Yin Peng. The 3 had been childhood companions. When he met the 2 at the police station, were they there to recover Yin Peng's body or feeling guilty to probe the situation? If this affair has always involved those few men, could that hypothesis withstand closer scrutiny? Perhaps as Yin Peng's friend, Xiaozai learned some of Lu Zonghao's secrets and sought to extort him, dragging Jikong into the affair because Jikong was close to Lu. Confronted with an increasingly convoluted situation, Lu Zonghao found himself at a loss for now. However, this tenuous thread was his only lead. Having roughly organized his thoughts, Lu Zonghao asked Juan Mao, "Where did Xie Jiahao and Xiaozai go?" Wan Mao answered truthfully, "When we arrived at the clinic, Xiaozai was already gone. Xie Jiahao had just received his call and took the uninjured man away." Lu Zonghao paused, then instructed Hong Guoju, post men in ambush in the clinic's front hall. When Xie Jiahao and Xia Zai returned to detain them, Hong Guoju narrowed his eyes. Xia Zai has a younger sister in elementary school. Shall we arrest him to put pressure on him? Don't involve family. Don't make a child suffer, Lu Zonghao replied. Lu Zonghao considered briefly and waved him off. Beyond the moral stain of such an act, he feared that excessive brutality might force Xia Zai into desperate measures if the matter truly concerned him. Daxing village beneath a bridge whose water had nearly run dry. Bam, bam, bam. Xie Jiahao kicked Yuan Enzai violently, and eyes flashing with malice demanded, "Tell me, what is your relationship with Ji Kong?" After Shao Qi translated, Yuan Enzai remained utterly silent. Seeing this, Xie Jiahao produced a pair of pliers from his pocket, bought along the way, clamped them onto the man's front tooth, and snarled, "If you do not tell me what I want to know today, you will not leave here alive. I give you two choices, tell me plainly, or I will torment you until you die. Choose." Upon hearing Shao Qi's reaction, Yuan Enzai still offered no reply. He simply shut his eyes. Contemporary Vietnam bore the scars of war. The populace could scarcely sustain itself. The deployment of Agent Orange during the conflict devastated agriculture and the ecosystem, resulting in severe crop failures and countless deaths from disease and hunger each year. Yuan Enzai's household consisted of 7 siblings with elderly parents above and 2 infant children below. The weight of providing for them all rested solely on his shoulders. Thus he could not afford to speak. If he died serving the Yuan gang, the custom provided his family a substantial death benefit and a monthly stipend thereafter. If he were branded a traitor, everything would be lost. Those Vietnamese who dared to flee were invariably hardened by war. Members of the gang in particular had military backgrounds. To claim they were void of fear would be bravado, yet years of conflict had numbed them to life and death. Yuan Enzai was terrified, yet he understood with bleak clarity that he carried the lives of an entire family on his shoulders. "Fine," he spat. "If you think you're a real man, I'll send you to your grave today." Xie Jiahao's face hardened. With a brutal yank, he ripped out Yuan Enzai's front tooth. A scream tore from Yuan Enzai as excruciating pain seared toward his brainstem, blood flooded his throat, and choked him into fits of coughing, his nose and eyes streaming. Amid his agonized howls, Xie Jiahao forced his head down and bellowed, "Answer me. What is your relationship with Ji Kong?" Unable to understand Xie Jiahao's words, Yuan Enzai spat a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva onto his face, attempting to provoke him and perhaps win a swift release. Xie Jiahao indeed flew into a rage and raised the pliers, but after a heartbeat's hesitation, he wiped the blood from his face. "You're nervous. This proves your connection to Ji Kong is not simple." He added, "Now that Lu Zonghao wants you dead, are you still going to resist?" At the mention of Lu Zonghao's name, Yuan Enzai flinched and then ceased struggling. In a slurred voice he muttered, "I give in. What exactly do you want to know?" Upon Shao Qi's translation, Xie Jiahao's eyes brightened. "Tell me your relationship with Ji Kong." Realizing Xie Jiahao and Lu Zonghao were not in league, Yuan Enzai tried to maximize his dying usefulness. "We were friends. When I first arrived on the island, he took me in. I owe him a favor." Xie Jiahao clenched his fist. "Do you know who killed Shi Zai?" Yuan Enzai did not know the enmity between Xie Jiahao and Lu Zonghao and dared not fabricate. "My mouth hurts too much. Ask what you want to know, and I will try to answer." Xie Jiahao fixed Yuan Enzai with a stare and asked, "Shi Zai was killed by Ji Kong, wasn't he?" Yuan Enzai's gaze remained vacant. "I don't know who Shi Zai is, but I did help Ji Kong kill someone." Hearing this, Xia Zai snatched up a stone and swung it toward Yuan Enzai's head. "Damn it. Xia Zai, stop." Xie Jiahao gripped Xia Zai's arm and continued, "Does this affair have anything to do with Lu Zonghao?" Reading Xia Zai's furious motion, Yuan Enzai had an inkling and gasping said, "Ji Kong and Lu Zonghao were close. This was Lu Zonghao's order, but they seem to have fallen out over it. Recently, Lu Zonghao has been hunting Ji Kang's men. When he took me today, you all saw it." Grappling with his rage, Xie Jiahao demanded, "Where's Ji Kong?" "I don't know," Yuan Enzai answered. Aware that the more he spoke, the more holes he might create, he deflected toward Lu Zonghao and shook his head. "I was merely acquainted with Ji Kong. I helped this time because I owed him a favor. He told me to kill someone who I did it without asking why. That's all." After Yuan Enzai's reply, Xie Jiahao waved Shao Qi away. "This is no longer your concern. Go wait on the bridge." Once Shao Qi left, Xie Jiahao turned his gaze to Xia Zai. "The truth is out. What do you plan to do next?" Xia Zai drew 2 hard drags on his cigarette, then seized a knife and advanced on Yuan Enzai. "I was the intermediary who arranged for Shi Zai to help Lu Zonghao against Bai Fenxiang. Lu Zonghao ruined my brothers. I must make him answer." Under the bridge at Daxing village, Xia Zai scrubbed the blood from his wounds in the turbid river and asked Xie Jiahao, "What should we do with the corpse of that Vietnamese man?" "I have a friend who works at the brick factory in Yuanlang. If the body is tossed into the coal kiln, it will be burned to ash without a trace." Xie Jiahao watched Xia Zai's trembling hands and gripped his arm. "On Gangdao, people go missing by the dozens every year. Even Shi Zai's death wouldn't be investigated properly by the police, let alone a refugee from abroad. Relax, it will be all right." If one day this matter comes to light, I will bear the responsibility alone. Ignoring how filthy the river was, Xia Zai scooped up water and rubbed his face hard, forcing himself to calm down. What should we do next? Since it's been established that Lu Zonghao did this, he must pay his blood debt with blood. I know you have a sister to support, you must not sink too deep into this. For what follows you should not participate directly. A feral light flashed in Xie Zhao's eyes. Your identity hasn't been exposed yet. Go back near Lu Zonghao when he is alone, tell me his whereabouts. He'll handle the rest. Xia Zai could not steady himself in the tense air of violence. His heart pounded wildly as he asked, what do you intend to do? I can't get a pistol, but I can go to Manshan to buy a shotgun. At the right moment, they'll take Xiao Song and delay and run to Haojiang or Baodao. We're all lone men. Go out and make our fate. Perhaps we'll carve out some name for ourselves. Xie Jiahao patted Xia Zai's shoulder. It's settled. I'm going to Manshan now. You take the others back to the clinic, pick up Wan Mao and the others for me, and send them back to Yuma Di. Xia Zai forced down his anxiety and nodded in agreement. 20 minutes later, a young man who had been smoking outside the clinic rushed in and, speaking rapidly to Lu Zonghao, said, Brother Hao, Xia Zai brought 5 or 6 men. Their vehicle is parked outside, they're about to come in. Lu Zonghao's spirits surged. He snatched up a nearby knife. Prepare to move. When they come and pin them down. Outside the door, Xia Zai steadied his motorcycle, led Delay and the others into the room, and asked the doctor behind the counter, how are my friends doing? The doctor sat upright, though a young man crouched beneath the counter pressed a knife to his abdomen. With an uneasy expression, the doctor pointed toward the wards. They're all fine. Go and see for yourself. Delay and the others started to step inside, but Xia Zai suddenly felt the clinic's atmosphere grow strange. A crash sounded from the wards. Something had been knocked over in the wards, followed by a piercing roar. How? There's an ambush here, run. Oh, fuck. Xia Zai heard the scream, and his heart dropped. This is wrong. Run, run. In an instant, Lu Zonghao and those lying in wait in the wards lunged at Xia Zai and the others. Shit. Seeing Lu Zonghao, Xia Zai's courage evaporated, and he turned to run for the door. At the same time, Hong Guiju burst in from outside. You bastard, you sold us out. Xiao Song and Delay, sworn brothers of Xie Jiahao, saw the danger and leapt at Hong Guiju. Xia Zai go. Already racked by guilt toward Lu Zonghao, and well aware of Hong Guiju's ferocity, and knowing that Lu Zonghao, who once KO'd Hua Xie in a Onionon, was no ordinary foe, Xia Zai seized the moment as the 2 men blocked Hong Guiju, used their momentum, smashed through a glass window, and burst out of the clinic. Lu Zonghao felled a youth with 2 swift slashes, then with bolt-like speed charged to the window and leapt out. Xia Zai had meant to flee on his bike, but seeing Lu Zonghao in relentless pursuit, he steeled himself and bolted into the street. Lu Zonghao tried to give chase, but a speeding car blocked his path. By the time he could pursue again, Xia Zai had clung to a truck's railing and vanished toward the end of the road. Damn! Watching Xia Zai flee, Lu Zonghao stamped the ground and turned to go back to confront the youth who had shouted the warning. At that moment, his cell phone began to ring. Lately tormented by extortion, Lu Zonghao had developed a nervous affliction. The sound of a ringing phone set his heart fluttering. He had failed twice at making arrests that day and assumed the call was from Xie Zhao's side. But when he answered, a bespectacled voice said, Big brother, I found Lan Rinjian from Ji Kang's crew. Lu Zonghao was momentarily stunned. What did you say? Only after I arrived in Tunmen today did I learn you were after Ji Kang. That bastard's men shot me once, so I felt uneasy, so I asked a friend to keep an eye on his whereabouts. Just now my friend told me they spotted Lan Rinjian in Xianshan. I had them capture him, and they've already been sent to the gang den. Well done. Wait for me at the gang den and keep him under close watch. Hearing that Lan Rinjian had been captured, Lu Zonghao felt a sudden clarity. The pager he had found before belonged to Lan Rinjian, who, as a pivotal figure in this chain of events, once interrogated, the truth would surely emerge, and he could then sweep away the group that threatened him. At that moment, Hong Guiju also rushed out of the clinic. Big brother, we've got the lot inside under control. How shall we deal with them? Lu Zonghao waved his hand and hurried toward the parked vehicles. One by one, every last one. Bring them back to the gang den. Although Xia Zai had escaped the clinic under delay and Xiao Song's cover, Lu Zongha's sudden appearance had terrified him. After fleeing in the truck, he crouched at the roadside and vomited for a long time. Only after staggering to a phone booth and dialing 3 times did he finally send a message to Xie Jiao. The phone rang. 2 minutes later, Xia Zai, waiting in the booth, flinched at the ringing and, clutching his chest, lifted the receiver. Xiaohao, something's gone wrong. Besides me, all the brothers were captured by Lu Zonghao. He ambushed them at the clinic. What did you say? Xie Jiao's voice grew heated. Lu Zonghao could kill Shi Zai. If the others fall into his hands, won't this become a disaster? Xia Zai was near tears. I think he must have learned we were coming for revenge. How, what do we do now? Calmer than Xia Zai, Xie Jiahao paused to think and said, don't panic. Being anxious won't help. I have no family, but you still have a sister. Well, drop everything and rush to your sister's school. First, we must make sure Lu Zonghao cannot use your sister to threaten you. Yes, my sister. Hearing that, Xia Zai didn't even hang up. He dropped the receiver and ran toward a taxi at the curb. Meow Street, H-Angle Sparrow Room. Brother Hao. A dozen brothers guarding the punishment hall rose in unison as Lu Zonghao entered. Seeing Lanren Jian bound tightly to a pillar, Lu Zonghao raised a hand lightly. You may all step outside. I'll speak with him alone. Upon hearing Lu Zonghao's words, Lanren Jian's lips trembled and his breathing quickened. After the others had left, Lu Zonghao lit a cigarette and stood before Lanren Jian. Though this is our first meeting, you're already quite familiar with me, aren't you? Yes, Brother Hao. Lanren Jian strained to appear composed, but his chattering teeth betrayed the terror surging beneath his calm facade. Though Lu Zonghao's heart raced wildly within, his expression remained perfectly still, his true emotions carefully concealed. After your arrest, what did you say? I told them nothing, truly. Lanren Jian lifted his gaze toward Lu Zonghao. I knew that one careless word would cost me my life. You're a clever man. You understand the preciousness of life. Lu Zonghao dragged over a chair and sat directly across from Lanren Jian. I won't lay a hand on you. Let's speak calmly and honestly. How does that sound? Lanren Jian swallowed hard. Brother Hao, ask anything. I'll withhold nothing. Lu Zonghao crossed his legs and asked, It was you who've been extorting me all along, correct? That's right. I was once just an ordinary pickpocket, running with Ji Kong and his crew. We earned little, barely enough to scrape by, but it kept us alive. Ji Kong didn't beat around the bush. He told me outright the scheme was to extort you. Lu Zonghao nodded. The intelligence matched what he'd already uncovered. Go on. Yin Peng approached Ji Kong first. He claimed you'd bribed him to take down Bai Chong, and suggested that if we seized this opportunity, we might strike it rich. So Ji Kong and I began shadowing you in secret. Later we saw you meet with an OCU inspector. That's when we deduced your true identity. You were almost certainly an undercover officer from the OCU. Our original plan had been simple: pose as Bai Chong's men, exploit your supposed betrayal of your own boss, and squeeze you for money. We never imagined you carried this other identity. What happened afterward? You already know. Lu Zonghao exhaled a slow plume of smoke. Then tell me what I don't know. Yin Peng was killed by Ji Kong. Lanren Jian paused, then continued. After we got the 1 million, we were ecstatic. We'd never seen so much money in our lives. But before we could even divide it, Yin Peng showed up, demanding 800,000, claiming he'd supplied the intelligence. He'd done nothing else throughout the entire affair, yet demanded 800,000. Naturally, Ji Kong refused. They erupted into a furious argument. Yin Peng even threatened to expose everything to you, ensuring we'd all be destroyed together. To buy time, Ji Kong told him the matter could be negotiated, and claimed he'd hidden the money in Sai Kung, arranging for Yin Peng to collect it there. I truly believe Ji Kong meant to hand over the money, until that night when he climbed upstairs alone, and came back down to tell me Yin Peng was dead. Lu Zonghao's brow furrowed as he absorbed their story. And what roles did Xie Jiahao and Xia Zai play in all this? Xia Zai and Xie Jiahao were Yin Peng's accomplices. It was Xia Zai who passed us the intel about your move against Bai Chong. Lanren Jian lowered his voice. We thought killing Yin Peng would end it, until Xia Zai and Xie Jiahao tracked us down, demanding 1.5 million as compensation for Yin Peng. None of us had strong nerves to begin with. After pocketing that first million, we all agreed it was time to walk away. Staying involved any longer would only seal our fate at your hands. Yet Xia Zai and Xie Jiahao forced our compliance. Under their coercion, we lost all autonomy and launched a second extortion attempt against you, sinking deeper with every step. After securing the second payment, Ji Kong and I realized continuing with Xia Zai's crew was far too dangerous, so we stalled them and fled amid the chaos. That escape enraged Xie Jiahao and Xia Zai, and ever since they've hunted us relentlessly. Lu Zonghao listened, his brow tightening further. 2 days ago, Xie Jiahao ambushed us, leaving several injured and sent to Zhao's bone-setting clinic. The Vietnamese youth you caught today was hired from the refugee camp. We feared handling cash ourselves would draw attention, so we sought an unfamiliar face. Then our lookout spotted Xie Jiahao's gang nearby, so we evacuated early. Lanren Jian paused, then added sheepishly, Brother Hao, do you have any more questions? Lu Zonghao flicked the cigarette, but aside. If Xie Jiahao and Xia Zai knew the full truth, why entrust you with this task? Not entrust, coerce. Lanren Jian muttered bitterly. We dared call and threaten you, but we lacked the courage to actually expose the truth. Either the Triad or the police would have crushed us without mercy. Xia Zai and his crew felt the same. In my view, their real intent was to seize control of us, to force us into becoming their invisible proxies, extracting money from you under their command. After absorbing Lanren Jian's confession, Lu Zonghao fell silent for several seconds, then strode out of the punishment hall and instructed Hong Guoju, go immediately to Xia Zai's sister's school, and then Yao Mati Catholic Primary School. Xia Zai sprinted down the corridor and slammed open the classroom door. The teacher, startled by the violent entrance, cried, Who are you? Who gave you permission to enter? Leaning against the doorframe, gasping for breath, Xia Zai replied, Hello, teacher. I'm Lu Jiala, Lu Jianning's elder brother. We've had an emergency at home. I'm here to take her home right away. The teacher frowned. Lu Jianing was picked up already. What did you say? A thunderclap echoed inside Xia Zai's skull. When did this happen? The teacher pointed outside. The man arrived barely a minute before you. He and your sister just went downstairs. Shit. Without another word, Xia Zai bolted from the classroom, racing like a man possessed toward the building's exit. Xie Jiahao grew up alongside Xia Zai, and he regarded Lu Jianing as if she were his own younger sister. He learned by phone that Lu Zonghao had found Xia Zai and feared that once their identities were exposed, Lu Zonghao might force Xia Zai to reveal himself by using Lu Jianing. He dropped everything, immediately determined to go and retrieve the child. Arriving on his motorcycle at the school gate, Xie Jiahao parked by the roadside, and to save time, instead of going around to the main entrance, kicked over the fence and climbed up onto the wall. As he prepared to drop down, his eyes caught two figures on the walkway. A young man was leading a little girl along the campus path. The girl was Xia Zai's sister, Lu Jianing. Lu! Xie Jiahao wanted to shout, but seeing the distance was too great, he leapt from the wall and sprinted toward the school gate. Inside the campus, Lu Jianing looked up at the unfamiliar youth beside her and asked anxiously, "You said my brother was stabbed. Is he going to be all right?" The young man beside her tried to reassure her. "It's hard to say right now, but try not to worry. We've taken him to the nearest hospital and the doctors are operating." Although only in the 5th grade, Lu Jianing's difficult family life had made her more mature than other children her age. "Can we go to my home first? I've saved some pocket money. I can pay for my brother's medical bills." "All right, let's go to the van." The young man led Lu Jianing out of the school gate. A van waiting some distance away started up and stopped before them. One of its side doors swung open. The young man patted Lu Jianing's shoulder. "Come on, get in." At that moment, Xie Jiahao came roaring up, shouting, "Xiao Ning, don't go with him." Hearing Xie Jiahao shout, Lu Jianing hadn't even turned when the young man's expression hardened. He grabbed her by the collar and shoved her into the van, bracing on the doorframe as he clambered in. "Drive, go. Damn you." Seeing the vehicle start, Xie Jiahao found a sudden reserve of strength, leapt forward in a single bound, grabbed the edge of the door with one hand, and reached for Lu Jianing inside. "You want to die?" The youths inside, bracing on the seats, began savagely kicking at his face. Gripping the van, Xie Jiahao wavered, and after being kicked again, tumbled out. Before he hit the ground, however, he moved with lightning speed, grabbing the collar of one man inside and yanking him out. Thud! They both hit the ground, pinned beneath the man. Xie Jiahao's back slammed against the curb, and he curled up in pain. The van paid no heed to its fallen companion. It kept its speed and sped away. The youth who had fallen under the van seized a stone from the roadside, while Xie Jiahao was still down, and raised it to strike his head. "Damn it! You dare chase a moving vehicle alone? Do you think you're Superman?" Before the youth's hand could fall, Xia Zai, who had run out from the gate, kicked him hard in the head, sending him crashing to the ground. With the help, Xie Jiahao scrambled up and unloaded a barrage of blows on the youth's face, quickly reducing him to a helpless heap. Xia Zai seized Xie Jiahao's arm, looking at his grim expression. "Xiaohao, what are you doing here? Did you see my sister?" Holding the collar of the man on the ground, Xie Jiahao's eyes burned. "Xiao Ning has been taken by these bastards. I was one step too late." Xia Zai glanced at the fallen youth, and his brow knitted. "Isn't this guy one of Ji Kang's henchmen, Dachong?" Seeing uniformed police approaching, Xie Jiahao seized Dachong, and without another word darted into a nearby alley. Half an hour later, in the grove of a park in Yamadi, the Dachong captured by Xie and Xia Zai had a swollen cheek and blood-tinged saliva trickling from his mouth. "Bosses, please stop. If you keep hitting me, I'll really die." Xia Zai had his hand at Dachong's throat, rage burning in his eyes. "Damn you. Why did you kidnap my sister? Where did you take her?" "I don't know. I really don't." Dachong, wincing in pain and almost in tears, said, "On the day Ji Kang killed Yin Peng, I had gone back to my Tumen hometown. Your feud with him has nothing to do with me. You're not holding this debt against me, are you?" Xie Jiahao drew a folding knife from his pocket. "I've already settled the score for killing that Vietnamese kid. Next, it's your turn." Seeing the knife, Dachong struggled. "What do you mean, Vietnamese kid? Yin Peng was killed personally by Ji Kang." Xie Jiahao and Xia Zai were both stunned. "What are you saying?" "I'm telling the truth. That night, Yin Peng was hacked to death by Ji Kang together with Lan Rinjian. Several of Ji Kang's close men knew about it. Afraid Yin Peng would resist, they lured him to Shigong under the pretense of supplying drugs, and when his addiction flared, they killed him." Dachong replied rapidly, "The 2 million that Ji Kang extorted from Lu Zonghao. The intelligence came from Yin Peng. Yin Peng was furious that Ji Kang only gave him 100,000 afterward. He made an excuse that he wanted to move his grandfather into the city and needed money to buy a house, so he asked Ji Kang for funds, and that angered Ji Kang." After hearing Dachong, Xie Jiahao was completely stunned. "Wait, you just said Ji Kang extorted money from Lu Zonghao. What money? I don't know the details." Basically, Ji Kang and his crew held a very important secret on Lu Zonghao and used it as leverage to extort several million from him. This was how Ji Kang made his living. The specifics weren't shared with foot soldiers like us. We simply carried out the orders. Dachong looked at the knife in Xie's hand with fear. I know you've been after Ji Kong to avenge Yin Peng, but Yin Peng's death was because he was too greedy. As far as I know, Ji Kong answers to an elder boss who took most of the money extorted from Lu Zonghao. That boss pushed Ji Kong to get the money, and when Ji Kong said it couldn't be produced, he threatened to reveal the truth to Lu Zonghao, so they would all be dragged down together. Isn't that courting death? Xie Jiahao gathered his thoughts, feeling as if his head might burst. So Lu Zonghao and Ji Kong aren't on the same side. Da Chong, puzzled at Xie's question, replied with curiosity, they're nearly sworn enemies. How could they be in cahoots? Beep. Xiaozai's pager buzzed. He glanced at it. The message was simple. Your sister is with me. Call back. By the telephone booth outside the park, Xie Jiahao gripped Zai's wrist and spoke with grave earnestness. Xiaozai, listen to me. Ji Kong reaching out at this hour is not merely an act of revenge. We were able to learn about Zai's situation. Lu Zonghao may not be wholly in the dark. He is plainly trying to use you. We cannot act on impulse. Xiao Hao, if you still call me brother, then don't stop me. Xiaozai yanked his arm free of Xie Jiahao's hold. From the day I went out into this life, I gave myself up. I can accept any end. Everything I do is to keep my sister alive and safe. She is my everything. I can give up my own life, but I cannot give up my sister. I swore at my mother's bedside that I would take care of her. Xie Jiahao replied patiently, don't get worked up. I never said you couldn't save your sister. I only said there's room to discuss how to do it. We must not be recklessly brash. This is not negotiable. Ji Kong, who could kill Zai, would just as readily kill my sister. I will not gamble with her life. Having spoken, Xiaozai shoved Xie Jiahao aside and stepped into the telephone booth. Xie Jiahao saw Zai's reddened eyes and knew he would not be swayed. He let him make the call and lit a cigarette outside. Halfway through his cigarette, Xie sat up straight as Xiaozai emerged from the booth. What did Ji Kong say? He said that if I want to save my sister, I must come with you to Wangjiao Chaicheng and not bring anyone else. Zai's thoughts whirled. I thought it through. You're right. Ji Kong asking us to come alone is not a good sign. He has my sister tied up. You don't need to risk yourself for this. He'll go alone. Nonsense. We're brothers. Do you think I'd let you go into danger by yourself? Xie Jiahao struck Xiaozai hard in the chest. Don't overthink it. Don't be afraid. Even if the sky falls, I'll bear it with you. Even if we lose our lives today, we will bring Xiao Ning back. With that, Xie Jiahao hauled the dazed Xiaozai onto his motorcycle and vanished into the streets. Wangjiao Chaicheng lay in a desolate quarter. The wide lot was littered with derelict cars. A flattened steel rose like a high wall, forming the barricades of an automobile graveyard. Xiaozai swung his leg off the bike and reached for the knife on the motorcycle. No need, Xie said. They only asked for the two of us. This cannot be solved with a single blade. Xie patted Zai's shoulder and strode ahead into the yard. It was evening. The last rays of the sun threaded through twisted metal, slicing the scene into shards of light that fell across the site. Surveying the maze of scrap, Xie asked Xiaozai, did Ji Kong tell you where to go? Xiaozai shook his head with a hard shadowed look. No, he only said to come to the scrapyard. They had not gone far into the yard when a whistle sounded from a distance, and someone beckoned them over. Xiaozai hurried forward. The place was a small courtyard built from stacked metal slabs. As he entered, he saw his sister bound in the corner of the wall and lunged toward her. Mate. Don't move. Ji Kong appeared on the wall and gave the metal slab a kick. One wrong move from me, and your sister will be gone from this world. Brother. Lu Jianing cried at the sight of Xiaozai. She was clearly terrified. Xie Jiahao's face darkened as he stared up at Ji Kong on the wall. Even in this life we live, there should be limits. Don't drag family into this. Don't take it so far. Ji Kong laughed and flicked his cigarette towards Xie. Threaten me. If I want to do it today, what can you possibly do to stop me? Xiaozai had already lost all reason. He screamed in a crazed voice. Ji Kong, if you harm my sister, I'll kill your whole family. Ji Kong curled his lip as if hearing a joke. To kill my family, you'll have to get out of here first. With that, more than a dozen burly youths surged from the passageway. Weren't you all looking for me? Today I'll give you a chance for revenge. As he spoke, Ji Kong snatched up a metal bucket and tipped the liquid within over Lu Jianing. The acrid stench of gasoline flooded their nostrils. Ji Kong leisurely flicked open a kerosene lighter and brought a flame to it. Xiaozai trembled violently when he saw the motion and bellowed profane and raw, Ji Kong. Don't you dare. Ji Kong smiled with a sickly grin. Whether I act depends on your attitude, he jeered, throwing a vile taunt their way. Didn't you all want to finish me? Fine. Let's see who survives today. The two of you kneel. I'm a timid man. If you spook me, by moving you'll suffer the consequences. Hearing Lu Jianing's cries, as if his heart shattered, Xiaozai sank to his knees without hesitation. I'll kneel. I'll kneel. Just don't hurt my sister. Ji Kong squinted at Xie Jiahao. Did you not hear me? With a heavy thud, Xie collapsed to his knees. Damn it. You rotten kids think you can challenge me. Ji Kang's face hardened. When you were showing off, weren't you fierce? Teach them a lesson. Beat them till they die. With a chorus of shouts, the youths swarmed in and pinned the two men to the ground, raining down blows in a brutal assault. Lu Jianing watched Xiaozai take the beating and sobbed as if her heart would break, while Xiaozai and Xie Jiahao remained silent. It was not that they did not feel the pain, but that they feared their cries would terrify the child further. After roughly 2 minutes, seeing that the pair could not rise, Ji Kong snapped the lighter closed. That's enough. When the beating stopped, Xie Jiahao and Xia Zai lay on the ground, faces bloodied and breathing shallow. Ji Kong waved them off. They're so filthy, I can't even make out their faces. Help wash them up. 2 of the youths came forward chuckling and undid their belts. After they had exhausted themselves with their torment, Ji Kong looked pleased with himself. I'm a merciful man, I cannot bear to see a child suffer. If you die, this child will have no one. I'll give you a chance to live, but you must do one thing for me. At those words, Xie Jiahao felt a cold, foreboding sense crawl up his spine. Ji Kong met Xie's gaze and smiled faintly. This task, it will require you. At the oilseed hall, Lu Zonghao sat on the sofa. Hearing the ringing of his mobile phone, he swiftly pressed the answer button. Hello. On the other end of the line, a deep male voice echoed. Lu Zonghao, I didn't expect I would be calling you, did you? With today's events escalating so much, if I didn't receive your call, that would truly be a problem. Lu Zonghao's gaze was profound as he asked. All this time, the one stirring trouble behind my back has been you, Xie Jiahao, hasn't it? Given all that has happened today, it's not surprising that you can guess my identity, but you should know the price of your actions. Xie Jiahao's voice was low. We clearly agreed that you would pay a fixed sum of 500,000 each month, and in return, we would keep your secrets. We would not interfere with each other, but your actions today have crossed my bottom line. Before you decided to act, did you not consider the consequences of your actions and what price you would have to pay, eh? Lu Zonghao responded calmly. By eliminating you, I can ensure no future troubles. Otherwise, I would eventually be dragged to death by you. I have lost, but I do not regret it. The path you chose is your own. This time, I cannot be blamed for breaking the rules. Since you wish to play, let us continue the game. Xie Jiahao's mocking voice came through. Which side do you wish to choose first, the Crown Prince or Huang Bingren? Do not pretend to be profound here. Your purpose in calling me is not just this, because you know very well that if I die, you will gain nothing. Lu Zonghao picked up the cigarette box on the table. Speak, how much do you want this time? We have been fighting and scheming against each other without meaning for a while now. Why not resolve this once and for all? Xie Jiahao got straight to the point. 2 million in cash, and I promise that from now on I will no longer bother you. Lu Zonghao exhaled a plume of smoke. This isn't the first time you've given me such a guarantee. That's because my identity wasn't exposed before and I could continue to play with you, but now I can't afford this game anymore. I bear no deep grudge against you. I only seek wealth, and we need not resort to violence. Xie Jiahao paused. If you give me this money, I will leave Hong Kong Island and never appear in your world again. How about that? Lu Zonghao coldly replied. Your repeated broken promises do not instill trust in me. You can choose not to gamble, but if I do not receive benefits, I will absolutely not keep your secrets. Xie Jiahao paused again. At 8 tonight at the southern boundary marker of the island, come alone with the money. You know our methods and do not play tricks. This is your last chance. Beep. Beep. Lu Zonghao heard the busy tone on the phone, and after pondering for a moment, he dialed Yu Dongqing's number. Yu Dongqing's voice soon came through. Hello, Ahao. Lu Zonghao extinguished his cigarette. Have you met with Mr. Xiang? How did the discussion go? Mr. Xiang agreed to make contact with the Shui Men gang, but this matter will not be negotiated in the name of the gang. He is worried that since I just took over Oilseed Hall, using gang relations would affect our dominance in the area, and he fears the Crown Prince will accuse him of favoritism. Yu Dongqing paused. Huashi is the top enforcer of the Shui Men gang and holds high prestige within the gang. Without the gang's name, I worry it will be difficult to suppress them, so we might face increased pressure ahead. Tonight, I plan to invite several uncles from the gang for dinner. Come and accompany me. I can't make it tonight. I'm calling you for another matter. Lu Zonghao got straight to the point. Last time we robbed Chun Mingzhi's casino, where did you get the gun you had? What do you need a gun for? Yu Dongqing sensed something was off in Lu Zonghao's tone and asked seriously, how you've been acting strange lately. What exactly are you up to? Lu Zonghao vaguely replied, just private matters. Help me find a way to get a gun. At the car dismantling factory. Xie Jiahao, after finishing the call with Lu Zonghao, as per Ji Kang's request, raised an eyebrow at him. Is it done? I didn't expect you to have such talent. If we had met earlier, we might have become friends. Ji Kang patted Xie Jiahao on the head. The call is done, but the matter is far from over. Tonight you and Xia Zai will make a deal with Lu Zonghao. After getting the money, eliminate him. Xia Zai's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing Ji Kang's words. Recently, he had been wavering between Xie Jiahao and Lu Zonghao. On one hand, he was grateful for Lu Zonghao's support. On the other hand, he felt deep sorrow for Yin Peng's death. Today's events had clarified the truth, proving that Lu Zonghao had no connection to Yin Peng's death. This meant that his recent actions were not avenging Xi Zai, but had instead dragged Lu Zonghao into the mire. The occurrence of this matter had already caused him guilt, and now Ji Kang's insistence on having him assassinate Lu Zonghao pushed him deeper into the abyss of immorality. After hearing Ji Kang's words, Xie Jiahao unhesitatingly took the blame upon himself. This matter I can handle alone, as Xia Zai need not be involved. Ji Kong sneered, his expression full of disdain. I hope you both understand that this is not a discussion, but an order for you to act. If you want Lu Jianing to stay alive, you have no choice, do you understand? We can do this together, but Lu Jianing must come with us. Xie Jiahao replied defiantly. I do not trust you. Without Lu Jianing going with us, I cannot ensure her safety. Slap. Ji Kong slapped Xie Jiahao. You idiot, do you think I would hand over the hostage before carrying out the task? If we are to die, then just kill us now. Xie Jiahao stood tall, meeting Ji Kang's gaze fearlessly. The call to lure Lu Zonghao was made by me. If I don't show up, the plan will fail. If you want me to cooperate, you must let Lu Jianing go with us, otherwise we will both perish and neither of us will benefit. Seeing the resolute look in Xie Jiahao's eyes, Ji Kong pondered for a moment and said, I can hand over the person to you, but not now. When the time comes, I will let you take that girl with you. After finishing his words, Ji Kong ordered his men to chain Xie Jiahao and Xia Zai to an abandoned truck using a dog leash. Taking advantage of the guard going to relieve himself, Xie Jiahao whispered to Xia Zai, Ji Kong wants us to lure Lu Zonghao out, clearly wanting to watch the tigers fight from the mountain. Tonight there will be no winners between us, but this must be done. Once the action begins, I will take out Lu Zonghao. You need not worry about anything else. Take the chance when Ji Kong is off guard to sneak away with Ame. Do you remember? The outlying islands consist of more than 20 islets of varying sizes. Among the 18 districts of the territory, they occupy the largest area, yet have the smallest population. Many of the most picturesque stretches have been carved into private residential enclaves by foreigners and converted into exclusive holdings, such as golf courses. The Yunnan Boundary Stele, also called the Yunnan Boundary Stone, stands on Gochong Ridge of Dayushan in the outlying islands. Erected in 1902, it signified that Dayushan had been leased to Inghua. In 1898, the Qing court signed the convention for extending the port boundary, a national humiliation. Today, Lu Zonghao received a threatening call and will also go to that spot to settle the score once and for all. 7 o'clock in the evening. The tide rose and the waves roared. On the wild sandy beach near the Yunnan Boundary, Stele Ji Kong, flanked by several henchmen, led Lu Jianing before Xie Jiahao and Xia Zai. The person is in your hands. You know what must be done next, don't you? Sister. Xia Zai, seeing Lu Jianing, swept her into his arms and felt his long-suspended anxiety finally ease. Brother and sister reunited. What a beautiful ending. Ji Kong smiled broadly at the three, then extended an arm riddled with needle marks and pressed the muzzle of a 6-shot revolver against the back of Lu Jianing's head. Ji Kong. Xie Jiahao seized his arm at the motion. Don't you fucking move. Relax, Ji Kong soothed. It's not loaded. Ji Kong chuckled, opened his fist, and revealed bullets in his palm. They'll be lurking in the dark. If you try to run, don't blame my bullets for having no mercy. I've been on drugs so long my stamina can't match you two grown men, but catching a child is still easy for me. So remember my words. Don't try any clever tricks, or the consequences will be severe. Clang. The youth beside Ji Kong tossed 2 knives at their feet. Your task is simple: take the money, kill the target, and leave. With that, Ji Kong and his crew stepped back and vanished into the surrounding bramble. Xia Zai watched Ji Kang's party recede, then turned his gaze to the sea, stained red by the sunset. Covering Lu Jianing's ears, he said, Xiaohao, what should we do next? Wait. Xie Jiahao wrapped the knife inside his jacket, sat on the sand, and said, wasn't the plan already set? After we get rid of Lu Zonghao, it'll run first. When you hear the gunfire, take Xiao Ning and leave at top speed. Head for the woods, and whatever happens, don't look back. Xia Zai fell silent. A few tears dropped onto Lu Jianing's head. Feeling the oppressive atmosphere, Xie Jiahao patted Xia Zai's shoulder. If someone has to stay for the rest to get out, better that I die alone than that we all die together. Hearing this, Xia Zai's throat tightened. How do we end up like this? Once you're in this world, you don't always control your fate, Xia replied. I used to think that saying applied only to the bosses of syndicates. Now I see that lowly scoundrels like us have an even harder path and far fewer choices. Perhaps this world is a quagmire from the day we stepped into it. Our fate was sealed from the beginning. Xie Jiahao tried to light a cigarette, but the sea wind snuffed the flame 3 times. He finally tossed it away and closed his eyes to rest. The skyline gaped like a huge maw, gradually swallowing the sunset. By 7:50, the light had already grown dim. Xie Jiahao checked his wristwatch. Sensing the time was near, he picked up the bulky mobile beside him and dialed Lu Zonha's number. His expression then darkened. Seeing Xie Jiahao's look, Xia Zai blurted, what's wrong? Lu Zonha's phone can't be reached. Xia tried Lu's number again. The receiver still returned the unreachable tone. Xia Zai considered, could he be on his way here? Signal on the outlying islands was poor to begin with the rendezvous. So near, if he were in the hills, it would be natural for his phone to fail. Perhaps. Xie Jiahao watched the seconds hand jump across his watch face, his nerves fraying. Though bold in temperament, he had always drifted at society's bottom. His experiences were few, and his psychological resilience far less steady than that of the old hands. In the blink of an eye, it was 8:15. The sun slipped beneath the horizon. The world lay bleak and vast as the clamor of waves and forest wind braided together. In the thicket, the youth beside Ji Kong spat out the twig from his mouth and looked at the three figures. Brother Kong, something's not right. The last few times we dealt with Lu Zonghao, he was always impatient, but he's this late. This makes no sense. Go take a look. Ji Kong glanced at his watch, growing impatient, and pushed through the brush to Xie Jiahao. What's the matter? Why hasn't Lu Zonghao arrived? Xie shook his head. I don't know. I called him, but his line remains unreachable. I can't find him. You bastard, what the hell are you playing at? Ji Kong drew his gun and pressed it to Xie Jiahao's head. Did you warn Lu Zonghao that this place is dangerous, so he wouldn't come? Xie glared. Use your brain before you speak. If we meant that there would have been no reason to accept your terms in the first place, we certainly wouldn't have been coerced here by you. You arranged everything. Now there's a problem, and you expect me to take the blame. Ji Kong, seeing Xie's fury, lowered the gun. Keep calling him until you get through. Tell him if he's not here by 8:30, the consequences will be his own responsibility. Xie picked up the phone and was about to dial again when a flashlight beam swept across their group. Ji Kong assumed it was his men with torches and was about to shout, but more beams flared from within the woods. Then Lu Zonghao strode out steadily in the flashlight beams and called aloud, sorry to have kept you waiting. Lu Zonghao, you fucking. Ji Kong froze at the sight of the suddenly appearing group. Lu Zonghao fixed a deep gaze on Xie Jiahao and Ji Kong on the beach. I was here long ago. I was simply waiting for you two to meet. It seems my effort has been justified. Did you think you could take me today? Hearing this, Ji Kong felt a cold alarm and turned to bolt into the woods. At the same moment, Hong Guizhu charged at the crowd from the other side with his men. Lock down the scene. No one gets away. Arrest every last one of them. With that, the thicket swayed and countless youths surged forward, brandishing sharp knives like a dark cloud sweeping over the town as they charged at Ji Kong and his men. The sudden appearance of Lu Zonghao and his companions on the beach beneath the Yunnan boundary stone completely shattered Ji Kang's group, plunging the scene into instant chaos. Night had already fallen. Hong Guizhu and his men rushed toward the beach in a disordered swarm, flashlights cutting jagged paths through the darkness. From the thicket, Ji Kang's underlings burst forth diagonally, clashing headlong with the newcomers in fierce, chaotic combat. Xie Jiahao froze for a heartbeat upon seeing the encircling crowd, then seized Haizai's arm and bolted toward the sea. Haizai, move now. Before the words faded, Haizai scooped up his younger sister and sprinted beside Xie Jiahao, stumbling wildly across the uneven shore in the opposite direction. Ji Kang's original plan had been to use Xie Jiahao as bait, to lure Lu Zonghao into the open, then let the two factions slaughter each other first. Only after a victor emerged would he step forward to claim the spoils. Even if Xie Jiahao failed, Ji Kong himself would remain concealed and unexposed. What he never anticipated was that Lu Zonghao, who had complied obediently during the first two transactions, would today abandon all pretense and launch a direct, brutal assault against him. Seizing the cover of pandemonium, Ji Kong abandoned all resistance and fled straight into the woods. You cowardly bastard, still running. A young man spotted Ji Kang's retreating figure and pointed sharply. Brothers, if we take this scoundrel down, 10,000 is ours. Charge. Whooshed. At his cry, the youths surged forward en masse. Konga, go ahead. I'll hold them off. One of Ji Kang's men lunged alone into the fray, brandishing his blade in wild, desperate arcs. Thwipped. Thwipped. Steel flashed, but before his blade could land a single blow, the youth crumpled under a barrage of wounds. A youth sprinting at the front closed the gap in 3 strides, seized Ji Kang's shoulder by the collar, and raised his knife to strike. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The youth clutched his abdomen and collapsed. At the report, the entire mob froze in unison. Damn you, so brave just now. Come on, chase me. Ji Kong roared from the forest's edge and fired 2 shots into the stunned crowd. When a stray bullet struck one youth, the mob instantly scattered, ducking behind rocks, diving into ditches, scrambling for cover. Meanwhile, Lu Zonghao raced toward the beach. Spotting Ji Kang's gunfire from afar, he reacted without hesitation. Bang! The shot cracked. The bullet struck stone mere meters from Ji Kong, spitting sparks into the night. Startled, Ji Kong abandoned all bravado and vanished into the trees. Ji Kong had always operated from the shadows, a schemer, not a fighter. In open confrontation, neither his influence nor his martial prowess could rival Lu Zonghao's. He knew it well, and so his first instinct was flight, retreat into obscurity, resume his covert machinations, and continue poisoning Lu Zonghao's world from the dark. Lu Zonghao understood this too, and refused to let him escape. Seeing Ji Kong vanish into the woods, he poured every ounce of strength into a desperate, thunderous sprint. Hong Guizhu, witnessing Lu Zonghao's surge, hurried after him. Big brother, I'm with you. Stay and secure the others. Ji Kong is armed. It's too dangerous for you to follow. Lu Zonghao shouted, not only out of genuine concern for Hong Guizhu's safety, but also to prevent him, cornered and desperate, from revealing what he shouldn't. Meanwhile, in the walled village of Saiqingxi, Yin lay in bed inside a clinic run by Xing, clutching a radio broadcasting a horse race, and gripping his betting slip tightly. Number 7. Okay, we see number 7, Thunderbolt lad, clearing the final bend. surging past number 4 to take the lead. With half a lap remaining, can he hold on for the crown? Brilliant. Hearing the call, Si Yin shot upright, then winced in agony from his leg wound and slumped back onto the mattress. 100 meters to go, 80-50. Number 4 accelerates. She surges along the straightaway, closing fast on number 7. Final 20 meters. Number 4 overtakes number 7. Number 4 crosses the line. Congratulations to number 4 lightning flash champion of this year's race. To hell with that. Si Yin snarled, hurling both radio and betting slip to the floor in fury. At that moment, the clinic door swung open. Chen Yaoxing entered, took in Si Yin's seething rage and grinned. What's got you so worked up? Si Yin looked up startled. Brother Xing, you're here. After Hua Shi died, the Shuimin gang hunted me relentlessly, posting a 30,000 bounty on my head. Where else could I hide but here in Saichong? Bored out of my skull, I heard you were recovering here. Thought I'd drop by for a chat. Chen Yaoxing glanced at the shattered radio on the floor, then picked up the betting slip and examined it. 5,000 staked on a single race. You're richer than I thought. All my savings and high-interest loans borrowed outside went into this race. A friend works at the stable. He swore he had inside information. I believe that bullshit. Si Yin slammed his fist onto the bed. It's over. This debt will bury me alive. Meanwhile, atop Lantau Mountain, Ji Kong plunged deep into the woods, only to lose his bearings entirely, wandering blindly in circles. Elsewhere, Xie Jiahao and Haizai had broken free amid the chaos, fleeing far along the coastline. Along Dog Spring Ridge, the shore rose sheer, cliffs hemming them and blocking their path with an impassable ridge. Haizai gazed into the dense shadowed woods and spoke gravely. Xiaohao, we've hit a dead end. Should we wait here until dawn? Xie Jiahao paused, then pointed decisively toward the mountain summit. Lu Zonghao brought men here. He must have many allies. Once he finishes with Ji Kong, he'll likely pursue us into the mountains to hide. This has nothing to do with us, does it? Haizai blurted, mentioning Lu Zonghao. It's all a misunderstanding. We can explain everything to Brother Hao. Lu Jiala, don't be so naive. Lu Zonghao came to Lantau Island because I called him. Do you truly believe our blood feud can be undone with a simple misunderstanding? Xie Jiahao fixed Haizai with a steady, sober gaze. Men like Lu Zonghao, who rise to such heights in the Triad world, are never kind-hearted. They are ruthless, steeped in blood and vengeance. His past kindness toward you was transactional, not born of virtue. We escaped tonight only because Ma Zhu herself shielded us. Let's survive tonight. Tomorrow we flee to Macau. Bang, bang. As the three prepared to ascend the slope, 2 thunderous gunshots cracked overhead, close, deafening, and unmistakably lethal. The sudden gunshots startled Xia Zai, who exclaimed, "What's happening? Why is there gunfire?" Could it be that Lu Zonghao called the police? Xie Jiahao waved his hand, intending to take a different route to leave, but noticed lights turning on at the beach behind them. He had no choice but to drag his siblings and crouch behind a nearby rock. In the woods, Ji Kong quickly lost his direction after entering. After wandering in circles, he decided to head downhill, aiming to leave this area as close to the sea as possible. Just as he was about to descend, he was suddenly attacked by a wild boar. The beast ambushed him from the bushes, knocking Ji Kong to the ground and nearly costing him his life. In his panic, Ji Kong fired 2 shots. Although he missed the boar, the flash and noise scared the creature away. Ow. Ji Kong struggled on the ground, feeling a sharp pain in his left rib, broken by the 300 to 400-pound wild boar. Even breathing made him sweat profusely. Creak. Just then, the trees 20 meters away began to sway again. Ji Kong thought the beast had returned, and ignoring the intense pain in his body, raised his gun once more. Bang! Gunfire suddenly erupted from the bushes as Lu Zonghao, attracted by the sound, opened fire first. He wielded a Browning L9A1 with a magazine capacity of 12 rounds, double that of Ji Kang's. His intention to fire first was to leverage his superior ammunition supply to force Ji Kong into a firefight, planning to advance while Ji Kong reloaded. Bang! Click! Ji Kong hastily countered, but after firing a single shot, he exhausted his bullets. Damn it! At this moment, he was pushed to a dead end, gritting his teeth and cursing, pulling a bullet from his pocket and starting to reload. Bang, bang, bang. Lu Zonghao noticed Ji Kang's awkward shooting rhythm and moved forward, firing at him as he took small steps. Boom, boom. Bullets struck the stones and trees around Ji Kong, sending splinters flying. As a petty thief turned low-level thug, Ji Kong had only fired a gun a handful of times in his life and had no experience in such a gunfight. Thus, when Lu Zonghao pressed in, instead of seeking cover, he threw his bullets away and bolted into the woods, running in a straight line rather than taking evasive maneuvers. Under the hazy moonlight, Lu Zonghao vaguely saw Ji Kong darting into the woods and quickly pursued him. Ever since arriving on Hong Kong Island, Lu Zonghao had lived in an environment filled with danger and had always prioritized physical training. In contrast, Ji Kong, drained by a life of vice and debauchery, was already panting heavily after running just a few dozen meters. As he ran, he reloaded 2 bullets into his gun and fired 2 shots behind him. Did Ji Kong dare to kill? The answer was a resounding yes, as evidenced by his act of killing Yin Peng in Shaxia village. However, at this moment Ji Kong did not wish to fight Lu Zonghao to the death. He fired randomly, hoping to scare Lu Zonghao off like he did with the wild boar, completely unaware that Lu Zonghao was intent on a deadly confrontation, and his gunfire merely revealed his position. Facing Ji Kang's erratic shooting, Lu Zonghao slowed down and maneuvered around him. He quickly realized that Ji Kang had no real combat experience and could have used the woods to evade him, but Ji Kang's trajectory clearly indicated he intended to run out of the woods. After firing 2 shots, Ji Kang noticed the silence behind him and mistakenly thought his pursuer had given up out of fear of his weapon. This brought him a moment of joy. 3 minutes later, Ji Kang emerged from the woods leaning against a large rock, gasping heavily. Having not experienced such intense physical exertion for a long time, he felt as if his lungs were about to burst. Behind a nearby rock, Xie Jiahao recognized Ji Kang's face in the moonlight and instinctively picked up a knife, muttering, "How can this bastard be here alone? Let's take him out." "Xiaohao, don't act impulsively, he has a gun," Xia Zai said, gripping his arm. "We came here to survive, not to fight to the death." Xie Jiahao looked at the enemy who had killed his best friend, suppressing his anger and falling silent. Ji Kang rushed out of the woods, leaned against the stone, and after confirming that the pursuer had truly vanished, he lowered his gun, preparing to flee. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Ji Kang let his guard down, gunfire erupted from the woods once more. Damn! Startled by the gunfire, Ji Kang felt a jolt of fear, darting behind a nearby rock. As he reached for a bullet, he felt a painful swelling sensation in his leg, as if stung by a wasp. Looking down, he saw that his pants were stained red with blood, and the wound was oozing. Damn it! The intense burning pain made Ji Kang sweat profusely, but he gritted his teeth and loaded the last 3 bullets into the chamber. Boom! Suddenly a noise came from the left front, and Ji Kang instinctively pointed in that direction. Bang! Lu Zonghao, hiding on the other side and throwing stones, saw Ji Kang's gesture and decisively pulled the trigger. The gunshot reverberated and the bullet struck Ji Kang's wrist, twisting his arm and sending the gun flying out of his hand. With one shot, Lu Zonghao saw Ji Kang's gun drop and swiftly charged over, aiming his gun at him. "Don't move." "Ow. Ow." Ji Kang, hit by 2 bullets, felt the pain from his wounds, causing him to break out in a cold sweat, desperately clutching his bleeding wrist. Bang! Lu Zonghao kicked Ji Kang in the face, his eyes filled with rage as he asked, "Bastard, did you ever think about the day we would meet when you threatened me?" "Ow." Ji Kang was in so much pain, he couldn't even speak, only letting out a series of moans. Seeing Ji Kang's silence, Lu Zonghao stepped on the gunshot wound in his leg. "Off." Ji Kang, overwhelmed by pain, sat up, his lips trembling. "Big brother, I was wrong. Please don't do this to me." Lu Zonghao increased the pressure of his foot, saying, "All along you've been the one scheming behind my back, haven't you? When you took my money, did you ever think about what you would use to pay it back?" Looking at Lu Zonghao's furious expression, Ji Kang's forehead dripped with sweat. Lu Zonghao kicked Ji Kang down, stepping on his chest, and aimed his gun at his forehead. "Tell me, where did the information about threatening me come from?" Facing Lu Zonghao's gun barrel, Ji Kang's face turned ashen. Every threatening phone call he had made to Lu Zonghao earlier had been dialed by his own hand. During their prior conversations, the intoxicating sensation of manipulating a seasoned underworld figure like a puppet had left Ji Kang euphoric. Today the 2 men, until now connected only through voice, finally met face to face. In a single exchange, he was utterly overwhelmed, left defenseless against Lu Zonghao's assault. Staring down the dark, gaping muzzle, Ji Kang strained to project fearless composure, but his trembling voice betrayed the terror coiling deep within him. "Lu Zonghao, don't do anything rash. If something happens to me, you'll pay dearly too. If I don't walk out of here today, your true identity will be exposed to everyone." Lu Zonghao increased the pressure of his foot. "Do you truly believe I'd dare come for you without absolute confidence in burying this matter completely? Tell me who's behind you. I'll make your suffering brief." "Yes, there is someone behind me, but you have no idea who they are, do you?" Hearing those words, Ji Kang seized a sliver of hope for survival. "If you lay a hand on me, it's mutual annihilation. I'm just a petty thief, but you're a red pole of Sinian. If I die, you fall with me. Is trading your life for mine really worth it? Your life ends today. Whether mine does too is something you'll never live to see." Seeing Ji Kang still resist, Lu Zonghao's expression hardened. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. A deafening crack. A crimson hole burst open at Ji Kang's forehead, and splattered brain matter instantly stained the boulder behind him scarlet. Behind a nearby outcrop of rock, Xia Zai watched Lu Zonghao fire the fatal shot, and instinctively covered his younger sister's eyes. Xie Jiahao, witnessing Lu Zonghao's ruthless decisiveness, broke into a cold sweat. Though Ji Kang lay dead, an icy premonition gripped Xie Jiahao. Should he ever meet Lu Zonghao face to face, that same bullet would pierce his skull without pause. Having executed Ji Kang with one clean shot, Lu Zonghao immediately searched the corpse. 15 seconds later, he retrieved Ji Kang's pager. Before he could even glance at its screen, a strange rustling echoed from the woods behind him. Crack, crack, crack. A figure burst from the forest, firing repeatedly at Lu Zonghao. Caught off guard, Lu Zonghao recoiled violently, ducking instantly behind a boulder. Crack, crack, crack. The assailant emerged from the woods with military precision, firing rhythmically to suppress Lu Zonghao while advancing swiftly, closing the distance with lethal intent. Crack, crack. Lu Zonghao had already secured what he came for and had no intention of dying in a standoff. He thrust his arm out, blindly fired 2 wild shots, then crouched low and began sidling along the rock's edge, preparing to circle around and vanish into the forest. Just as Lu Zonghao reached the forest's edge, another figure emerged, raising a shotgun and firing point-blank. Tum! A blinding spray of sparks erupted beside Lu Zonghao. He staggered backward barely a meter, then lurched sideways and collapsed behind a boulder. Clatter! The shotgunner racked the slide, ejecting the spent shell, then advanced with steady, deliberate steps. Behind the rock, Xia Zai took a deep breath and rose, gripping his knife. Xia Jiahao seized Xia Zai's wrist. Xia Zai, what are you doing? Saving him. Though Xia Zai trembled uncontrollably from the gunfire, his voice held iron resolve. Brother, Hao saved me once. I won't stand by while he dies. Are you insane? You think a rusted blade can match a loaded gun? Xia Jiahao's eyes flared with fury. Even if he once did you a kindness, that was long ago. We've crossed into open war now. Why throw your life away for him? We did clash, but only because I misjudged him from the start. From beginning to end, brother, Hao never wronged me. He offered me a path upward. I simply failed to grasp it. Now I must seize that chance again, by my own strength. Knowing time was slipping away, Xia Zai wrenched free from Xia Jiahao's grip and sprinted forward, knife in hand, vanishing behind the rocks. The young shotgunner had felled Lu Zonghao with a single blast. Now he moved swiftly to the spot where Lu Zonghao had fallen, leveling his weapon downward. It was a narrow gully nestled between 2 boulders, tight confined, yet bathed in moonlight, utterly empty. The gunman froze, momentarily stunned. Blood pooled beneath his boots, proof Lu Zonghao had been hit. From Lu Zonghao's collapse to his own pursuit, less than 10 seconds had passed. How far could a wounded man possibly flee in that time? As the thought struck him, he stepped forward to examine the blood trail more closely, only to realize the stone beneath his feet jutted outward slightly. That meant someone could hide directly beneath him. Instantly, he yanked his barrel upward, just as Lu Zonghao lunged from beneath the rock, gun raised high. Crack, crack, crack. The gunman above crumpled silently, riddled with bullets. Shotgun ammunition falls into 3 primary categories: birdshot, buckshot, and slugs, of which birdshot contains the most pellets, delivers the widest spread, yet carries the least stopping power. The gunman who'd ambushed Lu Zonghao had used birdshot, its immense stopping force rendering precise aim nearly unnecessary, though anyone struck would collapse within meters. Lu Zonghao had taken one such round. Though he'd managed to fight back, both legs were riddled with pellet wounds, each movement spurting fresh blood. Having neutralized the gunman above, Lu Zonghao hadn't even drawn breath before the second attacker charged from the opposite flank, weapon leveled straight at him. Damn you, die! Xia Zai barreled forward, saw the gunman raise his arm, and mind ablaze launched himself headlong. Thud! They plummeted together from a rocky ledge only 1.5 meters high, crashing onto the ground in unison. Xia Zai landed hard on his back, the knife lost somewhere in the fall. He rolled over, pinned the gunman beneath him, gripped his jacket with desperate strength, and roared, "Brother Hao, run!" Crack! Unable to break free, the gunman fired point-blank into Xia Zai's torso, then shoved him aside and bolted. At that instant, Xia Jiahao surged forward from behind, saw the gunman's motion, and ignoring the rising barrel, charged with bloodshot eyes and a guttural curse, "You motherfucker." Crack! Another gunshot tore through the night. Xia Jiahao had rushed into the valley solely out of concern for Xia Zai's safety. Though they had grown divided over Lu Zonghao, their joint pursuit of vengeance for Yin Peng proved that at heart, both held an unadulterated belief in brotherhood. The moment Xia Jiahao burst into the valley, he saw Xia Zai collapse under gunfire, and without hesitation charged furiously toward the shooter. The shooter evaded Lu Zonghao not out of fear, but because his firing position was compromised. He sought cover to immobilize the already wounded Lu Zonghao, only to instinctively raise his weapon the instant Xia Jiahao appeared. Bang! Lu Zonghao acted with lightning speed. His bullet struck the shooter squarely in the lower back, dropping him instantly. Xia Jiahao, now consumed by murderous intent, brought his blade down in a single brutal arc. "Don't kill him!" Lu Zonghao roared. A sickening thud followed. The blade sank deep and blood sprayed across the rocks. No sooner had Lu Zonghao seen Xia Jiahao eliminate the shooter than Xia Zai erupted into violent coughing, vomiting torrents of blood onto the ground. Xia Zai, at the sight of his comrade's ghastly state, Lu Zonghao abandoned all questions for Xia Jiahao and rushed forward to examine him. A bullet had pierced Xia Zai's left chest. With each ragged breath, dark blood welled from the wound. The clots he spat were not crimson, but blackish-brown, a grim sign his internal organs had been torn asunder. Xia Zai's lips trembled as he gazed upon Lu Zonghao. "Haoga!" Lu Zonghao pressed firmly against his chest. "Don't speak. You'll be fine." Xia Zai whispered, voice fraying at the edges. It's useless. I know I'm done. I've seen the dead. They say before death vision fades, and now, I see nothing. Lu Zonghao looked upon his most trusted subordinate, heart heavy with sorrow and regret. You're only suffering from severe blood loss. It's reversible. Hold on. Don't close your eyes. Shivering with chilling cold from catastrophic blood loss, Xia Zai murmured disjointedly, as if racing against time, Hauga, Ji Kang's affair, had nothing to do with us. I only wanted vengeance for Shizai. I was played, deceived. I know. Today I captured Lan Renjian. He told me the man who'd been collaborating with him was you and Xie Jiao. But his story bristled with inconsistencies, implausible and brittle under scrutiny. I tracked down those who'd recently carried out tasks for you at the Tunmun Clinic, then interrogated them separately. Their accounts bore no resemblance to Lan Renjian's testimony. Lu Zonghao paused, voice low and grave. At that moment I realized we'd been manipulated. Someone deliberately exploited our mutual suspicion, muddying the waters and pressuring Lan Renjian to lie to me. A faint, weary smile flickered across Xia Zai's lips, knowing it wasn't me. That's enough. Gazing upon Xia Zai slipping ever deeper into oblivion, Lu Zonghao's voice grew hushed, weighted with remorse. I used you. Long before this, I sent men to your sister's school, not to protect her, but because I knew anyone seeking to draw you in would first target her. So I had her watched. I learned she'd been taken to the auto-wrecking yard long ago, but I couldn't act. I needed to uncover who was truly orchestrating this assault against me. This tragedy began with my own suspicion. No one else bears blame. Xia Zai's breath grew shallow, threadbare. Hauga, one last request. Spare Xiaohao. We were never part of this chain of violence, only seeking justice for Shizai. Lu Zonghao, hearing Xia Zai's labored bellows like breathing, gave a solemn nod. I promise. Then, barely above a whisper, my sister, she's behind the stone. With those final words, Xia Zai's head lolled sideways. His wide-open eyes dimmed, extinguished of life's last light. Lu Zonghao stared at Xia Zai's slackened body, then lifted his gaze, only to find the shooter's corpse beside him, and Xie Jiahao vanished without a trace. Within that narrow valley, 3 bodies lay slain in mere minutes, the air thick with the coppery reek of blood. Both of Lu Zonghao's legs had been shot, swollen numb and searing with pain. He searched the corpses, retrieved a pager from one, scanned its message, then pulled out his mobile phone and dialed the paging service. Please page number 97325675 with the following message. Kowloon walled city, inside a clinic. Beep, beep. In mid-conversation with Chun, Yaoxing heard his pager chime. He glanced at the screen, then set it aside, his expression oddly unsettled. Chun Yaoxing noticed and smiled gently. No need to return the call. Yin waved a hand, calm and unruffled. No, nothing urgent. Chun Yaoxing gestured toward the device. Mind if I take a look? Yin chuckled. Sorry, brother Xing. My girlfriend sent it. Private matter. Yin offered the reply with a smile. But when he met Chun Yaoxing's sharp, unwavering gaze, his lips pressed into a thin line, and he fell silent. Why you? Chun Yaoxing lit a cigarette, his voice quiet but penetrating. You've risen far beyond your days as a low-level foot soldier. So why remain unsatisfied? After a thoughtful pause, Yin reached for the cigarette pack on the nightstand. Did Lu Zonghao tell you everything, including his true identity? Chun Yaoxing sidestepped the question. In this world, a man needs at least one person he can truly trust. Wouldn't you agree? Yin smiled faintly. Indeed. Of every 100 who enter the underworld, 99 meet grim ends, slashed to death or crippled beyond repair. Those who merely rot in prison are in truth the lucky ones. Hauga is a worthy leader. Staying by his side promises advancement. Why choose a path that leads only to ruin? Chun Yaoxing studied Yin with genuine bewilderment. Is fleeting gain truly worth sacrificing your entire future? Yin met his gaze squarely. Do you truly believe it's only about profit? Then what? Are you loyal to Chun Mingzhi, or to the prince? Chun Yaoxing ventured a guess, surely not out of lingering loyalty, to Bai Fenchang. On the day Bai Fenchang's narcotics were seized in Saikang, I was there. I'd gone to find Dao Zai, but arrived just in time to witness Lu Zonghao execute him, and later Du Guobin. Yin paused, voice hardening. That day I resolved to report everything to Bai Fenchang, and from that moment onward Lu Zonghao became my obsession. I once considered using Bai Fenchang's hand to crush him, but that would have been too merciful. No, I would torment him. I would make terror his constant companion, so that even in sleep he dared not close his eyes. Chun Yaoxing frowned. There must be a reason, some deeper cause. Yin erupted, voice raw with anguish. Because Dao Zai was my lover. Is that reason enough? Chun Yaoxing stared in stunned silence upon hearing Sion's cliched reply, then finally asked, voice trembling, you just said, you and Daozi. Daozi and I were junior high classmates, and that's when our relationship began. After being expelled for fighting, I joined Heshenjiai. I'd already risen to become the boss of an entire street, until Daozi changed everything. For him, I abandoned it all, and submitted myself to Bai Fenchang's command, taking the lowest rung as a mere foot soldier. Sion's lips twisted into a pained smile as he recalled that what existed between Daozi and me was never a love blessed by the world. To be with him, I sacrificed my future and severed ties with my family. I staked my entire life on him. And Lu Zonghao destroyed it all. So tell me, don't I deserve revenge? Shen Yaoxing's lips parted, yet no words emerged. He stood speechless. Sion took a sharp, deep drag from his cigarette. How did you even suspect something was off about me? Your fatal mistake was handing Lanren Jian over to him. Shen Yaoxing replied plainly, you tried to frame Xie Jiahao and Xia Zai. But that move was reckless beyond reason. Yesterday, Brother Hao captured one of Xie Jiahao's men. Under interrogation, their testimonies contradicted each other completely. Such inconsistencies cannot withstand scrutiny, can they? You accompanied him during the arrest yesterday, and yet when even he couldn't locate Ji Kong, you delivered the man. That defies all logic. Time was short. I had no better option. When Lu Zonghao made the arrest yesterday, I recognized Xie Jiahao instantly and realized the truth could no longer be concealed. So I acted swiftly, to drag Lu Zonghao down with me to eliminate him entirely. Lanren Jian was already planning to flee, I coerced him by threatening his family. Sion curled his lip. I never imagined Lu Zonghao possessed the resolve to burn everything down, to shatter our alliance without hesitation. After Ji Kong confessed, Brother Hao dispatched men to Xia Zai's sister's school. Ji Kong had been under surveillance ever since his earlier arrests. Shen Yaoxing paused briefly. He delayed this confrontation only to confirm whether you, Sion, were the one pulling Ji Kang's strings. Whether it's Brother Hao or myself, we've always held you in high regard. You're capable, intelligent. This outcome was never inevitable. Had you withdrawn in time, had you simply arranged Ji Kang's escape after notifying him yesterday, instead of doubling down, you wouldn't be here now. If not for Daozi, I wouldn't have had to claw my way up from the gutter, not even today. Sion flicked away his cigarette. But Brother Xing, let's strike a deal. After your takedown of Hua, your reputation has soared. If anything happens to Lu Zonghao, you'll undoubtedly ascend as the red pole of Yao Ma Ti. I still hold 1 million in cash. Let me walk away, and both wealth and status will be yours. What do you say? Shen Yaoxing smiled faintly. If I were so easily swayed by words, would Brother Hao have sent me here at all? Sion shrugged nonchalantly, his hand sliding silently beneath the pillow. Brother Xing, you've always treated me well, and even introduced me to Lu Zonghao. I truly don't wish to stand opposed to you, so? Bang! Shen Yaoxing sensed the movement. The hand in his pocket moved, instantly firing without hesitation. Thud! Sion collapsed backward onto the bed, blood erupting from his chest. His hand, half buried beneath the pillow, was exposed, clutching a revolver. Shen Yaoxing stepped forward, disarmed Sion with a swift kick, then pressed the pillow hard against his chest, jamming the gun firmly atop it. You were my recommendation to Brother Hao. This ends with me, and only me. Rest easy. Don't blame me. Sion gasped, sharply summoning his final strength to protest. Have you ever considered? He eliminated me because I knew his true identity. Do you really believe he'll spare you once you learn the truth? Shen Yaoxing shook his head slightly. Truth is, I know nothing of Lu Zonghao's real identity. In this world, every man guards his secrets. I came here not out of certainty, but because we've walked through the gates of hell together. He is my sworn brother, and I stand by that. Sion's eyes flared wide with fury. You claim ignorance, but will Lu Zonghao believe you? Let me tell you, he is. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots rang out in rapid succession. Offshore by the seaside, Zhao Da, Ji Kang's most trusted henchman, knelt sobbing on the shore, tears and snot streaming down his face, swearing oaths to Lu Zonghao. Brother Hao, all this was Ji Kang's doing. I'm just a low-level grunt. I know nothing. Please, believe me. I believe you. Calm down, take your time. Lu Zonghao offered Zhao Da a cigarette. Among your circle, who else knows my true identity? Only Ji Kong, Lanren Jian, and I. Trembling violently, Zhao Da dared not reach for the cigarette. I never participated in their extortion attempts. Not once. I only handled remote calls. I've told no one about your identity, not a soul. Brother Hao, if you spare me, I swear I'll bury this secret in my gut forever. Lu Zonghao nodded slowly. I believe you. Seeing you now, I truly believe you won't speak of it. Relief flooded Zhao Da's face, and he immediately vowed, Brother Hao, you have my word. Today's events will stay buried in my. I believe you won't speak, but I dare not wager my life on that belief. Lu Zonghao pressed the barrel of his gun hard against Zhao Da's forehead. You chose your path. Don't blame me. A gunshot cracked, the sound swallowed by the wind, as Zhao Da toppled backward, plummeting off the cliff. Blood splattered across Lu Zonghao's arms and clothes. With Zhao Da's death, the threat of exposure was, temporarily, contained. Days of pent-up tension released at last. Lu Zonghao felt an overwhelming sense of relief. His body, utterly spent, could bear no more, collapsing heavily onto the ground. Hung Guoju, watching from afar, sprinted forward and caught Lu Zonghao's arm. Big brother, hold on. I'll take you to the hospital right away. Put the hospital aside. For now, take me back to Xiaxing. Lu Zonghao coughed weakly, then turned to Hung Guoju. Aju, if one day I stand opposed to Xing, what would you choose? Hung Guoju visibly stiffened. Big brother, Xing and I, We three bound our lives together as brothers. We survived the assassination of Oliver, a death sentence in itself. How could we ever turn on each other? I said if. Lu Zhonghao's voice remained unsettled. He knew Ji Kang's death Lanren Jian Zhao Das. They didn't end the crisis. They merely paused it. So long as he drew breath, danger would cling to him. Unrelenting, eternal. Today's operation could never have succeeded alone. When he tasked Chen Yaoxing with confronting Sion, he revealed only that Sion held a secret capable of ending his life, not what that secret was. It was precisely because all three had faced death together during the assassination of Oliver that Lu Zhonghao entrusted Chen Yaoxing with this task. Yet a police mole has always been the Triads' gravest taboo. Even Lu Zhonghao himself remained uncertain. Should his identity ever surface, how could he face the brother who once shared his life and his peril? On a street near the Kowloon walled city, Chen Yaoxing pulled open the van door and recoiled at the coppery stench of blood inside, frowning. Are you injured? It's nothing. I can still hold on. Lu Zhonghao waved dismissively and offered Chen Yaoxing a cigarette. How did things go with Si Yin? Don't worry, it's handled. Chen Yaoxing nodded firmly. In this walled city, no one enforces the law. Death here is as ordinary as rain. I've already disposed of the body. I know you held Si Yin in high regard, but today's action was unavoidable. Lu Zhonghao's voice dropped low and grave. I never wished to harm anyone. Yet Si Yin crossed an unbreakable line. If he lived, I would never know peace again. Brother Hao, you owe me no explanation for such matters. Chen Yaoxing spoke earnestly. Si Yin was my recommendation. You took him under your wing. His betrayal demanded disciplinary action from me, as it is only right that I cleanse our own ranks. We are all Triad men. This is the code. Xing, in my heart, you have always been my closest brother. I simply could not bear the thought of your misunderstanding me, as if I were some heartless executioner who treats lives as mere chaff. Brother Hao, I stepped outside the Triad to handle this for you, precisely because I consider you my brother. Chen Yaoxing glanced sidelong at Lu Zhonghao. Why so unusually hesitant today? After all, when we eliminated Oliver, you showed no trace of this hesitation. Lu Zhonghao realized his own unusual demeanor and took a slow, deep breath. Perhaps it's because Oliver was an outsider, whereas Si Yin stood beside me day after day. The most terrifying peril in this Jianghu is not facing an overwhelmingly powerful enemy, but betrayal by those closest to us. That chill down the spine, that knife thrust from behind. It cuts deepest of all. That is why traitors are never tolerated, isn't it? At the word traitor, Lu Zhonghao flinched inwardly. Did Si Yin say something to you? Brother Hao, what's truly troubling you? Chen Yaoxing grew restless. Between us, what remains unspeakable? Lu Zhonghao exhaled deeply. Nothing. Perhaps just exhaustion. A lack of rest. Xing, actually. Before Lu Zhonghao could finish, Hung Guoju rushed over from outside, rapping urgently on the window and gesturing wildly with his pager. Brother Hao, just got a call from the branch. The Green brothers in trouble. Both men froze at the news. Lu Zhonghao shoved the van door open, his face tight with alarm. What happened to Brother Qing? Hung Guoju spoke in clipped urgency. Our brothers at the branch said he crashed on the way back from Yao Ma Ti, critically injured, and was rushed to the nearest hospital. His condition remains unknown. Damn it. The Shui Min gang's retaliation has begun. Upon hearing of Yu Dongqing's accident, Chen Yaoxing's expression hardened instantly. The Shui Min gang isn't a traditional syndicate. They scorn Jianghu codes entirely. With Huaxi dead and Yao Ma Ti today, they'll never let this pass quietly. I simply didn't expect their vengeance to strike so swiftly. Ignoring the bullet wound in his leg, Lu Zhonghao barked orders at Hung Guoju Drive, straight to Brother Qing's hospital. Xing, you're still implicated in Huaxi's case. Your presence there now would be unwise. Stay behind. Chen Yaoxing, uneasy, insisted. You're gravely wounded. You won't be able to do much there alone. Let me accompany you. No need. Brother Qing is hospitalized. He'll be safe. Even the Shui Min gang wouldn't dare cause chaos in a hospital. I'll assign extra men to guard him. Lu Zhonghao, deeply distressed by Yu Dongqing's accident, said solemnly. This happened without warning. I must go to him at once. Handle things as I've instructed. Seeing Lu Zhonghao's resolve, Chen Yaoxing opened the van door, then take care. Inside the vehicle, Lu Zhonghao watched Chen Yaoxing's retreating figure vanish into the walled city. His hand buried deep in his pocket gripped the pistol's cold grip, palm slick with sweat. Kowloon Queen Elizabeth Hospital. Lu Zhonghao was carried in on Hung Guoju's back. Emergency staff rushed toward him, assuming he was the patient in need of urgent care. Ignoring their startled glances, Lu Zhonghao pressed the attending physician. What's the status of the car crash victim brought in just now? By regulation, we cannot disclose patient information. The doctor frowned at Lu Zhonghao's disheveled appearance, only to recoil as Lu Zhonghao's eyes blazed with fury and he roared. I asked, what is his condition? Whoa. His entourage surged forward in unison at their boss's outburst. Hold on, this is a hospital. Startled by the gang of thugs and unnerved further by Lu Zhonghao's savage glare, the doctor sighed. The two crash victims were pronounced dead on arrival. A thunderclap echoed inside Lu Zhonghao's skull. Where are they? The doctor pointed down the corridor. Emergency surgery, still not moved out yet. 10 seconds later, Hung Guoju wheeled Lu Zonghao through the ER corridor. As they neared the operating room, a gurney bearing a corpse draped in white linen rolled past. Hung Guoju halted mid-step. Big brother, this. Lu Zonghao stared at the bloodstains blooming across the white sheet, his breath ragged, his temples pulsing with sharp, insistent pain. Yu Dongqing was dead. Though Lu Zonghao had already eradicated Ji Kang's faction to conceal his identity, and lost Xia Zai, his most trusted lieutenant, none of those losses struck as devastatingly as this. Even amid so many deaths, Yu Dongqing's passing tore a raw wound through his spirit. Through time spent together, his feelings toward Yu Dongqing had shifted from cold calculation and instrumental use to genuine kinship, even brotherhood. Yet Yu Dongqing's sudden death shattered every plan he'd laid. Worse, he had no idea how he would stand his ground in Yao Mati without him. Before grief could fully settle, a familiar voice cut through from behind. Hey, what's going on here? Lu Zonghao whirled around, and there stood Yu Dongqing, head wrapped tightly in bandages. Lu Zonghao erupted. Yu Dongqing, you son of a bitch. Yu Dongqing blinked stunned, then studied Lu Zonghao's battered state. Did someone ambush you too? If you're fine, why the hell didn't you call and tell me? I've been swamped. No time for reassuring calls. Yu Dongqing pointed at Lu Zonghao's leg. Did those Shui Min gang bastards come after you too? Lu Zonghao could not tell Yu Dongqing about his confrontation with Ji Kang and could only speak vaguely. I've run into some trouble myself. But how did you identify those attackers as members of the Shui Min gang? Did they leave their names behind? They left nothing but empty air. After speaking with Mr. Xiang today, I sensed that without the Triads' direct intervention, resolving this matter on our own would be nearly impossible. So I went to Hung Ham to seek Gao Sheng's assistance. On my way back, however, several unfamiliar vehicles began tailing me. I didn't get a clear look at the attackers' faces. Yu Dongqing paused briefly, but the 3 cars they drove, 2 BMWs and 1 Mercedes, are precisely the kind of fleet only the Shui Min gang, notorious car thieves, could assemble so brazenly. Given your minor abrasions, how exactly did you escape their pursuit? Lu Zonghao asked, unable to suppress his curiosity. The moment they struck, I was still just outside Hung Ham. I turned the car around and had my underling drive straight to a venue protected by Gao Sheng. There those hooligans rammed my vehicle and swarmed me, until one of Gao Sheng's men spotted the commotion, blew a whistle, and summoned reinforcements. The Shui Min gang fled immediately. I sustained no serious injuries, but the impact knocked me unconscious. When I awoke, I was already in the hospital. Having heard Yu Dongqing's account, Lu Zonghao exhaled sharply in relief. At least you're unharmed. That corpse wheeled out just now gave me quite a fright. Brother, how I've given this serious thought. We cannot afford to wait passively. Though we narrowly escaped today, no one can predict when the next retaliation will strike. Passive defense alone is unsustainable. I've been weighing this very issue, Yu Dongqing said gravely. I intend to declare open war on the Shui Min gang. Think carefully before you commit to this. Today's disruption by Hua, she was clearly instigated by Chen Mingjie. If we escalate hostilities with the Shui Min gang, we'll play directly into his hands. Lu Zonghao maneuvered his wheelchair to the window and offered Chen Mingjie a cigarette. Chen Mingjie is scheming behind the scenes precisely because he cannot afford a prolonged stalemate with us. That being so, we must pinpoint his vulnerability, and if you truly wish to cripple him, I propose striking directly at Wan Chai. This would ease Zhang Xin's pressure considerably, and since he holds leverage over you, he'll have no choice but to cooperate fully. I've weighed this option too, but launching an assault on Wan Chai with our current manpower would yield little result. I fear we'd exhaust ourselves only to hand Zhang Xin a ready-made victory. My plan is clear. Let Zhang Xin tie up Chen Mingjie first while we free our hands to confront the Shui Min gang. Chen Mingjie paused, then asked, why do men in our line place such weight on face? Because reputation is our livelihood. News of Hua Xi's death in Yao Mati has already spread far and wide. The Shui Min gang, if it wishes to retain any standing in the underworld, must demand an explanation from us. Whereas I, Chen Mingjie, freshly released from prison and newly elevated to leadership. If I suffer a covert attack and offer no response, what will the streets say of me? So, how do you intend to proceed? Hearing Chen Mingjie's words, Lu Zonghao knew persuasion was futile. He was right. Chen Mingjie stood at the crest of his ascent, and for a Triad enforcer, reputation was everything. Why does Prince wield such unchecked authority within the Triad? Because his renown draws recruits, and elite venues hire him to oversee their premises, deterring troublemakers through sheer intimidation. Men like Chen Mingjie and Lu Zonghao, though battle-hardened and instrumental to the Triad's triumphs, remain obscure to the public, so much so that many low-level enforcers have never even heard their names. Only with loyal underlings can one command real leverage, securing greater wealth and territory. And at the root of all this lies one indispensable element: overwhelming reputation. To endure humiliation without retaliation brands one with indelible disgrace. In a world where dominance is measured solely by audacity and force, such weakness marks one as irredeemably inferior. Chun Mingzhi replied calmly. Why does the Shuaimin gang swagger so boldly? Because these fools are flush with cash, and because they operate without fixed turf, they fear no raids. To break their arrogance, we must sever their financial lifeline. Deprived of money, their confidence crumbles instantly. Lu Zonghao ventured to guess, they're car thieves. How precisely do you plan to cut off their revenue? Collaborate with authorities to arrest them. I'm hardly that naive. That the Shuaimin gang rose through auto theft implies powerful patrons shield them. Surely you don't believe otherwise. Relying on the police to dismantle them is a dead end. Yu Dongqing glanced at Lu Zonghao's blood-stained trousers and waved dismissively. Enough. Look at you now. You're in no state to assist me. Rest and recover, or I'll handle this myself. Seeing Yu Dongqing's expression, Lu Zonghao recalled the time this man had dragged him into robbing Chun Mingzhi's casino and intervened firmly. No, you will tell me exactly how you intend to resolve this. Otherwise, I'll never allow you to act recklessly. Yu Dongqing burst into laughter. For heaven's sake, get our hierarchy straight. I'm your superior. Must I seek your permission before acting? Lu Zonghao responded with unyielding gravity. Precisely because you're my superior, I cannot stand idly by while you risk your life. We're bound together now. If something happens to you, do you truly believe Prince will spare me? Fine. This isn't some secret I'm guarding. Yu Dongqing explained, the Shuaimin gang built its empire on auto theft. That Huashi dared storm Yaomati proves Chun Mingzhi recruited more than just himself. Such nascent gangs share one defining trait: profit above all else. If their trade is so lucrative, many within the Triads surely prefer avoiding conflict with our Xinji branch, even if they once hesitated. Whatever their prior stance, Huashi's death now compels them, out of loyalty to the Triad's honor, to unite against outsiders. Yet within the Shuaimin gang itself, there must exist those who care for nothing but profit, and nothing else stirs their interest. If I damage their operations, the faction favoring negotiation will emerge spontaneously, allowing us to resolve this conflict at minimal cost. My strategy is clear: avoid direct confrontation, instead sabotaging their business relentlessly. Wherever they steal cars, I'll strike, lure their enforcers with luxury vehicles, ambush, and severely injure the thieves. And rest assured, they won't dare report it to the police. Once I cultivate an atmosphere of pervasive dread, the Shuaimin gang will be utterly disoriented. Lu Zonghao pondered the plan, then nodded approvingly. Well done. You've finally learned to solve problems with your mind. Smack. Yu Dongqing slapped Lu Zonghao across the head. You're confined to a wheelchair. What audacity gives you license to question your boss's intelligence? In the Jingshibai mansion district inside Taizi's villa, he sat with his right-hand man, Liao Liang, and Liao Liang's driver, three of them, sharing tea. Liao Liang was 24 years old. He served as Taizi's Baizishan and was one of the few well-educated rogues within the syndicate. Liao Liang lifted his cup, poured a full one for Taizi, and said softly, Yuma-di was rather lively today. Our personnel were on the move all day, and Yu Dongqing was even taken to the hospital. This is no time for gloating, Taizi replied. Taizi rotated the teacup in his hand and observed matter-of-factly, with the death of the drug lord in Yuma-di, turmoil follows. Many will add that price. Yu Dongqing has only just taken command. His foundation is unstable, and naturally many will try their luck in Yuma-di. Such storms are a right every regional boss must weather when they rise. What we must watch is whether Yu Dongqing can endure it. I've been thinking whether we should add a little something to Yu Dongqing's troubles. Liao Liang breathed on the tea leaves and murmured, Huashi was killed in Yuma-di today. The Shuaimin gang will surely retaliate. I have decent private ties with several of their hall leaders. If we lend them a hand, they will be immensely grateful. Taizi raised an eyebrow and teased Liao. As Baizishan, you should know the gang's rules. Colluding with outsiders to strike our own, if exposed, what consequences would ensue? Aren't you aware? Of course I know, but I don't care, Liao Liang said dismissively. Why would Yu Dongqing appear in Yujianwang? It's because Xiang sees your force as too great and deliberately fragments your turf. Yu Dongqing is the nail he hammered in. Brother, can you really bear that thorn in your flesh? Taizi lifted his cup and answered calmly. Letting Yu Dongqing govern Yuma-di makes me uneasy, but pulling that nail out would trouble me even more. He continued, Xiang is the head of Xinji, everything we possess was granted by him. We must hold the syndicate in reverence. Xinji is not some minor gang. The Xiang family must sit at the top. If I confront Xiang openly, there will be no good outcome. Liao Liang furrowed his brow. Brother, that stance risks being overly cautious. We can respect the Xiang family and the syndicate, but we must also insist on equality. Just because Xiang is the leader, must we endlessly endure and yield? Taizi replied, You're skilled in many ways but too impulsive. Understand this, Xiang and I are never truly adversaries. Xiang admires me and I respect him. Loyalty is required in our world, but not loyalty alone. Xiang's move was meant to chastise me. Since I grasp his meaning, I should act discreetly rather than openly defy him. The syndicate is not governed by me alone. A Xiang also bears the burden of keeping balance. Taizi offered his own singular insight and warned Liao, remember we play within the rules Xiang draws. Our adversaries are Yu Dongqing and Gaoxing, not Xiang. If we stand against the head, they'll crush us. Do you understand? Liao scratched his nose. But that's exactly my point. I only want to use the Shuaimin gang against Yu Dongqing. That is different. I want Yu Dongqing to ruin himself, not die by my hand. Only if you cannot hold his ground can I make Xiang see that it is not I Taizi who seeks to monopolize Yuji and Wang. Rather no one, but I can keep this territory steady. Taizi paused. When I was desperate, Xiang took me in and paid handsomely to bring me over. I will not do anything that harms the syndicate's interests. It is human to watch Yu Dongqing's downfall. Refraining from setting traps behind his back is my loyalty to Xiang. Sitting where you are requires weighing countless matters. Liao Liang cast a sympathetic look at Taizi and continued. Recently, Lu Zonghao has grown close to Yu Dongqing. When he heard you was injured today, he went to see him, arriving in a wheelchair. Taizi's features flickered with disgust. When Lu Zonghao served with the Hongguan, I tried to win him over, but he steadfastly climbed aboard Yu Dongqing's ship. Fine, he chose his path. He should pray that ship holds out. When it capsizes, I will be the first to take his life. Liao Liang smiled wryly. Why do I feel you are angrier at him than at Yu Dongqing? Taizi snorted. Out here, who does not despise a turncoat? Half an hour later, Liao Liang left Taizi's residence, climbed into a BMW, and instructed the driver, drive to Zigong's Jin Fengwang Spa. Brother Liang Jin Fengwang is a Shuaimin gang place, the driver warned. He licked his lips and said, I know there are things I shouldn't voice and I know you want Taizi to rise, but he's decided not to entangle himself in the feud between Yu Dongqing and the Shuaimin gang. If you maneuver behind his back now, I fear you'll earn no credit and only draw Taizi's displeasure. Taizi said he wouldn't move against Yu Dongqing, but he didn't promise to spare Lu Zonghao. Right now, yes, footing is unstable, and Lu Zonghao is his greatest support. The hall's effective men, Hong Guizhu, Chen Yuexing Xiaozai, are all Lu Zonghao's cadre. If Lu falls, yes, backbone will be half shattered. Liao Liang smiled with a cold cunning and said, I'm not collaborating with the Shuaimin gang, they'll merely brief them on the Yuma D Hall situation. Is that excessive, eh? Brother Liang, your mind is indeed sharp. The driver grinned, started the car, and they drove toward Shigong. After Liao Liang finished his explanation, the driver grinned, started the car, and steered toward Shigong. Lu Zonghao had been shot, 11 pellets were lodged in his legs. Worried that the doctors in Jiulong Qingjai lacked experience treating gunshot wounds, Yu Dongqing asked Gao Sheng and paid handsomely to hire a surgeon from a public hospital to come to the city and operate on Lu Zonghao. Lu Zonghao was fortunate. The doctor said that of the pellets, one had nearly struck his femoral artery, and another was only 3 centimeters away from robbing him of his manhood. The wounds left by these pellets differed from typical bullet injuries. The surgical incisions were relatively small, and in some unimportant spots the doctor even extracted pellets by hand. The operation lasted through the night. It was not until noon the following day that Lu Zonghao slowly regained consciousness. The anesthesia left him groggy. When Hong Guizhu saw him open his eyes, he straightened and exclaimed, Brother, you're awake. Lu Zonghao, wincing from the pain, surveyed his surroundings and asked Hong Guizhu, how long was I out? From last night until now, it's been almost 10 hours. The doctor said if you wake before 3 this afternoon, you should be fine. After answering, Hong Guizhu added, by the way, brother, someone came to see you and has been waiting outside all morning. Lu Zonghao heard that someone had come to the town to find him, and curiosity arose within him. Who is looking for me? Unclear, looks quite cultured like a businessman. Hong Guizhu paused for a moment. I asked about his identity, and he only said he was Mr. Zheng's secretary. As for who this Mr. Zheng is, he didn't explain, just said there was something he needed to discuss with you in person. Mr. Zheng. Lu Zonghao pondered for a while, but couldn't recall when he had met someone with the surname Zheng. Nodding in confusion, let him in then. Half a minute later, a young man in his mid-20s dressed in a suit walked into Lu Zonghao's hospital room. Looking at the messy environment, he frowned slightly at the smell in the air, but quickly returned to normal, placing the fruit basket he was holding on the bedside table. Hello, Mr. Lu. I heard you were injured and hospitalized, so I brought a small gift. Please accept it. You are being polite. Lu Zonghao looked at this completely unfamiliar young man and got straight to the point. I heard you've been waiting for me all morning. I don't like beating around the bush. Ooh, just say what you need to say. Jiang Cheng smiled at Lu Zonghao. Mr. Lu, I'm Jiang Cheng, the secretary of boss Zheng Chengji. You can call me Xiao Jiang. Lu Zonghao looked at Jiang Cheng in confusion. Zheng Chengji. I don't know this person. Oh, is he looking for me for something? Jiang Cheng was equally surprised that there was someone in Hong Kong who hadn't heard of Zheng Chengji and reminded him Mr. Zheng is in the nightclub business. So it's him. Lu Zonghao suddenly realized who this person was. Zheng Chengji was a tycoon in Hong Kong known in the underworld as the king of nightclubs. In the future, the largest nightclub in Hong Kong Chinatown would be Zheng Chengji's enterprise. This person was a business genius owning several nightclubs, hotels, clothing, food, and more with a rapid development momentum. Both the underworld and legitimate businesses showed him great respect. Hearing that the visitor was Zheng Chengji's secretary, Lu Zonghao's tone became a bit more courteous. Secretary Jiang, may I ask what Mr. Zheng sent you to see me for? Jiang Cheng smiled. Of course, I'm here to bring you good news. You should know that Mr. Jing's main business is nightclubs. Recently, he opened 2 new venues in Tsim Shui, and I came to talk to you about the matter of overseeing the venues. You want us to go to Tsim Shui to oversee the venues. Upon hearing this, Lu Zongha's mind immediately recalled the scene of the flower snake crossing boundaries and causing trouble in Yao Ma Ti, and he became cautious. Secretary Jiang, since you are in the entertainment industry, you should be aware of the underworld rules in Hong Kong. Our territory is in Yao Ma Ti, and crossing boundaries will bring trouble. Jiang Cheng adjusted his glasses. Of course, the flower snake from the Shui Min gang lost his life yesterday because he caused trouble in Yao Ma Ti. However, you don't need to worry about what I mentioned, you know Mr. Zheng's strength. The venues he opened are not something local gangs dare to extort from. The so-called overseeing of the venues is merely to teach those drunken troublemakers a lesson. Lu Zonghao knew that Yu Dongqing was in dire need of money recently. Although he hadn't made up his mind, he was somewhat tempted by the proposition. If we take on this job, how many brothers would we need to send over? Just one person. Jiang Cheng wiggled his finger. To be frank, Mr. Zheng saw the process of Chun Yaoxing fighting with the flower snake on Guangdong Road yesterday. Mr. Zheng appreciates Chun Yaoxing's skills and wants to give him an opportunity. Originally, the 2 venues over there already had people backing them, but Mr. Zheng wanted to give this opportunity to Chun Yaoxing as he has high hopes for this young man. Are you aiming for Xing? Lu Zonghao raised an eyebrow. Do you want to poach him? Of course not. We're a company, not a gang. There's no such thing as poaching. Jiang Cheng smiled. I know that Chun Yaoxing is from your Yao Ma Ti territory. I should have discussed this matter with your boss Yu Dongqing, but someone told me that Chun Yaoxing has a better relationship with you. Rest assured, my boss only values Chun Yaoxing as a person, not as someone to take away, so the protection fee will still go to your Yao Ma Ti territory. As for how much share the territory will give to Chun Yaoxing, that's up to you to decide. If Xing goes to your venue, we won't take any protection fee, all of it will go to him. Lu Zonghao paused for a moment. However, this matter still depends on Xing's own wishes. I will convey your thoughts to him, and how he ultimately decides will depend on him. Of course, I'm here to discuss cooperation, not to kidnap anyone. Jiang Cheng smiled and took out a business card, placing it on the table. Once Chun Yaoxing makes a decision, you can call this number to respond to me. Also, let me remind you, opportunities like this to be valued by Mr. Zheng are rare. If you truly care for Chun Yaoxing, you must advise him to cherish it. By the way, please convey to him that with Mr. Zheng's influence helping him resolve the flower snake's lawsuit is a trivial matter. He should think carefully about the pros and cons. After chatting for a few moments, Jiang Cheng hurriedly left due to the unbearable smell in the room, while Lu Zonghao dialed Chun Yaoxing's number requesting to meet him, and then lay back on the bed lost in thought. Now that the Jikong gang had been destroyed, the greatest danger he faced had also been temporarily suppressed. Everything had settled down, with the only uncertain factor being Chun Yaoxing. Lu Zonghao did not know whether the Furied man had revealed his identity to Chun Yaoxing before his death. The other party was the first friend he had made after arriving in Hong Kong. Unless absolutely necessary, Lu Zonghao truly did not want to turn against him. Today's visit from Jiang Cheng gave Lu Zonghao a new option. That was to separate Chun Yaoxing from his own team. All along, his relationship with Chun Yaoxing had not been that of a superior and subordinate like with Hong Guizhu, but rather as friends. Chun Yaoxing was an ambitious person. He was not content to be just a mid-level backbone in Yao Ma Ti. He had often mentioned his grand aspirations to become a decision-maker when drinking with others. Now was an excellent opportunity. Lu Zonghao could create a chance for Chun Yaoxing to climb up, while allowing him to distance himself from him, no longer needing to guard against him like a thief every day. While Lu Zonghao was contemplating this matter, Chun Yaoxing had already rushed from Hung Hom to Lu Zongha's hospital room. Brother, what's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry to find me? Good news. Lu Zonghao smiled. Do you know Zheng Chongji? Of course, he's the king of nightclubs in Hong Kong. Chun Yaoxing grinned. I've heard of his name since I was a valet. I heard that parking at his venues pays better than elsewhere. Brother, why are you bringing up this person? There's an opportunity now to let you oversee Zheng Chongji's nightclub in Tsim Shui, and you won't need to pay any protection fee to the territory. It all belongs to you. Lu Zonghao paused for a moment and looked seriously at Chun Yaoxing. Xing, I want to elevate you and let you carry the flag yourself. Lu Zongha's audacious proposal startled Chun Yaoxing. Brother, I joined the society after attending the Hongmin Grand Ceremony. By the society's rules, even when a hall leader promotes a man, it must be reported to headquarters. Although you are the number 2 in Yamadi and hold real influence, your status is like mine, merely that of an enforcer. Even if you persuade Yu Dongqing to recommend me, sending me to Jianshazui to carry the banner would still violate the rules, wouldn't it? Yes, it would indeed break the rules. Lu Zonghao nodded, then continued. You know how things stand in Yamadi now. Since I aligned with Yu Dongqing, the prince has effectively abandoned this territory. Given the prince's wariness of Yu Dongqing, he will surely withhold promotion opportunities from people like us. Staying in Yamadi makes any real advancement unlikely. As for you going to Jianshazui to oversee things, I've thought it through. You would be taking a job, not seizing territory, so you will not clash with the local hall. No territory. What kind of carrying the banner is that? Chun Yaoxing, hot-blooded and eager for prestige, felt his enthusiasm have after Lu Zongha's explanation. Do not be so bound by rules and formalities. To climb within the society what matters most. Achievements and results. Lu Zonghao offered a cigarette and soothed him patiently. The society counts tens of thousands of members, even including the 5 tigers and 10 talents, those truly capable of dominating a region number barely 20-something. With tens of thousands eyeing a few dozen positions, if you wait for the normal course, you might never get your turn in a lifetime. If you go to Jianshazui, everything changes. Make a nightclub your base, recruit freely and openly. Once you seize the moment and reveal your team, can the higher-ups fail to notice you? Shun Yaoxing mulled it over and after a long moment asked, Yamadi is now in a period of recruitment. If we leave, what will you do here? Do not worry about me. In fact, you going to Jianshazui would be the greatest help to me. Lu Zonghao paused and smiled. You remaining in Yamadi, no matter how hard you strive, amounts only to one man's power. But if you go to Jianshazui and raise a team, the assistance you provide will be immeasurable. We are brothers, only together by growing in concert and forming a vast alliance of offense and defense can we avoid being trampled underfoot. If we continue to stake everything on Yu Dongqing alone, the moment he falls, we will all scatter like startled beasts without even a breath to spare. Better to pull one another up while we have the strength. To be vigilant in prosperity is how one strolls untroubled through adversity. Do you not agree? Shun Yaoxing inhaled deeply, then nodded. I will follow your plan. Wanzai District, Yilishabo Stadium. In a private car by the curb, Yu Dongqing sat in the passenger seat and asked Tianbao, are you certain those bastards from the Shuimin gang will show up here today? I am at least 70% sure. Tianbao nodded. I heard there is a tennis match here featuring a celebrity team. Its influence is great. I learned that Shuimin gang has the same intelligence and plans to come and pull off a job. Yu Dongqing cast his gaze out over the parking lot where a sea of cars sat. He shrugged on his cap and opened the door. Let's go down and take a look. 20 minutes later, several motorcycles, each carrying 2 riders, rolled to a stop at the stadium's edge. The young men dismounted and strode toward the parking lot. Several among them bore sling bags, their eyes never leaving the cluster of luxury cars. About 5 minutes later, a few of them lingered before a lousy lace Camargue whispered to one another and then dispersed. A group near the parking exit quickly broke into argument, which escalated into a brawl. Security rushed over and began to pull people apart. Beside the Camargue, a stout man stepped onto the hood of a nearby car. Spotting the disturbance, he nodded to his companions. It's getting noisy. Time to move. A young man with a mole between his brows glanced at a sharp-faced youth. Can you have this car gone within 5 minutes? He asked. My master's garage specializes in luxury cars. This Rolls is a 75 model. Its anti-theft is outdated. I can have it running within 3 minutes, the youth replied. He produced a length of fishing line from his bag, tied a knot, slipped it through the door gap, latched the lock, tightened, and pulled. The door sprang open. He climbed in and began working feverishly under the steering column. At that moment, Yu Dongqing appeared behind them, smiling. What are you fellows up to? Need a hand? The plump man, staring into the car, jumped, then recovered his composure. Nothing. We had car trouble and called a mechanic to take a look. Yu smiled, spotting the wires the youth had pulled free. He asked lightly, no key then? The monkey-faced youth nodded with a nervous laugh. Yes, went inside to watch the match and lost the key. Yu scratched his nose. Tell me, is there any chance the key is with me? The monkey-faced youth froze. What? You little bastard, you dare steal my car. Yu roared, then slammed a punch into the monkey-faced youth's face and sent him sprawling to the ground. The plump thief, exposed, did not show fear. He drew a dagger from his pocket and glared at Yu, his bravado thinly masking his nerves. We don't want trouble. Get lost, or he'll stab you. Yu sneered at the pathetic blade. Scare me with a broken knife, he called. Brothers, someone wants to play with knives? Give him a lesson. At yes, shout Tianbao, and a dozen youths armed with knives and clubs surged forward. In an instant, they overwhelmed the 3 car thieves, beating them until they howled like wounded animals. Yu and his men pinned the monkey-faced leader down. Yu seized a baseball bat and brought it down hard against the man's knee. Crunch. The force was so great the bat shattered on impact. Amid the youth's screams, Yu clutched his hair and hissed. Hear this, my big brother is Ma Gang's twin flower red stick Chin Mingzhi. Go back and tell your boss. If the Shuimin gang ever dares to come to this island and steal another car, he will go straight to Shigong and wipe you all out. Shigong. The Shuimin Bang's hall was convening an emergency meeting. As an upstart faction, the gang skewed young. Its head, Su Bin, was only just into his 30s. At the head of the table, Su Bin stirred his coffee with a spoon and looked toward a young man seated there. Xiang, these were your people. Explain the particulars to everyone. Xiang's face went dark. There is little to tell. Several of my men went to Wanzai today to do work and were attacked. The man leading them, Hosey, had his leg broken. The doctor says his meniscus is shattered and he may never recover properly. He continued in a low tone. The attackers claimed to be from Ma Bang from Chun Mingzhi's hall and warned that from now on Shuimin Bang is forbidden to work on their turf. If we do, they said they will beat our men whenever they encounter them. Damn it. What's so great about Ma Bang? A dark-faced man barked, slapping the table. In recent years, the Shuemin Bang has surged. There's money in our hands and men at our command. He spat his anger. If Chun Mingzhi refuses to bow, then we'll deal with him. He's still wrangling rebels among his own ranks, yet he dares reach into our affairs. This is intolerable, another man shouted. Please use your head. Ask everyone in this room. Who besides you truly believes this was Chun Mingzhi's handiwork? The bespectacled youth rolled his eyes. No need to guess at this juncture, the only one likely to oppose us is Yu Dongqing of Xinji. Huashi died yesterday in Yamadi, and our attempt at revenge failed. Of course this breeds friction. The dark-faced man, thinking with his fists more than his head, said, then gather the brothers and go to Yamadi to demand justice. A tie, that's enough. A middle-aged man beside Su Bin rebuked him in a grave voice. Yu Dongqing and Gao Sheng of Honk and are Huangji brothers and core pillars of Xinji. If you send men from Shigong to start a fight in Yamadi, they'll likely be taken out on the way before they even arrive. Su Bin nodded in agreement. Yu Dongqing is a cunning one. Instead of meeting us openly, he has resorted to this trick. He added, Haozi's case is certainly not the end, but the beginning. If he keeps stirring trouble everywhere, the association will suffer heavy losses. We must decide what to do. There is no room for negotiation. I propose we go to war with Yu Dongqing, a Tai declared. If there is a problem, strike at the root. Eliminate Yu Dongqing, and all troubles will vanish. Someone shook his head. You make it sound simple. Yu Dongqing is the man in charge of Xinian. If he dies, do you think the other side will let it pass? A Tai shot back, nonsense. Huashi was one of our Shuanghua Honggan. If he was taken out, and we do not respond, how are we supposed to keep operating? The Shuemin Bang is indeed an association, but we cannot live forever by stealing cars. He continued, years ago we dealt in smuggled cars because we had no foundation. Now that Shuemin Bang has grown, we must transform. The bespectacled youth turned to Su Bin. Brother Bin, I personally prefer negotiating with Yu Dongqing. The times are changing rapidly. In recent years, countless new tycoons have risen on the island. I hear Li Jiacheng's Changjiang Shirya has begun expanding into the mainland. We must not miss that tide of opportunity. Huashi's trip to Yamadi violated underworld etiquette. I suggest resolving this through negotiation. Summon Sini and S people, offer them a way to save face, accept reasonable compensation, and let the matter be reduced until it disappears. A burly man on Su Bin's other side exploded in anger. Zhangbo, what are you talking about? How can this be made to vanish? Our Shuanghua Honggun died on another gang's turf. How can you call that small? Zhangbo adjusted his glasses and smiled. Boss Li, you know well that on the island, aside from Hisheng Xinji and Ma Bang, among the dozens of other groups, only the Shuemin Bangs people live most comfortably. Why? Because we avoid making enemies and concentrate on quietly making money if our returns are high and our risks low. You're a coward. Boss Lu snorted. You keep saying the association must transform, but even after transformation, we will still rely on reputation to survive. If Huashi's case is not handled properly, no matter what business we go into, we will be looked down upon. Boss Lu, may I ask, are you acting for the association or for yourself? Everyone knows you have deep ties with Ma Bang's Chun Mingzhi, and it was you who recruited Hua Shi from another group into the Shuemin Bang. Then when Chun Mingzhi clashed with Yu Dongqing, Hua Shi went to Yamadi and made trouble, lost his life, and this has put us at odds with others. Zhang Bo smiled without warmth. I ask you plainly, are you trying to provoke a dispute between Shuemin Bang and Xinian for the good of the association, or for your own selfish designs to push Shuemin Bang into the abyss? Zhang Bo, you son of a bitch. Boss Lu, stung like a cat with its tail stepped on, sprang to his feet. I had no prior knowledge of Hua Shi's trip to Yamadi. Don't spread lies and smear me. Whether I am smearing you or stating facts, I trust each of you can judge for yourselves. Zhang Bo met Boss Liu's glare without fear. I've been with the Shuemin Bang 5 years, and have moved from public housing to the commercial district. I will not be dragged back into that filthy life by someone's reckless actions, nor will I sacrifice my and the association's future to patch up your affairs, Liu. After all the money Chun Mingzhi gave you behind the scenes, we did not see a single cent. Boss Liu, ashamed and enraged, grabbed the ashtray on the table as if to strike. Damn it. He'll make you eat your words today. Enough. This is a meeting of the association, not your boxing ring. An elder at Su Bin's side stopped the two men and then addressed Su Bin. Leader, I think both Liu and Zhang have valid points. Huashi died on Sini An's turf. If we do nothing, we will be ridiculed. But if we act too rashly, we invite Sini An's full reprisal. From what I know, Yu Dongqing has an enforcer named Lu Zonghao, who is his right-hand man. If we can eliminate Lu Zonghao, we will have avenged Yu Dongqing without blowing the matter too wide. Replace a Honggun with a Honggun. Even Xiang Yin could not find fault with that. A week later, after Lu Zongha's leg had healed a bit, he contacted Jiang Chung, the secretary of Zheng Chongji, and that evening, he headed to a bar in Simsha Sui to meet the renowned Zheng Chongji. Although Zheng Chongji had not yet risen to prominence, his strength was substantial, bolstered by multiple nightclubs spread across Hong Kong. Despite being in the nightclub business, he exuded no hint of the underworld. With a side parting in his hair, he appeared quite amiable. Jiang Cheng led the two into the office, introducing them. Boss Lu Zonghao from Shinjiji and Chun Yaoxing have arrived. Come in. Zheng Chongji smiled warmly, inviting them into the room, and said to Lu Zonghao, you must be a Hao. Your name has been quite prominent in the Yao Tsimong area recently. Lu Zonghao humbly replied, Mr. Zheng, you flatter me. We are merely a couple of mud-legged wanderers in the underworld. Oh, any fame we have is simply due to the goodwill of our friends in society. Hong Kong Island is a place where strength speaks, especially for people like you in the underworld. Which of the renowned figures didn't rise through sheer force? It's not a bad thing for young people to be a bit bold, no need to be too low-key. Zheng Chongji offered 2 cigars. I run nightclubs, and it's inevitable that I have conflicts with others. If you encounter trouble in the future, I hope you can lend a hand. Lu Zonghao knew the purpose of his visit and shifted the topic to Chun Yaoxing. Mr. Zheng, rest assured, A Xing is my sworn brother. Now that he's working under you, no matter the difficulties he faces, our Yao Mati faction will do our utmost to assist him. Zheng Chongji, being experienced in business, naturally understood the implication behind Lu Zonghao's words, turning his gaze to Chun Yaoxing. People outside say that Zheng is a business genius exceptionally gifted. In truth, this is all mere flattery. Compared to my business acumen, I value my ability to discern people even more. It is precisely because of the talented individuals around me that my business can thrive. Chun Yaoxing, having come from the nightclub scene, was naturally aware of the reputation of this underworld mogul, appearing a bit reserved. What you said, Mr. Zheng, is true. When I was a valet, I used to fantasize about how wonderful it would be to park cars at your venue. I never imagined I would be sitting here having tea with you. I believe that the principles of the world are interconnected. In business, we talk about opportunities, and the same applies to the underworld. Zheng Chongji gestured for them to sit at the tea table, looking earnestly at Chun Yaoxing. The fact that we can sit here is primarily because you have the capability, which is why I noticed you. A Xing, since you've decided to follow me, keep your heart at ease. I, Zheng Chongji, am not a stingy person. Here, talent will never be overlooked. Chun Yaoxing, hearing Zheng Chongji's words, confidently assured him, Mr. Zheng, don't worry. From now on, as long as I, Chun Yaoxing, am alive, I guarantee that all the venues I manage will be safe and prosperous. Zheng Chongji laughed heartily. Good, that sounds delightful to hear. I feel a strong connection with both of you. Xiao Jiang, arrange a private room downstairs. Today I'll drink to my heart's content with a Hao and a Xing. Under Zheng Chongji's warm invitation, Lu Zonghao and Chun Yaoxing found it hard to refuse, and the group quickly made their way downstairs. With the boss personally coming down to entertain, the bar manager naturally went all out to serve, calling all the girls in the venue to line up in 3 rows like an inspection. Zheng Chongji, cigar in mouth, cheerfully said to the two, this is our own venue, let's have a good time. Feel free to choose any girl you fancy. Enjoyment is the most important thing. Before the two could respond, a girl stepped out of the line and sat next to Lu Zonghao. Seeing this, Chun Yaoxing laughed. It seems that being handsome indeed has its advantages. No need to choose, the girls come to you. I told you all industries are interconnected. The nightclub scene is also part of the underworld. Only those who know how to seize opportunities and can grasp them can make money. Zheng Chongji smiled at the girls in front of him. Is there anyone else who wants to make money? Step forward. As soon as he finished speaking, 6 or 7 girls gathered around. Once everyone was seated, they began toasting. Lu Zonghao glanced at the girl who had sat next to him. She looked to be in her 20s, and unlike the other heavily made-up girls, this one was unadorned and somewhat familiar. After a while, Lu Zonghao spoke with a rather cliched opening line, haven't we met somewhere before? The girl nodded and said to Lu Zonghao, my family runs a fruit shop in Yaomati. Last time I was bullied by some thugs from a gang, and you saved me. So when I saw you, I came over to say thank you. Oh, it's you. Lu Zonghao then remembered that she was the girl he had saved from the thugs when Yu Dongqing first went to collect protection money. I remember you, weren't you a student? What are you doing here? Of course I came to make money. The girl explained, originally my family's situation was decent, but then my brother had a car accident and the medical expenses became a huge burden. To save him, our family went into debt. Recently my dad was robbed while going to stock up. He refused to give money and got stabbed twice. When my mom heard the news, she was so frightened that she suffered a stroke. Lu Zonghao didn't know how to comfort the girl and could only softly ask, have the culprits been caught? Are you new to Hong Kong Island? When have robbery cases here ever been solved? The girl shook her head. My parents' medical expenses are a huge sum. My brother can't walk properly, and it's too hard for one person to manage the shop, so I came here to play the piano hoping to earn some extra money. But the day before yesterday, my mom's condition suddenly worsened, and I needed money, so I took this faster-paying job. Lu Zonghao, after hearing the girl's words, looked at her with some sympathy, then opened his wallet and took out 3,000 Hong Kong dollars, handing it to her. Take this money. The girl was taken aback. Sir, I don't provide that kind of service. Lu Zonghao chuckled in surprise. I'm not asking you to do that, it's just a tip. I know you need money, but it's best not to do this job. Not only because the people in this industry are mixed, but once you get used to making quick money this way, it will be hard for you to return to ordinary work. It could ruin your life. Thank you. The girl accepted the money Lu Zonghao offered, then remembered to introduce herself, holding up her glass and saying, by the way, my name is Chinemo. Although Zheng Chongji was not a man of the martial world, he had been in the nightlife business for a long time, frequently dealing with gang members. He was known for his generosity and exceptional drinking capacity. Lu Zonghao originally thought he could leave after a short social gathering, but Zheng Chongji kept him engaged, and they ended up drinking until 2 in the morning before the gathering finally concluded. He had come with Chen Yaoxing, but by the end of the night Chen Yaoxing was so drunk that he could barely stand and insisted on holding Lu Zonghao's hand, claiming that Lu looked just like his third uncle. While Lu Zonghao still had some consciousness, he swayed left and right as he walked. After leaving the bar, he considered calling Hong Guoju to pick him up, but seeing how late it was, he ultimately decided against it and began walking along the long street, hoping to get some fresh air to sober up before hailing a taxi. Just as Lu Zonghao was about to reach the street corner, a motorcycle suddenly sped up in the distance. Virum. The roar of the engine echoed down the street, instantly snapping Lu Zonghao to attention and waking him up significantly. The motorcycle carried 2 riders. The driver wore a helmet while the person behind held a tumter-long sword, charging towards him like a knight on a mission. The distance between them closed in an instant. Lu Zonghao saw the glinting blade, and without time for thought instinctively ducked to the side of the road. Virum. The sword swept past Lu Zonghao with a whistling sound. The rider, realizing their first attempt had missed, executed a sharp turn and charged at him again. All the shops along the street were closed, and with the motorcycle barreling towards him, Lu Zonghao found there was nowhere left to dodge. Seeing the motorcycle come at him again, Lu Zonghao held his breath and stood his ground. The rider, thinking he was frozen in fear, turned the bike directly towards him. As the rider closed in, Lu Zonghao swiftly dashed behind a streetlight. The rider seemed taken aback by Lu Zonghao's quick movement, and seeing his comrade unable to strike, abruptly turned the bike around. As the rider halted, Lu Zonghao seized a nearby trash can and hurled it towards the motorcycle. Bang! The young man in the back seat was caught off guard and knocked under the bike. Screech. At that moment, 2 vans pulled up to the roadside. As the doors swung open, a dozen young men surged out, surrounding Lu Zonghao. The ambush had already sobered Lu Zonghao up significantly. He delivered a kick to the young man on the ground and picked up the fallen sword, swinging it fiercely at the crowd. Damn it. Just because you drank a bit you think you're Guan Yiri. A bold young man charged forward, seizing Lu Zonghao's sword handle and swinging it at his head. Bang! Lu Zonghao kicked the assailant in the chest, released his grip on the sword, and turned to flee, aiming to seek help at Zheng Chongji's bar. With an old injury on his leg, and having drunk heavily that night, he had only managed to run about 50 meters before his chest began to heave violently. 2 agile young men quickly caught up with him. One raised his knife, leaving a cut on Lu Zonghao's arm. Lu Zonghao intercepted one of them with a kick to the groin and followed up with a punch that sent the other one tumbling. In that brief moment, more of the attackers closed in. Realizing escape was futile, Lu Zonghao picked up the fallen sword, ready to fight to the death. Just then Chen Mo appeared behind him, riding a scooter. Brother, how get on? Lu Zonghao was momentarily stunned to see Chen Mo, but he quickly ran over, hopped onto the scooter, and distanced himself from the crowd. After Chen Mo took Lu Zonghao away on the scooter, those who had attacked him quickly got into their vehicles and pursued. Knowing her scooter couldn't outrun the vans, Chen Mo veered into a small alley, weaving through turns before stopping in front of a Tang-style building and pushing the scooter into the corridor. Brother, how come with me? Upon entering, Lu Zonghao heard the roar of motorcycles behind them as he followed Chen Mo into the corridor, leading to a room on the 2nd floor. The room was not large. Upon entry, there was a bed and a small bathroom, separated by frosted glass near the door. A tiny cabinet next to the bathroom served as the kitchen, crowded but tidy. This is my rented place. I was originally living on campus, but after getting into this line of work and finishing late every day, I can't go back to the school anymore. Chen Mo explained to Lu Zonghao before retrieving a first aid kit. You've hurt your arm, and let me take care of it for you. Lu Zonghao took off his outer clothing and noticed his arm wound was not severe. He asked Chen Mo, you play the piano, but you can also treat wounds. Before my brother had his accident, our family was relatively well off. Piano is my hobby, and I studied nursing in college. Chen Mo opened the first aid kit and skillfully began to clean Lu Zonghao's wound. Weren't you afraid during the attack today? Lu Zonghao frowned slightly at the pain. Why do you ask? Every year in Hong Kong, so many gangsters die. Being a leader comes at the cost of your life. Chen Mo looked at Lu Zonghao. Haven't you thought about a different way of life? Like what? Honestly, running a business selling fruit. In the end, I'd just get my stall smashed for not being able to pay protection fees. Or working in a factory, getting into conflicts with co-workers over trivial matters, and eventually getting beaten up by a group of gangsters. Lu Zonghao laughed. In a place like Hong Kong, the lines between black and white are not so clear. Those involved in gangs can't simply sever ties with their past just by saying I'm done. Chen Mo, hearing Lu Zonghao's response, looked up at him. You're different from the gangsters I usually see. From your help last time, I know you're a person with a sense of justice. Unfortunately, a sense of justice can't put food on the table. Seeing Chen Mo skillfully bandaging his wound, Lu Zonghao gratefully said, no matter what, I have to thank you for saving my life today. If you hadn't shown up, I might have been in serious trouble tonight. Chun Mo finished bandaging Lu Zongha's arm and tied it up with a pretty bow. See, a sense of justice is still useful. If you hadn't helped me back then, how could I have saved you today? Lu Zonghao glanced at his arm, thought for a moment, and said, You've saved my life, so I can't let you help me for nothing. Tell your brother that from now on you won't have to pay protection fees at your family's stall. In exchange, you must promise not to work in places like that anymore and return to school to study properly. Can you promise me that? The next morning, at the oil hemp fruit stall after the peak of wholesale, the entire market was left in disarray with packaging bags and spoiled fruits scattered on the ground. For those shops without retail business, the busy night was now over. Everyone stepped out to rest for a while, have breakfast, and then come back to tidy up before heading home to sleep. A vendor finished tallying the accounts in his stall and happened to see Chun Mo's brother Chin Chong organizing the stall. He waved and said, Chong, you've been busy all night. Aren't you going to give yourself a break? Let's go have dim sum. Li Gu, you go ahead. He'll finish tidying up and then join you. Chin Chong smiled and patted his lame leg, saying, I have difficulty moving, so I work slowly. I need to finish up early or I won't even have time to sleep. Li Gu looked at Chin Chong sympathetically and stepped forward, saying, I'll help you. Chin Chong repeatedly waved his hands. Li Gu, you go take care of your own matters. You can help me for a moment, but you can't help me for a lifetime. Let me handle these things myself. It will help me adapt better. Sai, you're having a tough time too. You're a fine young man. How did you end up in such a situation? Li Gu sighed. All right, you carry on. They'll bring you back some fried noodles later. After chatting with Li Gu for a bit, Chin Chong got busy at his stall. His leg was injured in a car accident. He suffered a comminuted fracture at the knee, and even bending it after recovery was quite difficult. According to the doctor, he could never do physical labor again. Originally, the Chun family had a decent life with this fruit shop, but ever since his accident, the family began to experience a series of misfortunes. Now both parents lay in hospital beds, and every time Chin Chong opened his eyes, he faced exorbitant medical expenses. Recently, Chin Chong often couldn't sleep due to the pain in his leg. He had considered hiring a shop assistant, but after calculating, he found that the shop's monthly income was barely enough to cover his parents' medical bills, so he truly couldn't afford to spend that money. Chin Chong knew that if he continued to push himself like this, he might collapse one day. But until then, he could only grit his teeth and persevere, otherwise the family would truly fall apart. Because his leg could not exert force, Chin Chong's movements were not only awkward, but also slow. A normal person could lift a box and place it high with ease, but Chin Chong had to test it for some time before he could accomplish it. He checked the list of goods in his hand and found that someone was coming to pick up 2 boxes of fruit in an hour. He struggled to set up the ladder next to the shelf and wanted to get a few foam boxes down, but his foot slipped and he fell backward. Be careful. A male voice suddenly called out from behind, and immediately strong hands grabbed his body. Chin Chong was startled, breaking out in a cold sweat. He turned to see Lu Zonghao supporting him and gasped, Mr. Lu, how did you get here? Bro, are you alright? At this moment, Chun Mo also hurried over, scolding, I've told you so many times to not overexert yourself. When you encounter something you can't do, just ask the neighbor for help. Why won't you listen? I didn't expect this to happen. It was just that my shoe sole was a bit slippery. Chin Chong steadied himself and said to Lu Zonghao, Mr. Lu, please sit down. He'll get you a cup of water. No need, I was just passing by to drop Chin Mo off and have other matters to attend to. I have to go now. Lu Zonghao greeted the Chun siblings and then left the shop. Chin Chong watched Lu Zonghao's departing figure and turned to Chin Mo, asking, what did Lu Zonghao mean when he said he brought you back? It doesn't mean anything. Didn't he say it was just on the way to drop me home? Chin Mo helped tidy up the things in the room and said, by the way, bro, how Gus said that from now on we don't have to pay the shop's protection fee. That saves a lot of money. You should use it to hire an assistant. With someone helping, it will lessen your burden. Hearing his sister say this, Chin Chong instantly became furious. Chin Mo, what is wrong with you? Why are you hanging out with Lu Zonghao? Bro, why do you have to speak so harshly? What do you mean by hanging out? Chun Mo frowned and replied, we're just ordinary friends. Nonsense. Do you really think I'm a 3-year-old? If there's nothing between you, how could he waive our shop's protection fee? Chin Chong's body trembled with anger as he clenched his fists and shouted, you know the situation at home. Why have dad, mom, and I never been harsh on you financially no matter how hard we worked? It's because we want you to study well, rise above your station, and not be like us, living as the bottom of society. And what are you doing? You've actually learned to hang out with delinquents. Do you know that these people are like sticky plasters? Oh, once you get stuck to them, it's hard to shake them off. Hearing Chin Chong say this, Chun Mo's brows furrowed tightly. Bro, what are you talking about? I told you I and Lu Zonghao are just ordinary friends. Our relationship is not what you think. At this moment, Chin Chong was already furious and did not listen to her explanation. I sent you to school to study, not to sell yourself. You think Lu Zonghao waived our protection fee? That's just the money he paid you for your services. You are unreasonable. Chun Mo heard Chin Chong's increasingly absurd statements, threw down a sentence, and ran out directly. At the Chong Lu Sparrow room, Yu Dongqing saw Lu Zonghao enter and looked up at him. Why didn't you rest a few more days after getting injured? Why are you in such a hurry to come back? I took Ah Xing to Zheng Chongji's place last night and was attacked on the way back. Lu Zonghao sat opposite Yu Dongqing, his face dark as he spoke. Those guys were very ruthless. They were out for my life. I thought I could just drop off Xing and come back without any issues, but it seems that the Shui Min gang has set their sights on me too. Recently I've been dealing with the Shui Min gang's people, and they must hate me to the bone now. Since they can't find me, it's reasonable for them to target you. What do you think about this? Should we go to the Shui Min gang and capture their members to find out who attacked you? It wouldn't matter even if we found out. It was definitely their lackeys who did it. Lu Zonghao waved his hand and continued. The fact that the Shui Min gang is still watching me means that your recent actions haven't hurt them enough. I've always held back, not wanting to make things too extreme. But since they don't want to negotiate, then let's fight. Yu Dongqing leaned slightly forward and whispered, actually, I have a plan regarding the Shui Min gang. Lu Zonghao knew that Yu Dongqing had been studying Shui Min bang recently, but when he heard him bring it up, he casually asked what he planned to do. Yu Dongqing answered that during the days Lu was recuperating, he had been shadowing members of Shui Min bang and had taken care of many of their lackeys, but he had uncovered a problem. The gang's core members did not involve themselves in car theft. Tapping the table, Yu Dongqing explained that their organizational structure was peculiar. The upper echelon only handled fencing and receiving stolen goods. It was not only Shui Min bang members, but also unaligned street thugs who stole cars and sold them to the gang for pocket money. Moreover, once those thieves learned I was targeting Shui Min bang, they became far more cautious when stealing cars. If I only go after these low-level scoundrels, I cannot wound the gang at its root. Lu Zonghao, aware that Yu Dongqing tended to take unorthodox approaches, sat up and asked if he was proposing an assault on Shui Min bang's leadership. Yu Dongqing scoffed and denied it outright. He was not so foolish. If he struck at the leadership, the gang's cadres would be thrown into panic. If that descended into an all-out internecine war, how could anything be negotiated? He handed Lu a cigarette and said he had caught a petty car thief the day before. The kid had told him something intriguing. He knew where Shui Min bang loaded cars. In 2 days, a shipment of smuggled cars would be loaded at Shigong and sent to Baodao. 8 cars in total, 5 of them limited editions. Those cars were worth a fortune and had been ordered by a syndicate in Baodao through Shui Min bang. If they could sabotage that deal, the gang would be hard-pressed to stay calm. Lu Zonghao objected. Wasn't that plan excessively risky? If it went wrong, it could spark a confrontation between Shui Min bang and the Baodao syndicate. He reminded you that their aim was to force Shui Min bang to the negotiating table and resolve the conflict quickly. He feared that if Yes' scheme succeeded in inflaming both sides, it would turn them into implacable enemies. Yu Dongqing replied that how far the enmity would escalate depended entirely on how they handled the aftermath. Scratching his nose, Yu proposed that if they torched the cars, everyone would become mortal enemies, but what if they merely seized the vehicles instead? Lu understood you mean to hold the cars as leverage to force Shui Min bang to negotiate. He nodded slightly and asked whether you had considered how they would conclude matters if the gang refused to talk. You answered that negotiating with Shui Min bang was the best resolution, but not the only one. They could leave the gang a way out, yet if Shui Min bang did not come to them, it would show there was no intention to negotiate, and they could not simply be wishful thinking. Wang Qing exhaled smoke and observed that everyone knew Shui Min bang was a pawn deployed by Chun Mingzhi to buy time. They preferred a peaceful solution, and if both sides could talk, it would be ideal. But if Shui Min bang resolutely chose war, they must prepare for the worst. Lu conceded that dragging things out was no solution and agreed to proceed with Yes' plan. They would press the gang and see what outcome it produced. After hearing Yu Dongqing's analysis, Lu Zonghao nodded and said he would do it with him. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. That evening at 7, Yu Dongqing drove a van with dark-tinted windows to a coastal road, stepped out, and walked toward the roadside. The road sat high above the shore, and beside it stretched a broad stand of woodland. Having scouted beforehand, you slipped into the trees and stood on a cliff edge pointing down at the beach. This was where Shui Min bang loaded boats. They had used this spot to smuggle cars before. Tonight's transfer was scheduled for 8 o'clock. Lu looked down at the untamed beach and frowned. The terrain was too open for an ambush. You replied that while they could not hide people on the shore, they could on the water. He had already sent Tianbao with 20 men in speedboats to wait 5 kilometers out. Once they made the call, Tianbao could be on scene in 3 minutes. Pointing to the other side of the beach, you said their vehicles could circle around and arrive there. Shui Min bang used small freighters to carry cars. 8 cars required 4 boats, and loading would waste considerable time, so they would have enough time to trap them on site. They would block the gang on the shore, while Tianbao's men seized the freighters. If they could put those boats to sea under their control, the plan would be accomplished. Lu listened to the plan, and finding no obvious flaw, kept his silence. The two chatted on the cliff until about 7:30, when 2 SUVs drove onto the beach. As the doors opened, 5 young men stepped out. The one in front raised an old brick-like cell phone, as if speaking to someone. Seeing the figures, Lu threw away his cigarette butt and declared that they had arrived. You stretched and assessed the situation. There were 5 here now, plus 8 drivers behind the wheel and the loaders on the boats. At most not 30 people, about equal to their own numbers. If they struck decisively, the matter would be manageable. 10 minutes later, the roar of engines rose from the beach and several limited edition sports cars rolled down to the water's edge. On the horizon, dark specks appeared, and soon 4 flatbed barges came into view, slowly approaching the shore. Seeing the cars and boats in position, Yu said it was time to move. He turned and called Tianbao. Inside one of the SUVs, Lu Hu, a Shuaimin Bang boss who had long advocated war, picked up his brick phone and dialed. He announced into the receiver that he was Lu Hu. Chun Mingzhi's voice came slowly through the handset, asking how things were proceeding. Lu Hu licked his lips and said he had followed the plan and brought the boats to the wild beach at Shigong. He asked whether Yu Dongqing would really show up tonight. Chun Mingzhi replied with unshaken confidence, "Trust me, my plan will not fail. If you do as I instruct tonight, they will have no chance to turn the tables." Lu Hu snorted coldly. He was the one who least trusted Chun. Previously, Chun had urged him to stir up trouble in Yamadi with Huashi and insisted there would be no risk. The result had been disastrous. Lu spat that Huashi had paid with his life. Chun answered calmly that Huashi's death was an accident, and besides, he had given the money meant for 2 men entirely to Lu. Chun Mingzhi spoke evenly. He was a man of his word, who once tonight's affair was settled, he would fulfill the promises and payments. After he handled the trouble with Zhang Xian, he vowed to help Lu rise to the leadership of Shuaimin Bang. On the wild beach, 4 flat-deck barges drew ashore. A group of young men promptly retrieved pre-prepared wooden planks from their vehicles and laid them across the sand to prevent the wheels from sinking into the soft dunes during boarding. The Shuaimin gang seasoned smugglers executed the entire operation with practiced ease. Preparations were swiftly completed, and several sports cars rolled steadily onto the barges guided by the planks. Once all vehicles had boarded, a young man approached Lu Hu's car, while crewmen secured the cars aboard, asking, "Brother Lu, our preparations are nearly complete. Shall we depart immediately?" Lu Hu gazed out the window at the silent expanse of beach, paused in thought, then nodded. "After loading is finished, proceed as usual. Circle the outer perimeter of Hong Kong Island, then dock near Lantau." Brother Lu, the young helmsman asked, baffled, "You've spent a fortune chartering these barges, just to take a few cars for a lap around the sea. What's the meaning of this? Are we celebrating their birthdays?" Lu Hu shot him a sidelong glance. "Must I seek your approval before acting?" The youth instinctively recoiled. "That wasn't my intention. I'll just go check if the mooring lines are secure." Vroom. At that very moment, a distant engine roared to life. In quick succession, 3 SUVs tore across the dunes, tires churning up golden sand, hurtling toward the shoreline, and straight into the crowd gathered beside the barges. The young men, freshly finished loading the barges, instinctively scattered in panic as the 3 vehicles bore down upon them. Chaos erupted instantly. Yu Dongqing flung open his door, slashed down a man before him, and bellowed, "We're here for the goods, not blood. Clear out, bystanders. You've come to smash my livelihood, and now you preach virtue." Another youth roared, drawing his blade and charging headlong at Yu Dongqing. Thud! From the opposite side of the vehicles, Hood Lu Zonghao lunged forward, his boot crashing into the youth's chest, sending him sprawling. The melee had begun. Yu Dongqing's trio of SUVs carried 10 men, half the number of the Shuaimin gang, but their sudden assault shattered the gang's formation, scattering it into disarray. From a nearby vehicle, a youth in the passenger seat turned to Lu Hu and asked, "Big brother, shall I go down and take a look?" "No need, let them fight." Lu Hu watched Yu Dongqing through the windshield, lowering his posture slightly. "Let's see just how capable this wretched fool truly is." SSSSHHK. Yu Dongqing drove his blade into a youth at the bow of the barge and shouted, "Seize everyone aboard. Don't let a single soul escape." Hearing his command, the youths nearest the shore sprinted across the narrow gangplank toward the barge. Clang! Simultaneously, the cabin door of the barge burst open, and those concealed within surged forth like a rising tide. The foremost figure kicked the boarding youth straight into the sea. Lu Zonghao heard the splash, glanced sideways to see his comrade vanish beneath the waves, then shoved back an onrushing youth and turned to Yu Dongqing. "They've hidden men inside the cabin. Your intelligence was likely bait. We must withdraw." "Withdraw? No. Their hidden men serve only to ensure smooth transaction. Should we strike and fail to seize the cargo, we'll have irrevocably burned every bridge." Yu Dongqing scanned the figures now emerging from multiple barges and charged forward first, shouting, "Brothers, reinforcements are coming. Crush them now." Lu Zonghao, seeing so many ambushers deployed across the vessels, felt a chill of unease. Yet witnessing Yu Dongqing's fervent momentum, he had no choice but to follow close behind. The Shuaimin gang, already outnumbering Lu Zonghao's group, moved with unspoken coordination. Hong Guizhu and others raced to the shoreline to guard the gangplanks, blocking any attempt by the enemy to disembark and encircle them. By now, vehicles aboard all barges had been fully loaded. The wide vehicle ramp had been retracted, leaving only a narrow half-meter-wide footbridge. Lu Zonghao leapt onto it and raised his blade, holding the line alone. Clash! 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 A youth aboard the barge watched his comrades stalled by just 3 or 4 defenders, and eyes blazing with fury vaulted over the railing. "This is the shore, not international waters. What are you all huddled on that plank for? Jump! Make for land!" At his cry, the others snapped to awareness, leaping off the barges, wading through the surf, and surging onto the beach. Even Lu Zonghao's band, valiant, as they began to buckle beneath the overwhelming tide of attackers. Vroom. Just as defeat loomed, another engine thundered across the water. Two speedboats from Tianbao's crew carved twin white wakes as they slammed onto the beach. Spotting Tianbao's approach, Yu Dongqing waved urgently from afar. "Don't waste time on me. Take the barges. Go support Brother Qing." Tianbao dispatched part of his force to reinforce Yu Dongqing, then led several men straight onto the nearest barge, heading directly for the bridge. The barge's captain, observing the chaos outside, locked the bridge door the moment he saw Tianbao's group charging toward him and prepared to cast off and flee. Tianbao, spotting the captain's move, snatched a crowbar from the deck and rushed to the bridge window, hammering violently. "Open up. If you know what's good for you. Refuse, and I'll sever your tendons the moment I'm inside." The captain, staring at the spiderweb cracks spreading across the double-glazed pane, shouted nervously, "Brothers, I'm just hired help. Your feud has nothing to do with me." Crack, crack. When the captain refused to open the door, Tianbao redoubled his assault on the glass. "Madman." Seeing the window moments from shattering, the captain gritted his teeth, swore under his breath, then flung open a side window and dove headfirst into the sea. Tianbao, spotting the open window, vaulted into the bridge and asked the youth beside him, "Can you pilot this vessel? It's outdated, but manageable." The youth surveyed the controls, started the engines with practiced ease, and reversed the barge smoothly into open water. With Tianbao's arrival, coordinated assaults quickly splintered and routed the defenders across all vessels. Lu Zonghao, who had been defending against boarders, now pivoted, turning his blade to repel any new attempts to ascend. Watching all four barges pull away from shore, Lu Zonghao rushed to Yu Dongqing's side, slashing aside assailants and shouting, "Mission accomplished. Retreat." "Brilliant." Yu Dongqing, glancing at the retreating barges, fended off blows haphazardly and withdrew swiftly with his men. Inside the SUV, Lu, who watched the departing vehicles, smiled faintly and lifted his mobile phone to dial 999. "Hello. I wish to report a robbery." In Saikung, a group stole several vehicles valued at over 9 million Hong Kong dollars. No need to describe the suspects' appearances. I know exactly who they are. Sim Sha Sui, headquarters of Xinian. The chief steward Lin Jing received a phone call and went next door to Xiang Yan's room. Upon entering, he discovered a map of Hong Kong Island spread out on the table with various colorful markings all over it. "Linbo, you came at the right time. Come sit down." Xiang Yan saw Lin Jing walk in and pointed to the map, saying, "I just marked a few locations. Take a look at them." Lin Jing walked to the table and looked at the areas circled in red and blue, feeling a bit puzzled. "What do these two colors signify?" Red represents the prosperous areas of Hong Kong Island currently, while blue indicates the areas I estimate to be underdeveloped. Xiang Yan handed him a cigar and explained, "In recent years, Hong Kong Island has developed rapidly, but most organizations are still stuck in providing protection as well as engaging in car theft, drug trafficking, and controlling illicit activities. I do not deny that these industries can bring profits to the organizations, but merely relying on them is not enough to achieve great wealth." Lin Jing, having assisted Xiang Yan for so long, quickly guessed his intention. "You want to transform the business." "It's not that I want to transform, but all organizations on Hong Kong Island must transform. With the rapid economic development, there will be more ways to make money. In such a diverse era, if we continue to follow the old path, development will be difficult. The times have changed. Now conflicts between organizations are no longer simply about fighting and killing. Having money is essential to remain invincible." Xiang Yan tapped on several areas of the map with his hand. "Look at these places. The most prosperous nightclubs in these areas are all under our Xinian's control. There are over 200 nightclubs of various sizes which can contribute around 1.5 million in profits to the headquarters every month. However, I have assessed that if we open a large-scale bar in Sim Sha Sui, the monthly profit would exceed that amount. So I plan to open a bar under the company's name and let the representatives of each area manage it. This way they can benefit and we can increase our income. What do you think? If it's just opening 1 or 2 bars, it shouldn't be a problem. But if you want to promote it across all the organization's territories, I still suggest being cautious." Lin Jing shook his head slightly. "As you said, we are indeed in a rapidly developing economic era, but it is also a chaotic one. Now organizations like Hisheng and Ma Bang have money and are aggressively recruiting, while the pie of Hong Kong Island is only so big. Conflicts will inevitably arise due to these matters. If we merely provide protection, any losses incurred would be covered by the nightclub owners. But if we engage in business ourselves, I worry that these establishments might become primary targets in the aftermath of a conflict." Lin Jing pointed out the core issue succinctly. "The areas you marked are all the most prosperous parts of this city. Opening so many establishments would put immense financial pressure on us. If I were a strategist from a rival organization, I would definitely use this to strike at Xinian. If the company's financial chain is severed, even if we are not crushed by others, we will likely become a second-rate organization. So I am also considering the feasibility of this matter." Xiang Yan said, turning the pen in his hand. "I plan to start with a pilot project and open this bar in Yaoma Ti managed by Yu Dongqing. Yaoma Ti is currently very chaotic. If he can handle this well, we can then promote it to other territories." This way we won't need too high an investment and can still see results. What do you think? Lin Jing chuckled. I came to find you to discuss this matter. Yu Dongqing has encountered a problem. Xiang Yin put down the pen in his hand. What trouble has this kid caused again? Tonight, Yu Dongqing stole several cars from the Watergate gang, and they chose to report it to the police. This case is being handled by the Sai Kung police station, and one of their officers is well acquainted with me. I heard that the suspects are our people, so he gave me a heads up. They reported it. Upon hearing this, Xiang Yin displayed an incredulous expression. Although the Watergate gang is not a branch of the Hongmen, they have risen fairly quickly in Hong Kong Island. How could these guys handle underworld matters so ruthlessly? As you said, the times have changed. The Watergate gang is profit-driven and very indifferent to underworld rules. This is also a clear distinction between the new generation of underworld figures and us. Lin Jing paused. A friend of mine in Sai Kung told me that the batch of cars Yu Dongqing stole tonight were all legally owned private cars. He has been set up. Xiang Yin, being an experienced figure in the underworld, quickly grasped the issue. Is this matter easy to handle? It's difficult. Lin Jing took a puff of his cigar. The main source of income for those from the Watergate gang is car theft. Although their underworld status is low, they can make a living through smuggled cars, and their connections with the police have long been established. This time the Watergate gang has locked onto Yu Dongqing, and the evidence is very conclusive. Xiang Yin lightly tapped the table with his hand. What does the lawyer say? He said that given the current situation, once Yu Dongqing is caught, he will definitely be arrested. However, there is still a possibility for negotiation, but the premise is that the Watergate gang is willing to drop the charges and not pursue it further. Should we apply some pressure to force the Watergate gang to step back? Xiang Yin pondered for a moment and said, this time I forcefully placed Yu Dongqing in Yao Ma Ti. The Crown Prince has already expressed his dissatisfaction. Since I am the leader of the organization, I must ensure fairness. This trouble was caused by Yu Dongqing himself and not in service of the organization. If we take action, the other representatives may have objections. Lin Jing smiled gently, but Yu Dongqing is ultimately someone you promoted yourself. If he gets into trouble, it won't reflect well on you. Being the leader, maintaining balance is more important than face. If Yu Dongqing is not cut out for this, I cannot force him. I can help him onto the horse, but how far this horse can run depends on him. Xiang Yin finally waved his hand and informed Yu Dongqing about the Watergate gang's police report. Let him handle the rest himself. On the island Clearwater Bay, after Yu Dongqing and his crew brought back the 4 stolen boats, he handed a bag to Lu Zonghao. This contains 100,000. Use it to share with the brothers. When the tow truck arrives, have them deliver the cars to the warehouse we rented in advance. Lu Zonghao took the bag and continued to ask, since we've handled the matter, I suggest we directly talk to the Watergate gang. It would give them a way out and wouldn't make us seem too ruthless. Just as Yu Dongqing was about to respond, his mobile phone rang. He answered the call and chatted for a few moments, only to be left in shock. At the seaside, Lu Zonghao noticed that after Yu Dongqing answered the phone, his expression became somewhat unnatural, and he asked, is the revenge from the Shui Min gang coming so quickly? Not just quickly. You could say that their revenge arrived the moment we took action. Yu Dongqing ground his teeth, slightly angrily cursing, these bastards have set us up. The batch of cars we took back was not stolen by them at all, but rented in the name of an exhibition from a luxury car exhibition company, all with proper paperwork. As soon as we left, the Shui Min gang called the police and accused us of robbery. Such dirty tactics. Lu Zonghao couldn't help but frown upon hearing this. Hong Kong Island is a place that values rules, where matters in the underworld are typically settled among the factions. Even if a member of a gang dies in a fight, the matter would be negotiated privately between the two gangs. As long as the issue is not exposed, official involvement is absolutely not allowed. The reason for this is simple: to leave all gangs with a way out. Otherwise, if things escalate and the police conduct a thorough investigation under public pressure, it would be akin to overturning the table where everyone earns their livelihood. Thus, in Hong Kong Island, it is considered disgraceful for people from the underworld to seek help from the police when faced with issues. It was precisely under this special background that Lu Zonghao was particularly shocked to hear that the Shui Min gang would actually resort to calling the police to solve their problems. In Hong Kong, the degree of such an incident is comparable to a prostitute calling the police and saying, I'm soliciting on the street, and once they come in, I provide a full range of services, but when the client goes to pay, they give me hellish money, leaving me to be taken advantage of. While Yu Dongqing was cursing loudly, he said to Lu Zonghao the call came from Lin Bo of the company. He said that the East Kowloon police station has already issued a wanted order for me, and that I should lay low for a while. Lu Zonghao licked his lips. What do you think about this? I definitely can't hide. At this critical moment, if I hide, wouldn't that be giving Chun Mingjie an opportunity? After finishing his response, Yu Dongqing added, Lin Bo said there might not be a complete lack of room for negotiation in this matter. The ownership of the cars is with the rental company. As long as the rental company is willing to change their statement saying we took the cars because of an economic dispute with the Shui Min gang, and that we were merely hired to retrieve the vehicles, the case can be downgraded from robbery to an economic dispute. The Shui Min gang is indeed in the car theft business, so their relationship with the rental company should be quite close. Knowing that we are people from Cine and it's unlikely that the other party would be willing to cooperate with the Shui Min gang and assist them in calling the police as well as making them change their statement. Lu Zonghao pursed his lips and thought for a moment, you've already been implicated in this matter, it's not appropriate for you to show your face. Let me handle it. Yu Dongqing, feeling uneasy, said the Shui Min gang dares to use this matter to frame me, they will definitely provide protection for that guy. I'm worried this might still be a trap. After pondering for a moment, Lu Zonghao replied, I think the likelihood of them continuing to set a trap with this matter is low. The other party can provide a few cars to help the Shui Min gang set up a scheme, which I can understand, but if they are willing to take risks knowing we will look for them, that would be quite foolish. Yu Dongqing frowned and asked, so how do you plan to force this guy out into the open? It happened suddenly, I haven't figured that out yet. Lu Zonghao waved his hand, but you absolutely cannot show your face now. You are the person in charge of Yao Mati. If anything happens to you, Chun Mingzhi will definitely take further action. The more it gets to this point, the less I can hide. Your network in Hong Kong is too weak. Without my help, it won't be easy for you to find this person. Yu Dongqing pondered for a moment and handed him the car keys. Drive to Hong Kong. With Gao Sheng's help, this matter will be much easier. An hour later at the Hong Kong Triad base, Gao Sheng listened to Yu Dongqing's account, equally shocked. Is it true that the Shui Min gang has become this lawless now? To resolve Underworld grievances, these guys actually dragged the police into it. Now that the matter has occurred, there's no point in us cursing here. To resolve this, we must get Wan Xuelin, the owner of Hongda Car Rental, to change his statement. Do you know this person well? I've met him a few times. Wan Xuelin's Hongda Rental is the largest luxury car rental company on Hong Kong Island. Many triads rent cars from him for their business openings to make a good impression. It is said that this guy started by dealing in smuggled cars, and the Shui Min gang is the largest car theft group in Hong Kong. If he's willing to carry this for the Shui Min gang, there must be some benefits involved. After introducing Wan Xuelin's situation, Gao Sheng picked up the phone on the table. Leave this to me. They'll have my brothers issue a wanted notice for Wan Xuelin throughout Hong Kong and definitely find this bastard. Brother Sheng, we can't do it this way. Lu Zonghao quickly interrupted. Wan Xuelin is currently just cooperating with the Shui Min gang to report the incident under his company's name. Therefore, the conflicting parties are us and the Shui Min gang. As long as we can find Wan Xuelin, there is still room for negotiation. But if we directly issue a kill order for Wan Xuelin, we would be forcing him to be tightly bound with the Shui Min gang. In that case, even if we eliminate him, he would merely be a pawn of the Shui Min gang, but the consequence would be that Qin Ge can no longer stay in Hong Kong. Yu Dongqing also spoke up. Hao is right. We came to find you simply because given my current identity, it's inconvenient for me to go out and look for Wan Xuelin's whereabouts. So I wanted you to help me locate this jerk. The rest we will handle ourselves. Gao Sheng's face flashed with displeasure. What nonsense is this? Do you think we need to be so clear-cut between us? I'm just joking. Yu Dongqing smiled and replied back, when I wasn't in prison we were tied together. I came up from being your subordinate, so when others mention me their first reaction is that I'm your little brother. But you must understand I am already the boss now. If I keep relying on your support, how can I establish myself in the gang in the future? Gao Sheng's face flashed with anger. What are you talking about? I'm only helping out of kindness. Why does it sound like I'm suppressing you? If you really want to help, just help me find Wan Xuelin. The rest I will handle myself. 5 minutes later, Lu Zonghao and Yu Dongqing left the Hung Hom Triad base and got into the car. After starting the car, Lu Zonghao said to Yu Dongqing, since you came to seek Gao Sheng's help, your attitude should be a bit more humble. Wasn't what you just said a bit too harsh? I did it on purpose. Yu Dongqing smiled and handed him a cigarette. I was sent to Yao Mati as a guinea pig, and I might run into problems any day. Keeping some distance from Gao Sheng is not a bad thing. In a cheap motel in Hung Hom, Lu Zonghao looked at the dilapidated environment of the room and frowned slightly. Hong Kong Island is so large, why must you hide in such a rundown place? I'm on the run, not on a trip. Having a place to stay is already good enough. Yu Dongqing explained with a smile. Most of the people living here are addicts and petty criminals. These individuals are quite timid with heightened vigilance. If there's any stir in the surroundings, they will react instantly more effectively than having a lookout themselves. Lu Zonghao detected the pungent smell of mildew in the room and lit a cigarette to suppress it, saying, I will handle Wan Xuelin's matters as soon as possible. If you need anything, feel free to contact me anytime. Yu Dongqing nodded. If I hide, those people will definitely target you next, because if anything happens to both of us, the Yao Mati will naturally be left leaderless. The Shui Min gang has no moral boundaries, and be careful not to fall into their traps. Don't worry, I have this under control. Lu Zonghao settled Yu Dongqing in, and then returned to the Hung Hom gang meeting with Gao Sheng. Brother Sheng, did you get angry at Qin Ge's bad attitude earlier? I'm not a fool. I understand the significance of what Yu Dongqing said. He spent 5 years in prison, half of which was for me, and the bond between us cannot be broken by just a single statement. Gao Sheng waved his hand. I've already gotten Wan Xuelin's phone number. Since you're here, let's call him and see what his attitude is. Lu Zonghao, unable to find any leads on Xuelin for now, nodded and sat down. Gao Sheng activated the speakerphone and dialed Wan Xuelin's number. After a few seconds, a sharp male voice came through the receiver. Hello, who is this? Gao Sheng got straight to the point. Old one, this is Gao Sheng from Hung Hom, we've met before. Wan Shuolin upon hearing Gao Sheng's introduction chuckled and asked, oh so it's Brother Sheng. You called me, is there something you need? Gao Sheng lit a cigarette. I want to rent a few cars and have a chat. Is that convenient? Wan Shuolin paused for a few seconds, then straightforwardly replied, Brother Sheng, I know you have a close relationship with Yu Dongqing. Since you're here regarding this matter, let's be frank, no need to beat around the bush, what do you think? Seeing Wan Shuolin getting straight to the point, Gao Sheng also stopped beating around the bush. Old one, we've known each other for a long time. You are aware of the influence of the XING gang in Hong Kong. Take my advice and stay out of this matter with Yu Dongqing. Withdraw the case and just focus on your business, alright? Wan Shuolin chuckled and asked, Brother Sheng, I'm just a businessman. If someone rents a car from me and it gets stolen, as the owner, I must cooperate with the police investigation. Is there anything wrong with what I'm doing? Gao Sheng responded, I will return your car to you intact, as long as you agree to withdraw the case. I'll also personally give you a compensation fee for the trouble. We are old friends, you wouldn't deny me this little favor, would you? Wan Shuolin did not budge. Brother Sheng, originally, I should grant you this favor since you asked, but you know I depend on renting cars to make a living. If I don't show any response after my car has an issue, what will happen when others need money in the future? Will they also be able to steal my cars? I'm not targeting Yu Dongqing here, but since he has ended up in this situation, I can't do anything about it. Gao Sheng, hearing Wan Shuolin's attitude, lowered his voice slightly. Old one, you should know the consequences of offending the XING gang, right? When the day comes that we come looking for you, do you think the Shui Men gang can protect you? I have faith in the judicial system of Hong Kong Island, and I believe the police will definitely capture the robbers. You mess with me, and I'll just continue to report it. Wan Shuolin dropped this line and hung up the phone. Gao Sheng, hearing the busy tone on the line, was both angry and amused. This bastard, is he talking to me about the law? Lu Zonghao, overhearing their conversation, couldn't help but show a worried expression. You called Wan Shuolin with the intention of resolving the issue peacefully through negotiation, but from Wan Shuolin's attitude, it seems he is determined to tie himself to the Shui Men gang. Is it a bit reckless to tear our faces at this point? Gao Sheng explained his intention. Wan Shuolin's ability to testify for the Shui Men gang already indicates that an agreement has been reached between both parties. I called him just to see what his attitude is. Wan Shuolin's boldness in speaking to me like this indicates that the Shui Men gang must have given him some special assurance or promised him significant benefits, which is why he is so resolute in aligning with those people. Lu Zonghao rubbed his hands in frustration. Wan Shuolin's audacity in the call shows he is quite confident. It seems you can't find him or do anything to him. Finding him in the future will likely be very difficult for us. This kind of thing can be very difficult, but it can also be quite simple. Gao Sheng picked up the car keys from the table. Let's go, I'll introduce a friend to you. In a residential house in Sai Kung, after Wan Shuolin finished the call with Gao Sheng, he immediately sought out Lu Hu. Wan Shuolin, in his early 40s and slightly balding, always subconsciously nodded while speaking, his thinning hair swaying with the rhythm of his body. Ahu, before I came over, I received a call from Gao Sheng asking me to withdraw the case. The batch of cars that Yu Dongqing took from me today was rented from your company, so they will definitely call you. Lu Hu had long anticipated this situation. What did you say? Gao Sheng threatened me with the name of the XING gang. Since I've decided to confront them, I naturally had nothing good to say. Although Wan Shuolin spoke firmly, his eyes betrayed his worry. Ahu, in a place like Hong Kong Island, offending someone from the XING gang rarely ends well. Can you really fulfill your promise to me? Don't worry, I Lu Hu always keep my word. As long as I can persuade Chun Mingzhi to help me seize the leading position in the Shui Men gang, I will definitely consolidate the smuggling car business throughout Hong Kong, and you will be the only agent for the Shui Men gang. Lu Hu patted Wan Shuolin's shoulder. You've already fallen out with Yu Dongqing. There's no turning back now. We must work together to make this happen, so everyone can profit together. Lu Hu had always been critical of the current leader Su Bin's approach to transformation. Although he knew that for the gang to grow, transitioning into business would yield greater profits, he was just a brute. Once the gang became formalized, people like him, who only knew how to fight, would be eliminated. Thus at this moment, he hoped more than anyone that Chun Mingzhi would succeed.